Good morning, everyone, and welcome to In Living COGI Week. We are live. I am Melody Narain, and I'm so grateful you're joining us this morning for our COGI Telethon, happening today from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is In Living COGI Week, also known as Crohn's and Colitis Awareness Week, and we're showing up in a way that reflects our community and our lived experiences. This week is our opportunity to celebrate, educate, advocate, and make digestive health visible in ways that truly resonate with people we serve. Today's telethon is a full day dedicated to the power of the people. That's the patients, caregivers, providers, partners, and champions who are shifting the narrative around digestive health. For 5+ years, COGI has been committed to advancing equity in GI, expanding access, amplifying the patient voice, and bringing awareness to the realities of digestive health that are too often overlooked. And because of you, yes, you, our supporters, our partners, our community, this mission continues to move forward with strength and purpose. Throughout this 12-hour telethon, we have powerful segments lined up. That includes conversations with patients, our providers and partners, the advocates, and leaders who are reshaping what digestive health looks like in our communities. You'll hear real stories, gain some real insight, and see the true impact of patient led advocacy. To our partners who stood by us, invested in us, and believed in this work, thank you. Your support allows us to build programs that have changed outcomes, strengthened communities, especially ours, and ensure that people living with GI conditions, especially Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, are not only invisible, but are not forgotten. As we continue to fight this fight, we thank you for standing with us. As we recognize the 5+ years of COGI, we're not slowing down, we're stepping forward, and you have been stepping with us. And I want to invite you to continue to do so. Join our virtual walk, stay on the move with us, share your photos, share your videos, and tag us. Do it on our social media platforms because you're showing the world that digestive health really matters by taking one step forward, whether swiftly or just one moment at a time. And finally, donate today. Your contributions fuel this movement. It strengthens our programs and it helps ensure patients don't have to walk in this journey alone. And after you give, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's spread this message everywhere. Thank you for being here, and thank you for starting this telethon with us at 9 a.m. It's a bit early for some of us, especially those of us that are in other countries and on the West Coast. So let's kick off this incredible day and continue advancing equity in GI. One step, one voice, and one donation at a time. Let's get into it. Many people don't know that I live with a chronic digestive disease, Crohn's disease, which is under the umbrella of IBD, Inflammatory Bowel Disease. For many years, I lived with chronic, persistent, aggressive stomach aches, also known as abdominal pain. Yet these stomach aches were also coupled with diarrhea, blood in my stool, and other skin manifestations, and I didn't know where to go. I finally got to a doctor, a gastroenterologist, who diagnosed me and I'm now on the proper therapeutics that help me manage this condition. I need you to pay attention to your body. And I also need you to pay attention to your family members and your friends. If you are living with consistent and persistent stomach aches, if you're noticing diarrhea or constipation, blood in your stool, and you're noticing other family members that are either using the bathroom for long periods of time or they're showing signs of digestive issues or issues with managing just their food, get them to a doctor so that they can properly be diagnosed, checked out, or just get answers to what may be happening in their gut. Because gut health matters, and we all deserve answers.
My name is Ashley Turner, and I have an amazing panel of people up here with me today, and we're going to get into a few things. So I have a question for the audience. First question is, what are a few careers that come to mind? Just blurt it out. Lawyer. Everything y'all just said makes sense, yep. Now, for all of the patients in here, when you were younger, what was the career that you wanted to have when you grew up?
Valid.
Princess.
That's a valid.
Okay.
That's a valid.
Okay,
career.
okay.
Yeah,
I like all of that, and all of that sounds amazing, and I hope you lived out your dream to be a princess doctor lawyer. But there's one career that I think as patients we never knew that we were gonna have, and that's the lifelong career of managing a chronic illness. So today, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna hear from patients that manage their chronic illness, but then we're also gonna hear from therapists and physicians on how their careers help us manage our careers. Is that okay with you all? Yes. All right, so I'm gonna allow my panel to go ahead and introduce themselves and what their careers are. Victoria?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Tyler. I'm a full-time social media influencer. I'm a mother, a wife, a permanent ostomate, and I'm an ulcerative colitis survivor. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Ellis. I am a mental health therapist here in Atlanta. I am a mother, and I'm here to help people in their journey of healing. So I'm happy to be here.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marquise Ellison. I am a full-time personal trainer, nutrition coach, an IBD warrior, a husband, and a father. So that is my full-time career.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Graves. I am a family physician. I'm a caretaker to my wife, and hopefully here soon, maybe. So, we'll see, but yes.
All right, so thank you all for sharing your careers with us today. And again, I am Ashley Turner. I am 15 years misdiagnosed with Crohn's disease. I am an 8-year ostomate right now. I am a fur mom to a dog that has IBD, so I am a caregiver as well. Yeah, dogs have IBD as well. And I am all things patient advocacy. So again, thank you guys for being here. So let's get into some careers, right? So as patients, you have this lifelong job of managing a 365, 24/7 job of being a patient. So I want to hear from Victoria and Marquise. What are some things that you do to make sure that you stay on top of your careers and your jobs as patients?
Yeah, so the thing about being a full-time ulcerative colitis survivor and ostomate, there's no PTO on my chronic illness. There are no days off, no vacations, no holidays. I'm always on the job. It's extremely difficult managing the different hats that I wear as a mother, wife, career woman, and of course a patient. I've had to learn through the years to put myself first so that I can manage my illness, so that I can show up to all of the other careers that I have. So learning that my diagnosis needed to be managed like a job. It is a role, and I have to show up, I have to do the work, I have to clock in every day, and I never get to have a day off. It can be very heavy, it can be, but I've learned how to manage it and how to intertwine it in my life.
Yeah, I like to piggyback off of what you said as well about, making sure that taking care of yourself, that you can show up for, for your clients and show up for your family. Same thing. My son just turned 7 3 days ago, and taking care of myself first allows me to show up for them, for my wife, for my son that depends on me. And for the parents that's out there, energetic little boy requires a lot of attention and, patience, right? And so if I'm not physically, able to be there for him, like what good am I gonna be? And so that's why I make it, my mission. You guys know, most of you already know, right? Like I said, I'm a personal trainer, so I'm big into fitness because
Yes.
listen,
Yes,
listen, that's the key, man. Like you have to take care of yourself first physically to be able to show up for those that rely on you. Listen, if I don't do it, it's like what good am I going to be to them when I'm tired, when I'm not physically strong, to lift him up or do these kind of things. So.
So Natalie, I want to come to you from a therapist perspective. So we know that we have to deal with the physical. That's a lot within itself. But what happens when that mental starts to come in as well? How do you as a therapist make sure that we as patients stay on top of our mental health? And what are some tools that you can let us know it's okay to do as well?
Yeah, absolutely. First, it's important that that everybody gives themselves permission to self-care. Give yourself permission to sit and take care of yourself. Because as you know, there's a lot of roles that we play, and in all those roles, we have to show up, right? But as Marquise mentioned, if we're not showing up for ourselves, if we're not taking care of ourselves, then it's difficult to be there for anyone else. And so self-care isn't selfish. So being intentional, as she mentioned, with your health, with your wellness, has to be key in order to continue the journey. Because as you said, it's a lifelong journey. It doesn't stop. Life comes at us, and so because it does, we have to be intentional to take a moment and recognize what we're feeling, recognize what's going on with us, put words to it, validate it, so then we can then articulate it to whomever we need to articulate it to. And so yesterday we talked a lot about grief and gratitude, and part of that journey is doing the work mentally, because again, when someone has a diagnosis that came out of nowhere, when you have symptoms that's coming out of nowhere, yes, at some point there's going to be a moment to pause and grieve this. Grieve the loss of who you were, grieve all the losses that you start to experience as you're going through this, right? And grieving takes time. With every loss that we experience, we have to grieve all of that. And so part of our mental is to really become first honest with ourselves and where we are in this journey, right? And articulate the words to it, acknowledge your feeling, validate it, and find your people. Not everybody's gonna understand, not everybody's gonna be for you, okay? And so as we talk about these things, there's gonna be people who still want you to do this and still want you to do that, and at times we have to set a boundary. So boundaries become very, very important in this journey of self-care, right? Because there's already a lot of roles that we can't stop from, right? We can't take a PTO from as a mom, as dad, as husbands and wives. There's a lot of things that we already have to do. And so we have to really learn how to set healthy boundaries in all aspects of our lives. And so I definitely say take moments to sit with yourself and know where you are mentally, physically, spiritually, and all of that. Validate it, acknowledge it, validate it, put words to it, and learn to articulate. Learn to show up and stand up for yourself. And this is what this is about, patient advocacy. And so patient advocacy is beyond just as a patient, it's a person advocacy. You have to advocate for yourself and who you are. And find people who are willing to advocate with you.
Thank you. So I want to piggyback on what you said. And I think a lot of us always get into the point of, our family and friends should be our main focus of support, right? And so when we have those family members and those friends that don't support us, that's a grieving process that we have to go through. And I think one of the things that we need to remember is a lot of your support is gonna come from people you don't know. And a lot of your support is gonna come from strangers that you don't even know have the same thing going on as you. So this is why conferences like this is important. This is why COGI is important, because you get to find community within things like this. So you don't have to feel like you have to run to family members and friends that just don't get it. We get it, so it's okay. So I want to get into you, Dr. Graves. Now, being a physician, what are some of the things that you can say you've seen that may need to change within the medical field to help patients carry out their lifelong careers of managing their chronic illness?
Where do I begin? So now we all know this adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of treatment. Now, everybody here knows that we're talking about actively going through and working through our conditions, all gastrointestinal related, but there are many other conditions you can have and develop over the course of time. So the problem is we have to work in the medical field a little bit better at actually reaching our patients and preventing issues. We already know you're suffering from one condition. I need to screen you for everything else that you are at risk for. That is the first line of primary care physicians. So that's the big thing when it comes to when I get a chance to interact with my patients, when I get a chance to talk to my patients, is trying to do that. As a whole, and that's why I'm trying to work toward getting in leaderships and positions, because there's a mentality in medicine and as physicians where we kind of get very narrowed and focused on this condition, treat this, that's what we're supposed to do. And that's the way we were trained. And that's important. You want to take care of this thing, and then sometimes now I can take care of this. But sometimes it doesn't work like that. So we have to be more integrated, reaching our partners, making sure that we develop kind of a patient home model where we have multiple people that we're referring you to get you the resources early on, as early as possible, get you as connected to that gastroenterologist, but also that social worker, and also the psychiatrist, the therapist. I need you to have a nutritionist. We need you to have somebody who can go through athletic training so that we can strengthen all aspects. What about the spiritual? How are you connected? What is your source? Those sort of things. So those are things that we all need to address, and I want, as physicians, us to do better to acknowledge all these other aspects. So I do try to advocate for that on the other side.
Good. That was a word right there. That was the word. All right, so back to our patients. So for you guys, what do you feel was mismanaged in your care that possibly made your jobs a little bit harder along your journey? Ooh, I hit it. Yeah.
I'll start with that if you don't mind. Okay. You want me to start? I'll start. Yeah. Okay. So in my journey, so I was diagnosed in 2009, right? And my wife and I got married in 2008, and so it was like we put it through sickness and health right to the test, okay? But leading up to my diagnosis, I made this really short. I was diagnosed August 12, 2009. It was the second GI that made a diagnosis. The first GI that I had, my GI that made the diagnosis for me, had said that had he went a little further on the endoscopy or the colonoscopy that he did, he would have saw what he saw. And so the second GI doctor that made the diagnosis, I had a pill cam, right? That's what made the diagnosis for me. For those of you that may not be familiar with a pill cam is, it's a pill that you swallow.
Yep.
The first part of it is a camera, and it follows your natural digestive system. So it goes through the whole digestive tract. So it gets this small percentage that a colonoscopy and an endoscopy can reach. That's where he saw the Crohn's. And had my first GI doctor been a little more attentive to what I was feeling and not kind of pushing me off, I wouldn't have had to suffer for what this was August I was diagnosed. Symptoms probably started around February of that year. So that's how long I had went up until getting a second opinion, and two, dealing with these symptoms. Had he not, been more attentive to my needs, because his staff was not welcoming, right? I remember the last draw for me was I called, I had just had a test done, right? And I called to get my test results to see what was going on. And the receptionist was just like, well, you just have to wait. Dr. such and such has X amount of patients. And so, you're just gonna have to wait. And I'm like, you know what? One, I don't doubt that he's busy. He's a doctor, he has a lot of patients. And two, I don't care about that. I'm trying to see what's going on with my results. And if you're in that healthcare space and you're dealing with sick patients, they don't want to hear, you don't tell them you just have to wait. You know what I'm saying? You got to be empathetic and meet them where they are. Understand.
You should just went up there.
Right. And so after that, I was like, you know what? You got to get a second opinion. I need to find another doctor. And that's what we did. And when I seen him, my second GI gal, he had me diagnosed in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The first one went further, like he said, I wouldn't have had to suffer that long before getting diagnosed.
B.
Well, my experience was pretty traumatic. I first saw blood in my stool when I was 16 years old. I didn't think anything of it because we typically don't talk about what goes on in the bathroom. Most folks don't know what a normal stool even looks like. I wasn't formally diagnosed until I was 21, and that was after I spent a week in the bathroom sitting on the toilet. I couldn't eat, I couldn't drink. The only thing I could do was go to the bathroom. When I walked into the bathroom, I was 130 pounds. When I crawled out of the bathroom, I was 98 pounds. Doctors along my journey told me all types of things, that I had hemorrhoids, food poisoning, that I couldn't possibly have ulcerative colitis because only white Jewish men have ulcerative colitis. I finally had a doctor that was willing to give me a colonoscopy because other doctors told me they wouldn't run the test because they didn't think I could afford it. I suffered longer than I should have, wondering what was wrong. I even called my mother and told her to go ahead and make my funeral arrangements because I knew I was going to die. Once we got my diagnosis, once we started on my journey with different medications, the pain never stopped. We're never really able to get me in remission. And I think the most traumatizing, the most traumatic part of my journey was when I was asking for help, crying out in pain, and I was accused of being a drug addict, accused of shopping around for pills and morphine and fentanyl. And that would happen to me so often, and I got so frustrated. And one day I told my doctor, do you know that if I just wanted to get high, I would not come to the emergency room? I would just
Go
call
down
my
the
cousin. I would just call my cousin and get what I need. I'm here because I need help. And you are hurting me by accusing me of being an addict.
Right.
I had to take control of my journey. Instead of being a passenger in my wellness journey, I became the driver. Right. I learned that I could hire and fire my medical staff.
Yes, you can.
And I started interviewing my doctors, my nurses, my surgeons. How long have you been doing this? How do you feel about my community? How do you feel about me having children? How do you feel about my desires, my hopes, and my dreams? How are we going to get me where I want to be? It was a traumatic journey, and I'm still in therapy trying to put the pieces back together. From the first time I saw blood to my ileostomy was roughly 20 years. 20 years of me living in the bathroom.
Thank you for that, both of you, for your vulnerability. So as I mentioned to you guys, I was misdiagnosed with Crohn's for 15 years. So I dealt with constant flare-ups, not being able to go to the bathroom. I have an imbalanced pelvic floor, so that means the muscle that helps you all push out to go to the bathroom, normally mine doesn't work. So I would just sit and sit and sit, and I just could not go to the bathroom. Finally, I had a gastro that said, let's try something. I did everything, holistic, pills, you name it, I have done it. And finally I said, something's not right with me. This isn't right. I shouldn't feel like this. I shouldn't get randomly nauseous. I shouldn't have to give myself enemas to go to the bathroom. And even when I give myself an enema, it still isn't that much that's coming out. I had what's called a cyst-mark test. It's a pill that you take, and it releases capsules into your colon. And what you do is you have to go back throughout the week to get, basically you have to go back and get like ultrasounds. And so what happens is they can see when the pill is moving through your colon. Day 1, we were fine. Day 3 looked like day 1. Day 5 looked like day 2. Day 7 looked like day 3. So that meant I had a colon that did not work. At the age of 26, I had to make the decision to get my colon removed. I was still in school, I was working, I was sitting on the board of trustees for City Colleges of Chicago. I had so much going on and nobody knew any of this. I also was doing pelvic floor therapy for 6 months. So my routine was pelvic floor therapy, school, work, pelvic floor therapy. And again, nobody knew. Finally, got my colon removed, and my surgeon says, this is gonna work. I know it's gonna work, and I don't wanna give you a bag because you're so young. And I tell her, I'll be back. I'll be back for a bag, because I knew in my heart of hearts the surgery was not gonna work. And I asked for my bag before I got my colon removed. And 7 months later, I was back to getting a bag at the age of 27. 3 months before I was set to walk the stage to get my last degree, I was getting my bag. And I walked that stage in my heels with my bag, might I add, on time.
Right, all right. I love that.
But I still wasn't diagnosed with Crohn's disease. I went through all of that and was not diagnosed with Crohn's disease yet. I did not get diagnosed with Crohn's disease until 2022. And by the time I had gotten diagnosed, it was so bad that I had to be put on TPN. So I was literally wearing an IV bag 20 hours out of the day. I had a backpack on, I had my IV on, I was sitting at my desk, I was still doing work. I had my nurse coming in, changing my port. I would be in meetings at work, virtually saying, hold on guys, my nurse is here to change the port out for me. Working, doing all of this. And then finally, the TPN stopped working on me to the point where I ended up having E. coli in my bloodstream and was septic and was in the hospital for 10 days. And by the time I had finally knew what was going on, the doctor told me if you would have gotten here any later, you would have died. So these are the things that we sometimes don't think about that comes with managing a chronic illness. So Natalie is my therapist, you guys. She's my real life therapist. So what are some of the things that you have seen in patients from a therapist perspective that you feel in your field you guys can do more of to help us?
So, as Victoria mentioned, it is about the whole self, right? And I think we've said, the doctor said it over there, the whole self. And so although clients are coming to see me to deal with depression, to deal with anxiety, to deal with a lot of things as a result of life, as a result of chronic illness, as a result of so many other things, but it is about recognizing the whole self. And so I try to do a good job of, as we're talking about the mental, make sure you are going to get your yearly physicals. Make sure you are connected to exercise, that you are doing meditation, you're doing yogas, you're getting walking, that you are doing your nutrition, because all of that affects mental health. Yeah. Mental health affects physical health. Physical health affects mental health, spiritual health, financial health. All parts, everything affects each other. And so when one thing is not aligned, it affects everything else. So I have clients who are working on budgeting. Because again, when you're stressed about money, it affects your mental health. So then I got to talk about, okay, money keeps coming up. So it's like, you know what? Do you know how to budget? So then we're talking about budgeting. So I've had to learn different things to help them start the conversation. Because all I can do is start the conversation because my expertise is only in mental health. And so we start the conversation about budgeting. Okay, you know what? Go look into an accountant or follow these people. There's lots of resources. The beauty about 2025, resources galore. There's an influencer for everything.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, so there's the budgetista. I follow her for financial stuff, so I tell my clients there's somebody who could give you information about that, but definitely connect with your person to help you with that, because it is about creating a community, and I talk to people about creating a community. And so in every client's life, I am their mental health person in that community. Create your community of doctors, create your community, because you gotta go to the doctor. You gotta get your physical health. You gotta get your blood work. When clients are telling me they're tired, yes, mental health affects all of that. So I am screening out mentally, but I'm like, when was the last time you had your physical done? When was the last time you did this? Because again, at the end of the day, yes, it affects each other, but there could physically be something going on that's also affecting it. Low vitamin D affects mood, right? Thyroid issues affects mood. Again, everything affects each other. So in my discussions of mental health, I'm talking about spiritual health. I'm talking about nutrition. I'm talking about a lot of different things. And I think as therapists, because I've heard this from people this weekend, just not feeling welcomed. Because again, that is a big part of our job. We're in the job of people, right? And so when people come into my office, I make sure my office is warm. It's comfortable.
It is.
Right?
It's like a little blanket.
A little blanket and comfortable. And again, that happens through our senses, because again, we experience life through our senses. I want to make sure it smells calm with lavender. I want to make sure it sounds calm with calm music, some jazz, a little jazz here. You know, I want to make sure that
I do that too.
I want to make sure my couch, it feels comfortable.
Exactly.
You know, so I have little things that people are anxious when they talk, so I have little
got
things.
coloring books.
They could coloring books, or the squeeze balls, or you know, Rubik's cubes. Some people playing Rubik's cube as they're talking, because again, you come in here to talk about the things you don't want to talk about. The worst of the worst is why you're here, and I'm here to say, yes, let's talk about it at your pace, of course, but we have to talk about it. We have to talk about the grief. You have to talk about the pain. You have to acknowledge it. That's the only way to get to that other side. We don't get to the other side of it, any of this, if we just brush off, if we dismiss, if we don't validate, if we mask, if we pretend, if we just keep going. That's not how we get better. That's not how we thrive. We'll survive. We're all survivors. We could survive everything and anything. History teaches us that. So we know how to survive, right? But it's part of what I tell people in therapy and the healing journey. It's about doing a little bit more than just surviving. It's about healing, right? In the healing journey, it's about thriving. Right? And that takes a little bit more intentional effort. That takes a lot of, takes a lot of intentional effort. Coming to therapy isn't easy, so I applaud my clients when they come, because it isn't easy to sit and talk about the worst thing. I have clients that I have to turn around and as they're sharing things, because there's a lot of shame and guilt connected to a lot of this. You know, do you want me to turn around as you tell me? Do you need me to, cover my face as you tell me? What do you need to do? What do we need to do to make sure it gets out so we could start the process? Because that's ultimately what needs to happen. We got to start the process of healing. And so, yes, as you said, connect everybody to mental health. I have to connect people to physical health, because again, if you haven't seen the doctor, please go to the doctor. Go get yourself checked out and advocate, because again, I tell clients, especially when you're in the journey, new in the journey, go in there with notes, take notes. You know, be ready and ask questions. Ask questions before you go in, right? Know what you want to say. As a lot of my clients, they struggle with taking medication, because after we do work, at the end of the day, there's some chemical imbalances, chemical things. So they have the tools to articulate, but they still feel bad. So at some point, you know what, maybe we do need to look into medication. There's a lot of shame connected to that, right? So we have to work through the shame, you know, and I tell them we're all so different in this journey. You know, what takes a person who's 8 feet tall to touch the ceiling, that person who's 3 feet, who's also deserving to touch the ceiling, needs a lot of different resources and tools to touch that same ceiling. And that's kind of how I talk about it. What you need to get to your goals isn't what I need to get to my goals. Don't look at the lanes over here. Let's focus on your lane. But it's about becoming strong in your lane. It's about becoming not ashamed of your lane. Because when we're ashamed, we're constantly hiding and we want to keep up with what everybody else. So and part of working through shame is to be vulnerable, is to recognize that shame and to then face it. right? And so a lot of the work is about that, and it's creating a community and helping people create that community, not just as from the mental health perspective, nutrition, doctors, fitness in all aspects, spiritual, and helping people start to articulate and verbalize what they need, and to advocate for what they need, and to acknowledge and feel what they feel. And again, find your people. Because that's the key in the thriving, because when you're in spaces where you feel ashamed and you're in spaces where you can't talk, you're not gonna grow in that space. Yeah. You're not gonna grow in those spaces, right? Because again, if you don't wanna talk about what's going on with you, then it's gonna be difficult to take steps to where you need to get. So you gotta find people where you can talk about what's going on with you, where you can talk about your illnesses, where you can talk about everything, so then we can support you in that journey. So that would be.
Well, that was my Tuesday session. I don't have to come on Tuesday. That was it right there. Thank you so much.
And I hold people accountable. So
yeah, well, I'll still be there Tuesday.
Doing what you gotta do. Because again, we're not a victim. We could start off a victim of things, absolutely. Because my specialty is trauma. I've been doing this over 25 years. My specialty is trauma. So there's a lot of traumatized people, and a lot of people are victims of that. But we don't have to continue to be a victim.
Yeah.
So, but to do that, we have to take accountability.
Yep. I'll be there Tuesday. All right, so back to you, Dr. Graves. So as a physician, where do you see the disconnect sometimes in patient and physician? And what do you feel like makes us as patients scared to go to the doctor?
So I think the biggest disconnect is honestly kind of a mentality that, how do I say this correctly? That was kind of developed in order to shape people to be good, what they believe is good physicians. We have to kind of re-educate and relearn how we should approach medicine. And I see this in different schools because some of them have requirements for cultural competence classes. They have requirements for social and interaction and counseling. And this is important because to some degree we end up being counselors. We end up having those kind of interactions. So the biggest disconnect, I think, is kind of, we need to kind of finish that work to get physicians a little bit more in touch with their empathy, a little bit more in touch with that connectivity. So yes, I did put a little bit more on the physicians on that, I did. And I'm not ashamed of that because I see that as the issue. Most patients, it takes so much effort, as we just said, to be vulnerable. We have to respect that, give space for that. As Dr. Balzora had said, if you come in, of course, organized, it does make it easier. If you follow her tips, you will help set the stage for the best part of your health, the best transformation of your health. But that's what, as a patient, you can do. You won't know what the physician and how they're going to respond. If you have a physician that 18 seconds in interrupts you, find another physician. Clearly, that's not going to be it. And even in primary care, I say you can always seek another physician as well. Even though it's not really kind of a second opinion in our field, it still is. If you don't feel comfortable, if you don't feel like you're connecting with that person, it's time to move on. So I think a big part of this is we need to develop empathy. I would like my patients to be as organized about what the issues are when they come in so that we can be as efficient as possible. And then, of course, if this is not a good fit, let's move on because we do not have time to waste.
Thank you. So as we wrap up, I want each and every one of you to think about your careers and what is one thing that you can give to patients, to therapists, to physicians to help them manage their careers. So Keith, I'm gonna start with you. You should have been ready. You should have been thinking. I was getting ready now.
Just one thing. Find your why. That's it. Like, find your why. Okay, because in managing our conditions and all that we have to do, physical fitness aside, there's gonna be times where you just don't feel like doing it, right? But that's where you have to find your why. And I'm sure you all have probably heard that 100 times, find your why. It might sound cliche, but it's so true, because naturally, myself, I don't feel like doing things sometimes, but once I think about my son, I'm gonna do it. When I think about how I wanna feel 30 years from now, when I'm, when I hit 70, 80 years old, I do it, right? And so finding your why is what's gonna push us past the, I don't feel like it, or, I don't have time. Like all the things roadblocks that we put on ourselves to stop us from moving forward. You have to find your why and identify it, because without that, you'll continue to put roadblocks on yourself. Roadblocks will keep building and building and building because you haven't found why you're doing what you're doing, And so that's important. That's what I would say. Find your why and stand on it.
Natalie?
The main thing I would tell people, trust yourself, trust your gut. And in that, you know what you need, and just trusting that. We often listen to so many other things, so we dismiss ourselves. But when we learn to trust that and follow that, I think we'll head into where we need to get the help, to get the support, and to let go of the things we need to let go of. And I think with that, along with having your why.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Graves?
I would say connection. As a physician, you need to connect with your patient.
Yes.
And if you can't seem to connect with them, try to find the resource or someone else who may be a better match or fit. And as patients, try to connect with us, but have a little patience with us. Sometimes the stress levels can get to us, and we almost have to recenter. So, connection, along with finding
Victoria?
and trust.
Specifically for the physicians and medical team, remember that there is a person attached to this bag, a person who may be scared, a person who may be angry, suicidal, a person with hopes and dreams, and they may feel like those hopes and dreams were stolen from them. It can feel very transactional in the doctor's office, right? We're allotted 15 minutes, got to get it all out real quick. But I would encourage our medical team to really just take a step back and remember that this is not a transaction. This is a person with a family, with people that care about them, with hopes and dreams. For the patients, I implore you to get in the driver's seat of your medical journey.
Yes.
We have to do our part as well. We can't go to the doctor, get our Remicade, our prednisone, and then stop at KFC and get a 2-piece dark with a biscuit.
Don't tell my business.
Mac and cheese. I saw you.
Don't tell my business. Don't do that.
We have to be active participants in our healing. No
That's
more
true.
innocent bystanders and allowing things to happen to us.
Right.
I also encourage our patients to step into advocacy. I never wanted to tell anyone about my experience. I never wanted to tell the world that I have an ostomy bag. But sharing my story, joining COGI after I was bullied, by the way, joining COGI. You bullied me, Kagan, Caleb, for years. But I'm glad y'all did, because you all knew that I needed this healing. Whatever COGI did for you, you knew that it could do it for me too. I encourage our family members to do the research, educate yourself, take a moment to understand what it's really like living this life with inflammatory bowel disease.
Thank you. So before I give my closing remarks, I again want to thank each and every one of you for answering the call and joining this panel for me. It means the world to me.
Absolutely.
My makeup too good for this.
The dab.
Right, you crowd.
Yep.
But it means the world to me that you all joined this panel to give your perspectives, because this is something that we need. This is so needed in the community, and we don't often get to hear from physicians. We don't often get to hear from therapists, from their sides of the story, and how they realize how important it is to do your jobs effectively so that we can do our jobs effectively. So I thank you guys so much. And showing up and putting it on. Y'all did that. COGI, thank you so much for giving me this main stage. I am so honored to be here to share this stage, to be able to do what I do on this stage. So I want to leave with my closing remarks with this. You are a company, but you are not alone. You may go through periods where you feel loneliness, but you're never alone. And I'm gonna sit up when I say this so you can hear me. God is your CEO, your CFO, your CISO. God is your director. He is your manager. He is all things and everything in the company that you are. It does not matter what therapist, what physician, what family member, or what supporter you feel like you don't have. God is always going to be at the center of everything. And if you keep God at the center of everything, you will be able to manage each and everything that you grow through, not go through, because you're going to grow through it and you're going to get on the other side. So just know that your company will always stand tall, stand firm. And if you have God at the top of it, nothing from your company will ever crumble. And you will always have everything that you always need to manage what you are going through. I thank you guys so much for joining this session. And if you guys
When people think and they hear the term research and trial, they think of like a laboratory setting, a
Yes.
sterile environment, that they're not going to receive care. And you actually are going to the doctor more. You get blood work done to make sure you're healthy enough or qualified enough. And when we've done some of these patient engagement activities, I think back to one event that we did just in January, where he talked about, I have saw the doctor more times than I ever had my entire life. I got my blood drawn, and they actually checked my diabetes. They checked this. And that was all right.
They check on you.
They called and checked on me. They reminded me to come to my appointments. And that robustness is naturally built into the trial, but it also is an opportunity just to change someone's whole view of healthcare. And, you know, quite frankly, what it should be.
Coming in, flex. I just wanna win, LABB, who we running with, 2233, I'm on 10 again,
Hey, and welcome to Coming in Hot, a discussion on health, opinions, and truths with the context of culture and community. Today, we're going to be talking about study what, study who, and what you're going to do. I'd like to take this time to introduce my guests. I'm going to pass the mic to you, Lachelle.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for having me first and foremost. My name is Lachelle Robinson. and I work for Takeda Pharmaceuticals, and I am the head of clinical trial diversity.
Hey, COGI family, Ramona Barres. I work with Lachelle. I am the head of patient engagement at Takeda.
Hey everyone, Matthew McCurdy. Co-founder of Black Health.
And I'm your host, Melody Noreen Blackwell. President and founder of Color of Crohn's and Chronic Illness. Today, our discussion is going to be around research. We hear this terminology a lot, but it's often used under the guise of clinical trials. That's the industry term, right?
Technical name, yes.
The technical name.
But I think a lot of us hear trials. We delete clinical, we hear the word trials, and we're like, trial, what is that? Is that the size of a product? Is it a subscription? What is a clinical trial? Lachelle?
Okay. Well, I mean, so I try to use the term research, right? I guess the academic in me also doesn't like trial. It's a test. It's something that we're looking to study. We're looking to find out. At its basic core, we have a question: does this medicine work? And we want to know, does it work? And does it work in you? Does it work in me? Does it work differently? And essentially, that is what a trial or clinical research is. It's just trying to answer the basic question: does this medicine work? And who does it work for? And is it safe? Which is the most important part. Is it safe?
And to learn more about the science, because to your point, we know that medications work differently when we look at men and women and sometimes your ancestral lineage. So yeah, it's an opportunity for us to know more about the products that we're developing to treat diseases.
Yeah, I'd add that clinical research is also the way that we advance the science, right? How we improve drugs, how we improve outcomes for people. And so having that research allows us to improve and get to a better world where people are healthier.
Oftentimes, we had this discussion already about we don't go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Often, that is where most people find out about research opportunities. How do we put these opportunities in our community if people aren't going to the physician?
That's a good question. I mean, and I'll be honest, that's like my day-to-day work is figuring out how do we get research to our community, because if we're not going to the doctor, there's already a little bit of hesitation. How do we bring the research there? And so at its basic, you saw, during COVID, you saw us going into churches, pharmacy outreach, and really getting creative, because if you think about the pharmacist, like that's probably the most accessible person that people actually see. So that was one way we brought research to the community. And then, I'll be honest, Takeda's trying to change that. We're actually going into the community and kind of breaking that wall between pharma so they can ask us questions. I mean, that was one of the reasons why I joined a pharmaceutical company, is to be part of that discussion and kind of break down that silo of saying, ooh, scary pharma research. No.
Normalize research,
Normalize it.
Because we want to let people know that research is common. Yes, we talk about medications, we talk about vaccines, but when you're in a focus group being asked whether you like Coke or Pepsi, and I'm like, no, I like Canada Dry.
Ginger ale.
That's research. So, it's around us. And so we want to kind of, there's a complicated history of research in our communities, right? So we need to acknowledge it, get in front of it, but to remind folks that this is part of the necessary of how we learn how, products come to market, whether it's a medication or a Canada Dry product.
So let me back that thing up one second.
Yeah.
We're going to back it up a little bit.
Back it up.
Let's talk about, Matthew, under this context of how we were already tried and researched on, but never qualified to advance from those trials.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of historical context on research. I think for Black people, when we hear about clinical trials and clinical research, we automatically think of the Tuskegee syphilis study. We think of Henrietta Lacks, places where we were either not told what the research study was actually going to be about, or unethically engaged with, and we weren't benefiting from the research that happened. And so the history of those events really have a huge impact on people's willingness to engage, but even just our attitudes and behaviors towards research in general. And it could not even be clinical research, right?
Right.
It could just be a survey.
A survey, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And people were just going to be really hesitant. So I'm really interested to hear about some of your community engagement work and how that's been going.
So, I mean, first and foremost, you mentioned Tuskegee, so I just have to rep my school because I am a Tuskegee graduate.
Love that.
And, as going to that school, that really changed my whole focus of why I wanted to make sure we were included. I saw my younger sister get migraines, something so, you think of that as so simple and no medications. And the doctor looked at me and said, put her in a clinical research trial. And my first thought was like, oh my goodness, if I'm a doctor, I could be in the same situation. Mm-hmm. But I'm on this campus where I know all of these things happen. I'm in this city, this town where I know all of these health inequities happened. And man, I bet if I look, we're not involved with that. Mm-hmm. So how do we change that? I mean, from the very, very beginning, one of those ways was just trying to elevate it amongst doctors that just don't do research, mm-hmm. right? So we started with doing something called research naive, means they've never done research mm-hmm. before, mm-hmm. and starting them with very basic trials so that it's not very intense and getting them used to that system, giving them that training. And that was one of the first ways. Then in patient engagement, actually looking at the imagery. When I looked at all the trial materials that we were using, they mostly didn't feature people of color. So mm-hmm. think about it, automatically that turns you off.
Yeah, that's not for me.
That's not for me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then when I looked at where we were advertising, I'm like, well, of course we're only getting mostly white men and white people. We're advertising in the New York Times. We're not advertising in Ebony and Essence and
Jet.
Right, Jet, sister, brother, sister, back in the day. We're not doing that. And so those were just the small ways when I very, very first started in patient recruitment that I tried to bring that with that. And then, of course, bringing more of the science, looking at the protocol, mm-hmm. and really looking at the fact that the way the trial was designed almost eliminated us from the very beginning.
Right. Yeah. Right. So with your work, Ramona, mm-hmm. as head of patient engagement, how mm-hmm. does that work? What is the intersectionality between clinical research and your experience?
I think it's key, right? Because we want to have better representation of patients who are afflicted or diagnosed with a condition or disease be reflected in the science that allows us to put these drugs out there for the public. Mm-hmm. And so I sit within a Center for Health Equity and Patient Affairs, and we really partner with Michelle's team to elevate why this is important. Because if we look at many health conditions, whether it's hypertension or cancer, unfortunately, you see African Americans, Latinos, and other communities of colors like over-index in terms of prevalence, incidence. But then what gets even more disgusting is the morbidity and mortality. Mm-hmm. And so I like to remind, patients, communities, when we're talking about research, it's not just an option of last resort. Right. So many times you get these new emerging, life-saving therapeutics, that are simpler to take, by being a part of research and by, being a part of a study, you're not only representing yourself to get access to medicine, but we know more about people who are similar to you, mm-hmm. right? Yes. So it's just having those honest conversations with folks about, this is why you're important, to make sure you're represented. This is how this ties into equity, and this is how you can impact your community and your own health.
I really love that you said that it's often shared that a study is the last resort, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. because couldn't be far further from the truth. Mm-hmm. And that is usually the context in which I have been told by our community members, well, mm-hmm. they said there's no other option for me that I can look into a trial. Mm-hmm. And I said, it's not that there isn't no other option. It's just that you have an ability to now impact science. Yes, Here's another opportunity to mm-hmm. access another level of care because they don't even know and they're not informed that once you are admitted or accepted into this study, mm-hmm. the quality of care is higher than standard care.
It's like boutique care.
Yes, it really is. And that was actually what I was going to mention is when people think and they hear the term research and trial, they think of like a laboratory setting, a sterile environment, that they're not going to receive care. And you actually are going to the doctor more. You get blood work done to make sure you're healthy enough or qualified enough. And when we've done some of these patient engagement activities, I think back to one event that we did just in January, where he talked about, I have saw the doctor more times than I ever had my entire life. I got my blood drawn, and they actually checked my diabetes. They checked this. And that was all right.
They check on you.
They called and checked on me. They reminded me to come to my appointments. And that robustness is naturally built into the trial, but it also is an opportunity just to change someone's whole view of healthcare. And, you know, quite frankly, what it should be.
Yeah, I'm a better patient when I'm in a trial, and I'm not, so I'm a horrible patient right now.
I have Ramon, I wanted to ask you a question about, you mentioned that we can view clinical trials and clinical research not only as improving the individual's experience, but also thinking about the collective experience. Do you find that to be a key motivator when talking to people about how you can improve your community's health?
Yeah, we were just talking about that because there's one clear example that, what were we talking about?
Well, the study came out that like most people do join a clinical trial, like regardless of race or ethnicity, the number one thing was altruism. They felt they were contributing to something bigger. So it wasn't actually the last resort. It was, wow, I'm actually able to contribute to the community, to science, to innovate. And there actually was no difference across race and ethnicity. That was the part that I thought was very, very revealing, because me personally, I'm always hearing, well, people don't trust research. People don't trust research. I'm always hearing that from physicians. And finally, we have proof that says, no, you just might need to ask.
And right, because sometimes the trust thing is an issue, but for me too, in my patient journey, I was not asked if I wanted to be part of a clinical trial. And so this is me being a cancer patient, this is me being Ramona, who's a pharmacist with good insurance. My provider and I, we didn't have that love relationship that he empowered me with the decision to say yes or no to a clinical trial. And I found my own. I was up one night Googling, and that's how I found my first clinical trial, right? And so who knows how that Google in the middle of the night, has impacted, my longevity. But yeah, it's real. We gotta do better.
We definitely have to do better. I mean, even with the vaccine trials, I had to look for my own, right? I had to look for my own.
Yeah, we know that, Black people are really community driven. So I'm really interested in, Mel, your experience on, advocating for research opportunities and clinical trial participation amongst the population that you all serve, and how has that been?
We actually take the approach of education, honestly, sharing. If people don't have the information, they can't make an informed decision. And then this goes back to what you actually teach us on, and during community conversations, Matt, the informed consent and IRB and understanding, because as a community, when we get the lie, we're going to ride with the lie. We're going to ride with it.
They're going to give you a fake pill.
You're having sugar. They're not giving you. You're never going to get sugar pill. They're really trying to kill you in the trial. That's why they got you in that trial.
Ain't going to be no lab rat.
Guinea pig, lab rat. We hear all of that, but it's all because there hasn't been someone in the family who's worked to really disrupt that thought process. That's why we're here. Let's disrupt it. Let's talk about it. Yes, there can be challenges, but choose your hard, because it's hard right now for you, and it can be hard for you on that side, but there's an opportunity for advancement on this other side.
It's a shared responsibility. I think too often when we have these conversations, we give blame to patients, we give blame to communities. But again, to your point, education is power, but I will tell you, remember how we learned how many physicians didn't know about research? How it goes from phase 1 to phase 2.
Or even, I'll give you one further, didn't even know informed consent. Didn't even know what informed consent was. And so to me, when I very first got into the trial diversity, I said, whoa, this is why this is a big problem before we can even get to patients. The doctors are stopping them because they're scared. And even our interaction at a recent conference, we ran into physicians that were like, how do you feel comfortable participating in clinical research on the pharma side? And this was a physician asking me this.
And it was a 5-minute conversation to change your viewpoint.
Yes, exactly. Wow. And just sharing how we need people at all levels working on this to change the institutional part that is embedded in the way we design our trials, but we also need to educate physicians of color as well around the obligation that they have to help us.
I have seen it where the physician will actually project their fears on the patient.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like, well, you shouldn't do this because, you know, you finally got to this space. And while they're saying that the efficacy for this medication may get you into remission or get you into a better physical state, it could also have these side effects. And you have to be conscious of that. Yes, share that information.
Absolutely.
But this is a decision that needs to be made.
Empower the patient.
Yes.
Yes.
And I don't believe that that's always done. And if you have a doctor, I think doctors sometimes they get to this space of practicing and they're on like autopilot. So this is their regimen. This is how they do it. I don't want to lose my patient. I don't want to, and it's not even always, I don't want to lose my patient because I don't think that they're well. I don't want to lose my money.
Yes.
So that's real.
That's
like
true.
we're here to be honest.
That's
Health
true.
opinions
That's
and
true.
truths, right?
Yeah.
Wait.
No, it is true.
Yes, they don't want to lose the patient. And because of their bottom line. And that's unfair. It's selfish. And patients don't always understand because they're trusting the white coat. So they don't know to go to a clinicaltrials.gov or to connect with an organization to try to navigate and figure this out. And they end up being unwell for much longer than they really have to be.
That's why it's a shared responsibility. That's why, you know, those of us who work in pharma, we need organizations like COGI. You know, that's why we need to pay attention just as much as we do to say, hey, patients, come be a part of our studies, but also help our sites. Support them with the information so that they're communicating the right. Because sometimes they don't even know the science, to be honest with you.
They really don't.
You know, sometimes we focus too much on the doctor, but let's talk to the nurse. Let's talk to the receptionist. So, yeah, it's a shared responsibility.
Yeah, all the people that are involved in the ecosystem, because at times it could be the secretary that's handing out the clinical research brochure. And that could be that make or break point, right? I mean, I've definitely seen it where that person is that conduit. So again, we have to do a better job of educating healthcare providers and giving them the tools to do it, because I will admit that oftentimes we get so trial focused. What is a trial? Enroll that we skip that step of saying, do you even need things just to tell your patients what a clinical research trial is? And that's one of the goals that we've kind of failed right now, is because we have to educate healthcare providers, and if we want them to be responsible for educating our patients.
Yeah, and something that, you know, I lead with when we have these conversations at HBCUs is the importance of empowering the participant in the study, right? The study can't happen without you, right? And so like you have the power to ask all of the questions, get all of the information, and then to leave if you feel like you're not getting that info.
Say that again, you get to do what?
You get to leave, you get peace out. Like, I don't need to be
done.
there.
Mic drop.
Yeah, because that study really relies on your participation. And so really try and empower people to continue to, you know, if something doesn't feel right, something feels wrong, or to ask that question. And that's all a part of the informed consent process.
And that's why I'm so thankful for like the All of Us platform, you know, from 2 presidents or 3 presidents ago, whatever the other good one, because it laid the foundation for having a conversation of why, you know, your participation in research matters. Now that was more like genomics and things like that, but it's all the same, right? And really empowering the community. And so then boom, we get hit with the pandemic, and there was all this fervor, you know, to get studies up and running. And, you know, for the audience out there, it was not junk science. It was a lot of good science that was already going on that helped us
accelerate.
The process for the pandemic. But we didn't get here like overnight with where we stand as a community and our reluctance to embrace research and or the medical system. So it's going to take effort. It's going to take a minute for us to, you know, kind of change the narrative and see the impact that we know we can get to.
Matthew, I'm going to defer to you on sharing. Like, we've tossed around a couple of terms, one of them being informed consent, but I want you to explain what IRB is to the community so that they understand. You mentioned Henrietta Lacks, you mentioned Tuskegee. What has changed for us to, I guess, be supportive of where science is just from that information?
Yeah, so as a response to the Tuskegee syphilis study and other sort of human rights violations, there was actually a nationwide and global effort to put together some values, some core sort of fundamentals and principles that drive research. You know, at most, research must be beneficial, right? We can't do research just for research's sake. It has to push the science forward. It has to push human life forward. You know, we have to mitigate some of the risk, right? So we can't have unnecessary risk for patients. We have to ensure that people, are not being harmed just because you can, right? And then the IRB is sort of the institutional review board that ensures that that person participating in that research study, and that the researchers are applying those ethics in their study. And they, from the minute the research question is approached, the IRB is involved in that process, and they're constantly reviewing, looking for the human aspect and the participants aspect to ensure that they're not only being taken care of in the study, but receiving the ultimate benefit of that study. And I think that's something that's really important as well, is that we have to ensure that the communities that participate, if we're gonna ask Black people to participate, that they also receive and derive benefit from that study as well. And so we'll be really interested to hear how you all are approaching sort of delivering on that inside, on the end route, the benefits back to that community, communicating results, and understanding how research really can be leveraged by community.
Yeah, from a patient perspective, it's really giving patients a seat at the table when we're designing the study. So I'm so glad you talked about IRB, because you come up with the initial question that I may want to solve for, but then you got to make the design, like how is this going to look and how long and what are the parameters. So allowing patients to be part of that process, where they actually help us, like, okay, is this a non-negotiable? Okay, is this something that we can do? Is this acceptable? That, I think, gets us closer to just having, again, that solid relationship with patients is moving forward, whether it gets to the point where we're looking at recruiting for trials or retaining patients in trials. But that's something from my focus at work, is really inserting patients into that space.
And then too, another thing about the IRB I'd like to mention is the sponsor's not involved with it. It's an independent entity. It's supposed to be made up of community members. They can be from the academic institution, but it's really supposed to be a reflection of where that research is taking place outside of the sponsor. So like even us actually as a sponsor, we have to submit that protocol, and the IRB can say, this seems a little too risky. And I think that that's important because, again, it's independent, it's separate, it's like an oversight really born out of the Tuskegee that have happened, Guatemalan syphilis experiment, all these things. And then, as Ramona mentioned, one of the new requirements that FDA is looking at is requiring patients to provide input. I would love to say that we do that on a consistent basis. We're getting better, but it is something that does give us a little bit more of a view. How does this impact the patient at the end of the day? If we're going to ask them to be participants, is 10 visits too many? Do we need to provide transportation? And all of those things we can actually use to make our design better. Now, on the flip side, I will admit we need to do a better job of giving back the data. Oftentimes we close trials because they don't work. 90% of research doesn't go to market. And we do need to do a better job of communicating that back, because I can say that I'm in a clinical trial right now. It ended that it didn't get approved in the US, and I did receive very little communication. So I know what that feels like as a participant, and I will say we need to do a better job of doing that.
Yeah, I want to drill down on something that you mentioned around trial design, and thinking about the burden of a clinical trial. A lot of feedback that I hear is like, man, I got to go to 10 doctor's appointments. I don't have a car to get here, or, it's going to be over 2 years. I just don't have the time. How are you all thinking about the design process, and what sort of changes are you implementing to ensure that things are accessible to people if we want to increase participation?
I think back to, over a decade ago when I very first started, and transportation was like something, can we pay for them? Can we actually pay for the patient to travel to the trial? Can we actually pay for them to stay in a hotel? And it was a smaller pharma company, but they took a very big stance on, it was an Alzheimer's trial, actually making sure that both the caregiver and the patient were taken care of. And I look back to that point, and now pretty much every trial has transportation. It's really just a matter of, is the site going to pay it? Are we reimbursing, et cetera? I personally am trying to move less towards reimbursement and just, providing the service as the patient needs it. But that's changed dramatically. For sure. And then also looking at, is it a requirement? You're getting more pushback around, okay, is this just an endpoint that you would just like to see because you're curious and you already have the patient there? Is it required? Because what we're hearing from patients is 10 visits is a little too much, but 8 is okay. And also the next point is also looking at standard of care. Like, does it actually line up with what they're already doing? So if the patient is already going to do this at the 6-month time point, why can't we include that in the clinical trial? It lowers the cost for everything. It makes it easier. It seems like it's part of the process of what you're naturally going to do. So those are some of the changes that I've seen over the last decade or so as we've moved to more, I would say, patient-centric research.
Yeah, and I think that's important, right? Because we understood that transportation is a barrier. We hear about childcare, you know, but I think to Lachelle's point, to really involve the patient early in that design, because I may find out that, you know, I want Canada Dry as part of my study trial because I'm getting nauseous, right? And the saltines aren't working. So, but it's important for us to keep asking because, you know, when you get one answer, that doesn't mean that's it for everything.
Right.
There's always something
for
new to
everyone.
learn. Yes.
And even with the disease, it changes. Like that tolerability changes.
Yes.
Cancer, completely different than, you know, a different trial.
Yeah.
These are the spaces of accountability that people often go uninformed about. They don't know about IRB. They don't know about trial design. They don't know that other patients have participated to help like decipher or determine what might actually be beneficial to the patient. One of the challenges that I hear people share when it comes to like just clinical research is that their own costs, because sometimes they're getting these bills from their insurance company. One person I know in particular, they received a $2,000 bill for all of these appointments and blood work and tests. And they were like, wait a minute, but the site that was set up to manage this was not being responsive. So whose burden is that?
Yeah. We're having those conversations now, but it takes the voice of a patient to be like, look, this ain't right, so that it gets elevated, so that we are accounting for that when we're doing budgeting, when we're looking at, okay, what payers are not, you know, covering XYZ services, because I know for Medicaid patients it's a big deal, and I know there's legislation right now to kind of solve for that. But it took these patients elevating that this was a problem.
It was a 10-year gap. Like Medicare covered it, but Medicaid didn't, and only with the pandemic did it get elevated. So that again, the voice of the patient is important. And I will even say too, on our end, sometimes we don't even hear it from sites until it's too late. So part of, you know, what we're trying to do too with just being more involved in those site discussions and letting the sites know, hey, you need to ask us. One of the clearest examples that I can think of is we had an investigator that was doing like mini mental scores for Alzheimer's disease. And he said, this is great, but most of my patients have had this before 6 months and now their insurance won't cover it. So what are we going to do here? But him elevating that, all I had to do was go and ask. And all of a sudden we were able to make that change to the site budget again. But these are the questions that we have to naturally start asking and need to also close the loop with sites when they're hearing this over and over so we can make sure that those patients are included.
I'm just like, I can only imagine the level of pistivity.
Absolutely.
You're being altruistic. I'm coming here. I'm going to save everybody with IBD
and
who's black.
And here's your bill.
And here's your bill. And I'm an hourly employee. And I had to take off time to participate in this. And I still have to get home and I don't even want to deal with it anymore. You know, these are the challenges that we face in this community, trying to participate in doing something better for ourselves, but better for others. We've covered the study what, we've covered the study who, but now it's what you gonna do with my information? So as you all are in these spaces, Matthew, we said informed consent. Can you explain informed consent?
Yeah, so informed consent is really on the behalf of the study design, the study leader, they have to give you enough information for you to be willing to participate. Right. And you have before you decide to enroll, you have the opportunity to ask a ton of questions. What's going to happen? What's going to happen to my data? What's going to happen during the study? And then throughout the process, you can continue to ask questions. And so that consent isn't a one-time consent. And I think that's what a lot of people get mistaken, that once I give my consent, I'm just sort of here. You're able to continue, and that's why it's informed. As the study continues, you continue to ask questions, continue to be informed about what's happening in the study, what's happening with my data. And then again, at the end of the study, what happened, right? Is that data going to be available for us? And like I said before, if you feel like that study isn't really getting at what you need, you have the ability to leave. And if they're not being responsive, you can actually go to the IRB and let them know that things aren't looking the way that you expect them to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can say something.
No, yeah. If people are interested in research, right? Because sometimes you look at that informed consent and it looks like you're signing up for a car loan.
Right.
Yes. And I know every time I sign up, to go buy a car, I got a boo-boo because I get so nervous. But so if it's overwhelming, you have every right to ask that person at your doctor's office or at the site to walk you through, like, what is this legalese?
Yes.
Right.
Break it down
Yes.
for me. And
Yes.
to your point, while you're in the study, you can always revisit it and say, hey, let me know again, what did paragraph 2 say?
Yes.
So that's important.
And you can ask for it to be written in a way that you can understand, right?
Right.
So as you
exactly.
go to those documents, like, hey, I don't really understand this. Can you provide something that's legible at my reading level? And they have to be responsive to that if they want to include you in that study.
Right, short form. And I was going to say, to your point about the informed consent, we've actually gotten more requests from sites to try to put like a short form together.
Yes.
What are those key things? Do you have something that's an infographic? I always am a big advocate of e-consent because you can add videos and it can be multilingual, it can be interactive. And so those are again, you talk about changes in research. That's one of those things that's changing, is actually incorporating.
What's that, electronic?
I'm sorry, electronic consent. Electronic consent. Like, you can sign up on your phone. You can take it home. You can discuss it with your family around the dinner table. You don't have to do it right when you're there. You can think about it.
So if you're under the care of a primary care physician, you're under the care of your doctor, and your doctor's like, I don't want you to do the trial. I don't want you to participate. And I'm saying trial just because that is industry language, but we don't often say trial at COGI. We say research opportunity or research because trial is not a healthy word for Black people.
Right.
And we talk about that. But when we go, so back to my question, if your doctor doesn't want you to participate, or they're saying, I don't believe in clinical research, what should someone do?
Well, your doctor can't prevent you from being, if you really would like to be part of a research trial, they cannot prevent you. But I mean, obviously, I think any person would tell you to make a decision with your healthcare provider's input.
But Ramona said that her doctor is not how she found
research. But
Yeah.
most people, again, even myself, I researched it. I had to go to a different website.
But you're also
I
in the
also
industry.
I also knew how to find it, right? So there's that gap again around, we can't just rely on healthcare providers. We have to make sure the research opportunities are available everywhere. It's the library, working with the consulate, working with the healthcare providers, health department, all of those different avenues, because we can't oftentimes rely on our healthcare providers to do it for us.
But that's why, organizations and platforms such as COGI is key, right? Because sometimes, we do have barriers, whether it's with your physician, whether it's, insurance, but having a space where you have those who are like you talking about, hey, did you hear about this? Like that information exchange, that is key.
Yes.
The fact that you allow this platform for others to learn more about their conditions, I think that is so pivotal. And the way that you interface with the community, it's not just, take this brochure.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's not just this format here, right? It's like that multi-layered
It's a discussion.
And that's important.
Conversation keeps going.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important. I was going to emphasize that as well. I think creating opportunities for folks to collaborate, to share knowledge, because trials often happen more than once, right? They have a larger patient size because they want to test again. So if there are people who are previously in that trial say, hey, what was it like? How did that go? I think creating that level of communication through an organization like COGI is really strong and really important.
What are the other ways for financial support in a trial? Like, I've seen it where they're now really taking into consideration the financial burden that it might put on the patient. Historically, that wasn't really considered. It was discussed and it was like, we just can't pay for that. But now I think science industry is recognizing that this person is taking away time and their time is valuable. How do you see that shifting?
There's definitely a shift. When we would talk to the IRB and even legal, there was a very large concern about inducement.
Yes.
Right. If we
What's
pay them,
inducement?
paying for pay to play, basically.
Yes.
We're going to pay you for participation. And it's really putting a pause and having them kind of put themselves in that patient's shoes. So I always kind of start with a question. Okay, well, what if this person doesn't have insurance?
Right.
And for some, they've never even thought about the fact that a patient could not have insurance, which blew my mind. And they said, well, what do you mean they don't have insurance? I said, they don't have insurance. So in this case, you're talking about standard of care and it just doesn't exist because they have no insurance. So that is the patient I'm speaking about. How do we fill that gap? Well, Medicaid and Medicare. Okay, well, what if they don't qualify for Medicaid or Medicare? There are people that fall into that space.
They do.
I said those are the people that actually probably could benefit from our trials. And so again, that lived experience that maybe some people haven't had is something that we're elevating and having that discussion and getting them to think differently as we move forward with that. And then 2, making sure the IRB is along, because at the end of the day, the IRB actually has to approve those payments, and we have to be forthcoming with asking. So what is your threshold for childcare? What is your threshold before you think it's inducement? And let's not forget phase 1 trials. Phase 1 trials are the most diverse. Phase 1s are the very, very first time it's done in humans, just to kind of bring it back a little bit. So it's the first time it's done in humans, first time it comes from, the laboratory to humans. And we actually do pay patients. We actually pay patients. Those sites are located in more urban areas. They usually do a great job with advertising. They're usually on the radio. I mean, these are when you hear like career clinical trial participants, that's that phase 1 trial. So if we can pay them in that space, why does it all of a sudden become wrong?
Right. Now, when I'm going to go back to trial design, and you brought it back when you said phase 1 means this and these different phases. When you think of trial design, someone happens to go to clinicaltrials.gov who doesn't have insurance, and they're able to navigate this crazy website that's full of information.
Bravo.
Yes. And they've signed up, and now they're kind of working through the process, and they're looking for these criterias. What are those criteria? What are they called, and why do they have them?
So the big term, inclusion exclusion criterion, exclusionary criterion, protocol criterion. Basically it is the checklist that says whether or not you can get in. So a lot of them are really to try to have, I guess, the best patient as possible, at least risk. But I will admit that a lot of times some of the fluff in the exclusion can be a little restrictive.
Yes.
And there's an acknowledgement in industry around that. And oncology in particular cancer in particular has a very, very big initiative to take out some of those things that really don't matter at the end of the day, and let the science kind of catch up with who the patients are. So that's what that big long list is. It basically tells you who can participate and who can't. And physicians use that to qualify the patient.
I think it's interesting because I always hear the inclusion criteria, and I said, no, that's a disqualification model.
Right, it is. It is disqualification.
And that's why we have to really put effort into making sure we get input and take an honest look at those criteria. Because if I'm out there saying, hey, community, come in and be a part of this study, and then it's like, oh, well, now that we got you here, you don't meet the criteria.
Right.
Oh, you're over 55.
Right. Ooh, your kidney function is weird.
You weigh too much.
You've been on one too many biologics.
That too. Yeah. Exactly.
Ooh, diabetes under control. Ain't under control.
Right. Yeah. Uncontrolled diabetes. And furthermore, at the physician's discretion. So what does that mean?
Right.
So, I mean, a lot of efforts to take out subjective things, taking out like language exclusion. I'm even, it is horrible to admit 26% of protocols have language restrictions, meaning like you have to speak English, right? Wow. So you can already imagine the implication of that.
And we're trying to make these diverse.
Right. And to be honest, it's usually because somebody forgot to translate the ICF, and that's how they've rectified it, if we're honest about
What's
it.
What's the ICF?
The informed consent. Informed consent. Thank you. Keeping me honest. Yes. Yeah. They forgot to translate that important document that you have to sign up. So again, when we're looking at how do we make research more for the people, or people-friendly, community-friendly, more community-centric, it is taking a mirror and saying, does this actually reflect the people we're trying to ask to participate?
Yeah, that's really important. And we've talked a lot about holding physicians accountable, holding study sites accountable, but also ensuring that the community is present when these things are designed. Before we wrap, we like to do a session called Drop a Deuce, where we get your 2 favorite key takeaways from the discussion today. So I'll start here next to me with Ramona, and give me your two key takeaways.
Yeah, if I can give anything for the audience, it's really to use your voice. Your voice is powerful. So whether it's for your own health journey, or for that of a loved one, or just for your community, use your voice. We saw how much impact that had in 2020. Sometimes we call it social unrest, but I think that's key. We really need to, if something's wrong, if something doesn't feel right, elevate it. If that person isn't listening, take it to the next step. Because it's amazing how, especially our community, we do that. Like if I go to Nordstrom's and I'm getting bad care, or if I'm going to a grocery store and there's no Canada Dry, I'm pissed off. I'm complaining. But let's take that same type of energy and really pull it into this health space. You know, sometimes we talk about the levels of, you know, the doctor's more important or he's smarter. No, you have every right to have your voice heard.
Yes.
So that's my takeaway.
Well, you didn't really leave me more to drop a deuce.
Sorry.
But let me think.
Not enough deuces left.
I would say too, just, you know, don't be afraid to I don't want to say challenge your healthcare provider, but continue to ask questions, because again, there's no possibility for them to know everything around clinical trials, around your healthcare. Be an advocate for yourself, always ask questions. And furthermore, it's not a scary thing. Research can also be exciting. It's the way that medications are made. It's the only way that medications are made. So when you think about the goal of it is really to make sure that we're creating a healthier community, that maybe can help take away some of that nervousness.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I think that this has been an amazingly informative conversation on clinical research. We'll be talking more about this subject, and maybe we'll get our guests back. Until then, thank you for tuning in to Coming In Hot.
Running through it with the young influence, adolescent presence, I'm succumbing to it. I've been giving yeses when I shouldn't do it. I complete ejected, but the moves elusive, and I'm barely moving, but I'm still gon' boost 'em. I can work on winnings when I know you're losing, so I whip the winnings and they throw the deuces. Guess I had to pivot, shooting your bazookas for the facts.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Destiny Cameron Thompson, and I am a COGI ambassador and current third-year medical student. And today our panel is The Block is Hot, Patient Barriers to Care. We have three panelists today. We have Melody Narain, Win, and we have Amaya, who will be coming on and joining us. And I will have the participants introduce themselves.
I can jump in. My audio still good? Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Win, and I'm based in Atlanta. I'm a health equity consultant, coach, and caregiver.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melody Narain, and I'm the president and founder of COGI, and I'm also a person who lives with Crohn's disease.
Okay, thank you. So today, I think the first thing I would like to start off with is just, what do you guys feel in the roles that you have served and are in are barriers right now to patients in healthcare?
No, I'll actually jump in, because the title of this panel is, or this conversation is, The Block is Hot. And so we have a podcast at COGI called Coming In Hot. And we say health, opinions, and truths. That's what HOT stands for us. But when we talk about advocacy and we say the block is hot, we're literally saying the block, whatever that barrier is, whatever that challenge is, it's hot, it's on fire. And that means the path to care is that barrier, it's hot. And that could be insurance delays or being dismissed in the exam room or even in the doctor's office. So these are things that people every day they're fighting, from the system to just even personally within their families. These things are challenging for them, and they're fighting it within their own disease space. And then I can say, even as a Black woman living with Crohn's disease and the president of this organization, I've lived with those personal delays and even bias from just the dismissal. And that's why COGI exists, because the block is hot, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. And for context on my end, I mentioned being a caregiver. My mom is a stroke survivor of about 10 years. And I think even prior to that, we experienced a number of barriers because she grew up as a mixed woman, first in Vietnam, then in the States, English as a second language. So I was 11 years old trying to explain different medical terms. So health literacy has been a barrier that I've kind of helped navigate throughout a lot of my life. But then jumping into the role as caregiver, we've experienced a number of barriers, but I think the big one that's top of mind now is definitely like healthcare and health insurance. And with the enhanced tax credits expiring, those are things that are definitely top of mind for folks. And I think even as like my recent experience transitioning into an entrepreneur where health then insurance and having that coverage is a whole nother story.
Yeah, no, those are really true barriers. And your mom having to go through that in Vietnam and here, I know that that's like a real thing. Have y'all, either of you, ever personally experienced any racism directly from a provider or in the healthcare?
Is Melody sound working for y'all, or is it me?
Melody.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay.
Yes, we can hear
Now
you
we
now.
can.
I was saying, can we pass it to Amaya? Amaya, we're happy to have you here. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay, I'm so sorry. I was literally on all morning and then my Wi-Fi went out right when I needed to be on here. But hello, my name's Amaya. I am an ambassador for COGI, newly joined, but I've been doing things with COGI for about a year and a half. I started with the AFTCC where we go to the Capitol Hill. But I have ulcerative colitis. I was diagnosed when I was 14. And I just recently would say I'm in like symptomatic remission with starting a biologic. And I'm applying to medical school. I'm very excited to be a physician in the future, putting it out there in the atmosphere so it happens. And I would love to be a pediatric gastroenterologist. So I'm very passionate about the GI space and health equity. I did my master's in public health. So this is everything that I'm excited about.
Thank you, Amaya. Nice to meet you. I'm Destiny.
Nice to meet you.
And yeah, I'm a moderator. And so I was just asking Melody and Wynn about what barriers have they experienced, and how Melody was explaining that the block is hot, like the struggle is real for us right now, and even all the time in healthcare. So what have you experienced, or what is your view or take on the barriers right now?
Yeah, I would say personally, I haven't been impacted too much by barriers, but obviously there's so much going on with insurance. I work with patients regularly, like I'm a care manager, and our clinic is a primary care clinic, so we see patients for a variety of reasons. But a lot of patients are uninsured or underinsured, on top of like many Medicare patients. And all of the battles between clinics or providers and the insurance companies are, it's like in the atmosphere, but it's directly impacting patients. So many patients are having to switch care. And it makes me think of, patients that have specialists, and it's not easy to find a new specialist. If you've been with someone for 10 years or even a primary care provider, especially like older people, they've had these providers for like 20, 30 years, and they help them get into remission. They help diagnose them. And then telling someone they either have to switch to a different provider or pay like 3 times as much for their insurance is impossible. So it's really, really disheartening to see. But also other barriers like on a day-to-day basis outside of the political climate are like transportation. So many patients can't get to their appointments and that's delaying care. On top of like financial, but something I think a lot is not talked about often is like food insecurity. I don't know how directly that impacts IBD, but I would imagine for people that are malnourished or have poor nutrition, already not being able to access healthy and nutritious foods for financial reasons or living in like food deserts.
Yes, thank you, Amaya. That is so true. Food deserts, food insecurities, those are real. I have personally dealt with that as a patient who does have Crohn's disease. So I know how hard that is. And you have to spend a certain amount on certain foods that are good for you. Um, the next thing I would like to know, I was asking before you got on, has anyone experienced any racism personally? Amaya, can you say anything, or have you seen any racism?
Um, I don't know if it was racism. I don't want to like assume, but in my personal experience, I was dealing with some pretty severe symptoms. I've never been hospitalized for my IBD, but there were symptoms like very frequent stool movements and also like just a lot of pain and urgency that I kind of took it as not normal because I know it wasn't normal. But for me, I'd been dealing with it for so many years. So I'm like, oh, it must not be that bad because every time I go to the doctor, she's like, well, we can put you on a steroid, but also you need to take your medication. And I'm really bad with like being compliant with taking my medications, but I feel that she wasn't really hearing that I was having such significant symptoms, because those were her only two like feedback like methods every time I went in for my appointments every 3 months. So it got to a point where I was like, I'm going to take my medication for 3 months straight and then we'll see, is it me? Because I wasn't taking it because I'm thinking it's not helping and nobody wants to be putting pills in their bodies for a day when they don't feel like it's helping. And lo and behold, it was not helping. I took it for 3 months straight and had all the same symptoms. And I went in and she was like, well, we could still do the steroid. And I'm like, lady, and I know I look kind of like white presenting, I guess, because my skin color. But I also know in my chart, I'm sure it says like, black woman or, biracial woman, whatever. So I can only assume that, maybe she was discriminating, what I was reporting and just really not acknowledging what I was saying. And I would like to say that she is a physician's assistant, which I don't discriminate against providers that, have more or less training. I know she's a great like person to talk to in a way. So she was always nice. But I at that point did ask to speak to her attending provider who ordered me a colonoscopy, who immediately said that it was misclassified as mild when it should have been like moderate to severe, which then that's what led me to like get on a biologic. So yeah, I would say that that was my moment of discrimination because this went on for like a year and a half and I don't think she really saw me.
Wow, that is so true. Melody, is there anything you would like to add?
Absolutely. So, Amaya, thank you for sharing that. And I think, too, the more we learn about inflammatory bowel disease and digestive illnesses as a whole, the more we're empowered to even challenge the information
Mhm.
that's delivered to us by our providers.
Mhm.
I know for a fact that not knowing about these conditions and the disease space as a whole, we've gone into these provider spaces and these healthcare centers really blind. And so we have to take the information that's delivered to us as facts and as the only source that we have, at face value. And so now with organizations like COGI and ABGH, we feel like we have a little more comfort with providers that look like us, but also a community that looks like us. So there's a little more solidarity with what's being delivered and a trust and a safety, right? So with my experience, actually, started having rectal bleeding at the age of 13 years old. And my mom took me to a GI and shared like the other issues that I had had with stomach aches and diarrhea or constipation, these challenges, and then anal fissures, but also blood in my stool at the age of 13. And the question that was asked was, is she sexually active? That was the question. And to me, that was racism. So
Yeah.
there were other challenges and journeys of discrimination because I've faced lots of things in this journey, and having not gotten diagnosed until almost 30 years after presenting with that first layer of blood in my stool at the age of 13. I wasn't diagnosed until I was 36. And so having had symptoms before I was 13 and then blood at 13 and then getting diagnosed at 36, having 8 fistula, having all kinds of other challenges and extraintestinal manifestations. I should have been diagnosed long before that with IBD. But there was other layers of discrimination and dismissiveness and just ignoring all of these other things in my body continued to present because the bleeding never went away, it never stopped. And so that should have been a red flag to my providers because I always had health insurance. I always went to my primary care, and I always I had my um, preventive appointments. So this has been a long term journey for me, long standing journey. And there are things that should have been red flags to providers. And so me being a black and brown person, my father is Indian and my mom is black, so being multi-ethnic, that was a part of why I was not diagnosed. That was absolutely, so there is racism in there. There is discrimination in there. And racism is a part of discrimination, although all discrimination isn't racism. So there's more layers within there, but it's also due to the misinformation and the miseducation that has been delivered to our providers in their education. And so it's not all their fault either. So bias is learned. It's not just something that they come up with, it's taught, it's penetrated and delivered in their ecosystem as well. And so sometimes as a patient, you really do have to come in with your own tools to be able to say, hey, no, that's not going to work for me. And here's what I know, and here's where I challenge you. And that's where we have the ability to say, I want a second opinion. I am entitled to a second opinion. And here's a community. Here's an Amaya, here's a Win, here's a Destiny, here's a Melody where I can align with to give me the support I need to advocate for myself and the test, the diagnostic journey, because I was not afforded one that I should have been with all the access that I had.
Yeah. Wow, that is so. It's like the more and more I speak with people who have IBD, it's like we all, especially of color, we all have the same experience. Like they misdiagnosed or they thought something because of the color of our skin. I remember my provider told me, "Oh, you're not Caucasian, so the chances of you having Crohn's disease is very low." And that's just very like
It's
sad. We
ignorant.
have to do.
It's ignorant. It's nothing but ignorant. It's ignorant. It's unintelligent. It's dismissive, and it's wrong. It's a lie. There's nothing else but a lie. That's all it is. It's a lie, and we have to really do all the work to dismantle and disqualify that. It's a lie. Being black or white does not matter. Any person, if they're purple, yellow, 5 horns are in their head and 7 ears, can have IBD.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
wanted to say just one or two quick things. To that point, I think that, well, like you said, providers are taught these things in the medical space. There is this belief because research, including Black people, is like non-existent or very, very undervalued or underdone, I would say. So yeah, it looks like that white people have a much higher prevalence of having Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis based on the numbers, yeah, but that's because Black people aren't included in the studies. The studies they're doing are primarily white people. And then I did want to shout out Koji actually for the whole thing that I mentioned, because Renika is actually, she had my exact physician assistant and attending because we're in the same area. She's also an ambassador in Koji, and she recommended that I see the attending and also just ask about a biologic. That's not anything I ever thought that I would need, or like that works would like be something that I could use. And because of her recommendation, I was like, okay, I'll ask to see the attending, just let me see what happens. And now here I am. Like, I dealt with those symptoms for years and years, and it took one question that I wouldn't have known to ask if it weren't for having a community of people that have been in the same place as me. So yeah.
And see, there, the proof right there is in the pudding, right? And that is the value of community. And it also gives you the courage because historically, communities, diverse communities, Black communities, our communities, we don't have the courage to challenge the white code. We don't have the courage to challenge those that are authority figures because we feel so privileged to be able to get access to those that are providing care to us. It's not a privilege, it's a right. It's something that we should have the ability to say, I don't feel comfortable with this. Explain more. I need to understand what this means. Bring it down to a digestible level for me to understand this experience because I have to really understand the literacy. It has to be literate for me to realize what is happening. If not, there was no exchange here. We had no exchange because you said something that I did not understand. So nothing transpired between us. Nothing. When you can speak to that as a practitioner in public health.
Yeah, absolutely. That courage is such a huge barrier, especially for communities of color, because I can think about the number of times where I've had to, like, as a caregiver, lean into my village, right? I'm my mom's primary caregiver, but my brother helps. However, he hasn't had as much of the experience in the medical field, doesn't have the public health knowledge. So sometimes when I have him take my mom to an appointment, I have to write out the list of 10 questions, but he'll be hesitant to Melody's point, challenge that white coat. And then we don't get to ask the additional questions of, like, okay, well, what are the other options? And I think we've kind of been speaking about this to an extent about how this is a systemic issue, right? The providers are taught a certain thing, the future providers are taught a certain thing, and these biases and discrimination is kind of reinforced over and over again. And without someone being there knowing that they can ask a question and challenge and know that there are other options out there, even sometimes physicians are going to be incentivized to give you the easiest option for them or the option that pays them out more. And that might not be the best option for your care. So we have had to really go out of our way to find providers that we trust to take their time to explain, because even as a caregiver, even as someone who's bilingual, I'm not a physician, right? So I can only explain and break things down so much. But when you have someone who's willing to go beyond maybe that 15 minutes that are allotted during an appointment, and someone that we can send a message to, or just say, like, hey, my mom's sick of taking 4, 5, 6 pills a day, is there anything that we can taper off of? That has meant a lot. So I think another thing that is helpful for people when they face these barriers to care is remembering that they have options in terms of physicians. And while there are other barriers that might make it hard to explore those options, just know that this person is not the only person that you can go to. And it's almost like dating, right? Like, go until you find the person that you truly trust and feel comfortable with, and don't settle for the person who you feel like continues to carry a bias and is not hearing you.
Yeah.
No, this is so good. And it brings me to this point that patients truly don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? Because we will stick with a provider that's not the provider. If you have a rheumatologist, a gastro, a OBGYN that has shown you how much they care, you will go to them for your eye, for your elbow, for your chin. And they're like, oh, baby, I don't do that. But I don't care. You show me that you care. So I'm going to call you about my tooth. And you're like, I'm not a dentist, sweetheart. But you will go to them because they've shown you a connection and compassion and care. And that's the connective element that people need, because this is our care. And that is where we thrive in community and in culture, because we're looking for that missing piece, because doctors aren't taking the time to explain. They're going down their list and they're just moving forward. And it's what you said, when, like, little more than that 15 minutes, because I need to understand what's happening. I can't tell you how many people have told me that they walked out of an appointment and they absolutely have no idea what was shared with them, and they didn't ask any questions. They just nodded in order just to be seen.
Yeah. That's the very sad part. We have to do better. And that's why I love COGI and ABGH and all the other organizations that are helping to just spread awareness and to let people know, because we have the right to fight for everything. And that's including our health, which is number one. And I just want to send a reminder to anyone in the audience to use the Brand Live question Q&A if you have any questions, and we will answer them.
I was going to say, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can go.
Oh, I was just gonna say one thing, bouncing off of what Wen was saying about, and also Melody, about, like, kind of shopping around. To the other kind of aspect of barriers, I was thinking that it is a really good idea when you're shopping around. And I wish I had done this. Um, when you're looking for a GI or a PCP, to ask what kind of resources they offer for like financial assistance. Because there are a lot of clinics and healthcare systems that have financial assistance programs. And even though you may not need it now, in times like this where like you never know when you're going to lose your insurance or somebody's going to switch, it's really good to be able to have that as like a backup option. But also a lot of clinics, like the one that I'm in, I said it's integrated. They have a lot of other resources at the clinic, like food banks, maybe they're already connected to, or they have social workers at the clinic that are really accessible. I think that's a really good, in addition to having a provider that you actually feel seen by and connect with, having all those other supports in place are really good to kind of supplement that connection.
Maya, you were hit the nail right on the head because I was going to talk about the front desk staff too. That is incredibly important. The staff and how they greet you, they meet you, but also they bridge the care because getting on the phone with them, helping them to uh, create your appointments or
Schedule your
yes,
colonoscopies.
following up with you, letting you know what you need to do, your next steps, or getting you access to even your medications, or like you just said, financial assistance. There's savings programs that some of these pharmaceutical companies offer. You're on a biologic, there's savings programs there. There's continuity programs, like say you lose your job and you need temporary assistance. There's different things through these programs that sometimes patients aren't even fully aware of, that could continue their medications at a very low cost. But that's why we do work like in advocacy areas like copay accumulators and coupons that help to bridge those that pharmaceuticals extend, that patients don't know because the front desk staff, they're not really delivering that information because they're not being the bridge to the providers that they're actually supposed to be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And just speaking of resources, for the folks who are lucky enough to have some type of insurance coverage, then something that I found helpful in my journey as a caregiver is like setting aside a little bit of time to call the insurance folks and just ask them about what benefits am I underutilizing and what might I want to be more aware of. Because for the longest, my mom had had these medical transport benefits that would take her to her appointments, and maybe that means I can spend 10 more minutes on a meeting so that she can make it to the appointment, and then I FaceTime in, and that saves us gas as well, right? And we didn't know that she had like 16 of those rides every year, so those went underutilized. We didn't know that they had like grocery credits that she could use on a monthly basis. So taking a little bit of time, because a lot of those folks sometimes sit around all day talking to people that are either mad at them or don't want to be on the phone with them. So for someone to call and actually want information that can be helpful, sometimes they actually welcome that. And then you can find a number of resources that could be helpful that you didn't even know you had. So that's something I would definitely recommend for folks who do have some sort of coverage right now.
Yeah, I was gonna ask to just mention to everyone about the resources and things that they aren't aware of, because there are plenty of things they're not aware of. If there's anything else that y'all may think of that you want to share with the audience about resources that hasn't been spoken yet.
I was going to offer some tips about what support should look like because I think sometimes people struggle with what support is and what it isn't. And I would say when it comes to speaking to your providers, take notes about your condition. I think it's important because sometimes we don't have the language when we get to an appointment to remember. One of the things that I personally struggled with at different periods, it's not just struggled, but in different seasons while managing IBD is brain fog. And sometimes that's hard to even share or convey with people, but it's real and it really does happen. So I make notes. I keep a journal. I don't always put it in my phone. Sometimes I do, but I like to journal it because if I have it written down, I can always carry my journal. It doesn't die, doesn't run out of battery. So I have it written down somewhere. And I can take these notes to my provider saying, during this time, this happened. Here's the date I remember. And I keep a journal of certain things and I can notice a pattern. So I write that down. And then the support from that for me is I believe that being believed the first time I share it with my provider because I've taken notes for them to understand what I'm saying, and I should be believed the first time because I'm sharing it. And so that's support for me. Also, it should look like a clear plan of action. What are we going to do to support this? I've discussed this with you. what are things? Is it going to be a nutrition element? Are we going to monitor it? Is it going to be breath work? There are other natural holistic elements to manage things like this. Do I need to slow down? Are we going to monitor how busy I am? And so that also creates a plan for me. That's support. Am I putting too much on my plate? Is it a me thing that's creating an uptick, or is it a life occurrence? And so, that is important to me because that's what support looks like. Support also looks like language, things that are intentional, not things that feel dismissive, and being able to convey that to people. So I make a list for me to be able to share with my community. Support looks like me being able to have the tools to communicate with them and them being able to receive it. And so these are things that we have to be able to work on for ourselves also, and empower ourselves to empower others to support us as well. I also create a list. So when people say, "Hey, what do you need?" I'm ready to fire that off. A lot of times we say, "Oh, I don't need anything. I'm okay." No, I do need things. You ask me, and I'm going to deliver. And so we should start to prepare for those things too, because I might need a gift card here. It may only be $5 or $10. Because I may not need you to go buy me something, but I may need something from you. And so sometimes we're creating barriers in our life by not allowing people to support us in the ways that they can within their means. And so that's another thing that we get to be able to show up for ourselves by allowing people to show up for us as well.
I love that. That is so important. Yes, have a journal, have it on paper, like, and be confident to ask that in an appointment, even if a provider's rushing out the room. Say, "Oh, I have another question." You have the right. And I also was thinking, have any of you seek out therapy, or would you like to speak about the therapy aspect of IBD?
I'm in therapy every month. I love therapy because it's important for me to be able, I carry a lot for a lot of people, and it's important for me to be able to uh, reset, release, and remind myself of why I do what I do, where I am, and recalibrate. Therapy is important. People think it's for when there's a problem. No, it's just part of my holistic. It's a part of my board, just like my accountant, my attorney, my physician. This is a part of my wellness, and it is pivotal to me moving forward and staying well. With COGI, we also offer resources like support group, and it's important for us to ensure that we're offering a holistic aspect for this. So we tend to offer the support group for people that may not completely be ready to venture into solo therapy, but they learn to communicate in a way where they're sharing and they're able to talk in a community space. And so we extend that, but we also encourage people to venture into individual therapy so that they can start to journey there too. And you never know what layers they'll uncover by doing that as well.
Yeah, I always think therapy is like an oil change, like you don't want to do it when your car's on the side of the road. At that point, it's a little too late. Um, but yeah, therapy's been really helpful for me as well. I would honestly like to find a therapist that might be a little more in tune with like IBD, because I think that would really add the extra layer of like them understanding the whole gut brain connection and how like the stress or anxiety I'm feeling is actually impacting my disease. Because I haven't had a therapist actually acknowledge too much that like I have a chronic illness, because that's got all the many facets that it has. But I still stand by therapy. I think support groups are also great, like Mel said, because just learning how to share. I think some a part of a lot of minority communities is that we hold a lot of things in or try and do things ourselves because it feels vulnerable. And like when you're vulnerable, you're weak typically. That's how like it's seen. So just being willing to share is really awesome. And I think, of course, with the GI space, it's even more vulnerable because it's such like a intimate topic. So it's definitely beneficial to have someone that's kind of unbiased, is like that's their line of work. So they're not going to judge you because I'm sure they've seen plenty more worse things than what you may be telling them. So it's nice. And then they have the tools and the skills to be able to guide you through, help you work through whatever you're dealing with. So it's awesome just to have somebody to talk to, because you can't talk to everyone around you all the time. And that's your person. So it's great.
Yeah, I definitely know that for me as a caregiver, caregiving inspired me to get back into therapy. Like I tried it once and I was like, I don't know if this is for me. She's just telling me to tell myself good enough. And like that didn't make sense to me at the time. But once I started really full-time caregiving, I was like, okay, I think I need some more support. And it really helped me kind of develop more patience as a caregiver. So while people are navigating GI issues or whatever you're navigating in life, if you have people close to you that are kind of on the journey with you, I would encourage them to also, be open to therapy, because they might not be having a reaction to necessarily your GI issues, but maybe your GI issues cause you to spend time a certain way, and that is why they feel away and y'all are having issues in your relationship or whatever it is. So therapists can be a third party that help you navigate like a root cause. It might be a communication issue, right? And it might not be inherently something that's a cause of your like condition necessarily, but something that you can work around via communication or boundary setting or time management. And I think therapy is a great resource for things like that. Also, like jumping back a little bit to what Melody was mentioning about taking notes and other resources to overcome barriers, I would love to add that pictures, if you have access to a smartphone with a camera on it, can be super, super helpful, because sometimes like you can have things written down, but then they'll be like, okay, well, what did it look like at that time and things like that. So for me, pictures have been really helpful. If my mom has a bruise, how long did the bruise last? How big is it? And it's like one less thing for me to have to measure out and remember is taking those pictures. And then the other thing that I think is important for us to remember as like patients, advocates, caregivers is like, how do we play a systemic role in this, right? Because we already have so much on our plates navigating the conditions or supporting people, but like there are systems level things that have to change, and there are people making decisions that change the cost of our insurance or make providers like take 15 minutes, right? So when today in Atlanta, we have a runoff election that's happening, and there are people that we're voting for that will make decisions that impact our health directly or indirectly. And I know there's barriers to like voting as well, but whenever we can make the effort and the time to understand like who we're putting in local office, state level office, national office, that's also a really important way to overcome barriers at the systemic level as well. So taking that little bit of time can make a huge difference.
That is so helpful. Thank you for that one. No, that really is. Another thing that I thought about as y'all were speaking about that, like, times are changing, political climate, like, is very different right now. Have you noticed any big things that really stick out to you that's happening right now in healthcare or around these things that we are passionate about because of the political climate right now? Who would like to go first?
The first thing that comes to mind for me is like we're just focused on the wrong things, right? Like we have folks that are in office that are focused on food dyes and things that like are essentially a red herring that distract us from like, hey, give me actual access to healthcare first, give me actual access to healthy foods rather than changing the ingredients on the foods that are on the shelf. So it just kind of goes back to what I was mentioning earlier about really being active in who we put in local and higher levels of political office, because our priorities can shape their priorities. And right now in the political climate, I just think we're focused on the wrong things.
Melody or Maya?
There's so much. I like.
It is.
I have like a word salad in my head. I will tell you currently, honestly, we're in open season, right, for health insurance. And in this particular community, I'm already seeing that people's health insurance has changed. Just today, I saw that someone's providers are no longer covered under their new health insurance carrier and provider. And that's scary, especially when we just spoke about you've had the same providers for 10 years. What does that do to the continuity of your care, especially when you're a complicated patient, a complicated person who has overlapping, you have comorbidities. This is challenging. It feels like you now are carrying down a roof. Like, what are we doing here? You're scared. It's just scary times, and we're leaning on each other in a different kind of way, and we're having to really trust community, and showing up to serve each other in a very genuine and authentic way. And so calling on those leaders that are in place to keep the main thing, and that's people first. The main thing is main thing, and it should have been to ensure that we had our ACA credits and our concessions to be able to keep people insured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People need to be insured so that they can have health
I don't
care.
know how that's even a question. Yeah, it's crazy.
Especially those that have such complicated diseases. There are many of them, children, elderly, middle, I mean, all of us really. And we're, when we look at the climate of what has transpired over these last few months, and these have been a few months. I'm melting. Do
Only
you
three
see me
years left.
melting? I'm melting. I've melted away. I'm back, but I did melt and I'm back. But over these last few months, what has transpired, and we're seeing the detriment of just these few months of what's the premiums skyrocketing, and people thinking of, do I pay rent? And rental costs, grocery costs. And we spoke about nutrition. And Amaya, you said about nutrition, you're not sure. It absolutely impacts us because we're dealing with people that have malabsorption, nutrition challenges. Everything that we eat as people living with digestive conditions impacts our bodies.
Mhm.
Everything. It is a resource of our, like, I lost my mobility. It's a functionality. These are things that impact how we are literally surviving, thriving, or not. For
Yeah.
every human, really, and those living with digestive conditions, they really need quality food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
when we think about like the political climate, we're going to have to figure out how we find these concessions for people. Where are the loopholes? Where are the places to get them access to care? Where are financial assistance available? Where are these um, coupon savings programs? And that's where the value of organizations like Black Health, where WinWorks, like COGI, like other organizations that we work with, can partner and really stand in community to find allyship, because that's where we are right now. Like, we have shown up with food and to be a benefit. This is feeling like change gonna come. We shall over. I can hear,
Yeah.
spirituals in my head every day. But that's where we are right now, and it's really an interesting time. What a time to be alive. Take it how you
Yeah.
want to take that.
It very much
But
is.
but it is
Yeah.
definitely a time, and I am grateful that we can stand in community, because we are in community, and it is in community that things move, and I feel like we're solid in that. And our community leaders are seeing our political um, leadership. They're seeing where we are, that we're not happy, and they're seeing that we are showing up to vote. And so this is where advocacy comes into place. This is a really long answer, and
Yeah.
sorry for
No.
that, but this is, they're seeing that, and so this is where their call to action. There is a call to action. So all of
Yeah.
that to say, you have to understand policy. It is now's not the time to say I am not political. Life is political. That means understanding what these policies that are in place, how they impact us. We have to talk to each other in a very clear manner to understand what this means, how this impacts you, what this comes down to. If you do not vote for the leaderships and the very lowest level, how that really has a domino effect on your community, from those that are in your local government, your county people, your city people, to your state, all that impacts you. And it then has an impact in your local, to your city, your state. to the county, all of that impacts you. It has a domino effect on your access to where we are today. It was domino. And so now you're seeing now why it was so important in these primaries and why the midterms are incredibly important. That was not the purpose of this, but it will be now.
Yes, super important. Thank you.
Incredibly important. Incredibly important. Because it is impacting all of us, that there were numerous people that chose not to use their privilege of showing up to vote. And so this had an impact on all of us detrimentally.
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. We are done for our segment. This has been a great talk, great awareness advocacy. I hope everyone has heard. And we appreciate all the comments. I just want to remind everyone that we have a great segment lined up next and for the rest of the day. Please stick around. Don't forget to go to colorofgi.org/donate and donate, because like everything you heard today, these things are very important and it's affecting the communities. And like there's communities out here that are doing the advocacy and the work so that we can have better care for everyone that look like us. So thank you guys for this.
If you weren't able to catch our 5K walks this past weekend, you are still able to join our virtual walks. And I hope you will, because walking is so good for your body and it's so good for your soul. Walking does so much for all of us. First, it is a mood enhancer. When you walk, you release serotonin and dopamine. And so that adds energy, positive energy, to how you feel about yourself. Walking also is great for your body. It releases tension. And so, people like me who are managing chronic illnesses and autoimmune conditions, it is a good way to get you moving. I'm a person that survives and thrives on my walking pad. There was a point in time where I could not go outside and exercise. So I ordered a walking pad and it got me back in the mood and grooving. It is also a way to decrease stress and release anxiety. A lot of times when we are living life with autoimmune conditions, mobility can become an issue and it can make us sedentary. I'll share personally that there was a time that I just could not work out. And in my mind, I felt stagnant and I ordered a walking pad. And I said, if I'm going to be stuck in this space where I'm starting to manage arthritis and I'm becoming immobile, what can I do within my own ability? And walking is such a great way to control at your own pace. And that's what I did. I walked very slowly. And there were days that I committed to 5 minutes. And that may not sound like a lot, but it was at my own pace with my own grace. And I eventually moved up to 15 minutes and 20 minutes and 30 minutes and an hour. And there were some days that I went back down to 15 minutes, but it still kept me connected. And it reduced stress for me. It reduced anxiety for me. And it connected me to others in community. And so this is what we can do and you can do, and join us for our virtual walk. So wherever you are, we want you to join us because we want to be connected to you. So come along with us and we look forward to seeing you.
Ago, we dared to say out loud what many were thinking, that equity in gastrointestinal health isn't optional.
Welcome to Equity in GI 2025. There we go. Now we're ready.
Are we rolling? I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia with Color of Gastrointestinal Illness,
aka COGI, and I'm having the most amazing time. I had an opportunity to connect with so many amazing people, doctors, nurses, ambassadors, patients, advocates.
6 in 10 Black patients change their appearance to be treated fairly during doctor visits. The mission of COGI is to improve the quality of life for Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are affected by IBD, who are affected by digestive disorders and associated chronic illnesses through community engagement, research, education, and advocacy. When you talk to and you include the people who are in the closest proximity to the disparity, that's where you'll get the knowledge on how to do better.
From the moment I step down here, it just feels like home. Everybody here treats you like family. It's exactly what you need.
Your work, it reflects the true spirit of Sankofa. Everyone say it again, Sankofa. That's what I'm talking about. So we're honoring the past, we're confronting injustice, and we're building a future where equity in GI care is not just a vision.
This is a completely normal colon and small intestine on ultrasound.
That was so simple. This is access, this is innovation, and we should be able to access innovation. Before the mission had momentum, there was belief, and Johnson & Johnson believed.
And I'm proud to say that since I got my small bowel resection and started biologic therapy, I am in clinical remission, but I'm here to provide hope that there is options and we can get to a point where we're normal, where we don't have to know where every bathroom is. And I am so proud to be a member of the Johnson & Johnson family.
90% of your serotonin, your feel-good hormone, is produced in the gut. That doesn't mean that it's directly crossing the blood-brain barrier, but it's controlling situations locally, and that does lead to a change in the chemical messengers.
I didn't have nobody to speak to about this bag situation. Understand that the Black men group, we gotta make it start being cool. I'm fly with this thing on. You know what I'm saying? Real. Yeah, you can't tell me I ain't.
You are not alone. You may go through periods where you feel loneliness, but you're never alone.
Your story is really important, it's impactful, but it's also really empowering to be in the room with people who really understand what you're going through, because we don't necessarily experience that in everyday life.
Pfizer's partnership reflects a shared belief that innovation must serve those most often left behind.
It's a different world, ooh, than where you come from. Yes, it is now.
I tell people what works for one community does not work for the other community. So you have to have those grassroots efforts that you're able to reach them and to understand for them and have education for them so they can understand what a clinical trial is. A lot of times people think it's trust within our communities because of the things that happened in the past. And we won't talk about those things, but there's things that happened in the past that people think that's why there's trust in the community with, but actually it's not. People have a lack of trust with the healthcare they get today, not what they saw on some news or something they read 20 years ago. What is about, how are they being treated today in their healthcare system?
Now when I'm talking, am I looking at you or at the camera? Looks good. Are you sure? Okay, so you're gonna do edits. Action.
The day I was diagnosed, my patient advocacy journey began unbeknownst to me. The doctor walks in and he said, I found a fist-sized tumor in your sigmoid colon and it's malignant.
I had heard of Crohn's, but I'd never heard of ulcerative colitis, and so I had a lot of questions. There were definitely moments during my doctor's appointment where I was in tears because I didn't understand why.
I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease at 18. I was a senior in high school, right before graduation, and that was the worst time of my life.
It took me 20 years to be completely done with ulcerative colitis. 20 long years.
Your voice counts. This is a dynamic time. There's a lot going on. If you don't like what's happening, if you're concerned, if you see challenges and opportunities, that is absolutely the time when you go to Capitol Hill.
Key for y'all is to reemphasize and personalize some of the legislation that you want to push.
Keep educating so that way when the bill does come around, that policymaker remembers your conversation, remembers your story, knows why that bill is important.
So I made it my mission to advocate, to educate, to support people that are experiencing these things because it is a very scary and very lonely space to be in.
When you know something isn't right, speak on it. Whether you're very loud about it or not, at least you opened your mouth about it.
And I just started journaling and documenting and just taking everyone on this journey with me. And as I shared it, I started gaining my own purpose. My voice became clear.
So today we were here to advocate for the COGI culture. I'm not a unicorn. There's definitely more people like me out there, but people may not know what to look for. Speaking to people, sharing information, spreading education, but also sharing that you can have a life after your diagnosis and that you can thrive.
I'm taking everything that I learned here, I'm taking everything that I'm going to learn tomorrow, and I'm taking it back to the people that need that information. That is my job. And when we all link arms and we walk up on that hill, we have to be able to change something, right?
We're not really conditioned to really embrace going and getting that kind of help, medical diagnosis, and just even let alone talking about it. So I had those symptoms for at least 6 to 8 months before I actually told my parents.
Wow.
And I was kind of forced to tell them because I was starting, I was actually going to a football recruiting event where college football recruits were going to be there. So I was doing like a combine style thing. So they weighed me and, did all these other things. And when I used the restroom there, I thought maybe it's just because I was nervous and I saw a lot more blood at that moment.
Coming in, flex. I just wanna win, LABB who we running with, 2233, I'm on 10 again.
Welcome to Coming In Hot, Health Opinions and Truths, where we talk about the challenges that are facing our community. Today is probably one of my most favorite episodes that we're going to do because it's about people who are now labeled patient. I'm going to pass the mic to my first guest. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, thanks for having me, Melanie. My name is Joshua Denton. I'm 37-year-old patient advocate, and my experiences and desires have kind of derived from when I was officially diagnosed with ulcerative colitis back in 2007.
My name is Dominique Daniels. am a patient advocate. I am a mom. I am a businesswoman. I am a ulcerative colitis patient and recently diagnosed with Crohn's.
And I'm your host, Melody Noreen Blackwell. President and founder of Color of Crohn's and Chronic Illness. And I too am a Crohn's patient diagnosed in 2018. So this is so near and dear to me because you all are a part of my community, right? That's how we know each other.
Yes.
And we have heard all too often, Dominique, of the initial diagnosis of ulcerative colitis, then being now later diagnosed with Crohn's disease. We hear that so frequently in our community. But I have to really start this discussion today with one of the most important questions that you're ever going to be presented with. You ready? Mm-hmm. Is ginger ale medicine? I mean, is it medicine?
So when we grew up, it was. It definitely was. If you had a stomach ache, it was what you got. If you felt like you were sick, that was what you got, was ginger ale.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Out of fear of possibly having my black card revoked, I'm gonna say that it is medicine to some.
Okay.
It has never been medicine to me.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what is it to you? Soda, beverage?
Yeah, it's sugar, carbonated water.
Okay.
And
so we're going to remove Josh from this conversation
yes.
because I think he just lost 2 notches from the community. Now, all jokes aside, we know that it's not medicine. We love to say it's medicine because of exactly what you said, Dominique. We grew up with this as a remedy in our household for stomach aches. So it's funny when we have this discussion, we're talking about it because, listen, I'm going to subscribe to ginger ale first before I even go to the doctor because of what has happened in my home. Which one of you would like to share your actual patient journey? I'd love to kind of dive in so that we can understand what got you here today. You want to start, Dominique?
Okay, I'll start. So, in my teens, I always had stomach problems. Constant going to the bathroom. Didn't know I had mucus in my stool. Of course, at the time, I didn't know what it really was. And in my family, nobody talked about going to the bathroom.
Wait, so did you know that it was mucus then, or you now know it's called mucus?
I now know that it's called mucus,
Okay.
but then I just thought it was white stuff.
White stuff.
Yes.
Great description.
Yes. That's a great description. I got some brown stuff and then some white
exactly.
stuff.
Some brown stuff and then
just
there's some white stuff in there. And I'm like, I know I didn't need anything white, but it just keeps happening. Until I was about 21, 22, I started noticing rectal bleeding. Blood in my stools, it was constant and it came more frequently. When I went to my doctor, she just kind of brushed it off like, oh, you make sure you're not doing anything back there. And I'm like, no, nobody's doing anything back there. And I'm like, no. So it kept
And now, was this your
happening.
primary care physician?
Yes, it was my primary care physician. So went back and finally I was like, this is more than a stomach ache. I had nausea, vomiting, the constant diarrhea. I was losing weight. Finally, she was like, okay, let's get you in to see a GI. When I went to
See a GI. What's a GI?
Gastroenterologist.
Yes.
A doctor that specializes in stomach conditions. So went to the doctor. When I got there, nobody looked like me. I was the only black patient. I was the youngest. I was the only woman at the time that was actually being treated. How I know this is because my mom was in the waiting room, and I was the last person that they did for the day, and she's like, I watched every man walk out with his wife, telling him it's gonna be okay, because most men don't like going. I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. They just pretty much told me like, this is what you have.
So wait, were you diagnosed from that first appointment?
From that first appointment.
Wow.
And I was telling the doctor, I was like, I guess I've kind of felt a relief because I knew what it was.
You had an answer.
But I didn't know how to navigate or what to do after that. They just gave me steroids and sent me home.
Did they give you any information or
No,
lead you?
there was like a little pamphlet I remember, and I can't tell you what it said because honestly, it didn't even make sense. It was like another language. So they just gave me that and kind of sent me home on the steroids. When I was done the steroids, they were like, okay, we'll see you once a year. And it really it gave me no direction of what to expect or what to do. So that was kind of how my journey started.
What year was that?
I want to say I was about maybe 23 by this time.
So early 2000s.
Yes, early 2000s.
Okay.
So, that was kind of how my UC journey started. There was no guidance. They didn't tell me what to eat, what not to eat.
Or even if your diet had any
exactly, if my diet
right?
even had anything to do with it. I started doing my own stuff and kind of keeping a food journal because I noticed when I ate some things, it would make it worse.
Okay.
So that's when I started my food journal, and that's really kind of how I learned my trigger foods.
Did you have anybody in your family that were actually diagnosed with the disease?
No.
No. Anybody diagnosed with anything that could be connected to digestion at all?
No.
No. Okay, so this was like a first
This
exploration
was
for
me.
you
I was
and
the
your
first
mom.
thing, first person, nobody else.
Okay.
My mom, she really didn't know all of what I was going through. So I kind of hid it because I didn't know how to talk about it. And I have 4 brothers. I'm the only girl. So imagine in our home trying to bring up poop. Like, my brothers would have been like, what? So
it's so interesting that talking about poop is so taboo, but every single person does it.
Yes.
And you have to do it to survive.
Yes.
Like, so why is it that crazy that we can't even have these discussions comfortably in our home? Because it's like, that's your private business. But the whole world is doing it. Like, I guarantee the whole world is leaving a poop. Like, we always say, I need to go take a poop, but they're leaving a poop. We're not taking it. We're leaving it so that we can go do exactly what we need to do to function. So Josh, tell us about you.
So it's interesting, listening to Dom share her story about being diagnosed upon her first visit. Mine was almost polar opposite. And I would say that I'm going to preface the story by saying that it was really broken down, I would say, in 3 stages. With the first stage being a period of time that began with my senior year of high school, just dealing with blood in my stool, a little bit of white stuff, as she called it, and, not really knowing exactly what it was and what it meant.
Well, did you ever take any of the pink stuff to help you with the white stuff?
Pink as in like Pepto-Bismol?
That's the pink stuff,
okay,
right?
just making sure. So, I know it's PG-13, but so I will say that I definitely took Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah.
I probably drank that more than I would drink ginger ale.
Yes.
But,
shout out to Pepto-Bismol for helping when they could. Thank you.
So it was a journey, though, because I think Dom also mentioned something earlier, right, about men and how, socially or culturally, we're not really conditioned to really embrace going and getting that kind of help, medical diagnosis, and just even let alone talking about it. So I had those symptoms for at least 6 to 8 months before I actually told my parents.
Wow.
And I was kind of forced to tell them because I was starting. I was actually going to a football recruiting event where college football recruits were going to be there. So I was doing like a combine style thing. So they weighed me and, did all these other things. And when I used the restroom there, I thought maybe it was just because I was nervous and I saw a lot more blood at that moment. So that's when I was like, okay, I have to tell them.
The sharing only came from fear.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. It's like, all right, I've controlled it for this long. Now it's actually going beyond me.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. So that kick-started what I would say would be about a 3 to 3.5 year journey of various tests, blood work. I forgot all the medical terms, but they had me drink this fluid that went down your esophagus, and they did like these little X-rays to check that area.
Barium.
Yes, barium. I thought that's what it was. I didn't want to butcher it, but that's exactly what it was. And then the effects of that were interesting as well.
Yes, they were.
Because it was more than just some white stuff. But But, going through all that, there was a lot of anxiety because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it meant. I know you asked Dom if she had any family history, and up to that point, I didn't either.
Right.
So, I'm now fast forward in college. I'm playing, Division I football.
What happened after you went to the doctor? Did you go to the doctor after the combine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
My parents immediately brought me to a pediatrician.
So you took the barium, right?
And then they set up a bunch of different meetings with, specialists to have me do different tests, which included drinking a barium.
Yes.
I don't think they did a colonoscopy or sigmoidoscopy yet. I didn't have that done until my junior year of college. And that was ultimately when I was diagnosed with a mild case of ulcerative colitis.
Okay, so before that, though, I'm going to back it up.
Yeah.
Before that, you said you drank the barium, you had the series of tests, these things were being done. What was the outcome from the tests and seeing the pediatrician, and what did they tell you from there?
Oh, yeah. So...
and you were about 17 at this time, right?
I might have been 18, but I was 17, 18, I was senior year of high school.
Okay.
And then all the testing started between my senior year and like freshman year of college.
Okay.
And initially they diagnosed me with a mild case of lactose intolerance. And then that turned into irritable bowel syndrome.
So lactose intolerance does not cause bleeding, especially the amount that you're saying you saw in the toilet. It just, that doesn't make sense. But okay, so now you're, and usually, so now you've gotten, been determined that you are lactose intolerant and you have IBS. So to define some terms, IBS is irritable bowel syndrome. IBD is inflammatory bowel disease. And a lot of times people use these terminologies interchangeable, but they're not one and the same. IBD has two main diseases that are under that terminology and others, but the two main ones are Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Okay, back to you, Josh. So we've now got these responses to symptoms, not real diagnosis or any real sustainable treatment at this time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so play.
So I would say, during that time, they gave me like this, prescription medication that basically treated like acid reflux. I think it actually became what's known as Nexium.
Okay, wow.
So I had like the genetic version of that, if you will, that my
generic
doctor...
or genetic?
Generic.
Okay. I was
generic.
like, generic. Okay. So generic Nexium.
Yeah, the generic version. And, I was popping that like Skittles, like, because...
like the ones in your pocket.
Well, you had to expose me, but yeah.
Okay.
But yes, I mean...
Been there.
Yeah.
I used to pop Pepto that way, so I can totally relate to that.
Yeah. And I remember... my then girlfriend in college, she's like doing research because she sees me. She's like, "What are you taking all the time?" And so I told
you're like
her.
Sneaking around.
So she's like Googling this medicine, and she's like, that there's some side effects of it. And I'm like what? And she said something about it weakens your bones over time from excessive use. And I immediately thought about me injuring or breaking something because I'm playing college football.
Right.
I'm a generous 5'6". I've never seen a top of the refrigerator.
A generous 5'6".
And I'm about $160. So I'm by far the smallest by height and weight on my team already.
So you're like, I got to preserve what I have because if I lose any bone, I'm going down to 5'2".
Best case scenario, I might play football till I'm 30 if I'm lucky, right? But God willing, I can live a lot longer than that.
Yes.
So I'm thinking like about quality of life as well. And so I immediately stopped taking that, and I was pressing my doctors about finding alternative treatments than just taking this medicine, because I'm already taking ibuprofen, also because I'm having stomach pains, not realizing that some of that's actually being heightened by the medicine.
Yes.
So that again speaks to some of the lasting effects of being misdiagnosed. And that kind of, I would say, kind of closed out what I would call stage one of that experience.
Okay.
Stage two began, as I mentioned, where during my junior year, I finally got a colonoscopy. And
so what led you to actually go get a colonoscopy? Because they're not doing a colonoscopy for lactose intolerance and IBS.
I think at the time it was just because my symptoms at that time were becoming more frequent. So initially, it was, certain trigger foods and things like that. So it would maybe happen once or twice a year. The symptoms will last maybe for a couple weeks and then they go away.
Okay.
But by this time, my junior year, they're happening more than twice a year. They're staying longer, so it's progressing, right? Or it's becoming more aggressive. And so at this point, they were like, okay, let's see what's going on in there.
They were like, catch me outside. How about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they,
So
they caught me with a camera somewhere I never thought it would be. So, yeah, I was not comfortable with that.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome, welcome, welcome to Ain't That Some Relatable Stories. I'm Nakia Thomas, the events manager for COGI, and today I am rolling deep with the illustrious Latanya, fabulous Jeree, and the unstoppable Raj, and the ever-vibrant Amaya. Today we're diving into those moments where we usually put things in a box and label it embarrassing or TMI, do not open. But guess what? We're ripping that box open because here's the truth. Sometimes TMI isn't too much. It's exactly what someone needs to hear. It can save a life, it can spark courage, or just remind someone who's been feeling alone that they are in fact not alone and they're not the only one going through it. Here at COGI, we get it. This is a judgment-free zone, a safe space to stand tall in your truth. We've heard it all, we've seen it all, and more often than not, we've lived through most of it. So trust me, there is zero yuck or embarrassment when it comes to us. So ladies, let's crank this up. Who is brave enough to kick off the first story? And when you do, please introduce yourself. And anyone that's watching, please feel free to leave a comment. We will make sure that we are checking those boxes and interacting with you as well. So let's get started, ladies. I'll do round robin if I have to.
I'll go first. I felt like you was gonna call on people. So.
I will. I'll take it around.
I'll go first. Well, I'm Jeree Spicer. I am a COGI ambassador. Oh, let's see. I found out I had Crohn's during the pandemic, so imagine how that was. So I found out in 2020, but I have been dealing with it since 2017, and like most of us, most doctors thought it was just acid reflux or I must be eating something that's not good for me. I had to go all the way to Minnesota to the Mayo Clinic.
Goodness.
To get diagnosed. So I like what you said earlier that like COGI is not judgmental, it's a safe space. And COGI has been just that for me. I don't even remember how I found COGI. I think one day I just posted like, I have Crohn's and who else out there is dealing with this? And I ended up finding a page and I'm just excited to be here. I always get excited every time December 1st come around and I gotta, educate my family and friends because they like, what's so special? I'm like, hello, it's Crohn's and Colitis Awareness Week. So.
All right, moving on. Who is next?
So I am Raj. I'm coming to you from sunny South Africa. I'm a global patient ambassador with COGI. And actually, my journey in terms of sharing about my ulcerative colitis happened for the first time during Crohn's and Colitis Week during the pandemic. I noticed that COGI was on Instagram and they were doing this challenge that each day you post about it, and that the final day, day 7, was the day you posted a photo of yourself. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I can do that. Because I've been sharing stuff online about various illnesses before that, but I didn't come outright and say, oh, it's me too. And I think what gave me the courage was actually seeing other people do this, seeing them being able to speak about it and not be ashamed and not feel like being chronically ill was something to be hush hush about. And so that was the first time that I felt I could actually say, hi, I'm Raj and I have IBD. So that's me.
Awesome. Who is next?
I can go next. My name's Amaya Jackson. I have been an ambassador for 4 months, but I was doing events with COGI. I went to like AFTCC, where we go to Capitol Hill and do advocacy work. That was my first time being like doing anything with COGI, and then I finally went to Equity, I think last year for the first time, and this year as well. But I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 14, so it's been about 10 or maybe going on 11 years now. And I also don't remember. Oh, I found Koji because I think one of the speakers at Equity from like years ago had like one of my mentors, and anyways, he connected me to Koji, and I was like, sure, I'll look into it. And that's when I was like, oh, this is like literally the space that I need. I intentionally chose for like my undergraduate degree to go to an HBCU because I really have not had an opportunity to like delve into my culture and like my background and identity as like a biracial woman. Because my dad's family is like 12 children, and it's very disconnected just because of that, because he's the youngest and all my cousins are like 50. So I don't have anyone to really like talk to aside from like the friends and communities that I've involved myself with intentionally. But having this space along with people that can relate and understand and have experience with having IBD has been like a game changer. In addition to, I am on like the pre-med track, so I would like to be a physician in the future, and a pediatric GI specifically. So having this community to like meet other physicians, providers, and just learn what it looks like for the provider to advocate for patients, and also, you know, me kind of playing both roles, is really cool to learn more how I can do that better.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least,
hello, my name is Latanya Ward. I'm the area director here at COGI, and I have been diagnosed with IBD for 33 years. I was diagnosed when I was 17 years old with ulcerative colitis. Went through my journey. I just got my first biologic 2 years ago. But in the meantime, I received an ileostomy, and I have a permanent continent ileostomy right now, better known as a K-pouch. So I have plenty of good stories because I went through college with a lot of stuff.
A whole lot of shh. All right. So let's get into these stories. Again, you know, we're here to take the stigma out of shh. And anything dealing around IBD. I'll just tell a really quick story just to warm things up. I am not a patient. However, I did have rectal bleeding as a teen. The doctor, I had multiple anal exams by the time I was 15 or 16. And the last one that I had, the doctor thought that he found a mass. And so he wanted me to go in and get a colonoscopy, stat. I might have been 16, 17 at the oldest. Got that colonoscopy, still under. I think they gave me Demerol, still under. And my mother had something she needed to return to the mall. And we had to drive far out. So sis said, this mall is here, I'm gonna return this. She had me rolling through the mall in a wheelchair, slumped over. People were looking at me like, what in the world is going on? And my mom was just like, mind your business, and rolling me through that mall. So, I look back and I was extremely embarrassed had I not probably been under. But these things, they happen and life does continue to go on. So I will give you all the floor and we can continue. Don't be shy.
I think that is so real when it comes to
Yeah.
the moms will do what they wish to. I know that a few years ago, I was in India. I had gone through for residential portion of my studies, and there was a graduation there. And the first day of it, I collapse, and I get taken to the medical camp. And my luck, there's a gastroenterologist there, and they ask me, "So what's the matter?" I said two things. One, my wisdom teeth are killing me, and two, I am passing blood from the ulcerative colitis. They're like, "Okay, which is more pressing for you?" I said the wisdom teeth.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I say it's the wisdom teeth, and I got to get back in for lectures. And they say, "Okay, come back the night of your graduation." And at this point in time, I had been passing blood for about 18 months. And because it becomes so normal when you're being gaslit by doctors and you're not being taken seriously, I actually hadn't said anything to my family. And so, just like Dominique had said in the podcast we just watched on the telethon, she hadn't told her mom everything that was going on. I was the same. I hadn't wanted to worry my mother, so I didn't tell her. So here we are. We're meeting with this gastroenterologist who is phenomenal. He's the Dean of Medicine at University of Michigan, coincidentally there at this medical camp. And he says, "So tell me, Raj, how long have you been having this issue where you're passing blood and there's diarrhea?" And I say about 18 months. And my mother turns in slow motion to look at me and goes, "What?
You didn't say anything?" Moms.
No. At that point in time, the doctor goes, "Amma, this is not the time." But I think, when it comes to being a parent of a medically complex child, regardless of your age, that level of worry is still there. And the parent worries, but as the patient, you worry about them worrying about you. And if that isn't some I don't know what is.
This is true. This is true. Parents, we are always their babies, no matter what. So you're absolutely correct, Raj. That is some so we're going to move on into the next story.
I'll go. I think for me, in my family, I'm the only one that has Crohn's.
Okay.
So I think my mom was just like, did she miss something when I was a baby? I had digestive issues as a baby, but it wasn't like, oh, we need to check further. Mm-hmm. I was losing a lot of weight. I thought oh, I'm in college. All of this stuff started happening in college. I actually laughed when I saw that the word of the day is hemorrhoids, because I think that was probably my first experience. I don't know what that was. That was I thought I was about to die. I'm like, what is this? It was just so painful. But I went through that in college and I didn't understand. I'm like, oh, maybe it's something I ate. I'll just get over it. And I just kept losing weight. And I went home from college and my mom was like, you need to go to the doctor because you are losing so much weight. Mm-hmm. I was working out. I was on a college dance team. So I was working out 3 times. Well, competing 3 times a week, working out every day. My mom no, this is not normal. So I going to the doctor. I had a great doctor at first, but then sadly, he went on medical leave and then he ended up passing away. So I was just okay, what is happening? So I went to U of M, because I'm from Michigan. So I went to U of M and that's considered the best. But unfortunately, they couldn't get it together either. And then I went to the Mayo Clinic and I remember I still work. So I'm in corporate and trying to navigate work and trying to explain out. And it was uncomfortable because I'm talking to white males and they don't understand. They probably think I'm just exaggerating or something. And I just had to sit them down look, I need to work this was before work from home was a thing. I'm I need to work from home for a week and I need to go figure this out. Me and my mom went to the Mayo Clinic and they figured it out in 2 days. And they yeah, this is Crohn's disease. And let's take a look through they got all my records from when I was a baby. And I actually also had, I'm not a doctor, so excuse the medical terms if I mispronounce it wrong.
So right.
I had a pleurotic stenosis, which is the pleurotic muscle it opens up so your food can go through. Mine was very narrow, so that's why I wasn't gaining weight. So it was just staying there, causing all the acid. So I had to have a number of balloon dilations to open it up. Then I had to get on medicine. And, at the time I was thinking about moving to another state. And then maybe 3 days later after I got diagnosed, the pandemic happened. Goodness. Literally. So I think for me, it was just weird trying to navigate everything because I wasn't dating at the time. And I was dating my now significant other. And I'm like, how am I going to tell this man that I got this condition? Mm-hmm. I don't know, what to say or how to do it. And my mom felt bad because she thought maybe it was something she did during pregnancy, but it's no cause or anything. It just happens. Mm-hmm. So it's I think for me trying to navigate and explain to everybody what it is, that was the most difficult part. But I had a great doctor. Her name is Dr. Carty, Amanda Carty. She works in Birmingham now, but she was at U of M, and I was devastated when she had to go move on and get another job. But she was great. She actually was I'm going to get you into remission. You're young, you can bounce back. And yeah, she handed me off to another doctor, Dr. Cushing Dam. She works at U of M as well. And I've been in remission ever since 2021.
Beautiful.
So it's been great.
Awesome. Shout out to Dr. Carty for doing her thing. You raised a lot of great points. One of them in particular, when you were speaking about being young and kind of talking to this white man, maybe an older white man, you felt like you couldn't relate, and maybe he couldn't relate to you, but also having, family support and just enough courage to say, you know what, this doesn't sound right. Let's move on to someone who might make a little bit more sense to me, who might take the time to see me more of an individual. And as you say, your case was not just an open and shut. Looks like you needed, some additional things like you were talking about, the narrowing and the food sitting and turning into acid, that would take someone to just take the extra mile to figure out what's going on. You also mentioned, as far as your significant other, I think that there is again some shame, a little bit of wanting to hide and how am I going to tell this person this, or how are they going to understand? And so being brave enough to share your truth and then giving that person the opportunity to rise to the challenge, right? Because sometimes we kind of count people out a little bit and they can really be support. So that's, again, sharing your truth, talking about that TMI stuff, and giving our loved ones a chance to rise to the occasion. So say something. Who's next? Go. Who's next? Go.
I can go unless Maya wants to go next.
Yes.
Since we're talking about in our younger days, I was going through my journey heavily in college, and one of the things that stand out to me a lot, I had the stinkiest breath and the stinkiest poop, right? So, I'm out there partying, trying, so you have to go into these bathrooms, these little club bathrooms and stuff, and you're always using it. So I had to try to figure out how to navigate that, because you got to go. And so I'll never, ever in my life forget this one time. I went to the bathroom and everybody was like, hurry up, we got to get in the car. Going to another club. I get in the car and I smell shh. And I think it's me, right? Because I just
wait a minute, something is off.
I just came from the bathroom, so I'm like,
is something stuck to me?
There's something stanky up in here. So I just kind of act like I didn't smell it.
Maybe it'll go away, roll the window down.
But I think everybody smelled it, and they were just like, her butt stank. But, it's one of those things. Did I still go out? Yes. I was just a girl in the club that night.
You went and shook it around.
No, it didn't matter because I was kind of cute. So that just goes to show that people don't care what you're going through. If they like you, they like you, right? And I tell people that all the time. But I always had some little stanky moments, and then I had a ostomy early, so that was trying to navigate that. And if it's the air leaking out, the poop leaking out, whatever. So that was one of mine, but I'll never forget one of my friends in college. He told me, because I used to be embarrassed, after a while I'm like, dang, I'm just walking around here bad. I'm stinking. I got a bag. Ain't nobody gonna want to be with me. And he said, girl, don't nobody care about no bag. And he was absolutely right. And once I stopped caring about it, to the point where it was stopping me from living, everything else went fine after that. So.
Fell right into place.
Yeah.
And again, I'm a firm believer in whoever is meant to be in your circle and on your journey, they will be there and they will be on that journey with you. So, like you said, please move that little bag to the side, child. We gonna keep on moving, keep this thing going.
I want to also reiterate that you're cute. You're cute. The bag doesn't matter. The stank doesn't matter. You're cute. You're cute.
Yes. And then he or whoever will find out, okay, if you really want to do something about it, we'll do something about it. We'll work on it. But I still like you because you're cute. And so
we're working together. That's right.
That's it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I have dated someone with IBD, and child, we have some stanky moments, and you just move on and keep it going. So if you really care, and again, this goes back to just being very vocal about it, because sometimes people, I think there's fear, there's just a little embarrassment because you lack knowledge and you don't understand. So if we don't know what's going on, we just feel like, oh, she's just not washing. Well, that's not the case. I have a medical condition. Let's talk about it. And if you're mature enough to stay and be in my circle, then here you'll stay. If not, move on. Yeah. So we'll move on to the ever vibrant Amaya.
Yes. The story I was thinking about is, well, first of all, I have when I was having symptoms, like urgency, like you were saying, when you have to go, you have to go. And that was my biggest symptom, on top of passing gas with mucus. So you never know, when you're going to fart, and it might be a shark. So, but also the gas hurts so bad. It's I got to get it out. So either way, it's coming. And whether or not something else comes with it, it happens. But so for me, I was dealing with that for months and months, to a point where I learned, I refined a system of having wipes in my car, bags, trash bags, Walmart bags. And if I have to go, I'm going in my car. So I think a lot of people don't know that about me. And I always wondered how many other people do that as well. It's kind of difficult, because you have to get it right in the front seat. I was in the front seat. I got to make sure something's laid over top of me, but it helped. That's why I went on so long without asking for escalated care, because I'm I'm managing, things are cool over here. I got it down packed. And I would just throw it away where I needed to. But where I realized it was maybe a little more of an issue was when I started dating my now boyfriend. So now we've been together for 3 years, but at that time we had only been together for 3 months. And we were going on our first trip together. We went to the mountains and we were going to stay in a cabin, and we were driving up the long road or whatever. And I'm for my urgency, I can feel when it's coming on. And then I know at that point I have about 5 minutes, or else it's coming. And at that point I'm we're gonna have to stop, but we're in the mountains. There's nothing around, but we were almost at our cabin. We reached our cabin, but it was 2 cabins beside each other, and we had went to the other one instead of the one we needed to go to. So anyways, we pulled up to it, and I'm yes, finally I can go to the bathroom. And it was the wrong house. And I'm you know what, this is going to be the first time you're going to see me do this, but I'm going to have to go behind the car right here and poop, because it's got to come out. I don't know if you want it in the car.
I know that's right.
Yeah. So he was like, "You're cool," and like to this day we laugh about it. So that's when I felt like I knew that he was gonna be cool to stay around because, like to the point of if you're cute, you're cute. If somebody wants to be around you, they'll be around you. Like genuinely, like you have people. Or first of all, you need to find people and have people around you that do care about you and also are understanding and give people grace. Because like if that would have been something he would have judged me about, that would have been an indicator like I don't need you in my circle. But from that experience, he also was like, I think that showed him, like demonstrated this is like actually conditioned because you can tell someone you have IBD and like when they're around you here and there, they kind of see, okay, you might be in pain, you might be like they don't really see what happens in the bathroom. So for like them to like actually see a real example, like for you getting in the car when you were like maybe a little funky, they're like, oh dang, like she does have a medical condition. No matter how long they had heard about you talking about it, it's like my friends at a certain point when I'm telling them like, hey, I'm having to go to the bathroom in my car, and then they might come in the car afterwards and like smell a little bit. I'm like, yeah, you see what I'm dealing with. Like this is my condition. So I kind of appreciate those moments because then it demonstrates to people like this isn't something that just happens in the bathroom. Like I'm dealing with this all the time. I'm having to navigate. Like we got to find bathrooms as soon as we walk into places, and I need like those people to be around me to support me and understand those things.
Completely, because again, if you're for me, you're for me. Again, like I mentioned before, I'm not a patient, but I've had my share of stories. I had a situation where like you said, when that pain hits you, you better get it out. And so I had a story. I said, "Oh, my stomach is hitting me. This pain is hitting me." Thought it was just a fart, honey. It was not. It was not. And luckily I was home and I was able to get myself together. But these are things that happen. Like I mentioned, I dated someone who had IBD. He carried extra pair of clothes, pants, underwear, maybe even a shirt, wipes, a whole kit everywhere he went because you just never know when that's going to hit you. I have another story. This is someone else. I will not name her name. She is someone that's very dear to me. She is not a patient. However, she was driving. She's from the DMV area, coming, trying to get back to Maryland. She was in Alexandria, which Southern Maryland, Alexandria, 10 minutes apart. She's like trying to make it. She's like, I am not going to make it. Her girlfriend is like right before you get on the bridge. She's calling her and she's like, girl, I am coming to your house. Don't ask any questions. Just open the door. And her friend's like, okay, I'm opening the door. So she's like coming through the yard and she's losing the battle as she's walking through the yard. And she's like, oh, her friend's like, what's going on? Because all she sees is her face. And she's like, oh, I'm losing it. And she just took it right there in the yard. And luckily her friend was so sweet. Her friend had, like extra pairs of underwear, just had them, gave her a washcloth in the bag and something to wear home. But these things happen. And again, when someone really cares about you, someone loves you, we're not going to ask any questions. Are you okay? Is probably the only question we're going to ask, and then we're going to move forward. And it's okay. These are embarrassing stories, but they're relatable and they happen on a regular basis, even to people who are not patients. And so, again, we are here to support one another. Does anyone else have any other stories? Any other thoughts? Raj.
Nikia, I just wanna hop in on what you just said because I don't know if everyone remembers, but around December last year there was this meme of Pepe the prawn that was going around on TikTok. The amount of people not with a chronic GI issue that shared about times where their bowels were just like no. And the amount of people in their comment sections being like, me too. And people have so much of grace for accidents that happen. We're the ones that are like, oh my God, like will the ground open up and swallow me whole? But everybody else like, meh, it happens.
It happens.
And so sometimes seeing that can help. And that is why we do what we do, which is we air out the worst of the laundry because someone else is out there feeling the worst or getting really, really down on themselves when something like this happens. But the reality is it could be absolutely anybody. You could be in the perfect of health and you could have eaten something that was bad or you could have picked up a bug. And when we have so much of grace for those types of moments, then we can have that same grace with ourselves and with chronic illness baddies too.
Yes. Oh, I love that, chronic illness baddie. I love that. Going with your bad self. And this is true. We do have to give one another grace, patient or not. One of you, and I can't remember, you mentioned even being in college. It might have been the time when we were talking about getting diagnosed. And, even with the community conversations program that we do, when we start talking about poop and and all the and pus and all the things that go along with just any kind of chronic illness or just in any kind of digestive disease, some of these I hate to call them children, these young adults, their faces are like, and then but I do believe that even just hearing about it, even people just being vocal about it, it does help to destigmatize the subject matter, because poop happens, life happens. And so whether it is just a regular working bowel movement versus explosive diarrhea, like, it happens. And so we have to continue to have these stories, continue to talk about them, so that we understand that they do happen, and it doesn't make you any less of a person, any less valuable, any less important. And there will be, and it also can help you to see the people around you rising to the occasion to help you and assist you, or to look out for those telltale signs. I mean, you can even have a little safety word or something. Hey, we're going left. I know some things you don't know right away, but some things I'm sure you're like, that's a little twinge. Let me just pay attention to that. And so I'm all for the support. Any other stories? Anything else that anyone would like to share? I did not see any comments. And let me just make sure that we don't have any. All right. Don't believe that we do. Any other stories, ladies? Any way that I guess my question might be, with all these things, does anyone have any other stories on how maybe a family member might have supported you in these times? I can actually go first. When I mentioned about the having the hemorrhoids and having the rectal bleeding, one of the doctors, I saw multiple doctors. We were military, so we probably didn't really see the same doctor all the time. You just kind of went to base and whoever was available. And I do remember, and it also takes me back to something that Melody said on a podcast. The doctor asked me, I'm maybe 14 or 15, do you have anal sex? Excuse me? And and this is the age that, your mom is no longer really in the room with you. And so this doctor asks me, and I am dumbfounded because, excuse me, all I know is I'm having rectal bleeding. I went after, I told him no, we went on with the appointment. And when I say I went out and told my mother, and I won't say exactly what she said when I told her that, but let's just say she had a couple words for that doctor, because why was that one of the first things that you ask a 14-year-old girl? And Melody said it is absolutely racism and just a bias, because why would that be the first thing that comes into mind? But again, I'm young. I wasn't really able to advocate for myself. I didn't know to speak up and say, well, absolutely not. I'm just befuddled. And so I guess my question to you ladies is, did you ever have a moment where someone, your family, had to advocate for you or just support you or look out for you in some way outside? Because I know we talked about some significant others as well.
Yeah, I know for me, it was my mom's idea to go to the Mayo Clinic because I was fine with being at U of M. But she was like, this is at the time I was still on her insurance. And my mom, she worked for the government. They got the best insurance ever. So she like, while you still on my insurance, we're going to go to the Mayo Clinic, figure out what's going on. And even once we figured out what was going on, my mom offered to like move in with me. And I'm like, I was thankful because I'm like, dang, like I'm an adult now. And like, I done got away from you. I got my own place. And now she got to move in here. But she just felt like that was just the best thing to do at the time, just to make sure that I was good. Because I was still working. Like me, I never stopped working. And I was in school. Like I just finished with school this year. So I've been in school continuously. So that was one thing. And then my significant other, when I first got Crohn's, he's like a health nut. So he was like helping me with my diet and like, different workouts and stuff like that, just to like support me. Mm-hmm. So I would say like having family is super big. But also the last thing, definitely talk about things, because I've shared things on my social media platforms and people like, oh my God, I was going through that too. Like maybe I should go to the doctor, or maybe I should get checked, because you never know. Like I think some people may be scared, like, oh, I don't know if I want to deal with that. But like having this condition doesn't stop you from doing anything. Like I'll talk more about it later, but I'm on a conversation about like, being a mom and having this as well. So like you can still do everything. Just like Latanya was saying, she was still going out. She was like, hey, I'm here. Like we don't have to like stop life because of this. So
well, awesome, awesome. I actually looking here, it looks like we're at time. So but this is very true. This does not stop. This is not an end all be all. So I encourage you all that are out here watching to keep talking about it, keep talking about this, and let's keep it going. I definitely want to thank you all for your spreading this awareness and sharing and being vulnerable today. There's growth in knowing, and growing requires showing. So show and tell, if you will. So thank you so much. We have some amazing segments coming up. Next up, we have A Different World, the diaspora perspective. So we'll look out for that. And don't forget to donate. Did I say donate? I meant donate. And to the cause, you can use the wonderful QR code here or go on our website. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
As seniors, keep moving forward. You're at the finish line. And before you get over the line, we would like to give all of you guys $200 each.
If you are someone that is dealing with something, whether it's a health condition or whether it's a life circumstance, I want you to be encouraged that you can still accomplish your goals. Just keep pushing forward and be resilient.
There are a lot of challenges in people of color in terms of how we engage the healthcare system. So what I'm trying to do is begin to arm you with information so that you can advocate for yourself.
We come here with COGI to talk about not just gut health, but we talk about your entire health. When you're dealing with any type of chronic illness, it's not something that you go do by yourself. You gotta have a community to do these things.
So when it comes to IBD, everyone should have the resources that they need. Their community should be free of barriers so that we can all be healthy.
an introduction really necessary for someone we all know so well?
Gut holds the most nerves, 10 times more than the spinal cord. So your brain has billions of nerve cells, and then your gut has about 500 million nerve cells. And these are in constant communication with each other. So when the brain doesn't feel good, the gut doesn't feel good. When the gut doesn't feel good, the brain doesn't feel good. And that is the brain gut axis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Latanya Ward. I'm the area director here at COGI, and we're going to talk with some lovely women today about what's the procedure. In this session, we're going to be talking about what scares people a lot about going to the doctor's office, procedures, and everything from scopes, images, minor surgeries, even routine stuff, and breaking it down into real language. So if I can get everyone to just introduce themselves and we can jump on in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dominique Daniels. I am manager of community and patient support for COGI. I am also a Crohn's patient.
Hello, everyone.
Next, do you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. This is so exciting. I'm so glad I was able to make it live. As you can tell, I'm actually in I'm in a visit room. This is not like a decoy. This is a real thing. But my name is Dr. Sophie Balzora. I am a gastroenterologist at NYU and a professor of medicine there. I am also a proud board member of COGI, and I'm the medical advisory board. And I'm also the president of the Association of Black Gastroenterologists and Hepatologists, or ABGH. And we work very intimately with COGI. So I'm so excited to be here for Crohn's and Colitis Awareness Week. I do see a hefty amount of patients with inflammatory bowel disease, so I'm really excited to be in this conversation. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Amaya Jackson, and I am an ambassador for COGI, and I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 14, so it's been about 10 years.
I think that'll be...
Okay. I think I hear an echo somewhere. Somebody
Yeah.
has okay.
Somebody's lost in the matrix.
Yes, I think somebody has their other thing playing while we're doing it. But if you can cut that down. Okay, maybe it's just me. So let's start the conversation. Let's see. We're going to have patient perspective, and Dr. Balzora is going to explain to us some of the medical perspective of it, right? So a lot of times, let's be honest, patients don't go to the doctor because they're afraid of these big name procedures. Why do y'all think that procedures feel more intense or scary, and patients don't want to experience the procedures? Like we hear the word colonoscopy.
I can say something first.
Dominique, do you want to start with that patient perspective?
Amaya's gonna go. I'll go right after her.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think first, providers potentially and patients, like after they're told that they need a colonoscopy, but providers initially could just do a little bit of a better job explaining, first of all, the word, like maybe breaking down the word, like the scope and like the of your colon. Also, elaborating on like the anatomy of our GI system and like what a colonoscopy is going to look at. And then sometimes they'll just throw in endoscopy as well, and that like endoscopy sounds like a whole different kind of thing, which it is, but it's still a part of your GI system. So I think a lot of people, when I hear them say like I need a colonoscopy, they don't say the word even properly because they're like, I'm just going to get this like coloscopy or something. And I think, providers, while I think that they could correct them and just be sure that they feel empowered to say like they know what this procedure is. So that just is important to give patients the tools to understand what is happening. And then I was going to mention that I had my first colonoscopy when I was 14, and that was like obviously even more scarier as like a younger adult, younger person at that time, because that was my first time even getting sedated. So I think probably also explaining like what sedation is and like why that's necessary for this procedure, and kind of just really explanation is the biggest thing. I think that's why people don't feel as like confident and maybe feel more nervous about going into procedures because it's just like something that's thrown at you. And then on top of that, you don't know what is going to come out of it sometimes. So it's just really important to have like an open line of communication with your provider. And I think that starts with having that patient provider relationship where you feel comfortable enough to take up a little extra time and ask those questions.
Thank you.
I definitely agree, Amaya. One of the things that I was actually going to say is a lot of times, and I saw this, I worked in a doctor's office for a lot of years, is the doctor would give them this paper and say, you're having this procedure. And we would give all of these great instructions, and sometimes the doctor will walk out and they'll be like, well, what did they just say, Dominique? And I'd be like, okay, well, this is what they said. A lot of times patients have experiences that they get from other people that cause a bias, like, oh, so-and-so had a colonoscopy and they had to drink that stuff. Thankfully, times have changed and the prep has gotten a little bit better. But I will say for our male patients, like I used to tell our patients all the time, like, you're going anyway. It's better to just give us the sample because before you get to a colonoscopy, a lot of times there is a fit kit that you can easily send in while you're going and make sure that you are getting those things checked. But I think there is so many things around the conversation, how you bring up the conversation, making sure that your patient is comfortable having the conversation, listening to what they say when you even say the name of it, because there are a lot of procedures, there are a lot of things. And a lot of times people aren't empowered enough to say, hey, I don't understand. And even as patients, I want us to all remember, hey, ask me another question, because that question could be the difference in you getting the prep done correctly and not getting it done correctly. So yeah, that's just my thought on that.
Dr. Belzora, you have any input on that for us?
So unfortunately, I couldn't hear what Amaya was saying, so I'm really sorry about that. But I definitely heard what Dominique was saying, and just kind of feeding off of that. I will say in general, I am not the doctor patients enjoy seeing. So I'll start with that. I didn't really think about that when I chose this profession. But, people don't like coming to me in general. And then I tell them that I need to put a camera inside their booty hole. And then they want to see me even less. So I'm surprised I have any patients at all. But I think that part about the experience that other people may have or people read about definitely can very negatively impact how people view the procedure, right? And because a lot of times after the procedure is through, people are like, wow, it wasn't as bad as I thought. And so, which is wonderful. But I do think that there's already a mountain to climb in trying to talk about the procedure with a lot of folks. That sometimes is easily surmountable, but in other instances, unfortunately, especially for those who may need it most, is really a tough road to climb. It is a lot. I do think that with the colonoscopy, it can be a lot of information for people who aren't used to it, right? Like how to prep correctly, how to take the medication. I was telling a patient today that sometimes people take I prescribe the medication in advance of the procedure. Sometimes people take the medication well before the procedure, not realizing that they're supposed to take it the night before the procedure. So that's happened before. So, through experience, you just learn what things are important to say right off the jump. But I do think that especially for people who have been very hesitant, people who have delayed the necessary procedures, it's important to start with the why. Like, why are you delaying this? Like, what's your biggest fear? Because it's so different from person to person, right? Sometimes it could be a financial fear, like how much is this going to cost me? Sometimes it can be just drinking the prep and being overwhelmed by the volume and the taste. Other times it's having an escort, right? And being afraid to ask people or let people in and let them know that you're having a procedure done. Sometimes it can be the fear of the sedation itself. Other times it can be a fear of the unknown, like what are you going to find? I'm not ready for that information. And sometimes it's just people's lifestyle. They're just like have been prioritizing other people's health and other people's wellness without prioritizing their own, and so they just haven't made it. So I do think it's important to understand the why. Because then you can really focus on that during the visit to get them over that mountain that I was talking about earlier.
Thank you. That goes into, go ahead, Dominique.
One of the things that you mentioned was transportation. And I remember I went to my own doctor's appointment and there was this lady that was there. She actually worked in the clinic, and I reminded her, did you get your colonoscopy? Because she told me she had just turned 40. We found out she had like a family history of some things, and she was like, no, I haven't. And I asked her why, and she said, because I don't have anybody to take me. She had just moved to Maryland and didn't know anybody, and she was like, well, I can't take an Uber. So that's a big thing that we don't even think about in a realistic, because we always think there's somebody, but she knew nobody here. And I even volunteered to take her because I'm like, you got to get this done. I don't care how you get it done, but it's definitely a barrier that we don't often think about.
Absolutely. There are services in place where you can have a healthcare professional escort you, but those can be pricey. So I do think that that's something that's important to address. And, not so much for patients with inflammatory bowel disease, because I do think it can be tougher, but for people who are, let's say, just getting colon cancer screening, there is the option of having it done unsedated, right? And so that way you don't need an escort. And sometimes when I tell people, we can do it unsedated, some people are like, why would anybody ever want to do that? And I was like, well, unfortunately, sometimes people can't find an escort. And so that is their only option. And I think of all the things that prompt us to do unsedated procedures, that's probably the most disheartening, because then you just think about, just as a bigger picture, wow, this person really does lack support. Like, even if they may have family or friends that live farther away, they really lack support in the here and now. So that's definitely something that is an added burden that I do think is not thought about as often as it should be.
Yeah, that's true. What are some of the other procedures that are the normal ones? We all know the colonoscopy, right? Or we call scope, and I'm guilty of saying scope when we're going up or we're going down. So what's the difference? So what do we call those different scopes, and what are some of the procedures that are normal in GI illnesses?
Sure. So assuming this is addressed to me. But yeah, going up and down, definitely that's the way. Not much sideways, but going, I'll say going up is with the colonoscopy, right? Because you're starting from the end and then you go to the beginning of the large intestine and then you come back out. And then going down would be what's called an upper endoscopy, where you basically follow the same track that food would, right? So it goes from the mouth and then it travels down the food pipe, which we call the esophagus. We check out the stomach in its entirety, and then we enter the first part of the small intestine that we call the duodenum or duodenum, whatever your flavor is. You say potato, I say potato, sort of thing. And so I'd say those are like the traditional procedures. Oftentimes you can do them on the same day for patient convenience. There's no added disadvantage or complication to that. Like it's a very commonly done thing where sometimes people do need both procedures done, especially if you're evaluating for, let's say, Crohn's disease that affects, the esophagus or the stomach or the first part of the small intestine. So that's not uncommon to do. And I'd say those are considered like the bread and butter of gastroenterology. Other procedures, though, that are commonly done, especially in the context of inflammatory bowel disease, would be something called a video capsule endoscopy, which is pretty cool, where there's a pill that has a camera inside of it, and you swallow it just like you would be swallowing a pill, that you take for any as medication or eating food or what have you. And so that takes a trip down your entire gastrointestinal tract, and it takes video all the while. And then ultimately you expel it in the stool. Sometimes I tell patients to bring it back to me just as a joke, just to see what they're going to say. Most people think it's funny, but like, no, you don't have to bring it back to us. But then we watch the videotape, right? We watch the videotape, and then we see if there's any ulcers, inflammation, irritation, narrowings. So it's a really nice look inside the gastrointestinal tract that's not easily accessible with our bread and butter procedures like upper endoscopy and colonoscopy. So I'd say like those are like the main three that take a look at the intestinal tract. I'd say some others that are really important to mention, something called an endoscopic ultrasound. I don't know if you all are familiar with that, but an endoscopic ultrasound, just like the name implies, endoscopy, right? So it's very similar to an upper endoscopy or a colonoscopy in that it's a camera inside the intestine. But, when we do those bread and butter procedures, we're really just looking at we're looking at the lining of the intestine, right? Like almost like the innermost lining. But if we want to see those other layers of the intestine, or if we want to see other organs that are in very close proximity or next to the stomach or next to the esophagus or next to other things that are right next to the intestine, we can use this endoscopic ultrasound to do that. So it has a little probe at the end that's basically like a sonogram, like your routine sonogram where you get you're looking at the liver, or you're looking at the spleen, or you're looking at the gallbladder. And so it allows you to look at the pancreas, for instance. It allows you to look at other layers of the rectum. So those can be very helpful if people have other conditions outside of the intestinal tract that warrant further evaluation, or you need to take a sample of, or something like that. So that oftentimes requires additional training for people to do that on a regular basis and do it well. So I wouldn't put it in the category of bread and butter procedures, but it is definitely another procedure that gastroenterologists do on a not so infrequent basis.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sophie.
Yeah, sure.
So with all of that, we can see that it's a lot, right? And all three of us other ladies are patients, and we've gone through a lot of these procedures. Mm-hmm. What kind of tips, or how can we normalize patients who are probably just getting started going to get these tests and making them feel easier or not scary? Maybe taking somebody with them, or any kind of tips we can give people?
Yeah, I think asking questions so that you feel well prepared. What's the procedure for? What are you looking for? And I think asking this in the office setting, not when you're already in a gown and you're about to be sedated, because at that point you've kind of already committed, right? It's interesting that we get consent when someone's buck naked and already prepped and ready to go. They're not going to say no generally, but you still can, of course, and always know that you are in control of that situation. But I think being armed with that information beforehand will best prepare you. So just knowing what the procedure is for, right, is really helpful. What are you looking for? What's the point of this procedure? Is really helpful. And asking for reputable resources to learn more, right? Because there's so much information out there. We're overwhelmed with information, good and bad. And sometimes it looks really legit online, but it really isn't. And you need to know where the information is coming from, who is delivering that information. So generally, I'll say, academic institutions, great place to find information. Nonprofit organizations like COGI and ABGH, that you see are vetted by physicians and other healthcare professionals, also a great place to look for information. And I think that if you don't know where to look, asking your healthcare professional, asking the person who's going to do the procedure for that information, or to give you those resources, can be incredibly helpful. Being sure you have all the information about like the nitty gritty details, like where to go and when, how soon do I have to be there, just so you're not feeling rushed, like that extra anxiety of like, oh my gosh, I'm late. Oh my gosh, I need to go back home to go to the bathroom again because I prepped. Oh my gosh, where's the parking? Like all of those things just add to your stress, add to your anxiety. So being well prepared in terms of like getting there nice and early, making sure if your lifestyle and work allows for it, that like that is the main thing of the day, right? Is really helpful. And also like informing your escort, about if you're comfortable doing that, about what the procedure day is going to bring. I think is something that you can feel self-empowered, when doing. So those are like the three things I would recommend, is to ask questions. Don't be afraid to do that in the office setting before the procedure. Get the reputable resources you need, whether it's from the healthcare professional doing the procedure, or just looking at those academic institutions, which generally is your best vet. And then having all the logistical information that you may forget is important, but is just as important as, the other two things that I mentioned, because you don't want that added stress on that day.
Thank you. Dominique or Maya, y'all have anything you want to share?
So as a patient that has done the pill cam, I can speak on it. I did get mine out, so to speak. I had a little cup ready to put it in. It was one of those things that you had to be ready to do it. The camera is not as small as I thought it would be. I got it down, but then the whole night I'm like, what is it doing inside of me?
Like, are you awake?
And then at the time of waiting for it to come out, right? Because you're like, I want to make sure I'm home, because if I'm not home, then how this gonna work, getting it out. I walked around with gloves in my pocket, just making sure, like, okay, if I gotta go anywhere, I can still get it. Because my doctor told me to bring it back. I don't know why, but they were like, bring it back if you can. I'm like, okay.
That's the running doctor joke. We know now.
I'm like, wait a minute, you really need this. Listen, we can just flush it down. And then my mind went places like, okay, if I do flush it down the toilet, is it going to clog my toilet up at home? Listen, there was so many thoughts around the pill cam. But it came out. So for those of you who may worry if it's going to come out, I promise you it will come out. If you put it in, it will come out. But for that day, I just was like, oh my gosh, is it out yet? Is it out yet? Am I going? Every time I went, I just was like, is the camera coming out? And then I worried, like, is it going to get enough pictures if I go too fast? Listen, and I'm only saying all of these things because I know that there's a patient somewhere that will have this same question.
Yep.
But I had nobody to ask. And luckily for us, COGI is here to answer any of those questions that you may have.
No, that's great. No, I'm glad that you addressed all those like potential questions in your head. Because it's something that's like that people aren't as familiar with, right? It's like you said, Tanya, like a colonoscopy, people generally know what that is. Most people, not everybody, but compared to like a pill cam or like the video capsule endoscopy that you swallow. And I'll say for some people who have, for instance, like if they have trouble swallowing big pills, or have let's say like slow gastric emptying, meaning like the contents of your stomach doesn't enter the small intestine as quickly as it ought to. Sometimes we actually insert the camera endoscopically, so we can attach the camera, do an upper endoscopy, and insert and drop it into the small intestine, just so you're not worried, like, how did it go down in time? Like, is the recording, is the length of time that is allowed to be recorded, will it fill that duration if it's swashing around the stomach for a long time? So there are ways to work around things. So that's important to realize too. There are some kind of tips that we can use as gastroenterologists to help circumvent some of those potential pitfalls.
Yeah. And I know, like with me, I have a K pouch. So I don't have, when I get a colonoscopy, I don't get a colonoscopy because I don't have a large intestine. I don't have rectum, any of that. Pouchoscopy is that, I don't know if that's the medical term. That's what I call it. Is that the medical term, Dr. Belzora?
Pouchoscopy, yeah, we do pouchoscopies. Yep.
So they go in and look at my pouch and up a little bit. And
yeah, absolutely. So so a pouchoscopy, for those who don't know what that is, for people who have had surgery where their large intestine or their colon, those are synonymous, have been removed, and their small intestine, the last part of their small intestine called the ileum, becomes the new rectum. We call that the pouch. And so periodically, and for various reasons, we need to look in that pouch. And so since people do not have a colon in that situation, we don't call it a colonoscopy, we call it a pouchoscopy because you're looking in the pouch. It's the same type of camera that we use for a colonoscopy. You get the same type of sedation, right? And the risks and the benefits are the same. But for technical purposes, it is called a pouchoscopy because we're looking inside the pouch. We're not looking inside a colon, because in these cases, people have had their colon removed. So anytime you hear the word oscopy, that means you're looking at something, right? So pouchoscopy, you're looking at the pouch. Colonoscopy, you're looking at the colon. Upper endoscopy, you're looking at the upper endoscopic tract. So just even like, when you're thinking about other specialties or disciplines, when you hear the word oscopy, hysteroscopy, right? You're looking inside the uterus, like those types of things. So just when you think about the term oscopy, if you're just getting accustomed to medical terminology, that just means a look inside. So, you're looking inside that organ.
Thank you. Amaya, you got anything you want to share about yours?
I was just thinking, Dr. Balzora mentioning, confiding in or catching up your escort, whoever's going with you that day, because I had an interesting time with my boyfriend. It was his first time taking me for my colonoscopy, and I was mentioning in another session that, like, you can tell someone you have IBD, and at that point we had been together for maybe like 6 months, but sometimes if they don't have a lot of exposure to like what you're experiencing all the time, or like maybe if you don't share much about what you're experiencing, and they've also never had a colonoscopy themselves, they don't really quite understand this space. Like, you can say it as much as you want, but it's not going to be a real thing until you see it almost. So with him, like, being called, like, I was still, you're coming out of the sedation and they call your person back to the room to sit with you while you're like, you have like maybe 30 minutes or so while you're coming back to reality. He was telling me after the fact, he was like, I didn't know it was going to be you like in a gown on a hospital bed and still kind of out of it. So it was funny because he was a little bit shocked at that. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, maybe I didn't educate you enough on, what to expect that day. But that's a part of the communication, I think, that, everybody was kind of bringing up, that like, you should have an open line of communication with the person that is coming with you to set the expectation for that day. And then also, in a little bit of a different light, giving yourself kind of some grace for the rest of that day. I know for me, and I think most people, the GIs are like, you don't have to not do anything for the rest of the day. Like, after the fact, you're pretty much good to go back to regularly scheduled programming. But I know for me, it's like almost honoring your body and the fact that you did go through something the day prior, like less than 24 hours ago, you were also like kind of pooping your brains out. So like, just giving yourself time to really acclimate back into things, I think, is something that patients should honor themselves to do, and just take some time to just get back to what you were doing before you had to go through that 2-day little thing.
Yeah, I like that. I milk it. When I get my scopes, I milk it. I'm laying in the bed all day. I'm not doing nothing. I'm watching Tubi and
eating good food. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Amazing.
So, Let's see. Do we have any more questions? Let's see if we have any audience questions. Let me see if I can find.
Latonya, I was on mute. I am not. I'm the total opposite. Like, I think I want to run a marathon after. Like,
really?
I'm not to go to sleep after. It's let me go do the 900 things that's on my checklist for today. Although
that's a whole other. That's a
I
whole
be
other.
want to take a full week off. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Not me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I don't see.
I had a question.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I was just going to ask Dr. Balzora to maybe explain the FIT test, the FIT kit that Dominique had mentioned, because I think a lot of patients don't realize that's another option, you know, depending on the circumstances that they can do that's less invasive.
I don't think
she might not have heard. She might not have heard you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So she asked if you could explain the FIT kit and the importance of it, because a lot of patients don't think that it's important, but it is.
It's for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did not hear that. Sorry. Thank you. So what's the importance of, what is a FIT test and what is its importance?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So yeah, so a FIT test, it is a test that is designed to screen for colorectal cancer, okay? So when we talk about screening, we're talking about people who have no symptoms. We're talking about people who do not have inflammatory bowel disease. We're talking about people who do not have blood in their stool that they've seen. We're talking about people who don't have irregular bowel habits, belly pain, low blood counts or anemia, family history of colorectal cancer. So the FIT test is designed for people who are average risk for colorectal cancer. And it is a very good non-invasive screening test. Non-invasive meaning it's non-procedural, right? And so what you do is you put your stool on a card and you put it in the mail, and then they look for hidden blood in the stool. So looking for hidden sources of lower gastrointestinal bleeding, meaning hidden sources of blood that are emanating from the large intestine or the colon. So thankfully, our tests have gotten more sophisticated in that it's not really reliant on like what you eat, like, you know, the older school tests that look for hidden blood. If you ate like red meat or something like that, then it may alter the findings. It might give you results you can't rely on. But ultimately, a positive FIT test warrants a colonoscopy. So any non-invasive screening test we do, like the test, like a FIT test or a test that looks for hidden blood and abnormal DNA, those tests warrant a colonoscopy. It's not to say that a positive test means you have colon cancer or rectal cancer. It just means that you need a colonoscopy to figure out why that FIT test was positive. It could be blood from hemorrhoids. It could be blood from inflammation. It could be blood from a precancerous benign growth. It could be blood from a colon cancer, or a whole host of other things. But the point is that the FIT test is a great non-invasive screening test for colorectal cancer for average risk people. And a positive FIT test absolutely warrants a colonoscopy for further evaluation. And furthermore, we actually recommend that colonoscopy be done within about 4 weeks, within about 30 days or so of that positive test. It's not something you want to sit on. I don't want to see you months later, a year later, 2 years later saying I had a positive FIT test 2 years ago. That needs to be addressed within 30 days so we can figure out why it's positive. So I hope that answers the question. But I just want to, I think that sometimes the FIT test is used inappropriately. Like it's not supposed to be used. It's not like if I'm doing a rectal exam on a patient in the office, I don't take some stool and then put it on a cart. That's not how it works. It has to be a stool that comes out naturally. And it's not like manipulated in any way or like someone else is taking the stool for you or something like that. So that's also important to understand. Is that the bet, you want to do the test properly and in the right setting. And so the right setting is for people who are average risk and solely really for colorectal cancer screening.
Thank you very much. I think we're at time, ladies. This conversation could go on for another hour, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Dr. Balzora, for your time today. We know you're busy. Thank you, Amaya and Dominique. If anybody have any last words before we head out for today and go to the next session? No?
Thank you so much for having me. I'll say the main thing, I know I've talked a lot, so I apologize, but don't let fear be the thing that stifles you getting the care that you need, even if it's, even if it's something you're afraid of. It's really important to conquer that fear with the guidance of your healthcare professional.
I'll say don't fear the procedure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's some of the best sleep you'll get. I know a lot of people say that, but I love it. And they give you some good apple juice afterwards if you ask for it, cookies too. So it can be a nice experience. If you don't try and go run a 5K like Dominique after the fact,
Yes.
you can also relax. So that's nice. And I feel like a lot of workplaces they accommodate that because they know that's preventative care, but especially if they also know you have IBD or something like that's a part of your preventative care and maintenance. So it's also not something that's like taboo. And I think most places or workplaces understand if you have to take off for something like that.
Thank you. And for everyone watching, please don't forget to donate. You can use the little QR code at the bottom of the screen right there. And we thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Ventriloquist doll. Oh, sorry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to In Living COGI Tuesday Telethon. I'm LaTanya Ward. I am the area director here at COGI, and I'm excited about this segment because I'm with three of my most favorite people, and I will let them introduce themselves. Dominique, you want to go first?
Yes, I am Dominique Daniels, Manager of Community and Patient Support for COGI. And yes, three of my most favorite people.
I'm Raj. I am a global COGI ambassador, and I absolutely love the ladies of COGI. There's its favorites all around, and this, of course, is my reason for being.
Hi, I'm her mother, Vaneshri, better known as Prem, and the proud mummy of this young lady. And those are my girls.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Just to let everybody know what we're here today. Today, we're going to dive into a conversation about a different world. We're going to talk about advocacy, access to care, everyday life with IBD, but what it looks like outside of being in the United States, specifically in Africa.
Yeah.
So, let's start by let's talk about y'all's personal journey with IBD in Africa. If you can tell us a little bit about your story and what it looks like and you're first diagnosed.
Okay, I was diagnosed in 2009, the same week as my diagnosis for vasculitis. So I just got home on, I think, the Friday, and I received a call from my physician's rooms telling me that on Monday I must go back to the hospital, a different hospital this time, for a colonoscopy. I've never heard that word before, but they told me to have a prep, and at that time the internet was not a familiar item. But all they said, I mean, the word, the prep.
Oh,
So
Lord.
it was, something that was invasive. that they were going in some foreign areas that should not be in. So I went in, prepped, and I fleetingly met the surgeon in my ward, and he said, "Okay, we'll be taking you into theater, and we're gonna go through the back, and we're gonna do a scope." Okay, so I got wheeled into theater, um, got put off as such. I woke up screaming because I could feel the cut inside me, and then I was shipped back to my room. And then he came back and he said, "Okay, Mrs. Moodley, we found that you have Crohn's disease." No explanation. "You have Crohn's disease, and you can tell your husband come fetch you." So I called my husband and said, "I'm ready to be discharged," having no idea what Crohn's disease is. So since 2009, I haven't been treated for Crohn's disease as yet. I pass blood regularly. I have diarrhea every time I eat anything. I do not eat and leave home. I was in slight remission because of the vasculitis when I was on 18 months of steroids and Indoxan. It just gave me a little bit of relief, but it was like one size fits all. And still, up till this day, they're still doing one size fits all. I've been for many colonoscopies since, and there's still no treatment for me.
They had done a colonoscopy for her a few years ago. I took her to the emergency room because I felt that she couldn't breathe. And they took her straight into ICU. And when I gave her medical history, they said, "Well, while you're here, let's do a colonoscopy." And they removed a polyp from her transverse colon. And they didn't say anything about it. They didn't give us the report on the histology. We didn't know anything about it. About a month ago, we found out that the polyp was cancerous. We had no idea.
But in between that, I had been for another scope.
Yes.
And I was told to come back for a 6 weeks checkup. And in the interim, I said, enough for these guys in the 6 weeks checkup. I want to know now what is going on. So I flew off to India. And when I came back and I went in for my 6 weeks checkup, he said, "You had some kind of a cyst or a
bleed
or something
ruptured in here.
Something ruptured in here. But you seem to be fine, so we wouldn't interfere." So that is how we treat Crohn's disease in South Africa.
So my story started when I was 5 years old, which was the first onset of these symptoms. It was Boxing Day, and at that point in time, what had triggered it was actually turkey. So since then, my family's never had turkey for Christmas. But it caused a flare, vomiting, diarrhea, nonstop. I got admitted to hospital, and this was pretty much the trend for most of my childhood. I'd get admitted. My GP called me collapsing angel because I would just collapse so often from the vomiting and diarrhea, and they just put it down to dehydration. When I was 15, I was hospitalized with the vomiting and diarrhea. At that point in time, they said it was dysentery. The few months later, I had gotten admitted again. And this was just before my 16th birthday. And they told me, "Well, we thought it was gastroenteritis, but it looks like ulcerative colitis." But this had come just a few months after my mother had her Crohn's disease diagnosis. So I got hospitalized the first time. They didn't do anything about it. In between the first time and the second time, my mother gets diagnosed with Crohn's disease. So when I go back to the hospital, they say, "Let's take you to theater." And I immediately started crying because that was something that was very scary for me. I'd never been to theater before. And I come out and they tell my mother that I have ulcerative colitis. And I remember her despite, I mean, I've known her all my life as the strongest person in my family and someone who's not afraid of illness in the slightest. But to see her break down and cry because she knew that she was going through so much with the Crohn's. What is it that it means for me? And I was given a multivitamin supplement and I was sent home. I was told there's no cure, there's nothing we can do, there's no treatment that exists. That was it.
They only looked into it because it was the same physician.
Yes.
We had a fantastic physician who always delved into things like, your family has a history of this. So let's look into it. Let's not just bypass it as a common running tummy or whatever it was.
But having had these symptoms from the time that I was 5 years old, I do believe that ethnicity played a role in this because why would anyone consider IBD? I'm not white, I'm not Jewish, I'm not a man. And so it does make me think about it. And I think I had the epiphany today that had my mother not been diagnosed, would I have a diagnosis right now? Back to you.
So you guys just gave a whole lot.
Yes.
I saw you know, like, okay. So I'm gonna go back a bit because first we use different language here. And one of the reasons why this segment is so important is seeing the differences. Y'all see my little poop emoji. But theater, let's talk about what that is, because in US it's not a term we use. So let's tell people what that is.
So this is operating theater. So they say you're going to be going in, they will be giving you anesthetic, and they will be doing this procedure. The only problem is when it comes to patients like us, we wake up during the course of this. And so it's happened even when I was in another country getting a colonoscopy done, where they try to put me off and I wake up before the surgeon arrives. And then they put me off again. And then I say, sorry, excuse me, could you just hold on a second? That hurts really bad. So it is the nightmare, but I want to reassure people that this is not something that happens often. It's not something that there's a lot of people that go in for their endoscopies and colonoscopies. They have the best sleep of their life and they're totally fine. And even if you do wake up, that doesn't negate the importance of going for a colonoscopy because you can be saving your own life by doing so.
Yes, I agree. I do have a question because, like Dominique said, it's so much I want to ask, but I can't ask it all at one time. But I do want to know, y'all talked about not getting certain medicines and stuff. Can you talk about some of the biggest barriers that patients face in that area when it comes to being treated or getting a diagnosis for that matter?
I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
I think our biggest issue is doctors do not listen.
Yeah.
Okay. They see your mouth moving, but they do not actually listen to what you're saying. You know, we've got a fantastic GP, a family doctor, who is the only person that's heard what we've said. And we've learned how to advocate for ourselves from you guys. So now we take our book and we go to him, and he's the only one that's given us a hearing. Because the doctors are not hearing, listen, I have this constant diarrhea. I am passing blood. I'm in pain. I cannot eat and leave home safely. I'm always looking for the washroom. They do not hear all that. They will just say, oh, okay, you've got a bug. You've picked up a bug. But I think our greatest barrier here is the doctor, strangely enough, when he's supposed to be first line treatment.
Well, I think just to piggyback off of that, when it comes to the primary care provider, it's often a band-aid situation. So if someone goes to them and they say, I've had repeated bouts of diarrhea, I'm vomiting, there's nausea, there's all of this pain, it's usually, here is some Imodium, and that's it. And I think that is a very big barrier. Another aspect is the lack of, I would say, continuous learning, because medicine has evolved as the years have gone by, but because the information has not been updated. For example, in the last session, Dr. Sophie Balzora mentioned how when they're doing the stool test, it needs to be one that has been passed naturally. And that is how they pick up what they're looking for. And I recall my last colonoscopy where I was told to provide a sample, which was while I was doing the prep. You're not going to get the result you need, but something as simple as one sentence Dr. Sophie Balzora said is not familiar, not common knowledge here. Further barriers I feel are finance, because if you're going to government healthcare, because there is health insurance and then there's government healthcare. For example, here in South Africa, if you're going to government healthcare, you can wait for years. And in that time, your suffering continues. If you have private healthcare, your options are also reduced because there are very few gastroenterologists here, and even fewer that listen to their patients. There is a patient that we know of with ulcerative colitis where I had spoken to her years ago about taking a biologic, for example, or considering an ostomy. And because of the bias that her specialist had about an ostomy, this woman was forced to leave her job. She thought that she would die before seeing her children marry. And now that she's had the ostomy, she has traveled, she's moved house, she's living that good life. And so another barrier to care is obviously the mindset of the providers. And that is why these types of spaces where you bring together patients and providers is so important. I'm not sure if I've answered your question though.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Thank you for that. I didn't know if Dominique had a question. Yeah.
I do. One of the things
I can tell you got one.
I try to make it known so you'll know. One of the questions that I had was like, okay, let's paint a picture of what it looks like. So you guys have what you call GPs there. So what happens? You go to your GP, you say, I have a stomach ache. How long does it take to get to a GI provider?
You can wait about a year. That's sometimes not even in your city. You can be waiting, you can be on the waiting list to see a gastroenterologist for that long. That's if your doctor will refer you. Because if your primary care provider does not refer you, good luck with that.
Because you do need a note from him. It's like a motivating letter stating why you actually need to see the big guy. So you don't just walk into his rooms or just call in for an appointment.
Also, what happens is because there's such a shortage of gastroenterologists, you will be referred to a general surgeon. That was your first colonoscopy. You were referred to a general surgeon. And the general surgeon goes in. Generally, does the scope, doesn't take any pictures, doesn't take any videos, doesn't necessarily do any biopsies. And then you wonder, what's the point?
Money, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He looked, he doesn't know what he's looking for.
Okay.
He went in blind. And if he doesn't know, he's shh. He doesn't know what he's looking for.
Okay,
well. So while we're on the subject of money, my next question is, what does the pharmacy look like? Because once you get that prescription for what you need, tell me what that's like actually getting the medicine that you need. And you don't have to name specific medicines, but just walk me through what, once you get the prescription, what that looks like.
So before you can get the prescription, let's say hypothetically speaking, a biologic is what you're after. First, you will have to motivate with the government to be allowed to take the biologic. And this can take between 6 months to a year with a yes or a no. Afterwards, you're looking at tens of thousands. If you can afford it, then you can try, and your pharmacy will attempt to order it. And there's no guarantee that they can gain access to it either. Biologics are fairly new when it comes to South Africa, and access for it is even more limited. The first time I heard of a patient taking a biologic for IBD was actually last year. Not a woman of color, but someone that had had phenomenal results with her biologic. But this is someone that is a big businesswoman, so she could probably afford to grease some palms to speed up the process and actually get that medicine into her.
Oh wow. I'm sitting over here in shock because we're already 3 years in just waiting to get some medicine. I want to ask so many more questions about insurance and all of that, but I see we are at our 2-minute countdown. So we are going to have to continue this conversation at another time, but
In person.
Yes.
You're most welcome home.
Yes. Dominique, did you have anything else? Raj?
No. Thank you, ladies, for your time. What's the time difference there? Because you guys are so dedicated, and we love you, and we appreciate you.
It's about 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. at night.
At night. So it's still early for us, but I want to thank everyone behind the scenes at COGI because I have learned so much. I didn't know the ProCam was available the year that I was born. The biologics I didn't know biologics existed, let alone biosimilars. I didn't know that remission could happen. I didn't know that people could have ostomies and live fulfilling lives, and that IBD looks like me. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and all the way from South Africa for what you're doing for people of color, for patients around the world, and also for the care partners, for those who are a part of this journey, because I know it's made a huge difference having a family member join in on the huddle, having care partners speak about their experiences, and of course having you liaison with providers and pharmaceuticals so that we can all have better outcomes.
And we speak of you quite often whenever we have patients struggling. We always speak of the fantastic team that we have met, we've encountered, and we speak of your good work.
And please donate. Go ahead. The QR codes are right there. You want to put your money to good use. It funds research, it funds patient support, and it helps people to feel better. Go COGI.
Thank you so much. I love y'all. Mwah. And we will talk soon. Thank you.
Yes, we will.
everyone. We're happy that you could join us. My name is Latanya Ward, and I'm the area director here at COGI. And I'm joined by two phenomenal women. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Can we start with Chrissy?
Hi, everybody. I'm Chrissy Thornton. By day, I work for an organization called Associated Black Charities, fighting all the ways that structural racism impacts the lives of Black people, Black families, and the Black community. I am also a very proud member of the COGI family as a parent of a now adult child living with Crohn's disease and also a member of the board of directors.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deidre Smith, and I'm a COGI ambassador, and I am a caregiver or care partner, I would say, to my wonderful, handsome son that just turned 18 on the 2nd of November. And so we're transitioning into that adult stage, but he and I are both ambassadors of this wonderful organization.
Thank you. And we're here for a very important conversation. We are all parents. And so we know as a parent, our first job is to protect our kids. But as parents with children with IBD, protection also means preparing them for what's to come in life, right? Teaching them how to notice symptoms, speak up early, learning how to advocate for themselves at home, at school, and in life. So we would love for you two ladies to share your story about being parents of a child with IBD.
Which one do you want to go first? I can start. So Deshaun was he was diagnosed, I want to say, when he was 15. However, he was going through symptoms for a full year in his freshman year of high school when he was 14 before we actually realized or got the proper diagnosis on actually what was going on with him. So there was countless visits to the emergency, to the doctors, and we weren't getting any answers. It seemed like no one knew what was going on until finally someone recommended going to a GI doctor. And then so we went to a GI doctor, the first doctor, and she just named everything under the sun besides, ulcerative colitis or Crohn's. So at that point, we still didn't know what was going on. Didn't really like her vibe as a mama bear, so switched to another GI. And then finally kind of got to getting some answers after he had a colonoscopy and things to that matter. So fast forward, he had to take off his freshman year. So thankfully his high school offered a remote learning, which was still connected directly to the school, because he just couldn't, unfortunately, stay in school the time period. So he was remote learning for freshman year as well as his sophomore and junior year, because we went through a number of biologics before something finally worked for him. And now he's a senior and he is in school. Actually, his first back in school since his diagnosis in his last year. So that's awesome that he's able to participate and be a part of all the activities that go on during your senior year, which is so important, that I was actually nervous about him missing and partaking on. So he's, thankfully in remissions. We have our 504 plan that we utilize very much and we advocate and we let the school know, because honestly, I'm not sure if even the school ever had someone that has had Crohn's disease or things to that matter. So I had to do a lot of advocating with his teachers and his counselors, and to let them know that, even though he might not look like he's going through issues or situations, he's not just trying to play hooky or skip. He actually has something that's invisible that's happening with him. So right now we're in remission, like I said, and he's doing excellent.
That's awesome.
My story's a lot similar to the one that you just told. So my son first had symptoms at 11 years old. And we spent about 6 months kind of navigating the healthcare system, not getting any answers. But we went into the emergency room And the doctors told us it was likely something with his gallbladder, and they used the word gastroenterologist for the first time. And I had never heard about that. Like, I don't know about you all, but sometimes in Black communities, we just got the doctor. We don't know about going to specialists and these kind of things. And so I had never been to a specialist and never talked about a gastroenterologist in my family, but I knew that word and I knew my son was not well. So when we were sent home and I felt a little frustrated and helpless, I went online and looked up that one word, gastroenterologist. And it immediately led me to a pediatric GI at Johns Hopkins. And I couldn't imagine like how long it would take me to get into Hopkins. But I picked up the phone that very day and called the office, and the doctor had a cancellation the next afternoon. And so they saw us as new patients the next afternoon. We walked into the clinic, and looking at my son, who by that time was malnourished, he was very emaciated, he had dropped a bunch of weight, he was jaundiced, his eyes were yellow, and he really verified it by checking for anal fissures, which he did have at that time. He said to me, your son has Crohn's disease. He said, I'll prove it with a colonoscopy, but I recognize what this is, and, I'm going to need you to trust me. And so I was so dismayed and frustrated because it was not a disease I had heard of. It was not something that was in my family or something I had any knowledge about, so much so that I actually got into a car accident on the way home that day. Like, I was just so out of it. And you hear anything with the word disease and you know enough to know or to find out that it's chronic, it's lifelong, and these things, and you just feel very frustrated. But I did trust that doctor, because other than God, I had nobody else to put my trust in. And so we went down to the facility. He confirmed the Crohn's with a colonoscopy. It was extremely advanced. It was extremely aggressive. And he stood in the hallway and looked me in my face and he said, I need you to trust me. He said, this is severe. We have to go straight to the most aggressive form of treatment. And so my child actually immediately was put on a biologic. He was on Remicade immediately. There was never any other introductory treatments. We've never been on steroids, never been on anything else. So we went right to Remicade because of the severity of the ulcers and the COVID. And he today, that was 11 years old. He today is 26 years old. Wow. He, by the grace of God, is still on Remicade. He's on the biosimilar, but he's still on that treatment. It's still working for him. Thank God. It has, restored his quality of life. We've had a lot of other co-occurring things happen, a lot of other skin, interactions and other things that have happened. But the Crohn's is pretty well managed on a 6-week regimen with the biologic. My child from 11 years old was on a 504 plan. I had to advocate. I've actually gotten teachers fired from the school system because of the ways that I felt like they weren't preserving his dignity and honoring that plan. So I always advise, use what's in place for you. Go get that 504 plan so you have those protections. He actually went through a 4-year college. He actually went through 3 years of law school and is now functioning in a very high stress profession as an attorney in New York City. And so I'm also here to talk about not just the journey, but what it can look like. Like, it's not a sentence where you can't live a full and a fulfilling life. You can't have a career. You can't go to college. All of the things they'll tell you, specifically, upon diagnosis, but also the people around you who don't take time to learn about the disease, but want to limit what they believe your life can become because of it. And so that's pretty much been my journey. I've been advocating all along as well.
I love it. Thank you both so much. And something that you both mentioned, and I want to dive into a little bit, is the 504 plan. Can we tell people how we go about getting a 504 plan? What is it? And because there's some parents out there who probably need this for their kid to help them in school.
Absolutely. So the federal law gives us, accommodations for disabilities. And in the school system, K through 12, it shows up as a 504 plan where you're able to put your disability on the record. And this can be a physical, a medical, or an intellectual disability. You're able to put it on the record, and you're able in turn to receive certain appropriate accommodations in the school system for that illness. So for us, our accommodation showed up as missed time from school. It showed up as, privilege to use the restroom when necessary, and not just any restroom. Like, I had to advocate even further to get him to be able to use the staff and faculty restroom, because it was important that his restroom usage be in an environment that was more sterile and, a little bit less like what you would expect. That for us, it showed up as being able to be excused from gym, physical education, when he felt like it was too strenuous. That's the teacher that had to go because she felt like he was not being forthright about not because she couldn't see his disability, so she didn't really honor his being able to sit out when he needed to. It also covers from excessive absences. It allows more time for work. It allows stop. What really helped us is to stop testing. So if you're taking a standardized test and it comes with a time frame, but yet you have to use the restroom, your time can stop until you do so, and then it can resume. So we've used that. And when he transitioned to college and law school, we also took advantage of the ADA. So once you graduate from 12th grade, now you move into adult accommodations for disabilities. So the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, actually provided additional accommodations for him there in undergrad, in law school. And when he took the bar exam, we had to apply for those accommodations as well, because we're talking about now someone who has to sit for 4 and 5 hours, who needed the accommodation to be able to use the restroom as he needed to.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And same for me. Well, not same for me with everything. Obviously, I just learned a lot from you, Christy, and I really appreciate that because, again, as I said, Deshaun and I are transitioning into the adult phase of this. But for now, him going back to school again, I had to go up there numerous times so that they can see that, he's staying no matter what, you guys. Like, because at one point they were almost saying that he would, like, they were like close to trying to kick him out, and I'm like, no, like, I'll help you guys understand what we have here. I'm like, this is, a mandated plan. He's protected by his doctors and everything to that matter. But it shows up now as them understanding that. And he does have accommodation with schoolwork. He really tries to go every day as much as possible, but sometimes Deshaun eats things that he's not supposed to eat, and he wakes up and he can't make it, so his absences are excused. And his also shows up with his work, his schoolwork. So all of his teachers are aware and things to that matter. Like if there's days that he missed, they allow him to make up work and make up tests and things to that matter, and not be penalized.
Yes. Thank you for sharing that. I know that's going to help a lot of people. One thing that I want to get into, because I know I got a couple of mama bears on here, I want to get into this medical confidence, because our children can be young or our children can be older. So how far should we as parents take it, or how far did you take it when going to these doctor's visits? What age did the doctors like, okay, you can get out the room, I don't want to talk to you anymore? Do you stay in? That's my baby, I need to know it all. What
I mean, I'm crazy. So I'm still in the room. We had infusion last week and I sat right there with him in the room, and I just reminded him, because he, as of just yesterday, is now on his own insurance because he turned 26. And so by law, he had to vacate my insurance policy. And I just said to him today, like, make sure you sign the paperwork with the doctor so that I can speak to the doctors legally. And so all throughout my process with my son, I have been a hands-on caregiver. In many ways, and you've heard me say this before, LaTanya, I think it's a weight too heavy to carry for a young person who's pursuing education in their life and all these kind of things, to manage the healthcare on top of that. So as his mother, I felt like it was my responsibility to take on that load, and I continue to do that as much as possible. But no, I'm in the rooms, like, I'm keeping the documentation, I'm asking the questions, and I'm advocating, because specifically for people of color, we go into these settings and we're not heard, we're not, listened to, there's no dignity in the care and those kind of things. And you need an advocate and you need an ally in that room with you. So I'm that mama that's going to be in the room, listening and asking questions and being part of the medical care team.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I'm that mama too.
I think that comes with the territory, right? Like, that's
yeah. What you know what? Like my son was just diagnosed, but he's 31, and I'm still.
I didn't know that, LaTanya. That is just, oh my goodness. So you're right here with us.
So I'm still that mama, right? And he's 31 with children and everything. And I'm like, tell me when your doctor's appointment is.
Yeah, I'm coming.
So yeah, I need to know, because we're going through this. I can help you. You don't have to go through this alone.
Absolutely.
And I was a child patient. So if my mom wasn't by my side, I just don't know. I'd probably melted by now. Mm-hmm. But speaking of how us as moms and our parents are always there for us. This is a hard moment for parents going through the emotions. This is very hard because we want to protect our kids, and sometimes we feel very vulnerable, like we can't. Anybody want to speak on how you go about managing your emotions in a time like this?
I think it's really hard, right? Like my entire, I mean, he doesn't even necessarily need to know this and understand it, but my entire life has been interrupted by Crohn's disease without me being the patient. It has dictated what jobs I've been able to take because I've always had to be conscious of my insurance coverage. It has dictated like how I've moved professionally because I am always sitting at the treatments and, present. And so it carries a heavy weight of responsibility. And then, of course, in my situation, we had community members and family members who like locked shame on the situation, like, oh, it's probably because you took them to McDonald's or you didn't feed them healthy or you whatever. So you carry that too. Like, what could I have done differently? I still, and this is not from other people, but it's from me, and it's like has some truth to it. I wonder if his like overuse of antibiotics as a young baby and a toddler really contributed to this. And so I feel I feel absolutely guilty. And then also watching someone that you love and care about and you want to thrive have to sit there and be, like infusion. It took him 9 sticks before they could run a line on an infusion. Nine times. And so like I'm in there raising hell in the hospital, and then I'm doing so I'm going
blood pressure going up.
Anger, guilt, shame, sadness, concern. And then the thing that we don't talk about enough, but now that my child is kind of aging out into his own self-care, is what happens when I'm not here anymore. Right? Like who is his ally then? Who does he have to make sure he can get home from the treatment and make sure things are when he's down, right? Like that hit. So those are the emotions that I'm starting to navigate now as we move forward in this. But
so for mine, in the beginning, I would hear, him just in pain at night, and I would just break down and get it out my system before I go in front of him. And in front of him, I'm like, listen, I'm just strong for him so that he can see that we're getting through this. We're going to get through it together. We're going to get through it no matter what. But, behind closed doors, I would definitely have my moments. And it did stress me out tremendously in the beginning because I felt lost. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know how to help him. I wanted to take it away, but I didn't know how. And so feeling lost and hopeless and helpless for your child is just a different feeling that you just, and like Chrissy said, I was like blaming myself because I'm like, it was those burgers. I'm like, I know
it's always something, right?
I was like, it's my fault. So I still feel that guilt in me because like they say, it's hereditary, but there's no one in our family that has it or has ever heard of it or anything like that. So it was a huge mountain to climb, but he and I both overcame it together. And I feel like me being strong for him and being, his protector during this situation would help. I felt like, so yeah. And that's why popping is so important as well. So that's us coming together, us parents, to discuss our emotions and relate to one another it's just extremely important because we also are definitely as care patients or partners, going through emotional distress just like the patient is. So
what is popping?
Popping is parents of pediatric patients included. And it's a group that we have here with COGI, and it's 4 parents that are going through similar situations that we, with children that have a disease, IBD, ulcerative colitis or Crohn's, and we just get together and we just talk about our experiences, just like we're doing now, how we're navigating. It'll be for anybody that needs to learn steps and things to that matter. So it's an awesome community that I'm actually a part of, and I want all our parents to join it and we can release with each other.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I guess I have maybe one more question. Then we can see if we have any questions from you all and some audience questions. But I want to know how important it is to teach our children how to advocate and speak up for themselves. Because Chrissy made a good point. We think about what about that day when we're not able to be there to fight these battles for them? How important is it to teach them how to speak up for themselves? And because I know down here in the South, I'm from Mississippi, and when we go to the doctor is like next to the preacher who's next to God, right? So you don't really. So how important is it to speak up for yourself? Teach them that.
I would like to think that my child has learned by my example. Like, I'm in there, and when something doesn't feel right, doesn't go right, or I know it's not right, I'm addressing it. I'm addressing it from, calm and rational to all the way past whatever you would expect. And he has witnessed that. And I have seen him probably think there were times that I went too far, like, come on, Mom, like, but
really?
Advocate in ways to make sure that I have, results for him. And I've displayed a huge amount of passion around it. And I know he's seen that. I've seen him begin to advocate for himself. Now, he may not do it in the same way I do, right? But I do believe that he knows that he needs to speak up. And I'm constantly reminding him, like, you need to speak up. Like, if it's not right, you need to say something. Like, and you deserve, right, care that is compassionate and that preserves your dignity, and you deserve these things, and so you have to speak up. And so I think we have to tell them to do that. We can't depend on a world that will prioritize them certainly as Black patients, and we have to equip them with the words, but also I think the bold attitude that they need to speak up when they need to.
Yeah, so I learned and at our 5-year conference just that was in Atlanta, after speaking to some of the other younger ambassadors and things that matter, that I have to try to let him step away and things that matter and advocate for himself. And I'm hoping, and I was kicked off everything after he just turned 18, right?
Oh, no. Go on, get that paperwork. No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I did. But they were quick to kick me off. But I definitely did get that paperwork. And we already had a meeting with his GI. So he's still going to be with his GI for a little while. But I did, just in case, let him know, how we just wanted to make sure we had a plan. And I talked to Deshaun, like, Deshaun, you see this, like, they're kicking me off. Like, you have to advocate for yourself. I'm like, you see how I don't stop. I don't let you just go through pain just to go through pain. And I don't want you to, I need you to do the same thing. Don't go through pain just to go through pain. Don't stay with a GI just because you've been with a GI. Switch. Like, if you feel that they are not accommodating you, listening to you, don't believe you, are not trying to switch right away. There's no question. So I communicate those things with him, but I still am holding on, but I definitely have to eventually wean him off because he is an adult now. And but as Chrissy said, I hope that me being along on this journey with him from the beginning, he sees that he's his own advocate and he has to speak up for himself because no one else will.
Yes, thank you for that. That was good. That was good. Did y'all have any other things that you wanted to make sure we had a chance to share, because our time is limited, but anything you want to share related to this topic for our audience to know?
I'm just glad that COGI creates this environment where we can, be with people who share experiences, not just with the diseases, but share life experiences with us. And I've met so many, I think, wonderful people. And I think, you all do something very special as far as affirming the care providers, the caregivers, the parents of patients, and a lot of spaces don't make room for that. And when you are in this like energy all the time of like being a caregiver specifically for someone with IBD, you don't let it down. So I'm like everybody's mama. You know, Latanya, I'll be like, what you doing? Are you doing the right thing? And it just it becomes such a part of our lives, right? That sometimes people don't recognize the parents as, as valuable in the ecosystem as the patients. And we play such a huge role. So I just thank the organization for always acknowledging that.
Yes. Yes, I want to piggyback off of that. So, like, the title of our thing was "How do I get advocacy popping for my child?" And mine was showing up to rooms like this, finding organizations like this. I went down many rabbit holes before I found COGI, but once I found COGI, it was just heaven sent, and just I can't put in words what it has done for my son and I to see individuals like us and doctors and other people that is involved in the organization. It was very important for me to find someone that looked like him that was going through the situation, because when you Google it, it's not very, it doesn't, reflect. And representation is very important. And it's a must. So to have found that representation of all these beautiful people that we met is just words can't describe. So COGI is everything.
Thank you for that. That's so sweet. And now, what I just realized too, when y'all were talking, it just so happened that we all are parents of young Black men.
Men, yes.
Yeah. So, which is a whole nother conversation to where they don't really want to be telling all their business anyway. So that's another conversation for another day. But I am so thankful that you ladies came to share with us today, because I know so many people got so much out of this conversation. Let me just make sure that we don't have any questions. I think I'm checking this right. I don't know. Okay, I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions. But thank you, ladies. And you all have a wonderful day, and we will get ready for our next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Person has how many sick days? 8 to 10?
Not enough.
Not enough. No. Not to do a clinical trial.
If you have a chronic illness.
Yeah. Right. So you don't have enough sick days, but yet I want you to be in my trial and come once a month or twice a month. How is that? And you need your sick days maybe for your children or for your spouse.
But even for being sick, because those sick days are just too.
Or for your operation and your Crohn's disease.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So that's where we have now, and I'm going to describe it, decentralized clinical trials.
Yes.
Where we have trials that come to you. So just like you have home health. So we have situations now where we're being able to bring the trial to the patient. they've had setups where the patient can meet, like I'm at work and I can take my lunch break and go get my blood drawn next door at the hotel. Like they have,
really
like they're
cool.
really, people are stepping the game up. And that's what's gonna have to happen because people can't take off work to go be in our trials.
Coming in, flex. I just wanna win, LABB, who we running with, 2233, I'm on 10 again, station.
Welcome to Coming in Hot, where we discuss health opinions and truths in the context of community and culture. Today's episode is titled Respect the Technique. We're about to get into research, and I know that's pretty broad, but basically we're gonna be talking about what it is and why. Before we actually dive in, I'm going to pass the mic to my guest. Karen, you're up next.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Karen Correa. And I'm the head of global clinical operations at Takeda Pharmaceuticals.
Hi, Mark Osterman. It's an honor to be here. It's my first podcast ever. So I'm the Vice President and Disease Area Head of Gastroenterology, Immunology, and Research and Development at Bristol Myers Squibb.
Awesome.
Hey everyone, Matthew McCurdy. Co-founder and newly appointed Executive Director of Black Health. Happy to be here.
And?
Co-host of the podcast.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So
credentials.
Yeah, listen, you better put all those check marks next to your name, okay? Put some respect on it.
Now, did she rope you into it?
No, I volunteered.
Okay.
I love to be here. Anything for Mel.
Awesome.
Anything. See, you know what? Anything for Mel. That is a motto. More people should have that. I love that. I love that for you, and especially I love that for me. Yeah. In the interest of remaining health literate, Mark and Karen, you all have a lot of titles behind those names that are above my pay grade, and I know that pharma talks in a lot of alphabets, so we want to make sure that we remain patient friendly. So as we're having this conversation, I might pause or stop you all so that we can get a better understanding and that our audience can get a better understanding of terminologies. And we do that a lot here so that if we don't understand something, they may not understand something and we remain clear.
Understand.
All right. Cool. So let's get moving. To kick things off, Matt, I'd actually like to ask you to explain what research actually is. What does it mean?
Yeah, and Mark, Karen, please feel free to chime in here after I'm finished. But, you know, when we traditionally think about research, I think most people think about going to the library, looking online, trying to find something or find information about something. But what we're actually talking about right now is clinical research, right? And so this is the opportunity to build something new, whether it's a therapeutic, so medicine, or a device, or even a new process. Right. And when you have clinical trials or clinical research, what you do have is people who are volunteering to be a part of that process. Right.
Pause that.
Yep.
Therapeutics. What is that?
So therapeutics will be your medicines. Right. So things that you take to get better, to treat a disease, reduce symptoms, or even to be well. So great question. You know, so as I was saying, when you think about research, specifically clinical research, you're also thinking about human subjects or people, right? So people are being a part of that process to test the safety and efficacy, or if the successfulness of that drug to ensure that it'll work. And that's the main way. When we say efficacy again?
Efficacy.
So efficacy is also going to be either the effectiveness or whether simply does this work? Does it get to its intended purpose? And so that's the main way that we get innovation in healthcare, right? It's through clinical trials, through this clinical research process. And I think it's really instrumental that we have diversity in those trials. And I know we'll get back to that later in the conversation. But yeah, I think broadly, that is the definition of clinical research, and open to any additions that you all may have to that.
So can I ask a question? If I read a document and it says this product has 30% efficacy, so since we've now brought the word efficacy into the conversation, What is it saying to me if it says 30% efficacy?
Well, it can mean one of two things. It can mean it's either 30% better than the placebo, which is the group who got something which wasn't a medicine, whether it's like a saline solution or a pill, it's like a sugar pill.
Look at you putting us on. You gave us a definition before I had to say pause part.
See? Okay, good.
So placebo is what?
A placebo is it's a non-medicine, but it's a safe substance. So whether it's like a salt solution, if it's in like an IV or an injection medicine that you're testing, or if it's like a sugar pill or something else, which is like completely innocuous that you take. So 30% efficacy could mean that it's absolutely 30% of the people are getting better, or it could mean, or what we usually do is we test it against a control, which is a placebo. And if we say it's 30% better than that, because with some diseases, there will be a placebo response where patients will respond to just being in a clinical trial because they're being monitored. Maybe they're taking their other background medicines more regularly, so that it's not zero for a lot of diseases.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I know we kind of got ahead of ourselves, but I wanted to dive a little bit deeper just because we were explaining research. Mark, since we're already on you, can you actually give us a little bit more information about your background? What actually led you to the role that you're in, and what do you actually do in your role?
Yeah, so I was a inflammatory bowel disease doctor and researcher, a clinical researcher at the University of Pennsylvania for over 15 years. And just a little over 2 years ago, I left to go to do research full-time at Bristol Myers Squibb. And the reason I left, it wasn't because I was burned out by being a doctor or I wanted something new. It was because I just wanted to devote the rest of my life to fixing the millions of people with the disease, not just my 1,200 patients. So I was really wanted to understand the science of disease, understand how the disease behaves differently in different people, which is why diversity matters, because we're not the same genetically or in many other ways. And also, because of that, medicines work differently in different people, and people respond to medicines differently. And I think it's really important to understand the problem before you can try to understand how to tackle the problem with the right medications.
Karen, can you share with us about your current role and what you do and what actually led you there?
Awesome. Thank you so much. So basically, let me just talk about how I got here, because I think this is really important. A lot of times people know what they want to do when they're growing up, and I just knew that I was going to be a doctor. And when that didn't work out, I was like, what am I going to do now?
You made the right choice.
I made the right choice. I'm glad to know that. So I had the opportunity to get into research. I started out in lab bench doing research in a lab, and I realized real quickly that was not for me, that I did not want to sit there every day and do the same experiment over and over. So then I had the opportunity to go into clinical trials, as you mentioned, with patients and seeing patients and helping them, and then just growing up in the industry. So I'm super excited now to be.
So lab bench, I've never heard that term before.
Yeah. So, you see someone with test tubes doing experiments in a lab, one test, this test, how does it work?
A little microscope as well.
Little microscope, looking it out. I did that for like 1 year, and every day I was looking for a job. I was like,
this ain't it.
This is not it. It's good, and it has a purpose, but it's not for me. So I had the opportunity to move into the industry and grow up. And so now, being in a pharmaceutical industry, I'm on the other side of the table and being able to impact clinical trials. And as you mentioned, I'm so glad you teed up my role. So that, like we talked about, drugs being developed, and then we develop in a lab, and we say, okay, we think this drug is going to help something with someone with Crohn's or whatever. But now we need to take that drug and put it into patients. And that's the part where I jump in. So as soon as a drug is now going into patients, that's when my department is overseeing those clinical trials. We oversee those studies to make sure that those drugs are safe, that they're efficacious, as we just learned.
Yes.
Vocab. And so we can then move them along the process of phase 1 to phase 2. So there's different phases in clinical trials, because when you start off, you give it to a few people, and then you give it to a few more people, and then you give it to more people, and then that's when you then you do the submissions and all of that. So it's the different stages that you go through.
It's so important that we understand the process of medicine. As patients and just as consumers, we don't think about those processes. We're just like, okay, now the medicine is being prescribed to us, or we're going to pharmaceuticals, or we're going to the grocery store or to the drugstore and we're picking up what we need. But when we hear about something that's being developed, our minds don't process that it went through an entire process. It went through investigation, really, development to get to where it can be produced for us to actually go and buy it.
I mean, it can take more than a decade.
Yes,
We're trying to speed that up
Yes.
to help more patients more
Yes.
quickly, but it can take, I mean, traditionally back in the older days, it would take like 16 years from zero to when it's done.
Right.
And I think one thing a lot of people don't know and don't keep in mind is that safety is so important with these things, and
Right.
safety is such a huge priority. In fact, like as a doctor, you know, one of the first things you learn in medical school is the Hippocratic Oath, which is a Greek physician, Hippocrates, and who sort of developed really the first code of ethics for being a doctor. And the first rule is really do no harm.
Yep.
So
Yes.
our medicines, pharmaceutical companies test them very, very, very carefully for safety, but also the health authorities like the federal, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, the one in Europe, the EMA,
Right.
they're very, very, very focused on safety
Right.
and efficacy, but safety is an enormous priority
Right.
for them, and
Yes.
it's a huge consideration anytime we develop a drug that it's safe.
Agree.
Yeah, Mark, and Karen as well. You know, we know that clinical trial diversity is a huge issue, right? We know that Black people make up about 30% of the population, white people about 60%, but white people then make up almost 90% of clinical trial participants. So we'd love to hear how you
Say
all
that
are
again.
thinking
How
about
many? What percentage?
about 90%, right? And so if we had true equity, given what the census says, we would see representation equal to the population in clinical trials. So I'd really be interested to hear how you all are thinking about diversity in research, and the approaches that you all are taking to ensure diverse representation.
So this is a very amazing topic. My master's and my PhD dissertation was this topic. And so as you can see this over the 20 plus years in working in it, the way we approached it in the past is a little bit different than the way we approach it now.
Right.
In the past, it was more of a nice to have, something
Right.
extra that a pharmaceutical company would do. But now with the new laws and the new regulations and new guidances from the FDA, we are now taking a little bit more of a stance, and we understand we now have to have a diversity plan.
Right.
And so within that diversity plan, as pharmaceutical companies or any other organization, biotech companies, we are putting actions in place to recruit patients of diverse backgrounds. There's so many avenues that you can do. One, and first and foremost, is to have the sites that have diversity patients. And so it's not just about the diverse staff, because people say, well, we have a minority investigator,
Yes.
you can have minority patients.
Yes.
That is a start, that's a help, but it could be just the environment.
Yes.
That could be an institution that's in that environment. And then you want to have a diversity plan and be able to target patients of diverse backgrounds with things that work for that patient. I tell people what works for
Absolutely.
one community does not work for the other
Absolutely.
community. So you have to have those grassroots efforts that you're able to reach them and to understand for them and have education for them so they can understand what a clinical trial is. A lot of times people think it's trust within our communities because of the things that happened in the past. And we won't talk about those things, but there's things that happened in the past that people think that's why there's trust in the community with, but actually it's not. People have a lack of trust with the healthcare they get today.
Yes. Exactly.
Not what they saw on some news or something they
Yes.
read 20 years ago. What is about, how are they being treated today in their healthcare system?
Can you just the church wants you to repeat that one more time?
One more time.
I was going to say,
One
I
more
was about
time.
They, they have an issue with where? Not Henrietta.
No.
Not Tuskegee. They have an
No.
issue with who?
Today.
Okay.
Today. And so if the healthcare system can understand that today we want to make sure that patients are being treated the same,
Yes.
they would be able to have some trust within the community
Yes.
to be able to do a clinical trial.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, absolutely. Listen to them. When they're
Yes.
telling you something's wrong, listen to them and understand what presents for one patient presents differently. And I'm so glad that you mentioned that. You know, you talk about it. The symptoms don't look the same. We're not textbooks.
Yes.
We present
Yes.
differently.
So-
I had the opportunity to speak at a community church in when I was in California, and we were talking about something. And one lady said, I just don't get, what do you mean it's different? I said, how many of you women went natural? It was a black church, and there are a lot of people raise their hand. I said, how many of you can use the same product? And everybody's like, oh, exactly.
Yes.
All of you can have curly hair, and
Yes.
all of you need different products.
Yes.
So if you need different products for just your hair, Do not think that you can use the same product. That's just something as simple as hair.
Yeah,
So when
that makes a lot of sense.
So I try to make it simple.
Yeah.
Yes, and we listen. Hair is one of the things.
Hair is critical.
It's critical in our community. That's the easiest thing that we can relate to. Like yes. And how many brands are now out for Black women in our hair?
In our hair, right? So we want to make sure that people understand that we want it to be safe.
Yes.
So it is something that you have to do. You have to have grassroots. You got to work in the community. You got to work at the investigative site. You've got to have just the tools. I mean, if you see a brochure that's talking about clinical research and no one looks like you, are you even going to be thinking about it?
Right? Exactly.
You know, and then you got to think about every community needs different services. Do I need some type of service where I need car service? You know, and you know how we give some type of incentive for the patient, reimbursement. Don't give it to me at the end of the study. That's 2 years from now. I need my incentive as I go along. Do you get paid today or do you get paid 2 years from now?
Right.
So it's thinking different.
We even take it a step further. We actually schedule for the patients. If we're supporting them, we know that with our community, we know that sometimes they don't even have the ability to afford the opportunity. And people don't think about that. Sometimes just the entry into the opportunity, they can't access that.
Agreed.
That also prevents them from accessing the ability to commit to something that's supposed to open the door to them. And that's a barrier point. And no, they can't pay for the incidentals, the holding fee. They can't come to the hotel. They can't. So we set it up so that's not a barrier. And people aren't thinking forward. They're not 2 steps ahead. And they're like, oh, I didn't think about that, because you don't have to. You're not thinking about where there could be stops for people that are facing these kinds of tragedies and traumas in these communities.
Well, I know that our organizations, because I've seen what you guys are doing as well, we are also thinking about patients. The average person has how many sick days? 8 to 10?
Not enough.
Not enough. No. Not to do a clinical trial.
Especially if you have chronic illness.
Right. So you don't have enough sick days, but yet I want you to be in my trial and come once a month or twice a month. How is that? And you need your sick days maybe for your children or for your spouse.
But even for being sick, because those sick days are just
or for your operation when you have Crohn's disease.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's where we have now, and I'm going to describe it, decentralized clinical trials.
Yes.
Where we have trials that come to you. So just like you have home health. So we have situations now where we're being able to bring the trial to the patient. They've had setups where the patient can meet, like I'm at work and I can take my lunch break and go get my blood drawn next door at the hotel. Like they have, like they're really, people are stepping the game up. And that's what's gonna have to happen, because people can't take off work to go be in our trials.
And some information can be collected electronically by patients themselves, not have to be going to the office to have the doctor and coordinator talk to the patient to collect the information, when it's just asking historical questions. And you know, when I was on the other side as a doctor treating patients who was enrolling patients in clinical trials, many patients would have reluctance. But one thing I would say is that the main incentive isn't what the company is going to pay you for the trial. The main incentive is to give science an opportunity to study this bad disease in someone just like you. So we can learn how it's different in patients like you, and how our medicines work differently in patients to you, so we can figure out which medicines might be more appropriate for which patients. And some of that, you know, relates to their genetic and racial and ethnic backgrounds. So.
That's a good point. That's a really good incentive to tell them.
But I think that that's an incentive from your perspective. It's not an incentive from the patient's perspective if they don't trust their provider.
Right.
That's 100%.
When they believe in their provider and they know that you're riding with them, then they trust that. They believe in that. They find the value in that. Like when Matthew and I, we do a lot of work together respectively in our organizations and then collectively together as a unit. That's why I'm always like, hey, Matthew, what are you doing today? I scheduled you for this. You didn't know. Like,
yes.
Bless his heart that he's willing.
You want to fly to Philly tomorrow?
Sure. Because I signed you up. You know, that's.
I love flying.
Yeah. Thank God that he just is always like, okay, Melody. But we come face to face with a lot of students because we're on a college tour together, but a lot of just adults to people, community members. And we get a lot of the same story. They trust us because we made it our business to be there with them, to be in community with them, to answer their questions, to talk to them, to listen to them. And they tell us a lot of stories, and hearing what they're saying, it's not hey, I don't trust that healthcare can work for me. I don't trust what this person in the healthcare system did to me.
Yep.
So it's the representative in the space that has done this to me that makes me now not trust the system.
Well, I will say for sure, in my experience, the number one determinant of whether a patient will enroll in a clinical trial, even speaking to my colleagues and talking to my own patients and their other experiences, is the trust in their doctor.
Yes.
And I just think that's always one of the most important parts of the doctor-patient relationship is the relationship, because you're not just like going to buy a product somewhere that a machine makes. It's a relationship. So.
Yes.
Mark, I'd really like to dig down there. I know that, we talked about diversity in trials, but I would also love to hear how you thought about, when you were a physician, building that trust with your diverse patients, and the steps and tools that you may have used to build that rapport and build that relationship.
Yeah, well, I think the main thing that I think was effective with patients was just me being myself and being real. And it wasn't like being real going wrong. It was just being real going right. And they appreciated that I was just down to earth. I told it like it was. I told them the truth, and I gave them my honest opinion, and it wasn't like biased by stuff. It was just what I thought was best for them. And they were like my friends and my family, and the hardest thing about leaving was leaving them, but I promised them and I would try to fix this thing for the world. And so, but I really think that the most important part of the relationship is just like you have a relationship with your friends. It's just the human, down to earth, unstrip the layers, be yourself, and get like real and raw with people. And I think that people always appreciate that. I always have with other people. So yeah.
That's awesome.
And what I hear in that is that you take time. Right.
Yeah. Well, one of the most important things is actually listening.
Yeah.
I still think William Osler, who is one of the most famous physicians of all time, he invented the residency program, for better and worse, for those of us that had to go through it. But he said that this was before CAT scans and all the fancy tests we have nowadays. But he said that 90% of your way to a diagnosis on a patient is just based on the history and physical exam, just by spending time with a patient.
Yes.
And while now we have much more sophisticated tools and we can find more things out than we could before, I have so many patients that would tell me that the main problem with their last doctor was that they didn't listen.
Yes.
Even more than that, they didn't know what they were doing, but they just didn't listen. And a lot of people, like I order a pizza and they deliver the wrong number of pizzas or kind of the wrong address. Like, people just don't listen in the world much. I mean, nobody listens. They always have their mind on something else. They're multitasking. But listening is the most important thing, because people will often tell you and guide you to what's wrong with them. You just have to listen and pick out the clues.
Listen to understand.
Yes.
And not to respond.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell people.
Yeah, it is. I always didn't talk too much because I always learned more from listening than from talking.
Yep.
So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
One of the challenges we have with our community members when it comes to research is they're not being asked. So the physicians are aware of these studies, and we're trying to navigate as we're working together. We're going on these college tours that I mentioned earlier. Matthew does a really great job of explaining, because we feel like if we are educating college students about what clinical research is, we're sharing informed consent, we're sharing about IRB, so that we're not drilling in their head, as you mentioned earlier, Karen, about historical issues, medical mistrust, because Matthew and I both don't really subscribe to it's all medical mistrust. There is medical mistrust there, but how do we move past? We're always looking for solutions, and that's why we're even here and we're talking about this. What are the solutions? So we give them tools. There's a response for that. Like I always think about Apple saying, there's an app for that. When it first came out, we were looking at those commercials. So we say there's an answer for that.
Yes.
What would allow you to participate? What allows you to move forward? Because that's what we're here to do, to move things forward.
Right.
So we give them answers. When we think about the issues with physicians not sharing the trials and research opportunities, that's a huge impediment to moving patients forward.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think some physicians might have some biases. I think we all have biases, first of all.
Yes.
Let me be very transparent. We all have biases, and sometimes we're still working through them. And when we recognize them, then we're able to start to address it. But some people are still carrying them. So there might be some biases, but I really think a lot of times investigative sites or physicians, they maybe went through all of those patients within their practice. And it's all of the untapped patients. So I'm on the board of a federally qualified health center. So we have 10 centers in South Jersey. I'm sure none of our patients are being asked to do clinical trials because we don't do clinical trials at our centers. So there's so many community hospitals and federally qualified health centers and so many centers that are marginalized and minority communities are going to, but they're not going to some of these academic centers on their daily, journeys of their healthcare. So they're not being asked because they're not a part of that system. And we don't really have a good connectivity points between the two. We're still working on it in the industry.
Right.
There's a lot of things that pharma's doing and other organizations are doing to try to bridge those gaps, but they're not there yet. And so those types of situations is keeping certain communities out of the process of participating in clinical trials. But then again, we need more people at the table, on our side of the table, that are minorities as well.
Right.
So, because if you're not at the table, you're on the agenda. So we got to get more people.
Right.
So as you're talking to the college students, they got to see the career opportunities and the growth, and they're part of the process too.
Yes,
that we need to work on.
And that's where the academic centers, the major hospitals, and the big teaching hospitals, and the larger community hospitals and centers that do a lot of clinical research, they can help a lot because they get referrals from the other community centers that don't do research.
Right.
And, I think they're a great resource to help also increase just the awareness of clinical trials, the importance, and have patients and consider it. And I wanted to go back to your point about the IRB, the institutional review boards of universities and of sites that do clinical research. It's another layer of safety. So I think what a lot of people really aren't aware of is that there are multiple layers in place to keep patients safe. So their own institution is worried about you getting harmed in a trial.
Yes.
The FDA is worried about it. Pharma's worried about it too. We don't want to hurt anybody. Like a lot of us are doctors that work there. The last thing we want to do is hurt somebody. We, those of us that left to help more people.
Yes.
So I think a lot of people just don't understand that and aren't aware that there's multiple layers of protection there to keep people safe and you're not experimenting on people. So,
agree.
Yeah.
Good point.
So Matthew, there's a stat, I'm not sure you were able to pull it, about the rising incident of IBD amongst communities of color. Do you have that information?
Yeah, I think broadly what we were seeing in the data is that over the last 30 years or so, we're seeing higher incidence of IBD in communities of color, specifically Black people, Hispanic people. That rise is increasing at a rate larger than the increase that we see among white people. And I think we're all trying to figure out why. Like, why is it a diet issue? My thought is that it's a social determinants of health issue. There are things happening in our communities, our access to healthcare, the exposures that we have in our communities that may be impacting that rise. But yeah, we are seeing a larger amount of people, specifically Black people, having IBD. Traditionally, 30 years ago, it was like, this is a majority white issue, right? White people are the people who are getting IBD. And that's why we see some of the late diagnoses, the late screening happening in our community, because it was traditionally thought as not a person of color problem. So yeah, it's been an issue that's rising, and I think it's part of the inspiration of why COGI was started.
Right.
But I would love to hear more about how we think about disease presentation, specifically from you, Mark, and what we're seeing differently between our people of color and maybe our white people, and how that looks.
Well, I can tell you from my experience, I had an incredibly diverse population working at Penn in West Philly. So I had a lot of African American patients, but I also had a lot of East Asian patients and Southeast Asian patients, and Hispanic patients, and Jewish patients, and Middle Eastern patients, and non-Jewish Caucasian patients. So I had a great mix, which I've always loved diversity.
Right.
I think it's interesting and spices things up. You learn from I was always attracted to people who looked different from me because I would learn something new and experience something new through their families and their eyes, and their views on doctors were different. There was some, it was sort of more taboo to take medicines and see doctors. Others put complete faith in their doctors. Also, with respect to medicines, some cultures prefer a more holistic approach, or herbal medications, which have been practiced in East Asia for thousands of years and undoubtedly work. Right? So I think people have different perspectives. And then with diagnostic testing, some people really do feel like they're a pincushion and you're doing experiments on them. And I think some of their background and upbringing really really ties into that. And, I noticed the patients, who have a lower socioeconomic status and like a kind of a less support at home. Some of my young patients who had like no social support at home, they were the ones that were missing their appointments the most, the ones that weren't taking the medicines the most, because they just didn't have like mom or dad or a big sibling at home that believed in this stuff and sort of encouraged them and brought them up that way. And those are the patients that also often had the worst disease because their fistula got out of control and their whole anal area was like just rife with fistula, and then it was like, and then they needed an ostomy to save them essentially from their fistulizing disease. So a lot of things go into this, other than just genetics.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I would agree. I mean, I think there's something that we're seeing is that people are also the underdiagnosed community. Yep. So we feel like, and I know a lot of other diseases, overseeing a lot of different types of therapeutic areas in my years, we've learned in a lot of diseases that that group was underdiagnosed in the beginning. So it wasn't maybe the prevalence and the incidence was going up. It was just they were underdiagnosed.
Yes.
So that was one of the gaps. And then I love what you're saying. It's the social determinants of health. We tell people all the time that health, people think of like the body, health is everything around it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's the diet, it's the environment they live in, it's the emotional state that they're in. Yep. It's everything. That's how their health is. It's a whole piece. And if all of that is not lining up, that's going to impact the body. Yes. And so it's not just what you see, it's what they're touching, they're feeling, they're hearing, they're believing, they're eating, it's all of that. And that sometimes in certain homes, in certain environments, it's not conducive for the body to thrive.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes it's just not talked about very much, or it's not, or you're not allowed to talk about certain cultures. You don't talk about anything.
Right. Yes. 100%.
It's shameful. It's shameful.
100%.
My upbringing, there wasn't a lot of talking about this stuff. There was like a lot of working and doing.
Absolutely.
I had immigrant parents, and all my friends who were immigrants, their parents, it was the same way. It was, you don't talk about things, you don't talk about feelings, you just do.
You just do.
And you perform. And if you get a 98 on a test, it's why did you miss one?
Yes.
So, but certain cultures you don't talk about. There's so many social problems in the world because people weren't allowed to talk about it at home. I really think that's and health really it's not the body. It's your life. It's your whole sphere of everything that determines often like how you're doing, and a lot of that stuff isn't really truly recognized.
Agreed.
It's kind of like the iceberg that you see. The picture with the iceberg. You see this part of the top, but it's all the stuff under.
Yes, it's what the Titanic didn't know.
Right. Yeah, it's all the stuff below that's like missing.
Yes.
And sometimes you just can't see all of that.
Yes.
And that's why I take my hat off to our physicians.
Yes.
Because they are seeing someone for 20, 30 minutes and they're trying to make such sound decisions off that little bit of time when there's so much going on with that patient.
But over time, and as you get to know people, and the people you work with know some of the people, they live in the same neighborhoods, and it's like, oh, she didn't come to clinic today. What's going on?
Yes.
It's like, oh, I'm going to go knock on her. Our nurse like, I'm going to go knock on her door and find out.
Yes.
So like you get to know people. You get to know, oh, they're not going to come, and you call them like, why didn't you come? But you can't know that the first time you meet them. But over time, it's like a friendship, and you know what they're up to and what they're not up to, and you can help sort of keep them out of trouble. You can look out for them.
Yeah.
For sure.
But all these things matter. A lot of these things are non-medical.
They do.
Right.
They're all not like, all these things are largely non-medical.
So that's actually what brings me to my next question, because we're getting into this space where you mentioned decentralization earlier. And I think that is probably these are the most important aspects to Black and Brown communities, especially with them participating in the research, the non-medical aspects of supporting them if they're participating in research, the non-medical aspects. What have been the steps that you all have recognized have been valuable in moving these communities forward in participating in research?
I mean, some of the things that I mentioned before, and that's truly being able to understand that the protocols that we develop, and we really do try. I know it may seem like we develop these very intensive protocols with all these inclusion, exclusion criteria and stuff. They're very complicated.
Yes.
But we have plans on trying to make them more simple, but then we get feedback from the regulatory authorities, as you mentioned, or there's we have to have this.
Right. Compliance is something.
It's something. So it might complicate it more than we would like for it to be. But then we try to do everything we can to make it simple for the patient.
Yes.
So again, we try to minimize the number of visits that the patient have to make. We try to minimize the time that the patient has to be at the facility. We try to make like tools and call centers and so many things that we can do to improve that process. But it's a journey, so we have to train our investigators, which is our doctors, and we have to train their study coordinators, which is their nurse. We have to train all of these people and everybody that's in that community to help that patient thrive. And then we have lots of vendors that we use, patient advocacy vendors and patient recruitment vendors, and all of these different people to be able to help support that patient on that. Just kind of like having a concierge service.
Yes,
we do have some organizations that provide that. Like I said, I've done trials where we pick the patient up, we get the patient to the facility, like all the things that you're talking about.
I love that too.
It's a lot. You have to think, but the other thing is, it's different for every patient. What one patient needs, another patient might need something completely different. And so it's about having that customization that sometimes is a little hard.
Well, and part of the reason that trials are so complicated is because we're trying to understand multiple facets of the disease and more scientific things about the disease, especially to understand what makes people different from each other. So part of the complexity is because we're just trying to learn more. And this kind of environment where you have someone getting a medicine and someone not getting a medicine is sort of the ideal situation in which you can learn information in the sort of most valid way. So part of it's just because we're trying to learn more. So
we really are.
I often get asked, because I have a complicated illness, I do manage life with Crohn's disease, if I will refer our community members to trials that include placebo, and I don't. We haven't. I share what studies are out there, but knowing the challenges personally, I don't participate in those studies because I know how challenging it has been for our community members. If they choose to participate in them, that's their choice.
Right.
But as an organization, because we understand that it comes back on us, it falls on us. We haven't actively said, we share this and support it, because we have to always think about, if we share this particular study and there's a placebo there, it really will fall back on what the perception of our organization is from the patient. How do you manage the mindset of these patients when they're now having to determine, like, there's now placebo, I could potentially be on placebo, or I could actually be taking the drug. There's a lot of emotions that they're now having to manage, not knowing uncertainty.
Well, one thing, we're trying to increase the ratio of patients being randomized to getting drug versus placebo.
What is randomized?
Randomized, I was actually explaining. Randomized is when is randomly being assigned to one thing for another, but instead of 1-to-1, it could be 3-to-1 that get drug versus placebo. So we're trying to increase those ratios whenever we can. And then the reason we also need placebo is because our endpoints they're just not very good and specific. So
What's
I think
endpoint?
if we had, so in a clinical trial, it's what you look for, like clinical remission, like patient doing well. And also we like to see that they're doing better on the scope too.
Yes.
But in the future, it would be nice if we had something even more objective, that you could only be better if this thing was working for you, and therefore you might not need a placebo.
Yes.
Right.
But, patients are always worried about getting placebo.
Yes.
But, for some patients, they're out of medicines. They've gone through every single thing we have, and the only way we could help them is there's a chance they might get the drug. And in clinical trials, one nice thing is after the first initial period of the study, where we determine if you're doing better, after that, if patients aren't doing well enough, they can move into what's called the open label extension, open label trial, where they know they're just getting drug. And then they're on the study, but they know they're getting drugs. So usually the window which they wouldn't be getting any drug potentially, can be minimized too. It can be like the first 12 weeks or something.
One of the things that we've made in our business about doing it, COGI, is not saying that clinical research is a last option. So you're saying, like, one of the, we never say it's a last resort or a last option, because a lot of physicians have said, well, this is all you have left. It's not all you have left, honestly, because there's always a steroid, right? There's always, which makes us crazy. For some of us, for me, it made me crazy. There's always that, but it is an option that actually could advance science. It could advance you. We tell them about the opportunities that clinical research has, because a lot of physicians really speak that, and it puts them in a very deteriorating mental state, because they're saying, well, you have nothing left and that's it. And I said, why do you speak that to someone's spirit who's navigating something that already feels detrimental?
Well, and also remember that some of the trials that are done, the drug actually works better than the stuff we have now. So there's always a chance that
that's why there's medication on the market. That's
really
why there's these new medications.
Like in cancer, sometimes the medicine cures you. The other stuff didn't. So like sometimes the trial is like the next new thing.
But guess what?
Thing.
Every medication we have on market was a trial.
Right. So I want to say, research is fundamentally important, because without it, we wouldn't have the majority of our medicines that help people with some really terrible diseases.
Everything was a trial before. So I always try to find the space for them to hear what I have to say. So I want to encourage even the physicians that are listening and the industry partners that are listening, when you speak to people, it's important to give them a space of hope, being honest with them, but sharing that there are other spaces of value to be able to give people information, and not to speak to a space that will further place someone in despair when they're navigating these illnesses.
I think that you have to think about the person's motives. I think everybody's motives is different.
Yes.
Some people do have an altruistic approach.
Yes.
So letting them know that they have an opportunity to bring to science, that might be really good for them. But there are people that might not work for them. That might be like, okay, but I don't want to be the one to do that. So you have to be honest. So I think it's also nice. I remember when I was a study coordinator and I used to consent patients, and I did pediatric trials in asthma and allergy. I used to also tell, this is an opportunity for me, or our physicians, to learn more about you.
Yes.
Because trust me, I'm going to see you more often and for longer, and have more data about you and your disease in a clinical trial than in normal practice.
Yes.
Exactly.
That is true fact.
And you
so
have above care. You have above quality of care.
And you get free medicine.
Right. And you're free medicine.
For a while.
So it gives an opportunity for that physician and that practice to learn more about that patient and their journey and whatever they are battling. And so there is a benefit in that respect.
Yes.
For to have that touch point, because again, I'm just talking about like community hospitals. I can tell you that the physicians that are federally qualified health centers, they don't have time to spend hours and multiple visits with a patient. That's not how it works in normal practice. So I'd like to be very transparent. Some people, it takes months to get a visit.
Yes. So, the standard of care is needs work.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It needs work.
It needs work.
And we need more people.
And
we need more doctors.
It needs workers.
Workers,
We need workers.
We need workers,
doctors.
We need everything.
We need everything.
So when you get the opportunity to participate in research and trials, you do get a lot more attention and access.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
and a lot of that's paid for, and like for instance, in some countries where they have like almost no access to care, they can get free drug for 5 to 7 years sometimes, which is, and they get better. So it is providing a value to the patient in a lot of different ways.
Agree.
And if it no longer works and you're not feeling well or feeling like you can continue your participation, you can stop.
Or if you just decide, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yes.
Even if you're feeling good.
Yes.
Like, you can
and
just
that's
stop.
where this informed consent,
and I think that's an important piece, because people don't realize, am I tied in this forever?
Yes.
No, if you really truly feel like this is not for you, you can, discontinue. You can opt out as long as you give. We do like for people to continue to keep the follow-up process, even if it's just a phone call, so that we want to know how you're doing. Because loss to follow-up is not good for our data. So we want to make sure the data is well. We want to make sure we understand what happened to you along the way. So, but you can opt out. We don't want no one to feel like this is, you're in and this is it. You can't do anything else.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
and part of that follow-up data is for safety, to make sure the medicine's safe long term.
Yep. The safety of
and that it works, but
it's not a gang. You're not going to jump in.
Right. You're not.
Yeah, that agency is really important. We really emphasize that on our college tours. I think people feel that they get into a trial and it's like, I got to be in here forever.
Forever.
And even when their relationship with their provider, right? We want to make sure that people know they have agency. You can fire your physician if they're not doing what they need. You can leave a clinical trial.
You sure
and I think people don't really realize that those trials are not going to be successful without you as the patient, without you as the person. And it's really the patients have a lot of power in that relationship.
Yes.
And we really try to empower people to know that when they're deciding to whether or not to be a part of a clinical trial.
Yeah, I mean, choice is a huge thing. So none of this stuff is like coerced or, it's all voluntary. And, you also want people who are engaged and who want to do it because they're more likely to follow up with a child, and they're more likely to give you good information because they're taking their stuff, they're coming to see you, they're doing their tests. Like, you're going to get a complete set of information.
Yes.
And if you get enough patients with a complete set of information, then you can decide if the thing's working and how it's working best.
But I think at this time with social media and all the social platforms, when they are engaged, when they do want to participate and they're excited about it, they're going to be vocal about it.
Yes.
They're going to share, they're going to announce, they're going to be the marketing for this opportunity. And they're going to say, you should participate in this opportunity because I did this and I learned this and here's what the data says. I've seen it, these different studies. And I'm like, oh, wow, let me go look this up. And people have caused me to want to investigate or learn more about a particular study because they're bringing awareness to it because they're excited about what they've learned or gained from their participation.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think one last question before we wrap. In that same vein, thinking about how people find out about clinical trials. We know typically Black and brown people do not have the same access to physicians. We know that the physician is mainly the entry point to a clinical trial. Have we thought about other ways to get people engaged in clinical trials? I think you mentioned community partners and things like that. What are the other avenues that people can explore to find out more about trial opportunities?
Well, the first and foremost, one that you just say for nationwide is they can go on clinicaltrials.gov.
Yep.
So they can definitely go on clinicaltrials.gov. Not the easiest process, but you can pretty much get a little bit of information about that. And if there's a specific organization, a specific pharmaceutical company or biotech that is working within that indication, I would say most pharma companies have a website that you can go on and put in clinical trials. And you can even just Google clinical trials for whatever disease or illness that you have. And you can pretty much find a lot of people are utilizing social media. A lot of patient advocacy organizations now have information about the different clinical trials that are going on as well. You can ask your physician, but I'm just being very honest and transparent because I work with tons and tons of physicians in community hospitals. They just don't have the resources to know all of the different clinical trials for every single type of illness that you have. But what you can do, when you do find something, you can definitely then talk about it with them and let them be an avenue. Or when you work with that physician, when you do a clinical trial and you say, I go meet with Dr. Mark, I was like, Mark, I would like to have you talk to my healthcare provider. Is that okay? And I'm sure, Mark, when you were an investigator, you have no problem talking to someone's actual primary care physician. That they've been going
he
to
doesn't
for
do that
20
now?
years.
He won't
No,
go
I know,
on
but
to-
I'm just saying.
I'll do whatever I'm allowed to do. I just often don't know what those rules are.
I was using that as an example that as an investigator,
Yeah.
physicians do not have that problem talking to your primary care physician. That's important for them to know. So that way you can bring in your community when you're going into that
That's
visit.
good to know, though. I didn't know investigators would talk to the physicians because
They
I
will.
don't think a lot
yeah.
of people know that.
Yes.
For sure. Yep.
They will.
Yep.
That's a really good point.
Yep.
But I think increasingly as patient advocacy groups become larger and more well known,
Yes.
I think that's going to be maybe the easiest way for a patient to find information where they can understand it when they're reading it
Yes.
and feel like they're also in a supportive environment,
Yes.
that they're being loved, and
Yes.
the information is for their well-being and not trying to sell a product. And I think that's going to
Yes.
be a great way for
Yes.
people, in the future to really find out.
Neutral.
No, for sure. But I really love that investigator talking to the physician and the organizations because people find a lot of value getting information in spaces that they really trust and they feel supported.
I agree. Because if they find a trial online, it is the right thing to do. You should talk to your physician's been seeing you for 20, 30
Yes.
years. Why would you not go to that physician and say, hey, I'm considering this, I mean, I can't think of anybody. I've met with, in 30-some years, I cannot see a physician that's doing a clinical trial that would not talk to your healthcare provider. Now, there will be some things that person will not be able to disclose, but everything that's in that informed consent that patient signed, that physician can discuss, because that patient, that's why it's an informed consent, so that you can be informed. And that's why the informed consent process is not about you taking the document and reading. They'll tell you, take it home, discuss it with your family, discuss it with your physician. They want you to do that because they want to make sure that you're truly informed about what you're doing, why you're doing, and what's the outcome.
Right.
So that's processes, and it has to be documented. So doctors have to document that informed consent process. You know, that's the regulators look for that.
Oh yeah.
Look, Karen gave the face. They look for that. That means if you do not have that document,
it ain't happening.
Your boot is grass.
Right. Well, it's just not gonna happen. You can't enroll without consent. So yeah.
I love it. We've talked about so many things. I actually had so many more questions and other topics, especially on building out the trials and data analysis and where do you do with my information? So we're probably gonna have to have you all come back because this was really good.
I like a part 2.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. You were good. This is good. But we've come to the point in the show where you all have to drop that deuce. And that means that you have to share 2 takeaways that you'd like to leave the audience with. Remember, we are patient friendly, focus on patients. So you have to leave them with 2 things you want them to keep in mind. I'm gonna go with Karen.
Okay. So 2 things that just dear to my heart is words opportunity and empowerment.
Yes.
And what I mean by opportunity is that each and every one of us have the opportunity to be a part of this process. If it's being a patient, if it's, looking at it from a career standpoint, if it's looking at it to share with other people, we all have the opportunity to be a part of this process, because that's what we saw with COVID.
Yes.
That is what we saw. When everybody came together in this world, that's how we was able to combat it. So that's how I feel about clinical research and clinical trials, because I want to see a day without disease. That's what we're all looking for on this side of the industry.
Yes.
And then empowerment. You are empowered to get information. You are empowered as a patient. You have the power to make a difference. So that's the second word, but empowerment and opportunity.
Love it.
I would say that, we're all different, and science is really our key to trying to understand how we're different in a way that can matter as far as developing medicine and coming up with new therapies that work for different people and that work better than what we have. I always like to do not just another thing, but something even better than what we have. And I would say the second thing is that research is just, it's vitally important for us being able to answer those questions. And clinical research is really, it is an opportunity for patients to, learn more about themselves and people like them, and about people not like them, and about what might work best. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And then COGI's awesome.
Yeah, COGI's awesome. Definitely.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank my awesome guests. This has been a wonderful episode on Respect the Technique. Remember, in order for us to have medicine has to have research, and research has to have you. We hope to see you again. Until then, thank you for tuning in.
Running through it with the young influence, adolescent presence, also coming to it. I've been giving yeses when I shouldn't do it. I complete ejected, but the moves elusive, and I'm barely moving, but I'm still gon' boost them. I can work on winnings when I know you're losing, so I with the winnings and they throw the deuces. Guess I have to pivot, shooting the bazookas for the backs.
Welcome to Down in the GI. This year we wanted to switch it up just a little bit. Not only just gut health awareness, but then also mental health awareness.
We're here for a reason. We're here to talk about what it means to be a part of an organization that focuses on bringing awareness, advocacy, and support to those persons that are Black and brown that have inflammatory bowel disease.
Being able to support individuals that live with a chronic illness goes way beyond just the physical aspect. It's crazy game night, but we got crazy marked out, right? Because we don't want to use that word. That keeps individuals stuck in that stigma when it comes down to addressing their mental health challenges. We got cash prizes, gift cards.
Lucky number 50. Hold up, we got a bingo over here.
We got bingo, we got bingo, we got bingo.
We are beautifully made. We are beautiful people. Never let anybody tell you anything different from that. And we're so happy to have you guys here tonight. Thank y'all for joining us tonight.
So we are the color of gastrointestinal illness, also known as COGI.
I want you guys to pay attention to how you feel, pay attention to what you're putting in your body. What you do today determines how you live tomorrow.
We do these things to try to teach you a little bit more about what to expect so that you'll have a better understanding of how to approach the system, how to advocate for yourself.
Coach has changed my life, saved my life, and I wish I had this when I was in college. I wish that I had the opportunity to know beforehand what to look for.
The opportunity for everybody to be healthy, every community to be healthy, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of about how much money they have.
Ago, we dared to say out loud what many were thinking, that equity in gastrointestinal health isn't optional.
Welcome to Equity in GI 2025. There we go. Now we're ready.
Are we rolling? I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia with Color of Gastrointestinal Illness, aka COGI, and I'm having the most amazing time. I had an opportunity to connect with so many amazing people, doctors, nurses, ambassadors, patients, advocates.
6 in 10 Black patients change their appearance to be treated fairly during doctor visits. The mission of COGI is to improve the quality of life for Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are affected by IBD, who are affected by digestive disorders and associated chronic illnesses through community engagement, research, education, and advocacy. When you talk to and you include the people who are in the closest proximity to the disparity, that's where you'll get the knowledge on how to do better.
From the moment I step down here, it just feels like home. Everybody here treats you like family. It's exactly what you need.
Your work, it reflects the true spirit of Sankofa. Everyone say it again. Sankofa. That's what I'm talking about. So we're honoring the past, we're confronting injustice, and we're building a future where equity in GI care is not just a vision.
This is a completely normal colon and small intestine on ultrasound.
That was so simple. This is access, this is innovation, and we should be able to access innovation. Before the mission had momentum, there was belief, and Johnson & Johnson believed.
Now, I'm proud to say that since I got my small bowel resection,
and started biologic therapy. I am in clinical remission, but I'm here to provide hope, that there is options and we can get to a point where we're normal, where we don't have to know where every bathroom is. And I am so proud to be a member of the Johnson & Johnson family.
90% of your serotonin, your feel-good hormone, is produced in the gut. That doesn't mean that it's directly crossing the blood-brain barrier, but it's controlling situations locally, and that does lead to a change in the chemical messenger.
I didn't have nobody to speak to about this bag situation. Understand that the black men group, we gotta make it start being cool. I'm fly with this thing on. You know what I'm saying? Real. Yeah, you can't tell me I ain't.
You are not alone. You may go through periods where you feel loneliness, but you're never alone.
Your story is really important, it's impactful, but it's also really empowering to be in the room with people who really understand what you're going through, because we don't necessarily experience that in everyday life.
Pfizer's partnership reflects a shared belief that innovation must serve those most often left behind.
It's a different world, ooh, than where you come from. Yes, it is now.
learning about COGI, I was definitely hiding, I think, more of my disease and not really wanting to share. But now that I've been involved with COGI, I'm definitely more aware of my ability to be able to share and how I can actually share that story and feel more comfortable with my disease.
So COGI for me is very personal. My mother suffers from Crohn's disease, and for the longest time she had gone with a diagnosis unknown. But she connected to COGI, and Melanie specifically. She talked her through some things. We got her in to see the right doctors, and she got the diagnosis. And I'm happy to say that today she's much better as a result of being connected to COGI. Some of the resources that not only encouraged her to learn a little bit more about the disease, but we got her connected to the right doctor. And more importantly, she's eating better and feeling better. So I owe it all to COGI and to God.
There's just a lot of misunderstanding. There's a big gap in understanding and advocacy, and I just love the mission. I've dealt with issues within the medical field myself with just not being understood, not being taken seriously by my doctors. So the goal that COGI strives for, and just understanding, networking, connecting us to the resources that we often don't have access to, that's just something that I am just so strongly connected to, and I feel is so necessary. And I've enjoyed all the events that have occurred so far so much. Just seeing other people that look like me, knowing that not only am I representation for people my age, but it's also so important that I see people older than me that have lived through what I've gone through, and it allows me to know that life does go on, that though this is a part of my life, it does not define me, and that I can progress past these issues.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Color of GI Tuesday Telethon. I'm your moderator, Tanya Kelly, and I am so honored to guide this powerful conversation titled Fight for My Life. This segment is all about patients, policies, and the people who make this movement possible. To everyone watching, stay active in the chat, drop a heart if you're ready to advocate with us today. So I'm joined by two amazing, incredible voices who fight on the front lines of GI equity. So please introduce yourself, your title, and your role with COGI. So we will start with Ms. Sarah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I was enjoying the video recap of the annual meeting as I was waiting, which was awesome. So my name is Sarah Van Gertruden. I am a partner at a firm called Thorn Run Partners in Washington, D.C. And I represent COGI now as a policy specialist. So it's essentially my job to help COGI navigate all things public policy in Congress. And so, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've had the opportunity now to get to know most of the COGI team and to join now in 2 of your annual meetings, which are, more fun. Let me just say more fun than most. So, anyway, it's really an honor to be here. Thank you.
And we are honored to have you. And then our second panelist is Ronalda. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Ronalda Solitaire, and I am an ambassador with COGI, and I'm so happy to be here.
Okay, so are you ladies ready? Are you ladies ready? So today we're going to be talking about what it means to truly fight for your life, medically, emotionally, as well as politics. Before we begin to drop, tell us where you're watching from. We would love to know. And so we're just going to jump right in. So for people who are hearing this for the first time, what is COGI fighting for every day? Why does it matter? And right now, more than ever before. And anyone can start.
I'll let Sarah start.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, so COGI's been fighting a lot of fights. As you can imagine, there are a lot of fights. I will, maybe start with the positive. I mean, COGI's been a real leader in the fight for coverage of obesity-related medications and care. Just recently, some of you may have read in the newspapers that the administration announced that Medicare will be covering these drugs for the first time sometime. There's a lot of questions around what the policy looks like, but there will be coverage coming next year for people who are in Medicare with a copay of around $50. So that's a really big deal, and I think is a very significant movement forward for patients who've been trying to, who want to be on these drugs, who need to be on these drugs. I mean, I think the need part really, because there's been, and as background, not that I want to bore all of you, but there was a big mistake made way back in 2003 where Congress passed a law that essentially said that they could not cover weight loss drugs in Medicare. And they just made a big change to that administratively. So that's a really big win. In terms of other policy priorities, I think there's so many. And what we really try to do here is to focus on the realm of what's doable. There are a lot of priorities that unfortunately are probably not going to move this year, and they may not even move next year. Mm-hmm. We still advocate for them. We still prioritize them because we hope that at some point there will be an opening for movement on some of these bills. So speaking of things like the big picture priorities for COGI have been access to care. So think policies that would essentially eliminate those kinds of like prior authorization and utilization management barriers to care. That's one place where COGI's always had a really strong focus. The other I would say is on nutrition, access to the kind of care and services that people need in order to stay healthy. And, and for some people, right, they need special food. And a lot of times that kind of prescription food's not covered by insurance. So things like that have always been a significant priority for COGI. And so I think, and last but not least too, just non-discrimination types of policies have always also, I think, fallen really high on COGI's priority list. So we work really hard to make sure that the policies that are advancing in Congress and the regulations that are moving forward to operate these different programs are not discriminatory by nature.
And I would agree. I would say that this past year, when we were in DC for AFTCC, step therapy reform is a big one. I believe it's been reintroduced again. So I feel very good about hopefully maybe this time we'll have some success with step therapy reform. We have copay accumulator program. I'm just going to kind of highlight some of the ones that we on the federal level. The out-of-pocket costs for getting the care that we need as IBD patients or anyone in the GI space. I think Sarah mentioned the medical nutrition is a big one. Also, this past year, we focused on mental health pretty heavily, which I think is really important about making sure that we have, access to, mental health care, which is so, important. So overall, definitely addressing health disparities that exist primarily with, communities of color and underserved, populations is a big focus of COGI.
And not to interrupt, but the Support Act, which was a really big deal. This is there's been legislation pending for a long time to reauthorize what's called the Support Act, which is it was legislation passed in I think 2017 that essentially supported people with substance use disorders. So there are various policies in there that actually did finally get passed and signed by the president just recently as well. So that's another one where I think COGI's advocacy really did pay off, and they finally got that done. It was long overdue, but it finally got done.
And I want to highlight and colorectal cancer screening. I think it's really important that we also mention the work that we've done within the past year around just colorectal cancer, the awareness, expansion of getting the screening in the hands of people, and an easier access for those screenings.
And with COGI having those strong priorities, we still, like myself, I'm a new ostomate, and there's many of us that have, patient barriers. So just what you're seeing and what you've shared so far right now, what are the barriers? I'll start with Ronaldo. Like, what are the barriers that you're seeing as being an ambassador and under this current administration that's affecting the ability for, GI patients as well as myself, achieving these goals or even finding out this information?
Yes, I think one of the big things, and heard of something this morning, is change, in insurance, providers, or, some things that have been covered in the past that maybe going into the new year, you may find is going to have a higher cost. As far as the change in insurance, and I can not necessarily speak on behalf of the person who's shared this information, but the challenge of then now having to find a new providers because of those changes. And so, some insurance companies have, much better benefits or access. And so therefore you find yourself being in a position of now having to go through and find, who's, available, who actually can, has what you need under the insurance coverage that you have. And I think that creates a lot of anxiety. And when you're already dealing with a chronic illness, adding one more thing related to your care can just be really stressful. And so that, I would say, is a big one, is just insurance coverage and what your access looks like. If you are someone that's utilizing subsidies that helps lower your premium, are you going to have to now pay more out of pocket moving into the new year? And then what does that mean for, just overall financially? So there are definitely some burdens that are created when it comes to the insurance coverage that you have, and if it's going to change.
Wow. Yeah, and you're raising some very timely issues. As everybody knows, right, we just got out of a shutdown over all this, and the government shut down essentially because Democrats really wanted to extend what's called the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits, these were provisions that were enacted during COVID to essentially help people pay less in terms of premiums for those exchange plans that were part of the Affordable Care Act. It hasn't happened. All right. We finally did get out of the shutdown, but there has been no movement in terms of getting those done. There has been a lot of speculation about it. The president at one point after the shutdown ended indicated that he was willing to do a partial extension for 2 years for people up to 700% of the federal poverty level. That was met with, you know, some of the far right Republicans said no way, and some of the far left Democrats said that's not good enough. And so we're still a bit in the stalemate at this point in terms of whether something gets done on that. I mean, I personally feel like it will eventually, but I know it's a lot. There's a lot of anxiety out there because nobody knows what's going to happen. Um, I will tell you, my team here, we go back and forth from people thinking that, yeah, it's going to get done this week to, wow, this is never going to get done. I mean, I mean, the mood in Congress is really unpredictable, I feel like, on this issue right now. But you know, and the other thing that you mentioned that I think is really important and what also plays into all this is that there's been tremendous bipartisan support for something called PBM reform, which is reforming how pharmacy benefit managers work, which are sort of the intermediaries that you know, the pharmacy benefit managers cut the deals for the drugs and then partner with employers and other payers in turn to make sure that people are getting drugs, and they set the formularies and they set the utilization management sort of rubric for these payers. And there's been a lot of concern about how PBMs operate and how they might actually be creating more costs for patients in terms of their out-of-pocket costs, and there's a lot of lack of transparency there. So there's been a lot of bipartisan support in Congress for doing something about that, really just around kind of transparency and accountability, and that's where the Step Therapy Act or the Step Act had actually fallen into place. We hoped, well, a few years ago, we hoped that that was going to pass as part of PBM reform. But it's been a lot harder to get over the finish line than I think any of us anticipated. So that's another one that I would say, you know, in terms of barriers, that there's a hope that Congress will do something about that to eliminate some of those barriers to care for patients.
Wow. Okay, audience, type access, ACCESS, in the chat if this mission speaks to you, because I know it's speaking to me. So now we're going to kind of turn into some real patient impact as myself. So let's be real. Can you share a moment or a patient story or just someone, again, as Renata, as an ambassador, that really shows exactly why this policy is challenging, but also why is it important?
Ooh, I really want to, as much as we focus on the federal level, I really believe that a lot of impact that we can make is at the local level. And you know, as challenging as it seems, you know, at the federal level for many things that, you know, COGI has on their agenda for us to advocate for, there are many things locally, you know, that we can do. And some of us may live in states where some of these things may already be, you know, maybe law, you know, maybe something that we may, I wouldn't say necessarily have to worry about, but it may have already been, you know, addressed. And for me, step therapy was really a big part of my, I guess, world within this past year, for having to basically fight with my insurance about a medication that I was taking from a clinical trial, and my doctor being met with a basically, no, we're not going to cover that because you need to take this other drug first, even though we have data here that shows that you are doing well and this drug is working for you. And so through my advocacy work and being an ambassador with COGI, I decided to fight against that, and knowing that the option for that exists, that there is one step, there's steps further that you can take beyond just a denial. And many times people either don't know that, or they just don't want the challenge that it may present itself. But I decided to face the challenge, and was very successful, even though I thought I was going to have to go through a hearing. But right a week before, they reversed their decision. And so it was just very emotional. So the challenges that definitely come with, you know, advocating for something that seems it seems as if you may not make any impact, or you may not be able to break through anything. You definitely can when you start to speak up and you start to demand what is right or what's needed for you. So, I would say that, COGI has definitely set the stage for me to be able to say, yes, I know many of these things were not quite there, maybe federally or locally, but that doesn't mean that I still can't ask questions and that I still can't start, the process. So hopefully that answers some of your question that you asked, but we definitely, there are ways to make things happen. If I can just say that.
Yes, I know you are speaking my language. And Miss Sarah, just being a part, being a part of COGI, can you share, why this work is so important? Not just because you're on the federal level, but like, do you have a story that you could share of why being a part of COGI is, your why?
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, I met Melody we were up on the hill one day. I think we were actually advocating on the STEP Act, and we were with a larger group, and just hearing her tell her story was so impactful to me. And it was interesting though, because as she was telling her story, I was dealing with a similar issue in my own family. So ultimately, I ended up sending him to the same doctor that was in our group, and Melody and I bonded. Let's put it that way. I was asking her for a lot of advice because I had a nephew who was going through some pretty serious IBD issues himself at the time, and I learned through talking to her just how hard it is to get a diagnosis and how hard it is to figure out what's going on, and to think, and I deal with this a lot because I've been working in the healthcare world for, I'm embarrassed to say, 30 years now. And but what all this speaks to me, it speaks to me because it is so hard for people just to get what they need. And I mean, I feel it in my own family, but it is a million times worse when you have a diagnosis that's complicated. And all the people that I meet at, like, when I've been to the COGI conference, I mean, these are not simple diagnoses typically. And we need a healthcare system that first and foremost is centered around patients and what patients need. And that is not what payers need, not what value assessment entities think we need, not what, but what we know is going to work for patients. And, I think my goal in all of this is to make sure that the kind of evidence that's driving healthcare is the evidence that's centered around what works for different patients. Because we all know that what works on one patient doesn't work on another.
Right.
And the worst stories that I hear are the frustrating stories of patients who have been, as Ronaldo just described, that they're being pushed into a treatment that is supposed to work on the averages, right? It may be the cheaper option. It's what they want you to fail first on. But if you actually look at the evidence, I mean, any doctor would tell you that's not going to be the most effective treatment, right? And why can't we just put people on what we know is going to work for them from the get-go? And imagine how much we would save in terms of just stress and time and money, right? I mean, the adverse events associated with people getting the wrong care first in order to get to the right care costs a fortune. And yet, it's just unfortunate that at the federal level, Congress doesn't score those savings, right? Those prevention savings when they're thinking about different policies. And anyway, so I find that to be very frustrating, but it's something I think all of us here that, that work in the healthcare world are trying to change.
Wow. Some of this inspiring information as well as a story. So today, we're advocating for the COGI culture. For the people watching, give us some feedback, share with us some stories. What does advocate mean to you? And that's kind of where we're going to go into now as advocating. I went to my first COGI conference in July, and it changed my life. And so today I understand, because I am that person, was looking for health insurance, you said, getting denied, still trying to find that why. And so for me is how you're advocating for this COGI culture. What is one thing today how can a patient like myself and others, how can they protect their rights in the healthcare, but also how can they be their voice in their own city, in their own state to support this movement?
Let's see. I like that question. Look, I feel like Sarah was getting ready to start, so if she wants to start.
Well, no, I mean, I was actually going to point to you because I think you know what the story you described about just not letting it go is 9/10 of it. I mean, you just have, as a patient, right? There's the policy. Yes, there's the advocacy at the policy level, but even in your individual care, I mean, you just have to continuously fight, right? You have to continue to say, no, this is not right. And I hate to say it, but you also need your doctor to be your partner, because it's very hard to do these appeals to get what you need without your doctor partnering with you. And I can't tell you how many patients I hear from that, you know, I do everything I can to help them. Like when somebody comes up and is like, it's like they feel like their payer's trying to kill them. Right. And I'm always like, okay, well, let's go to your member of Congress and let's write a letter. Let me help you. But the thing that usually makes it happen is that their doctor becomes their advocate. And until their doctor becomes their advocate to say, no, this is what they need. Like this whole fail first thing isn't going to work for this person because we're just going to end up creating more harm. It really takes that partner in your doctor, I feel like, to get, and that's where I've seen the most success is through that avenue.
Yes, I would agree. Having a community that helps you or gives you tools and resources to kind of build your confidence. You know, I would say that I have confidence, but when it comes to healthcare and some other things, it didn't really happen, or I didn't really feel, I probably would have approached the situation differently had I not been a part of COGI and learned so much through, you know, going to DC for AFTCC and then being a part of all these, you know, listening to different webinars or meeting people who just continue just to pour into you to say, no, you have to fight. And for someone, I guess I would say, you know, as a Black person, you know, we're used to fighting for a lot of things. Yeah. So it's in you. You just, sometimes someone has to either bring it out or just say, you know, just push you in order to do that. And so, you know, being a part of organizations that are doing advocacy work, you know, doing your research, you know, having a care team that's going to, you know, rally behind you and support you is really big. You know, anytime you see an opportunity to, you know, write, you know, a letter or send something to your local, you know, constituents that can actually, you know, help support things that are important to you, participate, because it does matter. You know, some people might think, oh, they're not going to read or listen to anything, but Sarah, I'm sure, can tell you all of that actually matters. You're making a lot of noise. You know, participate in those things and, you know, and be active. And you definitely have to be vulnerable in telling your story as well. You know, you have to personalize what it is so that people can really feel the impact. For me, I think that was the biggest thing going into having to appeal with my insurance, is that I wanted to be able to tell my story, and I wanted you to see my face, and for me to be able to share with you why this is important to me and why you should not have the choice in determining what works best for me. So showing up and sharing your story is so important. And I know that even there's others who are not, maybe never be willing to share their story, but I'm also want to be able to advocate for them. And I think that's why, you know, COGI does what they do, so that those who may not be strong enough or just are not able to, we're actually pushing that forward to help them as well.
I'm always impressed that COGI is so able to bring these stories forward, because when you go into these offices, particularly on Capitol Hill, right, so much of this feels theoretical to them. Right? You go to them and you say, oh, these policies are creating patient harms. And they go, yeah. But when you put a patient from their district or their state who's a constituent in front of them, who's telling the story, this is what happened to me, right? This is what they tried to do to me. And this is how I had to fight back. And this is why you need to change the policy so this doesn't happen to other people, right? It takes on a whole new meaning when it goes beyond theoretical and becomes real.
Wow. And that's it, and that's what COGI does. It's real. So now let's hear from the audience. We'll take some questions submitted through the Brand Live Q&A. Keep them coming because, again, your voice drives our conversation. But before we close, don't forget we have an incredible lineup ahead of us today. Check the notes section here in Brand Live for the next segment. You don't want to mix what's coming up next. And just our call to action. Please, please, please support our programming. Donate. Everything you see today, the advocacy, the training, the ambassadors, the patient support, it happens because of you. So COGI has impacted my life. If you believe in saving lives through our GI equity, please, please, please visit Color. I'm going to make sure I say it right. colorofgi.org/donate. Your donation today, it literally strengthens our programs and directly supports patients. Audience, listen, drop the hearts, drop the hearts. If you donated before, if you're donating today, it's Giving Tuesday. It's an amazing day. So please, 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 Ronalda and Sarah, I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of this segment. Invite your friends and family to watch the telethon. Last year, there was over 400 viewers. So come on, we need to double that this year. So share the link, colorofgi.org/events/telethon 25, and spread the word. Let's bring more people into this community. So our last thing is, can you please just give me one word for 2026 that is going to describe COGI's culture?
I'm going to say perseverance.
Okay.
Perseverance. I'm going to use resilience.
That's a good one.
Yes.
And mine is voice. 2026 is the voice of COGI. So again, thank you, ladies. Have an amazing day. And for our viewers watching, don't go nowhere because we will be back with another amazing segment. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Marilyn Sawyer, and I am the Director of Communications and Events for COGI. And today we are doing a segment called Boots on the Ground, Fanning Grassroots Efforts in Advocacy. And really, it is a discussion about not only our understanding state level advocacy and what you can do that's local and within your cities, but also understanding how can we move forward and navigate within this current administration and all of the changes that are happening that affect patients in different ways. So this conversation is supposed to be very fluid. We are going to try to help you understand the differences between federal and state, and also talk through just how we can continually be uh, uh, connected to one another in these times, to understand, to educate, to make people more aware, to help us navigate being patients and access and all of the things. So I'm going to turn this over and let our two speakers introduce themselves. We have Sarah Van Geertruden. Don't
It's
mind.
a tough one. This is what happens when you marry a Belgian.
And then Tanya Kelly. So if you guys can go ahead and jump in and introduce yourselves, and then we'll go right into questions.
I'll go first. Well, I am Tanya Kelly from Columbus, Ohio. I'm a new COGI ambassador. I am also a new ostomate. It's been a year, and it's just been, again, a fight using my voice to find healthcare, find supplies, just even to just find my own self of, of what it means to be an ostomate, as well as just GI, and really understanding the state and local, from the local to state, and even now the federal level of insurance and all of the things, and really want to be a patient advocate. So others are afraid to use their voice. And so me utilizing my voice so that others can stand up and, and obtain, what they need to have a better life.
And I'm Sarah Van Geertruden. I am a partner at a firm in Washington, D.C. called Thorn Run Partners, and I work for COGI now. So I help COGI navigate the policy landscape at the federal and state levels. So yeah, excited to be here and happy to answer any questions too, because I know figuring out what's a federal thing and what's a state thing can be really confusing.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in with questions. This is one that I've posed before to several people, and I've realized that it is a conversation that we don't have as often as we probably should. And the question was, when you hear the phrase U.S. Senator, or the title U.S. Senator, or a state senator, do you think that they're interchangeable? And most people have responded yes, until I say no. And then the question mark goes over their head, like, what do you mean? And they're ready to debate that. But it really opened my eyes to the fact that a lot of people don't necessarily understand that the representatives that you most of the time hear about are not the only representatives that are elected to work on behalf of their constituents. And so I would love for you to kind of break that down. And I do know that it looks different in different states, but or it sounds different as far as titles are concerned. Some actually stick with Senate or Congress, and some say Assembly or any of those, but it still kind of has the same functionality. But if you could kind of help explain in a quick, like 101, state versus federal, so that people just kind of start to understand that there are more people in government that are working towards all of the different goals, many of which are supposed to serve patients, so that they know who they should be looking for.
Yeah, happy to. And I'll put it maybe in the context of Medicaid, because that's probably the easiest program to contextualize the issue. So in the United States Congress, right, you have 2 senators from each state, so 100 senators. And then each state has a number of members of Congress that serve in what we call the House of Representatives. So these are the two different parts of the U.S. Congress. And when a bill goes through at the federal level, right, Congress will pass bills. And as many of you will remember, when the reconciliation bill or this big budget bill passed this last year, you were probably reading a lot in the news about how it included some cuts to the Medicaid program. So that at the federal level, right, Congress, with the 2 senators from each state and a number of representatives from each state based on population, bills have to pass both Senate and the House. Then they go to the president for signature. In that particular bill, right, there were policies impacting Medicaid in terms of how much money now flows down to the states for those programs. The Medicaid program itself is run by the states with federal money. We call it the federal match or the FMAP, the federal match. And so those programs are then run by the states, and the state legislature has some control, not a lot, but some control over. There's some federal overlay laws that say Medicaid has to cover X, Y, and Z. But there are also a lot of flexibilities in the Medicaid program that state legislatures handle, right? So within your state, you have, in addition, so you have your own state legislature that is independent of the federal Congress, and your state legislature with members from all around your state. Those are the people that are going to make the really nitty-gritty decisions about what happens in a Medicaid program. So what I expect that you're going to be hearing about over the next year or two is how are the states going to respond to some budget cuts related to Medicaid that may impact how much their Medicaid programs within each state are capable of covering, because there's just not enough money, right? So either the legislatures have to come up with money, or the legislatures are going to have to look around and see where they can make some cuts. There's a lot of fear, for instance, that will home and community-based care be one of the things that states decide to pull back on in terms of what they fund. So that's just an example. But those decisions about individual state Medicaid programs will be made by the state legislature, and those are your state representatives, right? And typically within each state, you have your state legislatures, not all, but most state legislatures are similar to what our federal Congress looks like, which is to have a House and a Senate. So you typically will have that same sort of structure in a state where legislation and policy has to pass both in order to become state law that governs then these state programs. Enough, Marilyn? Or did
That's
I
right.
Everybody?
Yeah. I would say you probably confused a lot of people, and not because it wasn't explained well, but because honestly, the structure of it all is just hard to grasp until you are either in advocacy or you start to pay attention to some of the small changes and things that will help you understand it better. So it's not a you thing, it's more of the structure.
It's just, if you're confused, it's okay, because we're all confused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a lot going on. But it's, something you said about, the different states, right? And them trying to figure out over the next couple of years, what are they going to do to support their residents and this type of shift, right? And where's that money going to come from? So I will kick this question over to you, not Tanya, not that you know where this money is going to come from, but you are a part of different communities, and I am curious about how, if you've heard any of them, other patients, and regardless of if they're managing a digestive disease or not, have you heard a lot of curiosity or concern about how that's going to look for them?
Absolutely. Just even me being a teacher and wearing my teacher hat, I had to literally, like what Sarah said, had to break it down, like the difference between the Senate, a senator on the federal level as well as the state level. And just really, I think anybody who has any type of health issue, you need to really start understanding the politics pieces, because it has changed so much. It's not black and white. It's not even gray. It's like Sarah said, it's all over the place. And so for me, with insurance is changing, really understanding what the state, is asking, or what they're putting out there, and what and how money's being moved. And for me, I really didn't think about it. I taught it because I love social studies and I'm a fourth grade teacher. But then when I started having these GI issues and now an ostomy, it literally was like, I got to start knowing what the politics are, like what are the changes that are happening, and started to going to these meetings. I have a friend, state rep, Meredith Lawson Rowe. I really be digging in her brain, like, can you please break this down? And I think a lot of patients, anybody who has health issues, we are afraid, like you said, we are afraid to share. We are afraid to be vulnerable when it comes to not knowing, because sometimes we should know these things, especially when it comes to the Senate and the federal and how the policies are made, and how, and things have changed so drastically. I think the voice and everybody's afraid to share. And so we kind of don't know, we're kind of just hoping that, what you hear on TV is the right thing. And now we have social media plays such a major role in how information is relayed out. And so a lot of people don't know what's right, what's wrong. And it's just, even for myself, just really having a understanding and really reaching out to the state level. Like Sarah said in the last segment, you got to really reach out. You have to ask questions, because if you don't, you really are just, it's like a cloud. It's like a cloud over you, and you really don't know. And insurance companies, they don't know either no more. Your doctors don't know. So you really have to advocate for yourself. And that's what I'm sharing more and more now, is going to these meetings, asking questions, learning, asking your insurance for advocacy and advocates, because they are going to be the ones that's going to be able to help you.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, the commitment to wanting to know and understand, I always tell people, if you have an interest in advocacy in politics, you're going to want to look things up. You're going to Google a few things. You might just ask, Google or Chat GPT or whoever some questions and get some answers, just because out of curiosity. But what I've seen in a community center space sometimes, and what we talked about it earlier, is access. Sometimes not necessarily having the time availability to put towards this type of conversation plays a role, whether it is, your availability because of work, because of kids, because of family, you're a caregiver. There's just things that you would prefer not to think about. It seems heavy. It seems like a lot of work, or even it can become intimidating. I know I've seen where we do advocating for the COGI culture. It's normally hosted in April, and we, go to speak to congressmen about, all of our different priorities. But what I hear sometimes from newcomers are, I didn't even think I could go. I didn't know I could go to this, or I thought it would be more overwhelming than it ended up being. Yes, it's a lot of information, but actually it's not that hard to digest, right? And so the question I have for you two is, how have you, not how would you, but how have you, if you've encountered that type of circumstance where a person, kind of just leans to, hopefully it'll go my way and it'll work out for me because I don't necessarily have the time to fight for it. How do you motivate them or help, give them a few nuggets that will allow for them to, noodle on it? It's like planting a seed so that they can understand that there is more power to their voice, and that, if they get a moment of time that they can devote to it, that is enough.
Yeah, like getting, yeah, I have to say, I mean, the most effective advocacy is not me, right? It's not me going up there and getting wonky and talking about the policy. It's way more effective for me to bring a patient with me who has a story that connects to the policy we're trying to advance. And I think that's and if you put it in those terms to patients, I often find that patients are willing to tell their story and to do that advocacy, right? I mean, because I've and COGI does a really good job of capturing patient stories, and I've seen on your website, right? You'll have like a little caption with a story. And what you don't know is I'm pulling those stories and using them on Capitol Hill to tell us to say, this is why it's important for you, Congress, to do this, because look at this patient story. This is what you're going to fix by fixing this policy, right? And when you put it in those real terms, it makes such a difference, because otherwise it's all theoretical, right? And you got to make it real. Otherwise it's just us up there whining, saying, this is a bad policy, right? But when you make it real, it's more than just kind of feeling, it's more than just moaning and groaning and saying that we don't like the policy. It's real. You change the policy, you change lives. And I do think that makes a huge difference. And I have found that if you speak to patients in those terms, they're usually much more willing to be forthcoming. And there are ways to do it without them having to, like, if they're worried about their privacy or their identity, right? I think COGI also does a nice job of giving people an opportunity to tell their stories without necessarily having, they don't have to necessarily do it in person. Maybe they could write a piece for the COGI website where they only use their first name or something, right? I mean, there are different ways to skin a cat. And so I think it's, you can get it done in a way that protects people's privacy. But I will say, over time, I have found that patients they eventually get much more willing to use their voice over time when they realize how effective it is.
I agree. Like I said, when I went to the COGI conference in July, I was already using my voice in other spaces. And it was like, I didn't want to be the storyteller. I was like, I didn't want to be the storyteller. And then again, I became an osmate, and then my storytelling became my truth. And so what I tell, people who have, again, not just GI or just health issues, you have to step in, you have to lean in to understand, and be open to be vulnerable. But also, like you said, if you don't want to share, you can do it anonymously. You can, go on different boards and share your experience. Social media is such an open branding of sharing your story on different platforms where you don't have to show your face, but tell your story. Someone is looking for your story. Like 2025 really showed us that your story is your truth. It is who you are. And people are looking for that, especially in this GI community. They're looking for someone that is just like them. And then bringing in the legislating piece of it, now they were wanting to know. I've talked to so many people who want to know how they can use their voice on the state level, the federal level, because it's impacting, I think, families, across the aisle. It's not even bipartisan anymore. It's like everyone is being affected. A grandmother, a child, a teacher, a colleague is being affected by some type of health issue. And so now everyone's kind of pouring in, and wanting to know. And the ones that are still afraid to share, they're looking for us. They're looking for COGI. They're looking for organizations that have that voice, who has that strength to share what's happening and give them some information that they can use in their own life.
Yep. I know. I couldn't agree more. I think that's spot on. I mean, this is how it gets done, right? You have to speak up. You have to get out there. You gotta, and look. I mean, you can tell your story at the federal level. I mean, at the state level, and it's important to remember too that whether you're talking about federal policy that governs the entire United States with Congress, even members of Congress have state offices, right? So just, functionally, you can go in to see your member of Congress. You don't have to come to Washington, D.C. to see your member of Congress. you can actually often see your member, or at least talk to their staff in their state or district offices, right? Um, and I would also say that your state legislators, who have a lot of power over programs that you care about, like Medicaid, and the insurance regulations, right? So some states regulate insurance, that all states regulate insurance a little bit differently. And some of these policies that we're trying to advance here in Congress that would impact the entire United States, some states are already doing that at the state level, right? So you can also talk to the people in your state legislatures um, about policies that will help regulate insurance to make sure that they don't, they don't misuse these kind of utilization management strategies that prevent you from getting to the care you need. And in their offices, each of those state legislators, they have their own offices and they have their own staff. So there are a lot of different places to plug in, as I guess is what I would say. And I think that's very important.
Well, that is a pretty good motivator to let people know that they can share their story in different ways, and even if it's you mentioned stories that are on COGI's website that are written form versus a video. You're not necessarily in person, it's pre-recorded, it's not live, all things that can make someone extremely anxious about speaking. It's important to know that, like, that is amazing, but you can also just make change from a direct, to your family, to your friends, to your colleagues, to, uh, anyone that you are impacting, in order to get them to understand it. You may not be in the best space of wellness. Like, you might be going through uh, a pretty difficult part of your illness and really require just rest and time, and so those are moments sometimes where your family members and friends can become your voice because you have shared what's going on with you, and that still builds community because it's an extension of you. It's an extension of what you're looking to change and help other people who are even after you, children who may not be diagnosed yet, and it, will be later on. You'll have other people who might say, well, I heard this one time, and so now I want to be able to repeat that or speak up for this person. We were talking about it in our pop-in segment earlier about how to get, your child to be able to advocate for self, but in general, just thinking about community and finding ways to um, get people motivated to share their story and to be able to hold on to the pieces of legislature, policy, however way you want to word it, that are of a benefit to you as a patient. Like, having an amplified voice, I think, is extremely important. So I wanted to be able to reiterate that, because it's not just you. It doesn't have to just be you sharing it with an organization. It's amazing. And we love that type of community, but you may not be in that space yet. So just always knowing that even being able to speak to family, friends, etc., can be another tool of advocacy. And that's just as important. Um, so just reiterating that, but we are coming to a close. I wanted to see if you guys had final remarks, any tips that you would like to give to people who may be on the edge. They have not fully jumped into their advocacy efforts yet, and they are looking for ways to kind of build that and have a better understanding of how they can amplify their voice. What tips would you give them so that they can be more effective and impactful?
Well, Tanya was talking about her friend who's a legislator, which reminded me too that um, members love attention, right? I mean, whether you're a state legislator or you're one of a federal member of Congress, especially when you reach out to them and you give them an opportunity to say visit your fourth grade class, or, whatever it is, visit the school, or visit maybe it's the healthcare facility where you get your care. These are events, right, that sometimes get covered in the media. So that's also another avenue to like get policymakers' attention, is making it like, you're making them look good, right? Because they're coming to visit something that's meaningful in their community. And maybe you're going to post about it all over social media. So that's just another tactic too. It's a little more out there. But speaking to the ego sometimes works. And yeah, I'm a big fan of getting members into those spaces, into those facilities, schools, all that. And I think a lot of times they love that too. So, I mean, that's just another idea, but yeah, I mean, other than that, I think it's, even if your story's just written, even if it's just an email that you send to the COGI team to tell your story, and give them permission to share it, right? Something as simple as that is also very effective.
For me, it just start where you're comfortable at. You don't have to be an expert, to make a difference. Take time to really understand your story, your why, and really think about the issues that you really care about. And then for me, what I always say, try to find organization. I go back to social media because that's how I found COGI. Find community organizations in your state, even online, that you can actually align your experience on what you're going through. And then really just surround yourself by support, and really, especially because it starts with family and then it kind of goes outward. And, once they understand what you're going through, then it makes it easier for you to really have to share your voice. And it just really takes one small step. Share your story, attending an event, like Sarah said, write a letter, just to build your confidence. Because a lot of us who have major health issues, we are really afraid to share, because it kind of brings in something that is like, oh my God, somebody knows something about me because of our jobs. But really, build your confidence wherever you are at. And before you know it, you'll start amplifying your voice. You'll start sharing ways that are truly impactful for others. But also it'll give yourself that strength that you need to get through any health issues or anything that's happening in your life. That's what I would say.
Well, thank you guys so much for your advice, for helping us understand state versus federal to some degree. So good luck to everyone who actually wants to do a deep dive on that. It gets pretty wonky. But it's very helpful to know and understand, so that you can access or be able to reach out to more than just the representatives that you may hear about more in the media, in articles, etc. There are far more representatives that are in your state that you could contact about the priorities that you're passionate about, especially the priorities that COGI's passionate about. So thank you guys for attending. We will be going on to our next segment in about 5 minutes, which is our Battle It Out trivia game. But I want to have a special thank you moment for Sarah and for Tanya for having this conversation. And I hope that you guys have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I heard about COGI when Melody decided to start a Facebook group for patient support for patients who look like her.
She said, "Be a color of Crohn's and chronic illness," and I just want to be able to reach more patients.
I was wondering if there were people like me, my age, my race, that had the same condition I had.
I joined the group, and this little short lady named Melody reached out to my DM.
I will have to say that my favorite memory so far is planning our first ever Equity and IBD conference in just under 3 months.
My favorite memory of COGI is absolutely dealing with community conversations. We had a student who had been experiencing symptoms. After her conversation with us, she was able to get up enough courage to actually go to the doctor and actually receive a diagnosis with IBD. These types of stories, they let me know that the work that we do is not in vain. Health genuinely is a community conversation.
Everything I've encountered and the family that they give you within the job is just so amazing.
Meeting everybody in person for the first time, it was amazing.
My favorite memory from a COGI experience was community conversations.
Without COGI, I would have never in my lifetime met the people that I've met.
One of the things that I would love to see in the future for COGI is us to continue to spread awareness to our communities.
It's a great organization, and I just wanted to just keep seeing it flourish.
I look forward to seeing our growth and our impact from state to state to state, and letting people know that we are here in a much larger capacity.
I look forward to seeing more patients helped, more people served, and more access to better outcomes for patients.
I look forward to witnessing the continued growth, success, and impact we have in the community we serve, from patients to care partners in our overall community.
I want to see COGI just burst from the scenes.
Mel, thank you for your obedience, vision, and leadership. Without them, we wouldn't be here. I'm so proud of you and truly honored to be on this journey with you, standing beside you in service to this incredible community. Without your badass, we wouldn't be here.
Just keep being the boss that you are and never stop being who you are.
We truly, truly love and appreciate all that you do to help us and to serve COGI as best you can. We love you.
My mom prayed that someone would come in that really understood. So you, my friend, are an answer to my mom's prayers.
Mel, keep doing what you're doing, girl, because at the end of the day, you've touched so many lives in incredible ways.
Melody, you the bomb, girl.
Just a reminder, y'all, once you're locked in with COGI,
if we locked in,
once you're locked in with COGI,
once you're locked in with COGI,
once you're locked in with COGI,
there's no turning back.
When people think and they hear the term research and trial, they think of like a laboratory setting,
Yes.
a sterile environment,
Yep.
that they're not going to receive care. And you actually are going to the doctor more. You
Yes.
get blood work done to make sure you're healthy enough or qualified enough. And when we've done some of these patient engagement activities, I think back to one event that we did just in January, where he talked about, I have saw the doctor more times than I ever had in my entire life. I got my blood drawn, and they actually checked my diabetes. They checked this. And
They
that was
called
all
you. They
right.
check on you,
They
you
called
know?
and checked on me. They reminded me to come to my appointments. And that robustness is naturally built into the trial, but it also is an opportunity just to change someone's whole view of healthcare. And, you know, quite frankly, what it should be.
Yeah.
It also is an opportunity just to change someone's whole view of healthcare. And, you know, quite frankly, what it should be.
Yeah. I tell people what works for
Absolutely.
one community does not work for the other
Absolutely.
community. So you have to have those grassroots efforts that you're able to reach them and to understand for them and have education for them so they can understand what a clinical trial is. A lot of times people think it's trust within our communities because of the things that happened in the past. And we won't talk about those things, but there's things that happened in the past that people think that's why there's trust in the community with, but actually it's not. People have a lack of trust with the healthcare they get today,
Yes. Exactly.
not what they saw on some news or something they
Yes.
read 20 years ago. What is about, how are they being treated today in their healthcare system?
Now when I'm talking, am I looking at you or at the camera? Looks good. Are you sure? Okay, so you're gonna do edits. Action.
The day I was diagnosed, my patient advocacy journey began unbeknownst to me. The doctor walks in and he said, I found a fist-sized tumor in your sigmoid colon and it's malignant.
I had heard of Crohn's, but I'd never heard of ulcerative colitis, and so I had a lot of questions. There were definitely moments during my doctor's appointment where I was in tears because I didn't understand why.
I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease at 18. I was a senior in high school, right before graduation, and that was the worst time of my life.
It took me 20 years to be completely done with ulcerative colitis. 20 long years.
Your voice counts. This is a dynamic time. There's a lot going on. If you don't like what's happening, if you're concerned, if you see challenges and opportunities, that is absolutely the time when you go to Capitol Hill.
Key for y'all is to reemphasize and personalize some of the legislation that you want to push.
Keep educating so that way when the bill does come around, that policymaker remembers your conversation, remembers your story, knows why that bill is important.
So I made it my mission to advocate, to educate, to support people that are experiencing these things because it is a very scary and very lonely space to be in.
When you know something isn't right, speak on it. Whether you're very loud about it or not, at least you opened your mouth about it.
And I just started journaling and documenting and just taking everyone on this journey with me. And as I shared it, I started gaining my own purpose. My voice became clear.
So today we were here to advocate for the COGI culture.
I'm not a unicorn. There's definitely more people like me out there, but people may not know what to look for. Speaking to people, sharing information, spreading education, but also sharing that you can have a life after your diagnosis and that you can thrive.
I'm taking everything that I learned here, I'm taking everything that I'm going to learn tomorrow, and I'm taking it back to the people that need that information. That is my job. And when we all link arms and we walk up on that hill, we have to be able to change something, right?
I think it's supposed to be the other one. Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are y'all today?
Good.
Hi, ladies. Okay, so this segment is our Battle It Out trivia. You all should know quite a bit of this, and you know what? We're going to do something different. So, my name is Marilyn Sawyer. I am the Director of Events and Communications for COGI, and everyone knows that I love a good game. So, of course, we're going to play a couple of trivia battles, and in this, it is going to still be conversational. So, just remember that there are going to be moments where we are chopping it up and talking. There's going to be a couple of fast rounds that you will not see on screen. You all are teams, so I'm just going to go ahead and place you guys. So Team A is Renelda and Amaya. Raise your hands, waving the camera.
Yay.
B is Asha and Delisa. Raise your hands, waving the camera. Ooh, okay, you guys ready? Let's see who understands trivia. This is culture trivia. This is IBD trivia. This is all the things. Okay. All right. So whenever I call you out for your team, you're going against another team member. I want to just see a hand raised. Whoever raises it faster is the one who answers it and gets the point. Cool. First team to get to 10 wins the game. Are y'all ready?
Let's go.
Let me remind you, it's culture. So that's food, that's music, that's all the things, and IBD. And this is recorded, so if you don't get it right.
Wait, you think we might get our card pulled?
You might find yourself on Instagram or TikTok answering it wrong, and we're gonna ask the community. It's like, no, I'm joking. We won't do that to you. However,
let me turn my camera on.
I'm gonna save it.
Right. Let me just.
Yep.
All right. So here are the rules for IBD trivia. It's very simple rules. It's a team game. You guys are each other's lifeline. Okay. If both people who are competing against each other get it wrong, the original team person, whoever had their hand raised up first, their partner gets to be their lifeline and see if we can figure it out. Because if you can't, we've got a lot of research and stuff to do. Okay. And yes, your answer may be wrong. It's okay. We're all going to learn together today. And we're going to make sure that everyone walks away understanding a little bit more about COGI from our fun side. Okay. All right. I don't know why this thing does not want to move. Let's try it again. Let's see if it'll be my friend. There we go. Uh-oh. You went too fast. We're going to go with this one. All right. So from Team A and Team B, we have Renelda and Asha. Over the last 50 years, how much has the diagnosis rate increased for Black and Brown patients? Whoop, Asha, raise your hand first. Go ahead.
135%.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. Very wild. That's a very wild number, but
good.
Absolutely correct. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you would much rather someone be diagnosed than not at all.
And undiagnosed.
So from that perspective and thinking about that, that's great. But also just thinking about that number says that there were a lot of people who were suffering undiagnosed beforehand. So understanding both is pretty critical. All right. So Team B, y'all got 1 point. Okay. We're going to go on to the next one and see how this goes. Okay, so on this one, we have Amaya and Delisa. True or false? The two main versions of inflammatory bowel disease are ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. That was very close, but I'm not going to lie. Delisa had her hand up a little higher, a little faster.
That's crazy.
See how fast that was?
I'll be fast.
That was fast.
Okay.
True.
So what would your answer be? Be true? Absolutely.
True.
Now, has everyone heard of kind of like that it's kind of like indeterminate
Colitis.
colitis. And so I'll be honest, I had no clue until I started working for COGI and going to COGI events that there was even a third option. I was like, it was just this or just this. So learning more about that has been so helpful to me. And I'm not on, I'm not a patient, and I have loved ones that are patients, but even just being able to understand it is just a little bit more helpful. So that's a good one. Now, okay, I'm just going to say this real fast. Team B has 2 points.
We know the answer. We just haven't got our hands.
Yeah, you got to time the hand right.
See how fast it was. I'm just going to say. All right, I'm going to try to give Team A an easy one. And anyone in the comments, if you're on YouTube, on Facebook, or on Brand Live, you can answer this too. Don't think that just because they're the actual team players, you can't answer this. Now, I'm going to tell the team members, though, I better not see none of y'all on YouTube, Facebook, or whatever getting these answers from these folks. Okay? All right, now this is going to be a song question. Okay, we are taking it back to Renelda and Asha. Okay, now this is a 90s song, but the 90s have been super popular for the last like 2 years. So my hope is y'all know this.
Come on,
Where
Renelda.
did SWV get weak? Go ahead, Renelda.
In the knees?
Yes. Okay.
Great job.
It's the fact that she had to think about it though.
I know she would think about it like a puzzle.
I would have been like, for me, it would have been weak in the stomach, in the gut. That's what
All right, now we're at 2-1. Okay, so we're making some headway. Let's go on to this next slide. Let's see what we have here. Let's see. Or maybe it doesn't want to see it. I don't know what's going on with my computer today, but we're going to keep rocking with it. All right, this is a never have I ever and it just went that fast. Never have I ever, and this is more conversational, okay? So any of you guys could jump in, and I'm not going to tell you what you get the point for, okay? But it's a never have I ever liked macaroni and cheese. How many of you are on the never?
No, that's yes.
How many are
baked specifically?
Baked with numerous cheeses.
Yep, with a little crisp on top.
Yes, with a side of gas for sure. But
yes, that is what.
Right.
But I like that.
Okay. Maybe we're supposed to say no.
So I mean,
some things are worth the after effect.
Yeah.
Baked mac and cheese at the holidays.
Yeah, for sure.
Asha, you were the only quiet one.
I love mac and cheese. I'll eat any type of mac and cheese. Even though I'm not supposed to, I still do. I have no shame.
Yeah.
I've had vegan mac and cheese from a place back home I was like, I need to learn this recipe. It was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's definitely some good vegan mac and cheese. I'm a former vegan, and very quick, fast story time. I went out to a club one day and I was very, very, very hungry, and they had absolutely nothing that was vegan. And I thought my safest bet would be to get a turkey burger. Don't ask. Just know that at the end of it, I was no longer a vegan.
That ended that, huh?
But you know what? I'm going to give both teams a point for this. I am team, despite all of the after effects of it. And we have a COGI team member who absolutely does not care for it. So I always find it funny. And actually, originally, the point was going to go for, the team who had a member who's never had mac and cheese, because wow.
Yeah, that would be.
And
Whoa.
There are just some people who just don't like certain things, and I totally get it. We've had debates on it.
I do know some people that don't like it. Like it's not their first choice, or they'll be fine without it. So
yeah,
that's not me.
It happens. You know, it's okay. I love it. I make it.
Yes.
So
yes.
Okay. And it's baked, to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, true or false? And this goes to, we did team A before, team A and B, but Amaya and Delisa, true or false? Even as patients, I tend to risk it all for a good treat. True or false?
Just said it. True.
True. I do.
Guilty.
And I put that on there because we'll get you guys both get points for that, because I mean that's very bold of you.
It's like the goodness
one
of the
word
treat
for
is
it.
better. It overcomes the bad things that come after. Because at least
it has to be a really, really good treat.
Yeah.
So it's like okay, I will risk it all for this, but not this.
Oh yeah.
I think I'll risk anything. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have any boundaries. Just food.
So what would you say is like your top thing that you would risk it all for?
Oh, cake, desserts, anything sweet. Yeah.
What about you, Renelda?
Ooh. What would I risk it all for? You have to come back. Yeah, come back to me. Yeah, come back. Think.
All right, Delisa?
Oh, I would risk it all for two things: some really well-made collard greens with some smoked turkey legs in there, and really good high-quality chocolate. Not no Hershey's, not no Reese's. I need high quality chocolate, because what it does, it has to be worth it.
Are you like a Ghirardelli kind of girl, or?
Yeah, give me that. Give me, hey, those Dubais.
Oh my gosh, the Dubai. Yes.
Certain brands. Yes, I'll risk it all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it, folks. I mean,
Oh, I thought of mine. I actually did it last night. I was dry. I was like, a milkshake. I went to In-N-Out and I risked it for a swirl, a chocolate of a vanilla milkshake. And I thought, oh my gosh, I hope I make it to where I need to go. Yeah, milkshake.
Renalda, I love me a Chick-fil-A milkshake.
Absolutely.
Have
y'all had the peppermint one?
Yes,
I haven't had that one yet.
Oh, it's so good for the holidays.
Yeah,
you
gotta be careful.
I do
that milkshake brings more than the boys to the yard, huh?
They do. It might run the boys away from the yard.
Yeah. I do the coffee one. That is my absolute fave. I forgot who put me on to the frosted coffee at Chick-fil-A, but they have that's Yep. Every time. Okay, so what I've done is I've given y'all points for these because these are just answer alls. So right now you're at 4-3, so you're closer. All right, let's go for another one. All right, true or false? IBD is distinctly different from IBS. Asha is ready to go. She was ready to go because it was between Renelda and Asha. Go ahead.
True.
Absolutely factual. It is different, but it's something that there's still a lot of people trying to understand and get a better idea of. So it's always good to be able to help them understand the differences. We did a trivia at Equity and GI and asked, what does IBS stand for? And some people said inflammatory instead of irritable. And so helping them understand the differences between the two was really good. So figured I would add it here, but I'm going to go ahead because that's now 5-3. I'm going to go ahead and go to a cultural one. I'm going to give y'all 2 cultural ones, okay? And we just going to pray. We just going to pray on this. All right. This is for Amaya and Delisa. Okay. What side of town was Montel's party?
I don't even know.
On the west side.
Go ahead. We're at 6-3 here. We're at 6-3.
We'll have a what is it called? Where you sudden death bet all of your
You're gonna see if you can get all them points back.
Yeah.
Wait, can we steal if it's wrong, or nobody said they didn't say anything?
No one said anything wrong.
That's the west side.
Yeah, she said right now. If he got it wrong,
yes,
then yeah, you could have stolen that point. But that has not happened yet. Okay. All right, here goes another one. Which 2 rappers had the worst beef in hip hop history?
Oh. You know it.
Wait, you said you gonna go with the hand raised? Was your hand raised, or were you thinking? Because now Asha about to get this one.
Well, her hand was raised.
Her hand was
raised. Was it for Asha in the first place?
You know it. It was Ronaldo and Asha.
You said
just
the worst beef?
Just say it. It can't get any worse than we already are.
There's a couple of different ones.
Yeah, that's subjective.
I mean, I could say Tupac and Biggie, but I could also say
ding, 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 ding. Just go with what you also could say because they're both dead.
Yes, I mean, they are, but they are. Rest their souls. Yes, they are.
Rest their souls.
That classifies it as history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So now we're at 6-4. We're almost there, guys. Whoever gets to the last one, good luck to y'all. But I swear, y'all are a trip. All right. So we have a couple more. I'm gonna go through these and then see where we fall. This thing don't like me. I promise you. See how I went backwards and I tried to go forward?
It did.
You know what? Let's go ahead and do this is not my friend. And it's okay. Today, technology is not my friend. Let's go ahead with a couple more of the cultural ones. And then we're going to close this out and go into some more video footage. So, all right. Disguised under a nicer name. And this is going to be for Amaya and Delisa. Disguised under a nicer name. This dish is actually the intestines of a pig. Amaya, go ahead.
Intestines of a pig? Is it chitlins?
Yep.
Are those pig intestines?
Okay. Yep.
All right. Well, I was like,
I've never had them. I've never had them, but I was like, wait, is it a pig or I don't know. I was thinking it's a different animal for some reason.
I've never had them, but you gotta know.
I do know.
Yeah, you gotta know.
You have to know.
And then you said disguise on. Oh, okay. So the real name is pig intestines, but chitlins is what they. Okay, I got it. Some people call it chitterlings.
That's what I do to make it funny. I pronounce every single
chitterlings. Yeah, I think the African American community has shortened it to chitlin, but yeah.
I had to scratch my head on that one. But we're at 6-5. Okay. Now this one might be a little. This might date us, but at the same time, you should know this. These are some very common things. Look at Asha's face, because this is now Ronaldo and Asha. So come on. What 2 bills did Destiny's Child want you to pay?
Telephone bill and your auto. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. For the auto, wait. Automobile. I don't know why I'm thinking of. There's something with the car. I'm trying to go.
Is that your final answer?
I
The
know.
car payment?
I know. Telephone bill is one of them. Isn't that?
You had it right. You got to trust your gut.
I know. Come on. You
No,
got
my
it.
gut be tripping. I can't.
Her gut has let her down
Okay.
maybe once or
Yeah.
twice.
Telephone in their car bill, right? Or car note, right?
Yep, it was the automobile. Yep. So
Yeah,
you had it right.
automobile.
So now you guys are tied.
Okay.
Woo!
That is too funny.
Oh.
Oh.
Asha, did you know
got
that?
No, I'm getting all these unfair questions. I was born in 2004.
No, you need to know Destiny's Child. You got to know Destiny.
Okay.
Know all these things.
Younger than my youngest child. Okay. It's just me, baby girl.
It's okay. You know what? You're part of the COGI family. We'll get you up to speed. All right. So this one is for Amaya and Delisa because you guys are tied. What's the original line dance that you saw at Black cookouts?
The electric
That's
slide.
creepy, but I was gonna say Amaya actually had her. She did it in a weird way. You put your hand up like this. She went like that.
I was trying to make sure she saw. I was gonna say something different though. So what's her answer?
What were you gonna say?
Oh, so okay, you were gonna say something different. What is that different?
Wait, what's her answer right though?
Her answer was right. She about to get you a
Oh,
point.
well, then I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. Well, then 7-6. Let's keep going.
You gotta say it. I want to know.
I was gonna say the Cupid Shuffle. I feel like people did that for a long time. They did.
The Cupid Shuffle has been around for a very long time, but there was something before that.
The electric slide was before that.
Boogie woogie.
Oh, okay.
Boogie woogie.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I recall now.
When I tell you, this warms my heart because we just gonna teach everybody today, okay? All right, we're gonna go back over because now they're back up, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are we at? 8-6?
No.
Or 7-6? We're at 7-6. Okay.
7-6.
All right. Oh, I had it and then no, I have it again. All right. This corn porridge is commonly paired with shrimp in the southern United States. This is between Renelda and
It's grits.
Yes, Asha.
Woo!
I'm sorry. I'm starting to stumble.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, I'm a grits girl. That going up, grandma, the grits. That
So
was.
you don't take. So nobody takes sugar in their grits.
I don't like grits. I've never had grits.
How you say you don't like them? You never had.
I don't
them.
never had them. No, I don't think I can get with the way they look. I can't.
They're so good.
They're
Asha,
so
you
good.
gotta try them. No, you can't.
Do y'all like cream of
Sweet
wheat?
and savory.
I was gonna say if I do
sweet,
sweet, it's cream of wheat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then if I do like savory or salty, then it's grits.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Asha, you gotta try one of them.
Yeah, you have to.
I had them in the dining hall every morning. I would walk right past the container. I was like,
oh no, you got to go somewhere good.
Yeah, you got to go to a restaurant.
No, not the dining hall.
Maybe one day. Not anytime soon, though.
We'll make sure you get some when we get together again.
Okay.
She's like, I hear you, but I don't really hear you.
You're gonna be ducking us.
Okay, so it looks like we are what 8-7 now.
Mm-hmm. No, 7-7.
No. 7-7.
Girl,
7-7.
See, y'all have me laughing too much, and I'm not remembering these things. But we are 7-7. Okay, let's go with another one. And this is not Asha, right? This is Amaya and Delisa. Okay, so we can try to see who's gonna get these points. Okay. No, I'm gonna skip that because I feel like Delisa's gonna get that automatically off the break.
Sorry.
It's okay. For a second, I thought it was Case, and I said, "Okay, are you adding to this whole trivia with like R&B music?" Okay, and what song video did Monica have her Sunday shoes on?
Oh my God. Before You Walk Out My Life?
Yep.
You know,
I just saw them
was
in
not gonna
concert
know
last
that.
week.
If she barely remembered the answer, what makes you think I was gonna know the answer?
I had to look back at the video in my mind because I'm sitting there.
I've never even seen that video.
Amaya, you are
Have you
about to be
seen the shoes
mean.
before? Have you ever seen the shoes?
You haven't
Amaya
seen those?
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Oh my
So-
God. You know Monica though, right?
I'm familiar with the name.
Look
It's
it
okay.
up on
We-
YouTube and
I'm gonna
you'll
give
see
you a
the
hug.
shoes.
It's okay. We're gonna hug you through it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Baby. Yes,
What-
baby.
we're at 8-7. Okay, so Team B is about to win. We'll see. This is a medical one. This is actually a biology focused one. This is your body. Okay. Which intestine is larger or longer, the large or small intestine? Go ahead, Asha.
The small.
Good job.
That's your question? Okay.
Good job. Okay. Good job. Okay, so now you guys got 9-7. So get it together.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. All right. So TLC. This is Amaya and Delisa. Finish this.
Oh gosh. What happened?
I don't know, but we're gonna keep going because we're almost done.
Yes.
Don't go chasing. Amaya said it outright. She said waterfalls. So we're at 9-8.
Had to get us back.
Okay. This one is for Renelda and Asha. I don't know why I wanted to laugh because I feel like Asha's gonna be like, I don't even know this one. But let's go. We're gonna go with it anyways. My name is Bennett. Go ahead, Renelda.
And I ain't in it.
Woo! You knew that one, Asha.
I had no clue. No. I didn't.
That's okay.
We just go. All right, they're 1 point away from winning. They're 1 point away from winning.
Okay.
The ultimate comeback.
Yeah. Y'all are funny. Now, if you hear a Black person say, and this is for what, Amaya and Delisa, right? Okay, this is the final one. Either Team B is gonna win or y'all gonna come back and tie. If you hear a Black person say, keep it up, what does that mean? Delisa came in, go ahead.
You better stop. You better stop. You better do it if you want.
It means don't keep it up, please.
Yes.
Don't. If you've ever heard your
habitual
mama,
line stepper. Come on.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't we know at least one? At least one. We all know at least one habitual line step. Well, at the end of this all, I really hope that you guys have learned a lot because guess who won? Team B. Woo! Team A, I will not be revoking any cards. Don't worry about it because that's Renelda started out with that. She said, "Am I gonna? Is my card gonna get revoked?"
This is just strike one, huh?
This is you're learning.
Okay.
We'll give you that.
Thank you.
Now, look. If you don't learn none of these, you might get it revoked.
So next time we're asking the same questions, we need to know.
Actually, you gotta do a little bit of studying on.
I know I need to step up my game. Those culture questions took me out. Even I thought about grits, but it didn't come fast enough.
It's okay.
I'll get there.
Yes. And not Quakers. You have not Quakers and Albers. You can't be having Quakers grits. No.
Oh my gosh, I tried those.
Wait. Quakers has grits?
They do.
Yes.
They taste like cardboard.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend those.
No.
I never even
not everybody makes them the same either. Even if you get good ones, like the right package, somebody might not make them right either.
That's true.
That's probably why Asha said absolutely not.
She hadn't even tried them.
Yeah,
I don't like the way they look. If I don't like the way it looks, I'm not eating it.
I think it's a consistency thing also. It's just like, it's not a soup because of the how thick it is. So it's like, okay, you're kind of, I don't know.
It's porridge.
I know, but I love it. My mama used to make cream of wheat all the time, and that was my introduction into that lane. But
can we play a victory song out?
I wish we could, but you know what's gonna happen?
They gonna flag us.
There's a copyright infringement because I would
you can sing. Maybe you should sing.
Well, I was gonna play the Monica song. I was gonna play mine for
you. Man, that would have been
never
great
meant to cause y'all no pain.
You know what? Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to figure this out. I'm determined to capture Amaya's face during that moment. And put it with them shoes because she really looked like. Now, what makes you think
that? I know because you already knew before you even said that question out loud. You knew.
No, I thought maybe they have a concert going on and all of that. You kind of may have heard about it, but
I didn't even know.
Clearly, you have not seen them white church shoes. Those white church shoes are a staple, okay? They're a staple. Let's just put it that way. People have found new versions of it and made it Halloween costumes, okay?
I'm gonna go do some research after this for sure.
Yes, you're gonna find her on a curb with her short pixie cut, bopping in a suit. She was all of about 15, singing about not causing you any pain. Okay. And I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna close it out just thinking about the fact that like she was on a curb. Wasn't she on like the roof? Like what you really had this girl
on the porch
singing about people walking out of her life. I tell you, 90s production was something else because someone literally put that in there and said, "Let's put her on the roof of the house and let her sing."
It was memorable.
Yeah, it was memorable. You're right. Because I still wonder why. Okay, anyways, it has been great. We have another live segment coming up at about 5:00. Thank you guys for participating. We'll have more fun segments later on. So we hope that you guys were participating in the comment section. Please give lots of hugs to our youngins here. We have Amaya and Asha who did really well to try to answer these questions for real. So at the end of the day, this was learning for everyone. Now you know more about 90s and then also just cultural stuff too and everybody else. And you guys did really well answering IBD trivia as well. So we will be back at 5:00 for our live segment with the next team. The next speakers. Just a reminder, if you have not donated and you can donate, even $10 or more can be very, very helpful towards our COGI programming for 2026. We are trying to do so much. We did a lot this year. We were able to reach more than 500 patients and caregivers throughout the year for these programs. And that's amazing, but we could always do more, and we want to do more and reach more communities. So if you can be able to give back, if you're in a position to, or even if you know people who would be able to donate to us, please let them know, share our link, share information. Yeah. Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye, thank you.
So I heard about COGI when Melody decided to start a Facebook group for patient support for patients who look like her.
She's severe color of Crohn's and chronic illness, and I just want to be able to reach more patients.
I was wondering if there were people like me, my age, my race, that had the same condition I had.
I joined the group, and this little short lady named Melody reached out to my DM.
I will have to say that my favorite memory so far is planning our first ever Equity and IBD conference in just under 3 months.
My favorite memory of COGI is absolutely dealing with community conversations. We had a student who had been experiencing symptoms. After her conversation with us, she was able to get up enough courage to actually go to the doctor and actually receive a diagnosis with IBD. These types of stories, they let me know that the work that we do is not in vain. Health genuinely is a community conversation.
Everything I've encountered and the family that they give you within the job is just so amazing.
Meeting everybody in person for the first time, it was amazing.
My favorite memory from a COGI experience was community conversations.
Without COGI, I would have never in my lifetime met the people that I've met.
One of the things that I would love to see in the future for COGI is us to continue to spread awareness to our communities.
It's a great organization, and I just wanted to just keep seeing it flourish.
I look forward to seeing our growth and our impact from state to state to state, and letting people know that we are here in a much larger capacity.
I look forward to seeing more patients helped, more people served, and more access to better outcomes for patients.
I look forward to witnessing the continued growth, success, and impact we have in the community we serve, from patients to care partners in our overall community.
I want to see COGI just burst from the scenes.
Mel, thank you for your obedience, vision, and leadership. Without them, we wouldn't be here. I'm so proud of you and truly honored to be on this journey with you, standing beside you in service to this incredible community. Without your badass, we wouldn't be here.
Just keep being the boss that you are and never stop being who you are.
We truly, truly love and appreciate all that you do to help us and to serve COGI as best you can. We love you.
My mom prayed that someone would come in that really understood. So you, my friend, are an answer to my mom's prayers.
Mel, keep doing what you're doing, girl, because at the end of the day, you've touched so many lives in incredible ways.
Melody, you the bomb, girl.
Just a reminder, y'all, once you're locked in with COGI,
if we locked in,
once you're locked in with COGI,
once you're locked in with COGI,
once you're locked in with COGI,
there's no turning back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're still in a Living COGI Telethon. My name is LaTanya Ward. I'm the area director at COGI here. I'm also a mom who's navigated IBD while raising kids. So this conversation is going to be a special one. I'd like for our guests to introduce themselves, please. Whichever one of you want to go first.
I'll go. I am Dominique Daniels, Manager of Community and Patient Support for COGI. I am also a mom with IBD.
I'm Nastasha Brown from Atlanta, Georgia. I am a COGI ambassador, and I'm a mom with IBD as well.
And I'm Jeree Spicer. I'm a COGI ambassador as well. I'm from Cold, Michigan. It's 30 degrees out here. It's snowing right now, and I'm also a mom with IBD.
Thank you all for joining us today. Just to let everybody know, today we're talking about motherhood and IBD. Everything from pregnancy, postpartum, raising children, flares, fatigue, procedures, all of it, right? Because as we all know, because all four of us are patients, we know that having IBD is a full-time job by itself. And on top of that, when you're raising children, it looks different. So I would like to ask a question. Were you diagnosed before you got pregnant or after? I mean, were you diagnosed before pregnancy or after pregnancy? That's where we can start our journey stories.
I'll start. I was 32, and that meant when I got diagnosed, the girls were 9 and 11 years old. So we were pretty up through there by the time I finally got a diagnosis.
I was diagnosed prior to pregnancy. So diagnosed in 2020 and I got pregnant in 2022.
I was diagnosed before pregnancy. And one of the things that I remember my first year doctor saying to me is, you shouldn't have children. And that like crushed me. So yes, this conversation is definitely a topic that I am glad to participate in.
Yeah, I was diagnosed before pregnancy as well, and they told me the same thing. You won't be able to have children. And so I was out there just doing some of everything because I was like, I can't have no kids. Then the next thing I know, I was pregnant, right? So so let's get into our stories. Let's talk about your journey. Give me a little bit of information about the not so easy days, how it is to parent when you're going through flares and IBD and procedures. So share, please.
I'll go.
Okay.
I actually struggled with fertility, and I thought what that doctor told me was like, oh, maybe he was right. Maybe I shouldn't have kids. But after failed treatment, I finally, God had his own plan and I got pregnant. I was probably my healthiest when I was pregnant, if I'm honest. I had, my hair grew, I gained weight, I ate comfortably, I didn't have a million trips to the bathroom. I worked up until the day I had my daughter. I was a high risk pregnancy, but it was one of my healthiest, happiest times. The aftermath didn't come until after giving birth.
I'll go. I think for me, I had a bit of a like headbutt with my doctor because I wanted to get off the medicine that I was on while I was pregnant. And she was like, oh, that's not a good idea. I'm like, the doctors that I was dealing with, I had midwives. So they were not, I would think I was like their second patient that had Crohn's in pregnancy. But what I liked, they were determined to like learn about the condition, learn about the medicines, and like get my doctor off his back. And then I also had to see a maternal fetal specialist because they just say, oh, you got Crohn's, so you high risk, so you need to see this doctor. So I saw a maternal fetal specialist and he let me know, like, no, like, stay on the medicine, like, you're good. And I was really determined because I had already been in remission. So I'm like, I need to do everything to keep my body good. So I was like getting adjusted. I was having massages every week. Like, that was like my number one thing. And it was a little nerve wracking because I'm like, is the baby growing? Do I need to do something different? I was trying to work out, but I was so exhausted. Like I was extremely fatigued. And I think like that was my biggest thing. And then it was just funny because I think my midwives were scared at first because I'm like, oh, I need to be at the hospital in case something happens because they offered for me to like be at the birthing center. I'm like, no, I need to be in the hospital with my GI doctor on call because I had just switched doctors because I had moved to the South. And I'm like, no, I need everybody to just be on call. So it was refreshing and I can like resonate with Dominique. I think I was like the healthiest like during pregnancy and then like after the fact it was really like challenging.
Yeah.
Okay, so with me being diagnosed when the girls were, kids, our life actually drastically changed. I was the one that always had my kids. I always had my niece, my nephew. I had my friends' kids, and we were always going somewhere. We'd always be at, I used to buy season passes to Six Flags, Whitewater. So we were always gone. We had season pass to the zoo. So once my symptoms started kicking in and I had to finally tell somebody, look, somebody needs to get me to where I can get diagnosed. Something's really, really wrong with me. I don't know what it is. And yeah, so all of that completely stopped. I was wearing diapers and everything at 30, trying to see what was going on with me. And it was a big adjustment for my girls because they was like, Mommy, can we go here? Can we go there? We've been used to going. And I was like, I really can't go because I don't know what's going on. And all these issues are going on. So I can't really do anything. So it's been a big adjustment, especially telling them at 9 and 11, yeah, we used to do this, but we can't do it no more.
That brings up a good point, and thank y'all for sharing. Because we have IBD, and I know when my children were smaller, it was hard for me to go to ball games and stuff, or just show up as a mom. So how did you handle the mom guilt, or did you get mom guilt, or how was your support system during those times when you weren't able to show up?
Ooh, I always have mom guilt still, and my girls are 17 and 19 now. Not being able to have done all those things that they wanted to do. I remember they was at flag football, and I would have to like leave the field trying to find a bathroom, making sure I mapped that out before the game. Like, okay, where we gonna be at? We're gonna be at this park. Okay, I know where I can go to go use the bathroom, or I bought a pack of Depends just to make sure that I was okay. Yeah.
I understand that. I know personally, I hardly ever went to any of the games and stuff because I just didn't feel well. And when we talk about support system, my brother showed up a lot for that part of my life to be at all the games and stuff. So, and I feel guilty even now. They're adults with their own kids now, but I still feel like I didn't do as much as, I could have been the soccer mom or whatever. Anyone else?
I think I struggle with it. So I'm gonna come to the first half or the last half mom. But it is times where I do feel like maybe I could do a little more. But I remember one day I tried to hide from my daughter that I was sick, and she was like, Mom, you don't feel good. Just lay down. And it was in that moment that I realized that she actually, what I was trying to hide wasn't working anyway, because she saw it. So, and she was like, well, you teach me to make sure that I'm telling the truth. And if you're not being honest with me, then how can you tell me? So yeah, she gave it back to me a little bit. And that just, So if you know her, she's a mini me. So yeah.
Yeah. Jerry?
I think, it's Jerry. I think, I don't want to say I'm kind of lucky because my son is only 3. So I struggled when he was like a baby. So like just trying to, because like I think people think moms already make stuff look easy. And then if you add like having a condition on top of that and work and whatever else you're trying to do, I had postpartum immediately after. I just didn't know it. So I was trying to like breastfeed, and then I had to get my infusion. And I'm like, this is just too much. So like, I just wasn't doing anything. I wasn't walking. I was just eating whatever, didn't care. And I just was like sad, but I only wanted to be around my son. So I was determined, like, I need to work out. I need to like get it in. So that way when it's time for him to be involved with activities, like I can be there. So like he's been in swimming, he's been in soccer, he's been in all this stuff, and I try to show up. as much as I can because I'm like, I'm tired. And I think like sometimes I forget that I got IBD. Like lately, I'm like, dang, why am I so tired? Like, why am I so sore? It's cold outside. And I'm like, oh, like I'm dealing with, a condition. But I guess like something that I'm trying to do is just make sure that I'm putting certain things in place with myself. So like taking those self-care moments so that when he do get super busy, I can like keep up because I feel guilty even when I'm like not with him. Like I feel guilty right now because he like in his room and he don't know what's going on. I'm like, I need you to like be in your room. So yeah.
Yeah, you said a mouthful though with the sometimes you forget. And sometimes I think we try to be super moms anyway. So we're not gonna let this illness take us down and be like, oh yeah, I forgot I got IBD. That's why I can't get right. But so let me talk to the ones for a minute who have the older children. Okay. You know how we always asking our kids to do stuff, bring the remote, whatever. Do you find yourself putting more on your kids because sometimes you don't feel well? And how do you navigate that or not? Like, did they learn how to cook early, or do you feel like they doing more than if you weren't sick? Y'all know what I'm asking.
So me, no. My child, I could think I grew up a little traumatized by that when my mom used to call me all the way upstairs to get the remote. So I don't do that to my daughter. But I will say, since she has hit 11, she has tried on her own to take more responsibility. Like she'll start to cook. But it was definitely a struggle for me because I'm like, I don't want to keep asking her to do stuff because I'm sick. So for me, it was, I ain't gonna ask her because I'm sick.
So my kids are 17, 19 now. So I don't call them for the remote. But if I don't feel good, I will definitely ask, hey, can you fix this for dinner, or can you finish this off? I started it, but I just can't finish. So either one of them can finish it off. And the little one, she really makes a good banana pudding. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But if I'm not feeling well and like say the little one has to go somewhere, at least my oldest daughter, she is able to drive. She's licensed. So if I need her to take Layla somewhere, then she can, run her right there real quick. And it's usually maybe 10-15 minutes away. If I'm not feeling up to it, if they need to go to the store to go get something, they'll, jump in the car and go up there. But the running, go get a remote from the other side of the room that I'm on, no, I'm not going to do, not doing that. That was traumatizing from back in the day, calling me from the other side of the house and you sitting right there. No, I'm not going to do that.
I do. But I think I still kind of shelter my kids even to this day on how bad I feel. But now that my son has IBD, I wonder if I did them a disservice by not letting them know how difficult this disease was, because he saw me going through it so gracefully. He didn't really know that, I had those down moments. So that's another question that I want to get into about empowering our kids. How do you talk to your kids about IBD in ways that they understand? And are you talking to your 3-year-old now? Do you think he understands that? But you're in remission right now, so you might have a different thing going on. But did y'all talk to your kids about IBD and see if they understood what was going on? How they could step and check on you?
For me, well, my daughter, she came to Equity and GI, so she had no choice but to hear some about it. But that was one of the times where I really opened up the conversation and explained it to her. But I also do poop checks, and I do poop checks because I have IBD, and I know, sometimes things can be passed along, and we just never know. So in our house, we talk about poop openly, random poop checks, just to make sure that we having those open conversations. What your poop should look like, what your poop should smell like. If you're having too many tummy aches, what did you eat? Making sure that you're eating healthy foods, and why it's important to eat those healthy foods. Because a lot of times as parents, we tell our kids eat healthy, but we really don't tell them why we want them to eat healthy. And especially with me having stomach issues myself, I try to tell her, like, this is why I'm eating these vegetables, so that when I go to the bathroom, it's a better time in there. But even just having those open conversations around poop, because when I was growing up, we didn't talk about it at all. You wasn't telling nobody your business. I have 4 brothers, so we definitely wasn't talking about food in my house at the table. Of course not.
Yeah.
So I've had the conversation with the girls as well, telling them about what Crohn's is, what they need to look for. My oldest daughter actually last year had a scare to where she passed blood, and we had to go to a gastroenterologist. She experienced a stool study where she had to go in the bathroom and do a stool study. She was like, "Mama, you got to do this too." I said, "Girl, I done did this. I done did a colonoscopy. I done did everything." Uh, so yeah, and so she's okay. She just was straining and needed to drink more water and all of that, eat right. Same thing you were just saying, Dominique. But she's okay for right now, but we're still going to keep a watch. And I definitely reiterated, if something don't feel right, please tell me. We can go to the doctor. I will advocate for you, because mommy has learned how to advocate. We ain't going to take no for an answer. If you think something's not right, we're going to make sure that we find somebody that's going to listen. If that doctor don't listen, we'll go to another doctor.
I have a question for you ladies. What type of birth did you have? For me, I had a C-section, but I'm just interested and curious, even like with the talks around maternal health. And since we all are mamas, and I did show my daughter my C-section scar the other day, because she was telling me like, "Oh, I came out of that." No, you came out of my belly. You did not. That's when she busted on me. We don't have no privacy. It's only me and her here, so we don't have no privacy. I was like, "Yeah, I clean everything. I came from there." No, you didn't.
I had a vaginal birth.
Yeah, mine did not come from my belly. They came from the other place.
I had 2 vaginal births as well. The youngest one came in less than an hour of me getting to the hospital, so I did not get an epidural.
Ooh.
God bless you. I asked those people, I was like, "Well, can I get a take-home pack? Because I don't want there to be no reason why I can't get an epidural." And the crazy thing is, I was never going to be able to push. So a C-section was planned, and they was like, "You want a take-home pack? How does that even work?" I'm like, "Listen, I was so scared that I wouldn't be able to get pain meds, because I'm like, I don't want natural birth."
That's funny. What's something that y'all want the world to understand about moms living with IBD? If you just had to share something, what's something you want them to understand about us?
Give us grace.
That's a good one.
Give us grace. Like, I think all moms should have grace, but especially us with IBD, but even others who deal with other conditions, like, it's just a lot. And I think that we just need a lot of grace. This is coming from somebody who wear 50 million hats. And that's all like the number one thing. I just want grace. Like, I could be doing all of these things, but I'm tired. Like, I'm tired. And like, I need, like, my body has learned I need a moment to reset, like, just reset. And I'm also not afraid. Like, my household, my significant other, my son, they know when I go in the bathroom, just leave me alone, okay? Because, like, that's my time. I don't like to be rushed. Everything just needs to come off smoothly. And just, like, leave me alone. So, like, but my thing is give us grace.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I know a lot of people always say it really takes a village, and it does, especially when you have IBD. Y'all have been an awesome support, because I did not know anybody that had IBD when I was diagnosed, and coming and finding COGI has been a godsend. Just having a village, having somebody, hey friend, I don't feel good. Can you come help me out a little bit? Or, mama, I got this doctor's appointment. Can you go pick up the girls from school? Or can you do this? Or just having somebody that has your back is amazing. And we appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
I can piggyback off of what Natasha says. One, giving yourself, like Doris said, the grace, and something that I'm learning. And Latanya, please don't yell right now when I say this. I'm learning to express when I'm not okay. To ask
How
for
do I
help.
cut my camera off?
I told y'all, because I knew she couldn't wait. I am learning to express when I'm not okay. Let somebody know that you're not okay. Ask for help when needed, because a lot of times people really don't realize that you do so much with this condition. And for me, I didn't talk about my condition a lot with my family. So I was sick for years and nobody even knew, but they were like, now that I think about it, you did more than most healthy people would have done.
Yeah.
So realizing that you don't have to do everything and you don't have to do it all by yourself.
But it's hard sometimes, right? Because sometimes I feel like I'm just overcompensating because my body fails me every day, so I got to do more.
Yes.
But what y'all are saying is amazing, because it's so true. I know I sometimes, and I tell Dominique this a lot. I said sometimes our body has a way of demanding rest because we won't give it to ourselves. Because we're doing a million things. We're doing everything.
Yeah. Okay. My body actually cut me off one day. I was cooking dinner and I had to lay down. I told Aaliyah, go finish dinner. I really got to lay down. And they were like, Mom, are you okay? I was like, I'm just really tired. And my body was like, I'm finna make you sit down. Since you won't sit down, I'm gonna make you sit down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, I have another question about our babies. What's something that your kids have done or said to you to make you feel so supported or so good? Maybe in a time when you didn't feel the best about yourself or the happiest, mine. Well, I have grandkids now, so forget them grown kids. They grown, but them grandkids, when they come and put them little arms around my neck, I don't care how bad I'm feeling. I just be like, okay, I got a little bit more energy. What's something about your kids that just give you that push, make you feel supported, give you that extra little nudge?
I'm gonna go. I know my kid is a baby. He's a toddler. I'm gonna just say parenthood kicked my butt. I just started seeing the light right now. So that's 3 years. I don't like the 3 Anger era. I heard it get worse, but whatever. I'm just gonna say, just like when he liked to come into bed with us, and at first I was mad, like, oh, why you gotta be in there? But like when he want to cuddle with me, it just make me feel like, okay, like I'm not like a terrible mom, cause like it's just been a struggle. Like I got my own stuff I'm dealing with, and my son got a speech delay, so like I'm his biggest advocate, and like as long as I'm working or whatever, I'm a tag every doctor, every whoever to advocate for my son. So just the fact that like he just seeing him grow as a person and seeing him show like more affection, it just made me feel like, okay, so I'm not a bad parent. Now, I can't say how it's gonna be when he become a teenager, but right now I'm enjoying like he like to cuddle and he want to show me his books and we do puzzles together and stuff. So yeah.
Yes. That's the best, honey. I'm gonna tell you now, teenager, that's a whole different beast. Oh, Natasha's not tell you. Go ahead, girl. You got some teenagers over there. Go on, tell us.
I do. They be acting like they my mama. I was like, wait, I thought I was the mama. Mama, did you take your medicine? Mama, when's your next infusion? Mama, did you drink enough water today? Like, wait a minute, I'm the mama. What is going on? Like, but I love it that they, making sure I'm okay. Making sure that I got my rest and everything, and just making sure mom's okay. We ain't trying to have you go back to the hospital, because I was in the hospital Mother's Day 2020, so they ain't trying to have me do another 5-day bid again. So they definitely be checking me like they my mama, and I'm like, hold up, I'm the mama.
Yeah. Dominique.
For me, it's the random kisses, like every once in a while, and it's always when I'm at my lowest. She'll just come in and hug me and give me a kiss, and I think it's like, for me, it's like God's reminder, like, I got you.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that is an excellent time to kind of ease out of our session. I think we're running towards our end time. We might be a little over, but if any of you have anything extra you want to share before we get off, now is the time. If you feel like something just burning, you didn't get a chance to, please share it.
Shout out to the moms.
Yeah.
Wherever you are, drop a heart in the comments for a mom. Either, no matter who you are, you have a mom, you know a mom, you saw a mom one day. There was a mom involved some kind of way in everything that you do, if you want to be honest. So thank a mom, hug a mom, do something for a mom, especially us IBD moms. Give us a little love, grace, and support. And that is one of the ways that you can donate for us to support more moms like the ones you see on this screen.
Yes, with the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Natasha, anything you wanted to say before we went offline?
Us IBD moms, we be momming, and just make sure that we get our grace, make sure we get support, and check on us, make sure we getting our self-care, because sometimes we be doing not too much, but three much. But just check in on us.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that, 3 much. Okay, thank you, ladies, so much. I think we're out of time. I appreciate you all, and we'll have to do this again sometime.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Rashawn Miller here, and I'm here with one of the dopest COGI ambassadors that I know, Miss Renika Wood. Our session today is, can we get it together, IBD?
Right.
I just want to start off with, Renika, let everybody know who you are and why you are here.
You want the good, the bad, or the beautiful?
And let's get it all. Let's get it. We got about 20 minutes. So let's go ahead and get it all.
Definitely. So hello world. My name is Renika, and I am an individual that thrives, survive, and live with gastrointestinal disease, the beautiful Crohn's. And I also am a professional person that worked in the area of addictions while helping people and navigating my own diagnosis. And hey world.
Man, thank you so much for being here. Everyone, I'm Rashawn. I'm a therapist by trade, but I'm the resident therapist for COGI, and just being able to support in various ways and understanding that mental health plays a large role into how we address various illnesses, but definitely in the lens of, dealing with IBD. So Renika, when it comes down to, combining or thinking about mental health and the thing you live with Crohn's, how has that played a role into how you address, your daily life?
Oh, wow. Rashawn, first of all, that's a great question. And I do think that people forget about the mental health aspect of having a chronic illness. For me, when you work in an area where you have to be the strong person all the time, you got to be the rescuer and supporter, it makes it very difficult for you to be transparent and vulnerable with your own health challenges. So for me, in the past, before I became knowledgeable and educated about my diagnosis, I would hide my feelings of despair. I would feel like sometimes I would get home from work, I would cry a lot. I'm looking like, why am I crying? I would overeat, or either I would undereat, but I would always put a smile on and be like, hey, y'all, I'm good, I'm okay. But the whole time I was masking my diagnosis. So definitely challenging in those areas. I think what my good friend Joe always said, what about the mental? And I do think the mental health aspect is something that can go overlooked sometimes.
And so you're saying that, so it's interesting that, you're an addiction counselor, right? And, just saying that you think about when you were getting off of work and you would, cry and overeat. And a lot of times we think about addiction just as something like drugs or tobacco or alcohol and those things. But sometimes a lot of people forget about that you can be addicted to that as well. So like, even going back and looking into that, when you were overeating or, those things, how did your mental play a role? So for one, dealing with Crohn's and overeating, we know that impacted that, but tie the two together for me.
So when I say I was overeating, you having a diagnosis of Crohn's, I was very much so rebellious against my diagnosis. I didn't want to be identified as someone that was sick, someone that could not have something. So I would eat things on purpose to cause myself to become sicker. The word is not a word, but sicker. So they say your secrets make you sick, people. It's not a good thing. So I would just eat unhealthy foods. I would overeat, and then I would eat things that would cause me to gain weight. And I became more addicted to things that I could not do because of my body telling me I couldn't do it. So the rebellious part of it was telling me, you can do it. Who are you to not be controlled by your own body? So I was doing things to make myself worse. So that's kind of how I was gaining weight. Or either I would not eat anything because guess what? It's my body, and I would lose weight because I was also sick. So that's kind of how those two kind of tied in together. I became addicted to me telling my body what I can do, despite my body telling me what I can't do. Put it like that.
And that's wild though, right? So I completely understand that and relate in some different ways, for as somebody that was an athlete and stuff and experienced certain injuries and stuff. And, I broke a bone before and the doctor told me, oh no, you're out for 6 weeks. The second week, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna do this. And, so you just understanding, a lot of times there comes that grief that comes along with getting a diagnosis because you want to still live the life that you lived before and the sense of normalcy. And then also just understanding the way other people view you. So as someone, as a counselor, that means you're a caregiver, And then as a patient and someone that thrives with Crohn's, that means you have to be cared for at times as well. Where is that balance for you?
Wow, Rashawn, that's a great question. I think this is where I struggle a lot with my my transparency, because when I was really in I call it the trenches of my diagnosis, I would not allow people to see me at my worst. Now, where my family saw me at is what I allowed them to see of me. They didn't see the Renika that was home alone. They didn't see the Renika that was driving in her car coming from work. They didn't see the Renika that was in the bathroom for almost 12 hours out of 24. They saw the Renika that presented to be, yeah, I'm okay, you guys. I don't feel well, but it was 10 times more than that behind the door. I did not want my family to develop compassion fatigue for me, to where they became so overwhelmed in my diagnosis to where their own mental health was not being attained to. And I felt like I at times felt a little guilty about putting things on them that I couldn't handle myself. So I started to just stop sharing a lot of things, actually. So I was like, am I being hypocritical? I'm not sharing with people what I'm going through, but then I go to work and want somebody to tell me what they going through. I want them to help me, and I'm getting mad at them. I said, you a hypocrite, girl. So I had to learn how to walk the fine line of being open, honest, and transparent and reformative in those spaces.
So, I mean, I know it's easier said than done when it comes down to you have to walk that line, but who helped you get to that point to understand that, okay, I can divulge a little bit of this information to start receiving at least some help? Because I know it's not something that you be like, oh, I'm gonna take all the help, and when they, so it's you got to pick and choose. And how did you make that decision?
I made that decision when I removed the ugly truth of why I was hiding. I wasn't hiding because I didn't want help. I was hiding because I didn't want to be visually seen by people as an individual that, I don't want to say the word weak, but an individual that have challenges that she couldn't handle. So when I learned that I cannot do this alone, when I learned that this is more than just a Renika need help situation, I became more confident in myself to say, despite what I'm going through, people can really assist and help you, and they can still see you as the person who you are. I didn't want to be seen as someone who was not dependable. So when I met a few other individuals that also had diagnosis of IBD, and I'm looking like they're thriving and they're navigating their life, they're doing A, B, and C, and people know about them. Why can't I share about me? So I found people on the internet. My good brother CJ was the first person I did meet actually on the on social media, that he and I share about our journeys together. And I'm looking like, okay, well, maybe I can share a little bit more. And I'm looking like, well, people really want to hear about my story. Okay, a little bit more. So when I felt like I would be accepted and not rejected, is where I decided to go a little further with sharing about my journey. But it wasn't easy, because rejection can be very difficult when you're not ready to be rejected. So I had to become comfortable with rejection in order to receive support in those areas.
And I think both of us as counselors, we both understand too that rejection is not always rejection. Sometimes it's just our perception.
Yep.
And we when we perceive it as rejection, then we go down this whole rabbit hole, and it's something that is what isn't what the person intended for it to be.
I agree, because I thought, you're right, Richard. I thought when I shared my journey that people would be like, oh, you all see what's going on with Renika? Oh my God, I feel so sad for her. I feel so sorry. The famous word, bless her heart. Bless her heart. Like, don't do me. No. I'm looking like, wait a minute, hold it. I ain't ready for that part yet. So it was more like that. Not knowing I could have appreciated that, bless her heart.
Right.
But, I didn't want to be seen as like, dang, I feel sorry for her. But really, I felt sorry for myself. I really did. So contradictory in the space of what it is. That's all what it was.
And a lot of times it's more so of us projecting. And we project what we think about ourselves in those moments into other people and think that that's what they're going to think about us.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I want to just even thinking about us, the way you serve, and you serving as addictions, and you serving as an ambassador. You know, as someone who may be flirting with going to the doctor or thinking about, if they want to get checked out to see if they have a digestive issue, or they may be dealing with an addiction issue as well, right? Or they may be dealing with a mental health issue. Which one would you tell them to address first?
Oh, okay. Complex. Look, complex question. I really think that the physical health has to be a primary source of understanding the mental health and the physical health. I mean, like the substance use portion is there, but the physical body need to be attended to first to understand the psychological part of it and the physical part of it, I think. Because if I'm going through medical challenges, sometimes people will utilize substances to help them cope with things, or may drink alcoholic beverages, or may utilize whatever thing they may utilize for that process. For me, the body has become started healing first. But when you're in pain, sometimes you want something to make the pain just stop. So I would say the body being attended to first would be the primary resource. And then while you're doing that, you will focus on the other areas that need support as well. But it can't be all three of them equally important. There are 33 and the third across the board. Right? That's a hard question, Rashawn.
But sometimes we have people that may be out here that they don't know which thing to address first, or they may be running to the bathroom, a lot, but then it's hard for them to also get out of the bed because they've been dealing with depression. And then a lot of times the night before, they probably just drank the fifth of alcohol to deal with, whatever the pain and the depression at the same time. So, they don't even know where to start and to be able to address it. So that's why, I even asked that. So if, and going back to your journey, at what age were you diagnosed with Crohn's?
I was diagnosed 2011. So how old was I? A cute little 30-something. Little 30-something. Nah, I was 28 years old. I was diagnosed. Actually. 28 years old.
And so you were diagnosed at 28, but how long had you experienced symptoms?
Somebody asked me this question about a month ago, and I do really believe that when I was younger, I would always have challenges with going to the restroom. My dad would sometimes give me the little stitch of magnesium in the bottle, give like
yeah.
I would take that, go to the restroom, I'm fine. I got to college and I would go to the infirmary with chronic stomach aches. They talking about it's your gallbladder, you need a gallbladder removal. I'm looking like, well, okay, what's going on? But I didn't know. So I believe this has started to fester when I was kind of like in middle school, high school, that kind of sort of, but it wasn't as aggressive until I started going into college, going through my graduate program, other stressors, and I started to become an independent entity. And I think this stress kind of, I don't want to say brought it to it, but kind of like encouraged the full-blown Crohn's disease to be present. Even before Crohn's diagnosis, I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. And I was told then that my diagnosis was mild to moderate. And also that it was something that people like me did not get. So my mental health at the time was triggered because I was going through graduate school. I have a new diagnosis. Nobody can help me. I'm about to die. Because what medication I'm taking, I developed significant pancreatitis. So here I am now stuck and stagnant and stale. Oh, now I'm really, really, really rebellious now because I don't know what's going on. I'm going to worry about myself. So it's kind of sort of how that part of my life transitioned.
You brought something up, as far as being told that, people like you don't get this disease, right?
Yes.
As a Black woman, how has the layers that society places on you impacted the way that you have addressed treatment?
Oh, wow. I think for me, this is only me personally, due to the trauma I've experienced with medical practices and just appointments I've been through. When I became, and that's me being serious now, when I became less ignorant about my diagnosis and more educated, I allowed myself to become an advocate for Renika. I made it my business to not listen to everything I was told without having my own understanding of what it means. So
Right.
for me, going in with knowledge, it allowed me to, I don't want to say question, but sometimes challenge my medical decision making. Because
Right.
when I was told things and I did it and I didn't have an understanding why, I stayed sick. When I understood why I was doing something and I voiced my concern about it, I became well. And I think that my doctors at first thought that I did not know what was going on. Once they learned I did, they were, Miss Wood, what challenge you have today? What do you want to talk about? What do you have to say about this? I'm fine with that. But no, I don't want to do that. Well, let's put this day right here down. My mom always say I call doctor for everything. I said I do because at the end of the day, one time I wasn't calling for anything. So now, as a brown person that live in this world, being an advocate for myself has been the best thing I've done for my diagnosis.
As a follow-up to that, it's a very important for all of us to be advocates, in various spaces. But then sometimes, we may shy away from that because we don't want certain stereotypes to be affiliated with us. So especially in a space where you're dealing with doctors who have these degrees and all of these things, but then again, being a Black woman, you don't want to come off as the angry Black woman or how did that ever cross your mind when it came down to advocating for yourself?
Yes, yes, and yes. That came across my mind to where I said earlier, I didn't want to be seen as being, combative. I didn't want to be seen as being aggressive. However, I read my medical chart one day, my doctor documented. Miss Wood, she was very, what she said, resistant about medication. She didn't even have the thought about. I said, did you tell them why? Did you put in the treatment record why I felt that way? No, you didn't tell me that. You can't tell me I'm gonna cut you open, can't put you back together like I'm a little rag doll. That's what she told me. So once I learned that it's all about what I say and how I project myself in a positive space, I was heard with the ears I needed to be. I was heard with the ears that I need to listen to. So before I came in more aggressive, was like, I'm not doing that. I came in more understanding and compassionate, saying, well, how about this option for me? But at first, I did feel a little intimidated because I don't want to be seen as that woman who could not, who the doctors had a hard time getting to. But now I'm kind of like this. Go for it. No, yeah.
I love the fact that you mentioned that some of the stuff you took an ownership into it, right? And so that means you had to learn what the disease looked like. You had to learn how it showed up in your own body, but then also being able to figure out what communication looked like for you to be able to have those ears listen to you, and then them understand that, yo, this is my body and I need y'all to pay attention to what I'm saying, and I'm not gonna be silent about this. But then I'm here to work alongside with you.
Yes.
But I'm coming to you for your expertise, but I'm telling you that I know I've been in my body for this amount of time. As let's think about, like you said, when you were going through college and everything, we do the community conversations, and so we speak to a lot of the college students and all of those things. What would you advise young Renika that was maybe, all of this other stress that is coming on and piling on? What would you tell them? And they're having these digestive issues, and they go to the doctor and get these different diagnoses. What would you tell them there should be some of the primary things that they should do right after getting their diagnosis?
If this was young Renika or young Rashawn or young whoever that have something going on at an early age in college, I would tell them to first give yourself time to grieve the process you're in. Give yourself time to understand what you have been told and understand that despite what's going on, you can get through it. I would tell them to find somebody that they can depend on for support, that have a space to receive all of what they have going on, because you got to have a big space to receive this information sometimes, and also just work through whatever's in their control. Because sometimes we tend to want to hold things in secrecy because it's ours to hold, but the whole time we're getting worse. I would tell them to don't allow themselves to stay in a space of darkness when they need some light from someone else. Because that's how a lot of people go through the depression, go through the anxiety, go to the space of isolation, have the challenges where they can't have anybody to talk to about what's going on. You know, people like, yeah, you know, such and such passed away. You know, they've been sick for 5 years. You look like, well, I had no idea. I could have supported them. I could have provided something to them because you didn't know. So I wanted them to tell them that it's okay to grieve your diagnosis and to grieve your old self. It's a part of the process. It's a part of the transitional period. And if you are able to provide or be in a space to receive therapy, that therapy can be a good introduction to this diagnosis that you're a part of, because it can be overwhelming. And to understand that everybody will not receive you how you receive you, because sometimes you don't even receive yourself as good as you want to. And that's okay for the time being. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Hey, look, that's a word right there. You know, when it comes down to, you know, everybody won't receive you how you receive yourself. And sometimes you're not even as good as you try to portray yourself to be.
Yes. Ooh, sizzle. Yes, sizzle.
Hey, look. So
I had to learn that. I had to learn that. Like, why am I so mad because you don't? Girl, I'm looking like, girl, sometimes you mad at yourself. You think somebody, you going through it, but you want this person to understand it from the A to the Z. You still be B. How you sound? That's selfish. That's it. That's not okay, Renika. So yeah, so I had to really learn that. I do a lot of self work for that reason. I really did. I'm still going through it to this day. So I'm not perfect at it yet.
And you know, I think that's key. It just in life, right? A lot of times we try to have these expectations for family members, friends, significant others, and you know, people that we feel like should support us.
Right.
And when they don't support us in a way that we expect them to, we get mad, right? But then a lot of times we haven't even told them how to support us, or we don't even, like you said, we don't even know what support we need. And so then you start to isolate yourself because you validate your own cynical thinking and go like, nobody cares about me. And
right. Like that, like they would know what's going on with you. Have you told them? Like, no, but they should know they're my friends. All right. Well, they have things going on too that you probably don't know about. But I ain't gonna lie, I've been that girl. I've been that. I'm looking like I'm over here sick. I'm like, girl, you ain't the only person on this earth. Get in line, Renika. Get in line. But yeah, I've been guilty of that. Y'all, my friends, y'all guilty. Y'all guilty. Y'all have been resented in my mind a couple times now.
But and I think that's key, right? When we talk about can we get it together. Yes. It's not just about, you know, getting it together as showing up with, you know, going to the doctor and understanding the physical aspect. It's also, you got to get yourself together and understand, do some real deep work and understand what you need physically, emotionally, mentally, and then learning how to communicate that with your support system.
I agree. What I learned from me was what I needed was sometimes I don't need people to be around me.
Yeah.
Well, maybe check on me. Like, hey, you good? You okay today? Or I don't need you to ask me, are you okay? Are you sick? Did you eat anything? Your stomach hurting? I don't need those. Because to me, it reminded me when I really was really sick.
Right.
Or I don't need you to say, well, if I'm having surgery, you have another surgery. Well, I didn't want to have the first 10 I had, but yeah, I'm having number 11.
Right.
Yeah, I don't need. They said, okay, girl, you need some soup, you need some crackers, some Gatorade. Or guess what? I'm gonna call you out the procedure, or I'm gonna text you. Just something to say you're there, because it can be very isolating if you don't know how to. I call it self-nurture. It can be very isolated. I've learned how to build a level of emotional regulation within myself, and I have learned to increase my emotional wealth because I have been so depleted for many years of my life by pretending to be okay. So these things is how I'm now able to communicate what I need while I'm on this beautiful Crohn's journey. I call it beautiful because, hey, what else can I call it, right?
Hey, man, you make it look beautiful. You got the bamboo earrings on and stuff. Yeah. Hey, look. Okay, so we had time, but I wanted to know: is there anything that you would like to share to the folks when it comes down to how you got yourself together, and something that was one tangible thing that they can actually do even tonight or tomorrow to start to get themselves together?
Y'all, whoever I listen today in this beautiful world, one thing I think you can start doing is speaking life into yourself. We have to talk to ourselves as if you are believing that whatever you want, you can have. You could do not talk to yourself negatively and understand that support is out here. But what I did, Rashawn, was I said, Renika, despite whatever you're going through, you are beautifully made. You are an imperfect, perfected person, despite what you're going through. And all the tools you need are already inside of you. You have to believe that, like for real. Look in the mirror and say, you got to cry it out, cry it out. That's what I had to do for myself. And every day ain't gonna always be sunflowers and stars now, but just know that it's okay to have a bad day as long as tomorrow will be better. So that's why I'm at with that. Yeah.
Don't have too many bad days in a row.
No.
Yeah,
One is enough. Two, who you pushing? Three.
Right. But Renika, thank you so much for sharing your journal, and then just being able to be transparent with us. And I know it took years to get to this point for you to be able to be open and honest, but then also understanding you're still on your own journey as well. For everyone else out there, man, make sure that y'all please follow COGI. Make sure that you use the QR code down, to donate, and support the different programs that we're doing to make sure that we're supporting people in various ways to be able to address the challenges that they're dealing with, their gut, their mental health, their emotional health, all of these things, because we want to make sure that we take care of the entire person. All right, y'all. See y'all later. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Many people don't know that I live with a chronic digestive disease, Crohn's disease, which is under the umbrella of IBD, Inflammatory Bowel Disease. For many years, I lived with chronic, persistent, aggressive stomach aches, also known as abdominal pain. Yet these stomach aches were also coupled with diarrhea, blood in my stool, and other skin manifestations. And I didn't know where to go. I finally got to a doctor, a gastroenterologist, who diagnosed me, and I'm now on the proper therapeutics that help me manage this condition. I need you to pay attention to your body, and I also need you to pay attention to your family members and your friends. If you are living with consistent and persistent stomach aches, if you're noticing diarrhea or constipation, blood in your stool, and you're noticing other family members that are either using the bathroom for long periods of time, or they're showing signs of digestive issues or issues with managing just their food, get them to a doctor so that they can properly be diagnosed, checked out, or just get answers to what may be happening in their gut. Because gut health matters, and we all deserve answers.
Hello.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank God. I've been having computer issues.
We're glad you got in.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to our next segment. And we are going to be talking about self-care. And before we get into that, I'm going to allow our two guests here to introduce themselves, and then we can jump right into it. So whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I'll go. Well, I think this is the third time I've been in front of the camera today. So if you haven't seen the talk from me yet, my name is Jeree Spicer. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I am a COGI ambassador. Been a COGI ambassador since 2021, and I'm excited to be here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Micah Mathis. I am also a COGI ambassador. I live in Baltimore, but I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina. I'm excited to be here tonight, well, this evening as well.
Well, thank you. And everyone, my name is Renelda Solitaire. I am an ambassador with COGI and going to be the moderator for this segment of self-care and the skin you're in. And so I want to start the conversation by asking the both of you about what your definition is of self-care. And the reason why I ask that is because I know for me, I think my definition of self-care has changed over time. Many people would say, oh, it's going to, the, nail salon, just maybe basic maintenance things. For some people, that is self-care. But I think when you have, a chronic illness, self-care definitely can mean something different. And so I want to ask both of you to give me, what your definition is. And maybe you can frame it by saying, prior to being diagnosed with IBD, this was my self-care. And then now that I have been diagnosed, this is what self-care looks like. So whoever wants to go. Jeree, you want to start?
I can start. Prior to IBD, I don't know if I didn't have a self-care routine. I just didn't, because I was always go, 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 go. And I think after IBD, I'm like really into my fitness and wellness. Like I work out 7 days a week, and I know that sounds crazy, but I love it. And I'm a mom, so I don't get much sleep. So when I can get sleep, that's also like a form of self-care for me. And like I like coach at Solid Core on the side because it's helped me in like my remission journey. So that's why I'm like so dedicated to like my fitness. And I'm just like watching TV. I know that's probably cliche, but I feel like I still work like, and I'm in cybersecurity, so that's a crazy industry. So I try to like watch TV, and then now I'm trying to like integrate like podcasts and books and things, just to kind of reset. Like I feel like that's what self-care is, your moment to like reset.
I like that. And Micah?
I would say for me, prior to IBD, I really didn't know what self-care was. I was always that person that was always going to go strategically figure out the next plan of things that I wanted to do, even in school. So it was kind of like post IBD, it's kind of like self-care now is like I'm slowing down on a lot of things. I'm reading the room, I'm reading my body more thoroughly to see exactly when I need to slow up or when I need to slow down or when I can feel when a flare is coming. And I'm like, okay, I've done way too much. Like Jeree, I've started going to the gym a lot. I run like a mile every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, core workouts, and it keeps my body like at ease. It keeps it calm. But it's always an uphill battle. Like Sunday was an uphill battle. I was supposed to go on the 5K walk, and then I felt a flare coming. I was like, I gotta stay in bed.
Yes. And listening to your body is so important with IBD. It actually, I think, heightens your awareness of listening to your body. And I heard both of you say, and I would have to agree, that prior to being diagnosed, a lot of your life was go, go, go. And for me, that's definitely all I know. And not that people have brought it to my attention, but when I was diagnosed, that really kind of made me think more about, whoa, what am I doing? What am I focusing on, giving my attention to? And IBD it slows you down. It forces you to have to think about so many different things. And so being able to prioritize, what that looks like. And Mike, as you said, on Sunday, you wanted to participate in the 5K, but you had to listen to your body and say, you know what, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. So how then do you prioritize what your body is telling you as it comes to self-care without feeling bad about what you can't do? Because many times when you're someone who's been used to going so much and you're forced to slow down, you have sometimes this guilt. I think that comes up. So what would you say in that moment on Sunday when you realized, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to participate in the 5K because I'm not, feeling well? What feelings did that bring up, or how did you handle that?
I felt not so much as a letdown, but I felt like I'm used to accomplishing things. I'm used to sticking to my word, sticking to the plan. I think for that day, it was kind of like, I'm like, I would have really enjoyed the 5K walk. I love walking, but it's like the thing of I have to listen to my body. And if I don't, then I have to suffer the repercussions that come with it.
Yes. So honoring that, essentially, you're honoring, listening to yourself and prioritizing what your needs are, at that time. And that's, so important. I also would say that, in thinking about my own, self-care is a lot of, find myself just looking more inward. So things that I wouldn't say never interest me or I didn't quite pay attention to, but just a lot more kind of, meditation, being in spaces where there's more quiet, where there's more calm. It's not so hectic and crazy around me. And then having, seeing a therapist, I would definitely consider to be self-care in my world. And so I want to ask, both of you, our previous segment, Rashawn and Ranika, speaking about, mental health, do both of you, consider, therapy to be a form of self-care? Is that something that you've utilized in the past or currently? What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I've been locked in with my therapist since 2019. Like, I'm never letting them go. Like, ever.
Okay. No, I hear you. Once you find somebody good, you got to hold on to them.
Yeah, and he's a pastor also. So, like,
okay.
I get everything. Like, I have a church home, but then I also have him. So it's like, I started going to him before I got IBD. And then, like, once I got IBD, it just added more into, like, the things I needed to do. And he was actually the one that taught me, like, because I work in a stressful industry. So he, like, always think about where you feeling, like, the most anxiety or anger at. And it was always in my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, all of that, like, so I know my triggers. I think anybody who got IBD, you know your triggers. Like, if I'm stressed, everybody just be quiet. I need a moment because I can get sent into a flare. And, like, I've been in remission for so long. I'm not trying to have no flares. So I think, like, mental health is so important. And especially, like, the type of condition that we deal with. Like, nobody will ever understand unless you're going through it. So, like, keeping the mental health, like, that's a part of keeping your body right. Because it's really just like a mind thing. Like, that's what I think. So.
What about you, Micah? Or when it comes to therapy or
I see Lindsay every other week. I don't care. It could be at the most inconvenient times. I've taken therapy appointments at work because working in public health is very stressful, especially under this climate that we're in right now. So it's like when it's a new project or it's a new deadline or if it's something that's coming up at work and working in nonprofits also, it's like you're being pulled in every direction. And I knew in the summer, I was like, yes, I have to get back into therapy. Something's got to give. Like my sleep pattern was off. If I wasn't sleeping, my stomach was causing an issue. And since they're working in tandem, it's like my mind won't shut up, so my stomach is giving me issues. I'm like, I need to find this balance. Thankfully, I found a balance. Ironically, I see my therapist next week on the 10th. So like if something comes up in between before seeing her, I'm like, Lindsay, I'm like, let me tell you how these people got me twisted. And I'm trying to be positive about this. But it's
Right.
always a negative resolution that comes about. She's like, Micah, she's like, it's okay to feel this way, but let's retract. Let's take 10 steps back. I'm like, okay.
Yes.
And it works. It helps.
Yes. Yeah. So again, using, therapy as a form of, of self-care, I definitely think is important. And I've wanted to explore, and I don't know if either of you have, is, um, finding those, supports that kind of have an understanding about, what living with the chronic illness is like. And and I've talked to some people about different, so like maybe somatic, I think there's somatic yoga, or is there something where there's lots of different forms of, I want to say, I don't know the proper term to call them, but when we talk about exercise and certain ones that can really help support kind of, the gut or, an IBD. And so, looking at some of those things as, again, a form of, of self-care and providing some of the supports that, that we need. Both of you mentioned also your work, and you both work in, stressful fields. And so finding the balance between work and I'm sure what you love to do, and then also, having IBD and how you care for yourselves in both of those, those spaces. Because many times, whether you're working from home or you're going in, to the office somewhere, do you have any tools or tricks for things when you're, feeling under pressure, stressed, and how you can kind of care for yourself maybe in those moments? So anything that you can think of that's, some people like deep breathing. I've been taught that, sitting for a moment, taking in some deep breaths, just kind of like, or removing yourself from a space. Are there any things that you specifically do in, times where you need to just, just kind of bring yourself down a little?
I've gotten into this habit because I exercise in the morning and in the evening. After like I eat my lunch at work and I feel like I needed a debrief by myself, I would take a 20-minute walk to really like cool myself down, get myself back in motion. Because my therapist, she was like, if you are in areas or suffering from peaks of high anxiety, or you feel like it's just spiraling out of control, she said, taking like long walks can really dwindle it down and bring it down. So especially since it's cold outside, apparently it cools the nervous system. I'm like, oh, I wish I knew this beforehand. I would have been taking like 20-minute walks anytime something would have went on versus me expressing to someone how I felt in the way that it was addressed, and it was not as positive. But so now I take walks to really clear my mind, to really kind of get a handle on things and really like talk myself like Micah, get it together. It's just 4.5 more hours, you'll be fine. I find that to be very soothing and very comforting, because then I can like call my mother, I can call my sisters, my friends, like, hey, this is going on. I'm walking right now. I'm burning calories, but this is what's happening.
Yes.
I think for me, my answer is a little different. Most people call me crazy, but I'm not. I'm not crazy. I'm just very strategic. Like, I have a routine, and I'm so strategic that I put in like buffers and breaks into my day, so that if something do not go the way that it's supposed to go, I have that time to like just step away. And if I know that I'm like having a stressful day, I work out twice in one day. Like, just having the music in my ears, working out, it just like is refreshing. And when I finish, I'm like, I don't even remember why I was mad, or like I don't even remember what happened. Like, and because I work in tech, like it's just such, especially cyber, it's annoying. I hate being in the industry sometimes because it's just so overwhelming. I love being there for like my community and teaching people about cyber and working in cyber, but sometimes it's so overwhelming. And I talk about it a lot, like taking digital wellness breaks. So taking a break from social media. Like I got 2 phones. My work phone go on D&D at 6 p.m. My personal phone go on D&D at 8 p.m. And I mean, like, those who need to get through, they can get through. But like having those like moments where it's just nothing, it's just silence. And I kind of been in this. My best friend actually has an entire brand built on self-care. So like she got journals and she got like daily challenges, and like she's also a therapist. So like I try to actually pretty much all my friends are therapists. I'm surrounded by them. But my best friend that has her self-care brand, she talks a lot about like just those moments when you need to just take a minute, step away, and like it's okay to say no. It's okay to lay down in bed all day and you shouldn't feel bad. So just trying to be like more in the moment with that. And then this also sounds weird, but I've been like rewatching a lot of like 90s shows. For some reason, it's just bringing me like a nice comfort. And I'm like, oh, like I'm just feeling good. So that's just like kind of like my thing.
Okay. No, thank you both for sharing. And you brought up some good points. We haven't even talked about people, using journaling as a practice of self-care. You also mentioned taking a break from social media. Anyone out there, if you've never tried it, I'm telling you, you're not really missing nothing a lot of the times. And I've found myself just completely separated. A whole weekend of nothing. And it really changes, it forces you to be more in the moment and maybe be a little more intentional about what you're doing. But I love taking breaks from digital, platforms. It doesn't even have to be social media. It could be if you're someone who's online all the time for work or various things, just stepping away from that. It can really be helpful. There was one other thing that I heard you say, and I kind of lost my train of thought for that. I do want to remind everyone that you can definitely drop emojis or comments in the chat. If you have any questions, please add those in so that we can answer them. If I do have now a question for both of you, what would be one thing that you could start or stop doing to improve your quality of life? So as you think about self-care, is there something you think you could start or stop to improve your quality of life?
That is a hard question. One thing that we can start or stop to improve our quality of life.
Yes.
I would say one thing that I can start, I would say, is reading more. I think because I watch a lot of TV, and I've always been like that. That's what I like to do. But I think if I incorporated like books more, I think that would improve my quality of life because it'll improve like I think reading is just good for you like intellectually, and it like challenges your mind and keeps your mind fresh. And it's just something different than like you were just mentioning, like, if we're online all day or on social media all day, just being able to like, step away from the TV, step away from social media. So I think like starting to like incorporate books more. And then I think one thing that I need to stop doing is like feeling bad. Like when I can't do something, like I need to stop feeling bad. Cause I think like when I don't do that, I think like I get worried, and it's all these feelings that's unnecessary.
Yes. No, thank you. That's great. Micah, do you have anything to start or stop to improve quality of life? I don't know if we lost him. Maybe. Maybe.
I think we lost him.
Okay.
I think he
Maybe.
logged back on and then logged
okay.
back out.
I think now I remember what you were saying about saying no. That is that's a challenge for me. I'm used to being the person that is always more of the support, and many times not giving that same, care or love to myself, and others are receiving it. And trying to say no is not easy, but having a chronic illness, many times you do have to say, no. Unfortunately, I don't feel well enough to do it. I don't have the capacity to do it. and to not feel guilty about it. And for someone to have that, that understanding that it doesn't mean that you don't want to. It just means that in order to care for yourself, you can't completely, deplete yourself, especially when you're already feeling, depleted. And we just deal with a lot of symptoms having IBD that just does not always give us all of, the energy or many of the things that we would like to do. And so making sure that we force people to kind of respect that, our world is really important. So that would probably be one thing that I would probably want to stop was always saying yes and being able to say more of no, would be helpful.
Yeah. I think people get it confused. Like, I'm not Jesus and I don't want to try to be him because he can do everything. I can't. I'm not Jesus. I can't do everything. I'm human. So
right.
I think sometimes people get confused, and we mentioned it like a couple segments ago, like just being a mom, being a parent. We just make everything look easy, and it's like not easy. And when you have like all these factors, chronic illness, motherhood, work, all of this stuff that you're trying to navigate is difficult. So absolutely.
Yes, which is why the forms of self-care that we choose, are so important, to, have those aligned in a way that, it kind of respects and, and honors us and gives us that space, that we need and that we deserve. We work hard, we deal with a lot, our world is not, the same, with having, IBD. So we owe that to, ourselves to make sure that we're giving ourselves the best that we can, when we can. So if there was one tip that you would want to leave or share with with others who are watching about self-care, what would that be?
You can go first, Micah.
I was gonna say, yeah, Micah, we lost you for a minute, so we're gonna have you say something.
Yeah, because I just don't know what is going on with my connection. One tip that I would give, the tip I would give is listen to your gut. No pun intended, because your gut will never steer you wrong in the most serious and unserious situations. I feel like you get the first notification from your stomach, like you feel off about something doesn't really feel like you should do it. It's like your gut has like this discernment that is really leading and navigating you towards a better outcome, or something is happening and it's kind of like pointing in the direction like, hey, this is what's going on. Let's be more thoughtful here.
Yes, no, the gut is definitely where I know for me, that hits me for everything. Even before I was diagnosed with IBD, my stomach was the place where and it was strange. But when I think about it now, I'm like, oh, okay, some of that, it starts to make sense once you know more. And so when that does happen, again, for you, what's one of the first things that you may, think of doing when your gut starts to get a little, you feel a little something. It's like, are you asking yourself a series of questions? Are you, what are you doing?
For me, I try to limit the questions because I know then my anxiety is going to peak, then my cortisol levels are going to start getting higher. I'm like, first thing I need to do, I'm going to go home and lay down. Or if I'm at home, I'm just going to lay down. Or I'll boil some tea. I have like this probiotic tea. I'm like, something doesn't feel right, but I'm going to drink some tea and I'm just going to lie down and rest my nerves because I don't know what could be occurring or what might happen in like the next 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay. And then Jeree, what for you for tip for our audience?
Take time to take care of yourself. Like, That's like my tip. Like whatever your body is saying is right. You're not crazy. I just feel like not only your gut, but just your mind. Like I know sometimes people think like, oh, maybe I'm a hypochondriac. No, like follow what your body says, because 9 times out of 10 your body is right, and you just gotta listen to it. And I think the most important thing is like 30 minutes a day. You can keep the doctors away. That's what the doctor told me. I'm like, I
Okay,
still
you
gotta
hear
see
that,
you if I walk
everybody?
30.
She said 30 minutes a day keeps the doctor away. So we're not even talking about the apples. The apple a day
Yeah.
keeps the doctor away. You said
And
30
that's what
minutes
a
a day
doctor
keeps the
told
doctor
me.
away.
But I'm like, I still gotta come see you because the infusions don't stop. So the 30 minutes don't stop that. But just taking 30 minutes like a day, it just helps your body overall. I mean, just like Michael was mentioning, clears your mind, resets your nervous system, and just like calms you down. So that would be my tip for like self-care. And I think one thing I want to say, if there's anybody out there listening that's a doctor, I want y'all to like force these technologists get together and come up with a better way to like, diagnose our community early on so we can get ahead of this. Like, I'm in tech, so that's something I'm passionate about. Like all this evolving technology we got, we need to get the doctors who are innovators, researchers, get it together. Like get an early detection test going so that we can like prevent some of this stuff and so we can create a cure. Like that sounds crazy, but in my mind, it's gonna happen. So
Yes, I love that plug for getting the people together to, like you said, get to a a cure. Something that can really help all of us. Even when you mentioned going to have to go in for infusions, whether you do them in an office or at home, that also wears on you. I don't even think we didn't even really talk, much about that in terms of self-care and what that looks like in terms of, our treatment, medications that we take. Some people are spending, hours, in an office and, drained maybe or prior to, and how they're able to care for themselves while, going through and having their treatments. And so, the person who, like, I guess I was going to ask you when you said your doctor said 30 minutes a day will keep him away. Well, what about the person who says, well, I don't have 30 minutes a day. Like, I don't have any extra minutes to give. So what's the answer for them? They don't have 30 minutes. But I look at it as, if you don't carve out some of that time, even the 30 minutes, or if you have to start off small with the 15 minutes, that could be the difference between life and death. And that's how I start to look at it now in terms of having a chronic illness, is that if you don't start to prioritize yourself and your care, you may not be here. You cannot continue to run at the pace, you may be going, and not focus on yourself and giving your body, the care that it needs. So, you can easily say, well, I don't have, the ability to carve out any time for anything that focuses on me, or, to take a quick little nap. But that not doing so could then prevent, you may not be here. So it's really important that we prioritize it and just make it, a priority. So I don't see any questions. I don't know if either of you have, any question, I won't say questions, but, anything else that you want to share that you feel that we all should, be aware of, or, any other forms of self-care that people may not be aware of. I know I had a conversation not too long ago, and we talked about, someone mentioned they go to a stretch lab, and we have them back home, but I have never been to the stretch lab before. But I was told that it actually is better than a massage. So I don't know if any of you have ever tried.
I got one 3 minutes away, but I need to go try it.
You said you haven't tried it?
I haven't, but
I've
I got one
never
3
heard of
minutes
a
down
breath
the street.
lab.
You said you have not tried it?
Now I'm curious.
Now we're gonna have to search it and come back and
Yes.
say, look, we
Yeah,
tried
it's
it.
stretch. And basically they do all these different stretches. And so I thought, oh, that sounds like something to, to go and check out. And then I recently started doing red light therapy in it's like a bed, like a sauna bed. Makes
I've
a
heard red light therapy
huge,
works
oh my
extremely
gosh,
well.
it makes a huge difference when it comes to the joint pain that I have at times, that we all have. I mean, if you all experience joint pain with having IBD, it's a game changer. I would highly recommend red light therapy. It actually removes, might have a little bit of pain, do, a 30 or 20-minute session, and it really calms things down. So that would be, I mean, that new, I would say more new to me. Maybe, other people have heard of it, but as far as actually trying it out, I can definitely see the benefits of it. So I
Awesome.
would
Thank you for
recommend.
telling us.
I've heard
I don't know.
that IV therapy works very well.
You said IV or?
Yeah, he
Yes,
said
IV
IBD.
therapy. It's like, there are a few places around here, like medical spas
Okay.
that
Oh
do
yeah.
it, and
Like
they
I
do
know.
accept
Okay.
insurances as
Yes.
well.
Okay. So IV
So
therapy.
they accept insurances because yes, like for me, like for all of us dealing with IBD, it's kind of like, gosh, which is it calcium? Are we calcium deficient or is it vitamin D? It's one of those two things, and it's
Yes.
so hard and tricky, especially when seasons change. And now that it's getting darker, the sun is not out
Yep.
as long as it should be,
Yes.
and it's retracted more. It's kind of like some days I'm like, let me just go over and get a little pump, a little IV therapy pump,
Yes.
because I'm feeling depleted already.
And I want to thank you both for joining this segment about self-care. I just got the notice of time to almost get off of here. So I want to encourage everybody to please donate if you can. We, love spending this time with you today. We hope you're going to stay around for the next upcoming segments, and that everybody's going to practice self-care. And as Jeree said, tell them again what the doctor said, Jeree, before we go.
30 minutes a day, keep the doctors away.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all so much. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. Yes. Thank you.
If you weren't able to catch our 5K walks this past weekend, you are still able to join our virtual walks, and I hope you will, because walking is so good for your body and it's so good for your soul. Walking does so much for all of us. First, it is a mood enhancer. When you walk, you release serotonin and dopamine, and so that adds energy, positive energy, to how you feel about yourself. Walking also is great for your body. It releases tension. And so, people like me who are managing chronic illnesses and autoimmune conditions, it is a good way to get you moving. I'm a person that survives and thrives on my walking pad. There was a point in time where I could not go outside and exercise. So I ordered a walking pad, and it got me back in the mood and grooving. It is also a way to decrease stress and release anxiety. A lot of times when we are living life with autoimmune conditions, mobility can become an issue, and it can make us sedentary. I'll share personally that there was a time that I just could not work out. And in my mind, I felt stagnant, and I ordered a walking pad. And I said, if I'm going to be stuck in this space where I'm starting to manage arthritis and I'm becoming immobile, what can I do within my own ability? And walking is such a great way to control at your own pace. And that's what I did. I walked very slowly. And there were days that I committed to 5 minutes. And that may not sound like a lot, but it was at my own pace with my own grace. And I eventually moved up to 15 minutes and 20 minutes and 30 minutes and an hour. And there were some days that I went back down to 15 minutes, but it still kept me connected. And it reduced stress for me. It reduced anxiety for me. And it connected me to others in community. And so this is what we can do and you can do, and join us for our virtual walk. So wherever you are, we want you to join us because we want to be connected to you. So come along with us, and we look forward to seeing you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Nastasha, are you there? Uh-oh. Is her audio gone? I can't hear Kita as well. So it looks like we're having a couple technical difficulties, but I will go ahead and start the introductions while they work on that to make sure that you can hear everyone. My name is Marilyn Sawyer. You guys have seen me quite a few times tonight. I am the Director of Communications and Events and Communications for COGI. And if you know me, you know I love a good game, anything fun that is a way for you to learn and engage. And so I am here to host Jeopardy IBD with 3 contestants. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, but we have 3 contestants here. We have, let's see, Kita, Renelda, and Nastasha, but let's go ahead and jump with Kita and have Kita introduce herself first. Can you hear her?
No.
Uh-oh. We can't hear Kita. All right. Well, we're down to 1 for the moment, but bear with us. We'll go ahead and make sure that we are able to correct the sound on this one. Same thing with Nastasha. Renelda, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah. I just heard. Was that Nastasia? Were you talking? Yes, go ahead. You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Can you hear her? Because I can't.
I can hear
her. Mercury retrograde. I cannot hear one thing.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you too. Marilyn, you can't hear us anymore?
I can hear everyone but Nastasia.
Let's see. Kita, are you able to hear us?
I can see everyone, but let's see. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
I don't see myself.
Oh, I see you, and I see the Jeopardy board too.
All right, now I see myself. It took a second, but I can see myself. So I think the person that we need to check on is Nastasia. I can't just say hi or bye. Yay. Okay, so I can hear y'all. Wait, Kita. I don't hear Kita.
I can't hear Kita.
Listen. Mercury retrograde does not want us to be great.
We're going to make it.
We are. We're going to have a good old time too.
Yeah, I'm finna take some people down. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Perfect. We will try to the best of our ability. Okay, so Jeopardy IBD. Has anyone ever watched or played Jeopardy before?
I have, Alex.
That's okay. I'm gonna be Alex today. What's his last name? Trebek?
Yes.
I gotta figure out a new name for myself though. But yeah, I'm gonna be him. So how it goes is, of course, we're gonna read out statements as you pick from the categories, right? And so, of course, you know the lowest 100 points is supposed to be some of the easier questions. You get to 500, and it's supposed to be the higher questions. I will read them out because the screen is small and I have no clue what your screens look like to see whether or not you can read them. Okay. I know you can see the numbers though. So you see the numbers? Okay, perfect. So what we'll do is I am going to kick this off. I have the teams already listed on the screen. And I'm going to let Renelda pick a number. Your categories are IBD, symptoms of IBD, risk factors for IBD, complications for IBD, and extra. Oh, I have the horrible. I don't know how to say it, but it's the manifestation. So someone teach me how to say it because I trip over it every single time.
What is it? Oh.
It's the acronym EIM. It's like extra, not intestinal manifestations. It's when it shows up on other parts of your body.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
See? Learning.
We just gonna keep it abbreviated for. I'm gonna start with symptoms for 100, please.
Okay, I'm gonna make this easy. Okay, having loose or watery stools. Renelda's got to be the one to answer.
What is diarrhea?
Yes. Now, so to explain the rest of it, she's going to pick from a number. I mean, from a point section, highest to lowest. It's going to come in a statement. You answer it in a question. If she gets it wrong, the only twist that I have is that I would give the next person the opportunity to try to steal by answering the question. Okay. Because really you just lose points. So technically Renelda would have lost 100 points if she got that wrong, but she got it right. So she's got 100 points on the board. Okay. Because what is diarrhea? All right, Nastasha, you're next.
Let's do symptoms for 300.
Ooh, she said, look, give me some points on the board. Extreme tiredness resulting from mental or physical exertion or illness.
What is fatigue?
Let's see if you got that correct. Yep. All right. So while we try to get Keita on, I feel bad because she's about to lose some points. All right. We are going to go back to Renelda in the time being while they fix her audio to make sure she is good to go here.
Okay. Can I see the game? Okay, there we go. Let's see. Can I do, is it IBD for 100? I think the top is kind of cut off for me. So
okay.
Title of the categories, but
it's IBD for 100. So the far left is IBD.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What is Crohn's and ulcerative colitis?
Let's see if we got that right. Yep. Okay. All right, Nastasha, go ahead.
Okay. Well, since you on it, go ahead and click it. Symptoms for 500.
She said, let's do this. A decrease in body weight that occurs without any effort to diet, exercise, or change lifestyle. It is often defined as losing more than 10 pounds or 5% of one's body weight over a period of 6 to 12 months and can be and can be a symptom of underlying medical conditions.
What is malnourished?
Incorrect.
Wow.
So we're gonna give Ronalda an opportunity to steal.
What is rapid weight loss?
No. Neither one of y'all got it, but
I never heard that word before. What is it?
Well, I mean, you guys are close. You're on to something. Okay, it's unintended weight loss, so it's not rapid. It's that you're not trying at all. Like there was no nothing, no diet change, no nothing like that, but you're still losing weight.
Okay.
Neither one of y'all
have
got
to remember that.
That's okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Ronaldo, go ahead.
Let's see. I'm gonna try the EI. Is it EIM for 100?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One of the most common categories of EIMs, that's weird how it's spelled, affecting up to 50% of patients with IBD.
It has to be external. Ooh, external.
It looks like Dominique is about to be Keita's lifeline.
Ooh, the most common EIMs affecting up to 50% of patients.
Joint
Yeah.
Joint pain.
Why are you giving, you are not supposed to be their lifeline.
I'm thinking I might be thinking too much beyond what that's supposed to be. So I was thinking that, but I was like, that's not really. I'm thinking of outside of the so.
But it's so I'm not gonna give nobody the point because technically that's not the word. She was about to give you all of that. So what is arthritis?
Oh, okay.
I said the word.
Hey, listen, I missed that part.
Okay, so am I replacing you with Keita? Oh.
Yes, that's how I got here.
No. All right, let's see if you can catch up since neither one of y'all got this one. All right, go ahead, Dominique. Pick.
I can't see. IBD for 200.
IBD for 200. This condition involves inflammation and sores, ulcers along the superficial lining of your large intestine, colon, and rectum. So it's also known as colon. Yeah.
Ulcerative colitis.
Yep. Now, next time, because I can
listen, I'm struggling to see this little screen.
It is. What is?
Okay. You know what? I said I was going to beat y'all and leave. So, okay. I'll stick to the room. I'm still winning from last year.
Okay. Did you win last year?
I think I did. I don't know.
Wow. I can't remember. All right. It's Ronalda's turn. Go ahead.
Let's go with let's do risk factors for 100.
Most people who develop IBD are diagnosed before they're 30 years old, but some people don't develop this disease until their 50s or 60s. Now, the way that the risk factor category is written out, it's listed by whatever the thing or like the type of risk factor it is, right? So just think about that when you're reading the definition, like what stands out to you most, because that's most likely going to lead you closer to the answer. Okay.
Okay.
What would be the risk factor if most people develop IBD before their 30s?
Oh, I'm probably overthink. This one is probably catching me off. I'm say let somebody see if somebody else can get it, so I can try to catch on to this.
I'm not taking points away from y'all because y'all would be in the negatives.
Okay? I mean, I could say like, what is? I mean, before 30. I mean, it's not the risk factor. What is misdiagnosis? I mean, that's not a risk factor. So yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nastasia. Your face says it all. You're like, I don't know about that.
I don't have a poker face. Most people who develop IBD are diagnosed before they're 30 years old, but some people don't develop the disease until their 50s. What are polyps?
Well, there was only one chance to get it right. It does not go to Dominique. Let's go ahead and see what the answer is.
What's your age?
It was so easy. That's why it was 100. But
I think we need to reword this question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where Ken at? I need Ken.
This is what happens. This is what happens when smart people think too deep.
Oh well, good. At least she said we were smart.
Yeah, because we struggling right now. We struggling.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So it's Nastasha's turn, right?
Yeah. Let's do complications for 100.
A clump of blood that has changed from a liquid to a gel to stop bleeding from an injured blood vessel.
What is a clot?
Yup.
Hey.
Okay. Dominique, your turn.
Same category for 200.
Also known as an adverse reaction, is an unintended and unwanted effect of a drug that occurs in addition to its desired therapeutic action.
What is a side effect?
Yep. Okay, go ahead. Did I give you your points? Yes, I sure did. Okay. All right, go ahead, Ronaldo.
Symptoms for 200.
A condition where a person has infrequent bowel movements and or finds it difficult to pass hard, dry stools.
What is constipation?
Yep. Well, now you guys are tied. Look at that. Look at God. Go ahead, Nastasia.
Okay, let's do IBD for 300.
This type of IBD is characterized by inflammation of the lining of your digestive tract, which often can involve the deeper layers of the digestive tract.
What is Crohn's disease?
Yep.
I better know that one. That's what I got.
Go ahead, Dominique.
Symptoms for 400.
A reduced desire or lack of interest in eating food.
What is loss of appetite?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, Dominique, you done jumped up there. Go ahead, Renelda.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna try complications for 300.
Arthritis, skin lesions, and influx of white blood cells to fight off harmful stimuli that occur during flare-ups.
Oh shoot. Complications. Oh, what it? Ooh.
Nastasia, Sasha's face is like,
oh my gosh.
My face is saying, "Don't ask me, ask Dominique."
Like, skip me. I'm not gonna get this right.
Wait, it's complications. Oh, what is ooh. That's what to fight off stupid reflux. That would be what.
Do they have the music, the do.
I know it's probably time for me to get. I feel like it's what is immune? What is? Oh no, I wouldn't say immune compromise. Yeah, I don't got it.
We will go ahead and skip Natasha too because she said she don't know it. So Dominique don't get them points neither. So
what? Come on, that's it's not supposed.
Well,
each one.
What a lobster girl at? I don't know what's going on now.
Joint, skin, and eye inflammations.
It's literally.
I'd have been better off just saying what are I mean, I don't even know.
It's literally It's literally written in the answer. I mean, yeah, in the answer.
She just don't want me to win. That's all it is.
It must be
I'd apologize to the viewers. We know our stuff, people. Please don't think we appear we don't know. We just the way some of this is worded is really throwing us off. But we do know things.
It's Alex. It's Alex. Alex did this.
Yeah,
we need a patient edition.
Now you're starting to make me feel like I'm not very intelligent around. I mean, I'm just like, this is not making me feel
this
good.
This is not the patient edition. This is the dictionary edition. We want to redo.
You got to be in medical school to pass this year.
Next year, Marilyn, we gonna work on these questions together because we need the patient edition. This wasn't. This is not it.
Hey, look, y'all got this far. Who's next?
And I done came in here talking junk. Give me IBD for 400. Was it my turn? Is it my turn?
I think so.
I think so because it was Ronaldo's. Mm-hmm. A condition where inflammation of the colon has features of both Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, but it cannot be definitively diagnosed as either.
What is indeterminate colitis?
Boop, 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 boop. You're close, but I mean, I'm gonna give it to you because colitis, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Dominique.
I'll do complications for 500. I wanted 500, but you chose 4. It's okay.
Oh.
What is colon cancer? I told y'all she don't want me to win.
That was not.
I know I said for 500. It's okay. It's okay.
My bad. I got a little excited. My bad. Okay.
Technically, I want my 100 points, but I'm gonna just, I'm gonna let them.
This thing don't work that way, so I'm gonna just have to give you what it gave you. But you still ahead, everybody. I don't know why you trying to beat them like beat them. I can't. Go ahead, Ronaldo.
Okay, I guess I'll go with IBD for 500. What is IBS?
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Your face at first was like
the cousin. I think I'm like, ooh, this is a cousin. We think about.
That's the first cousin. The racket people know it.
Yes.
They know. That cousin can't hide nowhere. Okay.
I just said, let's try EIM for 200.
Ooh, you're being bold.
Yes, she is. Both. Look, those are the 2 categories y'all avoided. Go ahead.
What is a fistula?
Okay. Extend to the intestinal wall, creating an abnormal connection between different body parts.
Okay.
Boom. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Dominique.
Risk factors for 500.
Jeez. Okay.
Oh, I ain't gonna get it right.
These medications include ibuprofen, naproxen, sodium, and others, and may increase the risk of developing IBD or worsen the disease in people who have IBD.
What are NSAIDs?
No. I mean, they are that, but no, that's not the answer. You picked risk factors.
Oh.
Well, what you know what? I might give you that only because NSAIDs technically has the term in the acronym.
Mm-hmm.
Technically.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm wrong, everybody is my fault. I just need to eat. That's all. Hold up.
I knew I was right.
Yeah, I that's why I said wait. Technically, no, it's in there. So yeah. All right, Dominique gets her 500. Okay, go ahead, Renelda.
Can I? The board hasn't come back up yet.
Oh.
Whew. Okay, I'm gonna try with complications for 500.
Oh, okay. Inflammation causing scarring within the bile duct, eventually making them narrow and gradually causing liver damage.
Ooh. Yeah.
Nastasia, what do you got?
What is a stricture?
Oh. Now see, I have never seen that word. I have never seen that word before. I have not seen that word before, or that.
No.
Let me get a picture of this word because I ain't never seen that word before. I need to research that.
And she skipped me.
She
even asked me.
Yeah, and now Marilyn has to pronounce it. You got to pronounce it. So you put it on there, so pronounce it.
Mm-hmm. Primary sclerosing cholangitis. I don't know.
Look at Dominique.
Something that I've never had to say ever before. Now, to be fair, all of this information, and I better not see none of y'all on there doing dual screen, is on the COGI website. If you go to what are digestive diseases and go to IBD, all of these things are on the COGI website. To be clear, okay. I didn't just come up with this out of anywhere.
Dominique is like,
I didn't know what this was until I went to the COGI website. I'm just saying.
Okay, I need to do some research because I ain't never heard of that before. So
see, exactly. Dominique wanted her point, but no. That wasn't for you, and you're still winning. You're still winning. All right, we got 6 more to go.
Okay, what is this? What's the middle one? I can't see what the thing
risk
at
factors.
The top is.
Risk factors.
Let's do risk factors for 400.
A preventative and controllable risk factor that contains nicotine and can impact your overall health, including your lungs.
What?
We talking about IBD. Oh.
A risk factor?
Mm-hmm.
What is smoking cessation? I don't know. Quit smoking. I don't know.
give you that one. I'm gonna give you that one. It's not smoking cessation. It's cigarette smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah, quit. Don't do it. It causes more inflammation in your body.
Dominique, is your turn.
I'm gonna do risk factors for 300. But these questions,
It's all on the website. You're at higher risk if you have a close relative, such as a parent, sibling, or child with the disease. What is the risk factor?
I need clarification. Are we talking about IBD? Because your questions.
All of these are IBD related, but what would be the name of the risk factor?
What is cancer?
No.
Can I answer?
It would be Renelda, technically, but Renelda, what you thinking?
Would be hereditary? Or
I mean, while that technically is it, that's not the word. It
is it
genetics? I was gonna say genetics. What is genetics?
I don't like what other.
Come
on, hereditary. That's like the family. It's like the same kind of same thing.
What did I say about smart people overthinking it?
Oh my gosh!
What did I say about smart people overthinking it?
That smart people shouldn't have overthunk these questions, and I did say overthunk.
What is your family history?
You have to think about how they list a risk factor. Like when you look at the list, it's not going to say hereditary. It's going to say family history 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, but that's just about the same thing.
Look, let me go ahead and give y'all all these because y'all just all feel. There we go.
I mean, give me my point. I mean, I'm down anyway, so I mean,
I can't even see the board.
You're next.
Is me?
Mm-hmm. Is he? Okay, so you have 200 for risk factor or EIMs. You have the last 3 because we have another segment coming up.
Let's go big or go home. EIM for 5.
Ooh, it's bold.
And watch the confusion on my face. Oh, dang, it's this word again.
What?
What is narrowing? I don't know. I don't even know what this is. I have to research it when we get off.
Biliary manifestation.
I don't think that's it. You want to come up with it, Dominique? No, it's not. But I'm saying she said she don't know, and you're next to figure it out.
What is liver problems? And I only said that for the last question.
That's
I was gonna say, is it urinary? Something with your what? Hepatobiliary. Huh? Yeah, see that's
I learned something
new. Real technical.
You learned something new.
I can't even pronounce that word. So yeah.
Hepatobiliary?
We didn't learn it. We just saw it on the screen. We didn't.
Y'all learned something new just now. Okay.
Well, that needs to be added to something for equity and GI. We need to have a whole segment talking about that because
on keywords. Yes. Who's next up?
I just picked the category, so Dominique.
I'm staying away from that EIM section. Risk factors for 200, please.
What is the risk factor?
What is IBD? Like what? So if I'm going off of the question, although our white counterparts have the higher risk of the disease, it can occur in any race.
What would be the if? What is the risk factor?
It's Dominique said you don't got it.
I don't got it.
Is it I mean, what is race?
There you go. Go ahead, take her points. See?
How the answer gonna have the word in the question?
All of them do. All of them did almost, except for the hereditary one that y'all tripped up over. But all of them had them in there, and y'all thought too deep.
That one I'll say I definitely overthought it. I'm like, yeah.
Told you I was on something. Y'all thinking too deep. Go ahead, Renelda.
Okay, I'm gonna get this going so we can wrap up. I'm gonna do EIM for 300.
Small tears in the tissue that line the anus or in the skin around the anus where infections can occur. Dominique's like, I already know the answer. Just say it. I'm not telling you to say it. Don't give her no points.
Ooh. I feel like Estacia may have already said it in a different one, but
she did not.
She did not yet? Oh, okay. Here's in the anus.
Do we have a timer?
Yeah, we do. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I know it. I just can't think.
What are preparations? I don't know.
We almost at the end, so go ahead, Dominique.
What is a fissure?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
The reason I know you don't want to know. Okay.
I was thinking something along those lines, but someone had already said so I
said
like,
fistula.
Yeah, you said that for a different one. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What's the next one?
It's the last one.
It's the last one.
It's me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lord. Let's go for it. You're tied.
Common in patients with Crohn's disease due to malabsorption or ileal resection. And this is supposed to be something that shows up externally?
Yeah, that was the... Yep.
I think I got this one too. If you just need me to end this.
Yeah. No, give me, finish her.
Right.
You good right now, though? I don't want to make sure.
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
What is malnutrition? It's either that or what is weight loss?
Oh,
wait a minute.
What does that rain on your kidneys? What they got to do with?
I'm done.
You're
more questions tonight.
I was like,
can't make up the questions no more.
I'm gonna do these questions because y'all look.
We need the patient version of these questions.
Yes, definitely.
Well, I would like to thank you guys for trying. We all learned a whole lot. You tied with Estacia. So at the end of the day, you did not come in here and beat nobody, but that is okay. Okay. We hope that you learned something. Head to our website. If you go to What Are Digestive Diseases, you will find all of this information directly on our website for you to learn. I'd like to thank you. Have a good night. Our next session is Get Beyond the Bag. So we have a couple of amazing ladies who are going to come on and have a good chat with y'all. So don't forget to try to donate or send to anyone who is able to donate. And thank you for enjoying Jeopardy with IBD.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Get Beyond the Bag, diving into all things ostomy. My name is Kayla White, and I'm your moderator for this session. I'm a permanent ostomate, chronic illness advocate, and proud COGI ambassador, and I'm so excited to be guiding this conversation tonight. We're going to be diving into what life really looks like with an ostomy before, during, and after surgery, and how each of us have all taken charge of our journeys. So, without further ado, let me allow my fabulous panelists to introduce themselves. Ashley, do you want to go first?
Well, I gotta go first, but yeah, I will definitely go first. Hello, everybody. I am Ashley Turner, or Michael Ashley, if you follow me on social media. I am all things ostomy, mental health, advocacy. I am a COGI ambassador. Ostomate, I've had my ostomy for 8 years now, and I am also a caregiver to a fur baby that has Crohn's disease as well.
Awesome. Thank you
I'm
so
passing
much.
the mic.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yes. Yeah, girl.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I passed the mic. Where you
at? Okay, yeah. So I'm Janika. I'm Janika Wirtz. I've had my ostomy for about 8 years as well. I actually run a nonprofit organization called Pouches of Love. We give out free ostomy supplies and free therapy because I think therapy is a huge part of the arduous journey that is dealing with an ostomy and transitioning and living and things of that nature. So that's pretty much what I've been doing these past 8 years is trying to inspire, uplift, and make sure everybody had everything that they need.
I love that. Thank you all so much. We today, in this time that we have today, I want this conversation to be real and relatable and highlighting a couple of truths before we get started. You can thrive with an ostomy. An ostomy is life-saving, and having your ostomy is not a failure. Access, including supplies, education, and community, can make or break this experience.
Yes.
So feel free to drop emojis in the chat whenever something resonates. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave them and we'll answer them towards the end. Just to start off, can either of you, whoever wants to take the floor first, talk about your life before surgery and what kind of led to the decision to get an ostomy?
Ooh, I'll go first. Yeah, go so I can think.
Yeah. So I had Crohn's disease initially before I got my ostomy, but I was sick for 2 years before they even diagnosed me. By the time they diagnosed me with Crohn's disease, they at the time was still thinking that Crohn's disease was an older white woman's disease. And at the time I was in my 20s, like initially like just starting my 20s. And I was in and out the hospital monthly on a regular basis with Crohn's disease. My Crohn's disease was severe. And then in 2010, they re-diagnosed me with severe Crohn's disease. And then they added severe ulcerative colitis. So it was like this huge bumpy road, never wanting to go too far away from the house because I always wanted to be close to my restroom and things like that. I ended up making a joke out of how often my stomach hurt to the point to where my friends and things that were around me, every time I would say it, I'd be like, oh, my stomach. So everybody around me started saying, oh, my stomach. That's how, but it was just all the time, constant, over and over again with the pain, the hospital, blood transfusions, IVs, all kinds of stuff before I ended up being close to death and getting a bag in 2017.
Definitely relate to that. I'm pretty sure, Ashley, you can probably say the same.
Yeah, so I am a special case. I actually got my ostomy before being diagnosed with Crohn's disease.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, special case, right?
Yeah.
So I just couldn't go to the bathroom. Literally, I could count on one hand a month how many times I would go to the bathroom. And I was like, yo, this is not normal. Yeah. But as a child, I had the symptoms of Crohn's disease. But of course, you know, being Black and in our communities, you have constipation. But I used to get like the canker sores, the constipation in my stomach, like not being able to go to the bathroom. And it just went on and on and on. And then finally I was like, you know what? I want to get my ostomy. So I got my colon removed first because we thought that was going to work. And then like 7 months later, I'm literally back to get an ostomy. And I asked for my bag initially when I went in to get my colon removed. But at the time I was like 27, 28. And so they said, you know, like, oh, you're so young, you know, like, let's do this first. It may work. And I'm like, I'll be back, but whatever. If y'all don't want to listen to me, whoop-de-doo, you know, here we are now. So, you know, 7, 8 months later, I'm back getting my ostomy. But I'm still having the same symptoms. Like, I'm getting, you know, the fatigue. I'm losing weight rapidly. I can't eat. I have the burning sensations. And so in 2022, I got to colon removed 2016, ostomy 2017, 2022. I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. And I had been tested for Crohn's disease like 3 times and told I didn't have it. And my Crohn's was so bad that I had like fistulas, I had scar tissue, and I had to be hooked up to an IV machine like 20 hours out of the day to get nutrients. And then I ended up getting E. coli in my bloodstream. So I was hospitalized for 10 days, got out the hospital, was good for 2 weeks, went right back in the hospital for an infection again. And so I finally got off of my my IV machine in 2023. So I have been you know, just thriving and going with it. I've had 9 surgeries since I've gotten my ostomy. My last surgery was last year. In October, got my Barbie butt surgery. So we're yeah, straight Barbie butt, right? So you know, we're thriving with that.
Well, thank you guys so much. Navigating the medical system as a chronic illness patient is not easy in itself, and then being a Black woman just makes it 10 times harder. So advocating for yourself, having them not listen to you, even though you're in pain and you know something is wrong with your body, is a story that a lot of us tell. So now we're getting past surgery. Post-surgery, that's a whole nother journey of it in itself. Talk a little bit about that. What were some things that kind of kept you going? How was the support? Yeah, let's get into that.
For me, so I started off like, so my brand is Shit Happens, right? Which stands for Sometimes Hardship Inspires Triumph. So I knew that I wanted to educate people on what having an ostomy was, because a lot of us think like, oh, if you only have it because you're a gunshot patient. I was never shot, you know? And so it was also a way for me to heal through what I was growing through as well, to be able to talk about it, to be able to let people in on my life, to be transparent, to show people that you can thrive, you know, beyond having this bag. And honestly, I leaned on God because my family and friends at first really didn't want me to get it because they were so scared about the stigma around it and having people, you know, like be mean or whatever. So like I leaned on God and fashion. Honestly, I love a good outfit. If you follow me online, you know what I mean. So I took that and I decided to create, you know, what I have now because I didn't see a lot of people like me. So when I was going into these ostomy groups, it was Caucasian men and women. And while I can relate to you on like a health side, I can't relate to you on like a mental, spiritual, emotional, cultural standpoint. So I wanted to create something where I could be able to do that for people. And honestly, I tell people all the time, like, I didn't have the confidence I have now until after I got my bag. So, like, I wasn't wearing 2-piece swimsuits. I wasn't wearing lingerie, let alone y'all think I'm going to be on the internet in some lingerie. God, no. You know, but now it's one of those things where it's like, I'm going to show up as me because I deserve to do that. And so that's what kind of kept me going after surgery.
Love that.
For me, it wasn't like that at all. Like this was, even though I've been suffering from Crohn's disease since 97, I was not expecting the ostomy, the life of an ostomy, like never looked into it, never thought anything about it beforehand. So it was like a shock to me. And I had back to back surgeries. Like, so I ended up having like 7 surgeries. That was my support right there. My mom got me through it. My children were very young. And I lost a tremendous amount. I was on walkers and all kinds of stuff. Like, I thought life was over for me. I pretty much thought it was, because I was a party girl. So I like to party, yeah, I was turned up, had already got my degree and everything. And then I just decided that I was going to make this work for somebody else, because I knew that there were other people that were possibly enduring what I was enduring. And they needed to know that there is a silver lining to having to endure all of what all of us have to go through. Some cases are way worse than others. Some are a little lenient and things like that. And so I just decided that I was going to go the path of making sure that I have a degree in psychology. So I knew that the mental aspect of it was being missed. I knew that people weren't paying that much attention to that factor of it, because when you look at things, only 3% of people who have ostomy surgeries don't have suicidal ideation. So it is imperative that we focus on that aspect of it, along with excuse me, the stress of, am I going to be able to get my supplies and stuff? So that was my biggest thing. Like, is my insurance going to cover this? And how much is this? And, you want to try this, you want to try that. If that pouch didn't work, it was just a number of things. And I was like, okay, I can beat this. So let me turn this into what I turn everything else into. And that's when I just decided to start making sure that I had supplies, everybody across the world had supplies, making sure that there was a support system for myself, for others, for people coming into it, people that's been dealing with it. And I always tell everybody, you have to think about the fact that there is something you would not have been able to do if you didn't have the surgery, especially if you have Crohn's disease. There is something that you cannot do without this surgery. So that is your silver lining. So I tell everybody to look for that silver lining. For me, it was my kids. I would have never saw my son graduate high school. I wouldn't have seen my daughter go to junior high school. So you have to find what it is that this has made your life better in, and go with that and build from there. And that's
come on, church. Come on, Deaconess. Come on now. Hey.
Yes.
Yes, and y'all are completely answering all the questions I have. We spoke about the thriving bit. The next question I was going to ask was, what's something that you couldn't do before the surgery? And you answered that. Ashley, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I couldn't live life comfortably. So like I would have to give myself enemas to like go to the bathroom. And even giving myself an enema, like I still wasn't outputting, like I still wasn't pooping enough. So like now I'm laying up here in pain, I don't, and it's for me, it's the lack of not knowing what's going on with my body. Like I'm not in control of my body. And if you know me, I'm the type of person I like things need to flow a certain way with me. So if my body ain't flowing a certain way, I'm gonna mess up everything. If I ain't good, ain't nobody gonna be good in the hood, okay? So it was one of those things of you like I just don't understand. Like I'm doing holistic stuff. I'm in and out of the doctor every week. I had an unbalanced pelvic floor, so I'm in therapy for that. And nothing's working. And so it was like at that point I had to make the decision, even after getting my colon removed. I was like, yo, I have to do something. Like I'm young. I haven't even hit 30 yet. I got a whole life ahead of me. Wow. So I have to do something in order for me to be able to thrive. And honestly, like having my bag gave me my purpose. So not, like I said, I wasn't comfortable before having my bag. I didn't really realize what my purpose was before having my bag. I didn't understand empathy and sympathy before having my bag. And so there's and I am bipolar. So we rephrase that. I have bipolar disorder. So I had, I had to learn how to mentally like balance that and, have this bag as well.
Absolutely.
And I tell people all the time that before my ostomy, I was just surviving. Now I'm actually living my life.
Yeah.
And everything about my ostomy that is negative is nothing to do with my actual quality of life. It's because of public perception. And knowing that my life is better is the thing that keeps me going.
Yeah.
We're coming to an end, but what is one piece of advice you'd give someone who is new or struggling with their ostomy?
Go on, Deaconess. I'm gonna let you. Take
I
that one
cannot.
Go on and
Or
go on and
something you
start the
wish
word
someone
book.
had told you.
I mean, honestly, I don't think there's anything that when you're going through this, I don't think there's anything that people can actually tell you initially. Because again, everybody's journey is different when it comes to the ostomies. But the main thing that I try to say is don't give up. Whenever you're going into the surgery of an ostomy, the whole purpose of that ostomy is to give you a second chance at life. That is what that is for. And unfortunately, with some of these ailments, the Crohn's, the diverticulitis, gastroparesis, all of those things, there are still going to be things that you're going to have to deal with. But it's going to make it a little easier for you, because when you are not in a flare up or something of that sorts, you can live life. You can go on the vacation. You can catch the plane. You don't have to worry about where the bathroom is. You don't have to worry about if somebody is taking up your space. So the thing that I take away with all of my patients is don't give up. There is a village for you. There is support for you. There is somebody that is going through exactly what you went through. There is somebody that has gone through worse than what you've gone through. Reach out and get that support, get that help, and live your life.
Come on, Deaconess. See, I knew it. That's why I said, go to that Deaconess, kick that thing on off for us.
Baby, I'm telling you, you got to keep it moving, baby. You got to keep it moving, because if you don't, it'll pass you by.
For me, I always tell people, like, you deserve, right? You deserve to be happy. You deserve to take up space. You deserve to take the flights. You deserve love. You deserve kindness. You deserve grace to yourself. You deserve to feel sexy. You deserve to feel wanted. You deserve to feel needed. You deserve. And I think when we have ostomies, we feel the negative connotation of all of that, because society has told us, like, oh, it's nasty, or oh, it's this, oh, it's that. But until you walk the mile in my shoes, you're never gonna understand, like, why my praise is the way that it is. So I always tell people, never be ashamed of something that saved your life. I always say that, right? I'm never ashamed of something that saved my life. So never be ashamed of something that saved your life. Like, take up the space. You deserve to be there. So just remember, like, you deserve, because at the end of the day, if you don't believe in you, and if you don't have that confidence, nobody else is going to do that as well. So you got to stand on business with yourself, so that you can stand on business with other people as well.
That's right. You're your best advocate.
Absolutely. Yes. And if not, call one of us. We'll do it.
Yeah, that's right. We got you.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much. And thank you to the audience for being with us today and who joined us for Get Beyond the Bag, diving into all things ostomy. I'm not sure exactly where we can see the questions at to answer any. So
we hope we answered them all, y'all. All right.
Yeah.
Y'all know where to find us on the socials, medias. Okay. Yes. Or find COGI. They'll find us if you can't find us.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But before we wrap up, I want to share what's coming next on today's schedule. We have IBD at its core, the experience of young adults as patients, a powerful spinoff of our core series. And as always, if you'd like to support the work we're doing, Color of GI is doing, visit colorofgi.org/donate. And we appreciate you guys being here with us.
Absolutely.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Flag on the Play, addressing men's health and digestive diseases, man. So I'm Rashawn Miller. I'm a therapist based out of North Carolina, and I'm excited to be here with you all. We're missing one of our panelists, so hopefully he'll get his camera and stuff working. But I'm here with two amazing brothers, and we're going to talk about this thing. We got cut a little bit short, but we go ahead and dig into this thing. So I want to start with the individual that actually lives with IBD at the current moment, So I want you to introduce yourself and let us know who you are, bro.
All right, what's going on, people? Thank you all for joining us for our telethon. I'm Marquise, one of the male ambassadors here at COGI. As Rashawn stated, I have Crohn's disease. I've been living with Crohn's disease since 2009. And so I live with this thing every day for the last 16 years.
Man, thank you for being here, Marquise, man. And we go dig a little bit more into your story a little bit later. But I want to turn it over to our other panelists. What's up, Doc?
Hey, what's going on? Man, such an honor to be a part of this esteemed panel. I'm Dr. Daryl Gray. I'm a gastroenterologist, also a co-founder for the Association of Black Gastroenterologists and Hepatologists, a longtime partner of COGI. So I'm really excited to be a part of this discussion. Thanks for having me.
Well, Doc, since you just introduced yourself, but I mean, my first question is, how in the heck did you get into this?
Well, I'll tell you, initially when I was going through medical school and ultimately to residency for training, I thought I was going to be a cardiologist, frankly, because heart disease impacts our community, and heart disease is the number one killer of our folks. And so I was going down that path, but then I saw the light of GI. I actually I was at Duke for my residency, and I had some amazing women who were mentors. Oh, you must be a UNC fan.
I'm not a fan. I'm an alum of UNC, baby.
Okay.
It's a different level.
Yeah. But I had some amazing women, physicians who were my mentors, who were gastroenterologists. And they showed me the opportunities that similarly I would have in GI as opposed to cardiology in impacting our community's lives. And I haven't looked back since.
Love that. Marquise, man, for as somebody that lives with Crohn's, how important is it to see somebody like Dr. Gray in this field?
Man, it's great. It's great being already that minorities, Black males, females specifically are already underrepresented. So to see a person like yourself, in this space is very encouraging, because I mean, you could tell us the statistics. I know is very small, like to how many Black gastro doctors there are. So for you to fill that space in a space that's already limited, man, is a blessing.
So Marquise, man, when it comes down to it, I know, you say been living with Crohn's for 16 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And with the statistics that we just heard, I'm pretty sure you didn't see someone like Dr. Gray that, gave you your diagnosis. So what was that journey like for you leading up to the symptoms and stuff that you were dealing with, and then actually going to get the actual help? But then let's add the other layer onto it, that you were a Black man going through this stuff.
Yeah, man. So it was interesting. Like you said, I haven't, seeing anybody that looked like me with IBD. I didn't even know what Crohn's disease was, and so it was just not having that representation. It was a challenge. My first GI doctor was actually he was a person of color. He was an Indian guy, but I had to seek a second opinion, and the second GI doctor that made a diagnosis for me was an Asian gentleman. So that was cool in that dynamic. But again, I haven't never seen a Black GI until I got involved with COGI. So and then starting to see all these Black faces. GI doctors specifically, not doctors, but GI doctors. You know, I never seen until COGI.
So even, you know, as a black man living with Crohn's disease, man, how has that impacted your life as far as just because, and I'm gonna put it in this lens because of the fact of, you know, we're black men, and we understand pride, and we understand the aspect of our own ego and all of those things. Like, how was it for you to receive that diagnosis of Crohn's as a black man, like I said, 16 years ago?
Yeah, 16 years ago. Honestly, when I received that diagnosis, man, it was really a relief. You know, it was a relief in the sense of I know what I have now, you know, and now I can press forward and just live this new norm, right? Adapt to it and overcome, and then have conversations, you know, with family and my colleagues and things about, you know, Crohn's disease, and if they're experiencing any stomach distress, you know, a lot of the symptoms that come around with GI. Now, you know, they have somebody to talk to, you know, that look like them. So it opened up the door in that respect, to where it's like, oh, you know, my stomach been bothering me. Hey, you know, what could it be? Could it be, you know, what Marquise got? That kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So that's how it that's how it played out.
Gotcha. Doc, when it comes down to you operating in this space, and you know you want to help our people and be able to address certain issues, as a therapist, you know, I understand there's a lot of times I can't use clinical jargon when it comes down to our folks, because it don't hit the same, right?
Yeah.
So, thinking about it for you, and you know, y'all got it's long names for the stuff that you're dealing with.
It's true.
Like, how are you able to disseminate that information to people that look like us, and not even just people that look like us, but also males that look like us? Because a lot of times, you know, that stuff will go in one ear and out the other.
It's so true. And first, I want to give kudos to you, Marquise, because you took several steps that I think too many of us don't take. One is you recognized something was not going right with your body and you sought help. And too many of us, particularly men, do not seek help when we know something is wrong. And I put that in a context because, you know, in my clinical practice, people would come and they would only come at the suggestion of their wife or their girlfriend or somebody who's been nagging them, like, you're not just going to be dealing with this pain, this bleeding, this diarrhea, this whatever, you know, in my house, complaining all the time, but not going to seek help. So one, I want to give you kudos because you sought help. But two, I want to give you kudos, Marquise, because you didn't let that information that you gained just stay with you. You started sharing it with family, and you said, look, y'all, you can't just go around ignoring these things. And so to get to your question, I think the point is, you know, to be able to communicate, one, you have to start with the relationship. So whether it's people one-on-one in a clinic, whether it's people, you know, we meet in the community, it's building relationship so that you can be trusted to give information. And then to your point, it's how do you relate to people? How do you give them information? How do you communicate with them? And for me, one way that I've found effective is, again, establishing trust. Two, not just showing up in the community with a white coat on, come in some jeans, come in some Jordans, or, you know, whatever it may be, so that, you know, people aren't necessarily scared off just by the white coat, as an example.
Right.
And I think putting it in context that people can understand, right? Because for many, people may not prioritize their health for multiple reasons. They say, look, I got to work 2 or 3 jobs. I got to make sure my kids get to school on time. I got to make sure I'm providing this and that and this. But sometimes if you put it in context, well, what I'm trying to do is get you healthier for your children. What I'd like for you to do is be able to spend more time with your grandkids. I think us getting to the bottom of this will allow you to do X, Y, and Z. And then that kind of opens it up. I think the other piece is, you know, welcome people to bring their family or friends to the appointment, because a lot of times that even if it's not jargon, it's a lot of information coming at someone at one time. You need to have someone by your side who can maybe take notes, who can ask questions that maybe you're just, you're getting blown away with a new diagnosis. Everything's kind of Charlie Brown, wah, 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 wah. And you need someone to kind of repeat what has been said, what's been shared. So yeah, it's a lot of different approaches, but it's so important to establish relationship and on the patient side to find a doctor that you can trust, and ask questions. Come prepared to ask some questions. Even if that means you found some stuff online that you want to ask about, come prepared to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. I think you hit on something that's very important when it comes down to making sure that you have your supports there. Because sometimes, my dad, when he goes to the doctor, he want to go by himself. Nah, absolutely not. So Marquise, when it comes down to, what I'm saying, when you start to navigate that space and understanding what your treatment and stuff look like and all of those things, who was a part of your close circle to be able to, that you felt like you could trust?
Oh, you talking about having a partner? My wife, 100%, like 100%. You know what I mean? That was a huge plus. And like you said, every doctor appointment that I had, she was there. Asking the questions, had the notes, like you said. So when the jargon got too much, especially in the early diagnosis phase, she was there with the questions and all that kind of stuff. So having her there, and also family, my sister and in-laws and the grandparents, I remember going through my symptoms. My sister made me this gospel CD, with all the gospel songs. And I used to listen to that thing all the time because that was what would help me get through those. And not only that, my wife's grandparents and things, they used to call me and pray with me, go over scriptures with me when I was going through the diagnosis. So all of these things helped get me through those tough times. With having that support system with family, the missus, so yeah.
And I know Doc mentioned earlier, we give you a kudos for going to the doctor and paying attention to your body. But did your wife make you go to the doctor the
first time? I'd probably say it was a combination, because I will say this: one of the things that I'm fortunate with to have seen growing up is my dad always went to the doctor. We kind of used to poke at him, like, my dad get a cut, he run to the doctor. Like, even still to this day, he's 62. He's always at the ER, and something ain't feeling right, something ain't moving right. My dad is there. I joke on it now, but in him doing that, it set the example of, hey, you got to prioritize your health. If something don't feel right, go get it checked out. So in that respect, I've been fortunate that I've had a role model in my father to break these stigmas of men that don't check up on themselves.
Man, that's such a powerful statement, because I think if you think of the reverse of what you just said, like, sometimes I think we as men have to reflect on, what are we communicating by not taking action? What are those things what actions are we taking with our inaction that our kids are seeing, our family is seeing? On the flip side of what you did, someone could be struggling with something at home, their kids seeing them struggle with that day in and day out, but the kids also receiving the message that, okay, I don't need a doctor. I just hold this in. This is for me to deal with as a man, a boy. This is what strength looks like. It looks like just ignoring what's going on, dealing with it, and keeping it moving. When in fact, that's more dangerous than going to the doctor like what you did.
No, definitely. I agree with that, Doc. And then Marquise, I appreciate you, sharing that, and also tell Pops, man, like keep getting them checkups, man.
Yeah,
especially if you got insurance, keep getting them checkups. Go ahead.
Like, even so, again, with the Crohn's, with me having Crohn's, and how I use it to help my family members, down to the colonoscopies, right? convincing, well, not convincing, but encouraging the men in my family, even like my father, to get their colonoscopies because, having Crohn's, I have a colonoscopy every single year. So for the last 16 years, I didn't had it starting at age 26, so I always encourage them like, hey, it ain't nothing to it. The worst part is the prep. After that, you know what I'm saying? The procedure itself is quick. And, now you're on the preventative side of colon cancer and, the things that we can prevent. So that's another way that Crohn's enable me to talk to family and people.
No, I love that, and I think we like to react to certain things instead of be preventative. So I think I love to hear that and hear you say to do those checkups helps us be making sure that we take care of ourselves and be able to get ahead of certain things before we get to the point where then you're wishing, oh, I should have did this years ago. Y'all, as y'all can see, we got our other panelists coming in. What up with you, dog? This and I say dog just so I can pick on Marquise.
Exactly. What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's up with you, man? Introduce yourself, brother.
Man, my name is Frank Hooks. I'm a care partner ambassador for COGI of my wife, who was diagnosed in 2011 with ulcerative colitis. I'm here, joining the fellas.
Hey man, we appreciate you being here, and so we have different perspectives here. We have Doc, we got Marquise, as someone that lives with Crohn's, but then you as someone that witnesses it firsthand with your wife dealing with IBD, man. Like, what is it like for you as a Black man that is, we're groomed to protect and provide and, all of these other things, but you seeing your wife deal with something that honestly you don't have much control over?
Yeah, it's tough, man. Knowledge, as much knowledge that I can add or that I can keep, record, save, that helps me protect her in a way of if she's, let's say she's sick and I got to talk to the doctor. I try to, knowledge is just the main thing. I save it, record it. I use AI, whatever I can to just kind of try to understand.
I love that, man. And I think, it's commendable to be able to understand, to be able to acknowledge the fact that I don't know everything, because I know us as me, we don't like to admit that, man. So what I'm saying, like, when it comes down to certain things, because of the fact that we just want to show up and just do.
Yeah.
Doc, for you, man, I got a question. When it comes down to delivering a diagnosis, especially to a Black male that may be living with some type of gastro illness, right?
Yeah.
I guess I want to make this a little bit jovial. What's the funniest reaction you got to somebody actually, you telling them this?
Man, that's a good one. I think a funny reaction is probably a common one where it's like, I got what? It's like a combination of disbelief, but also just, not understanding, but want to know more. I think, but at the same time, I think there's also buried in that a reaction of such a comfort that I'm the one giving the diagnosis, or I was the one giving the diagnosis. Because again, there's a trust, or at least a feeling that I'm going to help get them through. That I'm going to explain in a way that they can understand.
Right.
That I'm going to, do my best to make sure that they have the best possible outcome. So it's kind of like, if you've seen a black doctor, period, you kind of walk in the exam room, you're like, okay, you're Dr. Johnson. Okay. You're like, all right. It's just kind of a relief almost. And people take like when I've walked into rooms before people get a colonoscopy, and maybe I haven't met them in the clinic before, but they were directly referred by their primary care doctor. And I walk out, pull back the curtain, I walk in, and it's just like a deep sigh of relief, like, okay, all right, so we're going to be okay.
Right.
So yeah.
I love that, man. And I think, you know, even with this telethon that's been going on, I think there's a common theme along that with not even just the clinical professionals, but then also people that live with lived experience, and then just this community with COGI, period. It's okay, I've seen people that look like me that have certain experiences, and there's a sigh of relief and understanding that, you know, there's somebody behind you to be able to help you get through this particular journey. Because I mean, life is a journey within itself, but then when you add the extra layers of IBD to it, that could be something that could be daunting for some folks, and they feel like they don't see any other way through it.
That's so true.
Well, I know we're almost reaching time, so I wanted to get like last bits from each of you, and I'm gonna throw, you know, spitfire questions at each of you before we go. So Marquise, when it comes down to, as someone living with Crohn's disease, I like to live by the motto, be who you needed when you were younger, right? What would you tell yourself? So you were diagnosed 16 years ago. What would you tell yourself 17 years ago when it comes down to your physical health?
That's a good question. Looking back 17 years ago, what would I tell myself? Control the controllable, you're going to be all right. Yeah, you know, control the controllable and you're going to be all right. You know, for most of you guys that already, you know, that already know me and, you know, and follow me, like that's my motto, right? I have Crohn's disease. It doesn't have me, you know, in the controllable. And kind of like we alluded to earlier when we talked about the family aspect and doing things as a reason as to why we should be doing those things, right? And living with IBD, I understand, you know, the onset that comes with it, the fatigue, the unpredictable flare-ups that happen. You know, I've dealt with it. I've had to cancel races because of it, until I could heal again. So, you know, I do a lot of marathons, Spartan races, all of that kind of stuff. I've had to cancel a few because of the onset of a flare, you know, but you keep pushing forward. And this is a challenge that I would challenge all of us in the IBD community, right? And I challenge us to, when you're not experiencing a flare, to control what you can, and specifically exercise, movement, weightlifting, strength training when you're not in a flare up. Because once you do that, you know, you set your body up to be able to better what's coming up. And a lot of times we're not even doing that. You know, when we don't have any symptoms going on, we're just lax and we're not controlling what we can control. So I want to leave us with that, with a challenge to control what you can when you're not in a flare up, because you have no excuse not to. So that's a challenge I want to leave to the community at large.
Love that. Thank you, brother. I think Frank went out, so I'm gonna go to you, Doc.
Yeah.
Doc, when it comes down to you know, you seeing people from a clinical aspect, but then also just, you know, as a Black man working in this profession, I want to know what would be something that you would like to tell other Black men when it comes down to how they address their health.
Yeah. Look, I know, you know, being a Black man, period, regardless of your title, regardless of the roles that you play, whether it's father, whether it's husband, whether it's boss, you know, all the different layers to who we are. There's a weightiness to it. There's a weightiness to being a Black man. And sometimes that weightiness comes with particular priorities. my imperative, what I'd like to leave with folks is that health has to be one of those priorities. Your livelihood, your life, and the health of your family depends on your health as well. And so it's so critical not only to be proactive when, like Marquise said, you're experiencing symptoms, but even also, like Marquise said, around prevention and what his dad did about seeing healthcare providers, doctors, even when he wasn't experiencing sickness, preventing things. So that's so critically important. Certainly, if you want to get plugged into a gastroenterologist that looks like you, particularly if you're seeking a Black gastroenterologist, I encourage people to check out the website for Association of Black Gastroenterologists and Hepatologists. It's blackingastro.org. And even on that website, we have a doctor discussion guide. So, we've been talking about just here about questions that you can ask your doctor when you go in and making sure you have someone with you to ask questions, things like that. You can find resources on that website and be proactive, seek prevention, but also go to the doctor when you're having issues as well.
I love that, man. And that's something that we all got to do when it to all aspects of health. So that's even for me as a therapist, like, I try to push people to find people that they can talk to, pursuing therapy, and understanding that life isn't meant to be, traveled alone.
Yep.
Frank, for you, bro, when it comes down to being, especially you having the role as a caretaker, what's something that that you learned about yourself, and what's something that you would like to tell the people, especially Black men that may be caretakers for individuals that may be living with IBD, about just being in that space and serving and having that hat?
Well, gotcha. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. What I would say, man, is understand that it's okay that you don't know everything. A lot of times, I would beat myself up because I would try to help and it may not help, things like that. So I had to understand that, everything is learning. And so once I figured that out, I could kind of flow and help where I could, and just, not be too hard on myself, in those cases where I couldn't help. So that's one thing I would say, is just understand that this is a learning experience for both the care partner and the person, going through it. That's me.
Definitely. Well, gentlemen, man, I appreciate you all just tapping in with us and dropping the nuggets, man. It's been a pleasure. And I know we're at time, so I want to make sure that I turn it back over to the individuals that are in charge. But for those of y'all that watching, please make sure that y'all, tap the screen for the code down at the bottom. Make sure that y'all donate to COGI and help support the programs that we do to not only support individuals that are living with IBD, but then also those that are in the community with them, that support them in various different ways. So make sure that y'all tap that or go to COGI.com/donate. And make sure it's Giving Tuesday, so please contribute. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right.
Have a good day.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I've been on here half the day, but I'm going to introduce myself. I am Dominique Daniels. I'm manager of community and patient support. And Kayla, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kayla. I am a COGI ambassador and IBD advocate and NYU student.
Patricia, you want to go?
Yeah. I got you. My name is Patricia, and I am a working girl now. But I will say I'm a recent grad of a year, so yeah. And I do have an ostomy. Not sure if I have IBD, but we'll get into that later on. But yeah.
I have an ostomy as well. Didn't mention that.
Okay, ladies. All right, so tell me a little bit about your IBD journeys.
You want me to go first?
You can.
Okay. Well, I was initially diagnosed with inflammatory bowel disease in May of 2020. I started getting surgeries in January of 2022 after just having a lot of hospital time, not having medications work, just the average thing. Since then, I've had around 7 major surgeries, and I got my permanent ostomy placed last May.
Okay. And how old are you?
I am 22.
I asked that question because I know you're a baby, but just so that other people will see, like, the age and the young group, y'all young folk. I'm auntie now. It's okay. It's okay. Patricia, did you want to share?
Oh yeah, I'm 25. Well, my journey in my life is started when I was born in the 2000. I had a colostomy bag at birth because I had I can't really say it, imperforated anus. So I wasn't born with a behind or colon. So they kind of invented something. I think they 3D printed it, but But yeah, so I've had a J pouch all throughout high school, and I got my ostomy, my ileostomy, when I was 21 years old. So yeah.
So tell us about what it's like to being a younger patient. And for you guys, you may not even know what it's like to be an older patient, but just in your experience, what do you guys think that meant to, like, life plans, how you do things, what you do? If you can tell a little bit about that.
Yeah. I always tell people I think it matured me in some ways, but also stunted my growth in some ways. I'm really thankful to have been diagnosed under the age of 18, and have my mom still there for the journey, still having my doctors talk directly to me, but just knowing that I had my mom there to make the really important decisions with me. But I had a mom who was like, I'll help you, I'll be supportive, but I still want you to feel informed enough to make these decisions for yourself about your life. I'm not going to make these decisions for you. So that's a lot of pressure on someone who's 16, 17, 18, having to make life altering decisions to get my colon removed, to try a J pouch, knowing that I'm going to have major operations back to back, and then to decide that enough is enough. I'm tired of going to the hospital. I'm tired of wondering if the next medication is going to work. I want some kind of stability, and I want something that offers me. And then going into this life with me. I always tell people, I said this in the last session, nothing about my life, my quality of life has worsened with my ostomy, but there is a real stigma with that, and I'm constantly kind of getting out of my own head when it comes to just interacting with the world and having an ostomy.
Patricia?
Well, I'm A little bit the same. I had to grow up, and I like to call myself a translator. I was raised by my dad, like a single father for a while, so I was basically translating my own appointments, even though he was the adult in the room because we didn't speak English. So it was kind of like I was basically wearing so many hats as a little kid, or like as a teenager. And I kind of felt growing up, it was just so unfair and still kind of feel that way in a sense because I'm like, I've been doing this all my life. But now I've like learned to overcome it. But it was hard as a kid because you're going to all these doctor's appointments. Well, not technically doctor's appointments, but you're going to like these clinics to get answers because that's like the only way you can get like referrals if you didn't have insurance. And I kind of struggled with that growing up. Just going to like health clinics that they do for like back to school events and just talking to a doctor like, hey, do you know someone who has like a stomach issue? Or just trying to just go to the emergency room to just get checked, to pray that you stay overnight to see an actual doctor. So it was pretty hard. And just having like back then they didn't have, like you said, like thousands of like nurses or doctors that spoke my language. It was kind of like just saw a American doctor that didn't speak any. So it's kind of like, and then they have translators. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, he said I have this, kind of, it was very, very hard. And yeah.
As a young patient now, what would you tell a patient that's newly diagnosed?
I would tell a young patient now, like I'm like trying to think how long are we talking, but let's say younger, like I'll just say like in under 18. Like for me it was like I was doing everything, but if they were under 18, I will say like to get serious about it because when I was under 18, I wasn't because I thought it was going to be like something that would pass by, kind of like, oh, it's gonna get over with, it's just a stomach pain or something like that. But just to get serious about it and be educated as well. Although they're telling you this information, you should listen to it. But someone in their early, 18s and 20s, it's kind of for you to take charge of your health because I kind of felt to neglect that. Like I wasn't taking charge of my health and I wasn't doing the necessary steps to take care of myself as well.
I agree. Echoing everything that Patricia said, but then also it's never too early to start learning about those things. I'm 22 and I wish that I was learning about insurance when I was in high school because it's confusing and it's hard and it's frustrating. That's one of the things that I'm pretty independent when it comes to my care, but that's one of the things I still kind of hand the phone to my mom and like, can you please talk to these people because I don't understand and I'm about to cry. I think when it comes to people who are really like the my computer disconnected. Sorry about that. I get so emotional around the younger IBD patients, but then also I think with them, the best thing to do is just kind of show them that I'm in a position where I'm still living my life. I'm advocating for people that look like us, that have our disease, and there is a life beyond the hospital rooms and the clinical offices. So yeah, a little bit of the same thing Patricia said, but just building on that. I can't hear W. Can you?
I said, can you guys talk a little bit about CORE?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you want to go first, Patricia?
Sure. Well, core is like, we have different, how should I say this? Not support groups within COGI, and core is essentially another support group for young adults who are struggling, or I wouldn't say struggling, diagnosed, or having need that, support with other young people to kind of, build on a community of people that are like you, the same age, that are going through something, that are in school, not in school, working, in early careers. It's essentially a good environment to be a part of because, we also like to talk about other things other than our health, but, just to kind of do young, youthful things, young things.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well. I think it's just a support system for kids that look like you. Well, not kids, teens, young adults. I still kind of refer to myself as a kid too. So, yeah, you just get that support system from people that kind of relate to you in your area of life that you're on. I was actually pulled into COGI by a core member. So,
Thank you. And is there anything that about your story, your journey that you know now that you would share? Tips, tricks, anything that you're like, I wish somebody would have told me that.
That's a good question. I will say a lot of the tips and tricks that I have now that I wish that I know was like when I got my ileostomy, 3 years ago. But for IBD patients or IBS patients or gastro patients that are like us, I would definitely say like if you're in school and you are even in high school, middle school, college, definitely reach out to your school principal, nurses, and or have your parents reach out because it will definitely help because I knew like having my ostomy bag now and when I was in college and dealing with my um, condition, I realized that why I was struggling so much in school is because I wasn't like not a good test taker or wasn't smart. I was just getting bad grades because I didn't have help. I wasn't telling my parents, oh, it's because I needed to use the bathroom or I was not feeling well in class. It's just like definitely reach out. You can get there's like that's all I know now. Like now that because I work in social services with parents getting services for their kids, and the amount of stuff that I know now for the younger kids in grade K through 12 is crazy. And I kind of wish I had that when I was in school, especially middle school and high school, and like you can get like extra time and testing. You can have a nurse come in with you in the classroom. Like you can get pulled out of class to kind of get extra tutoring and stuff like that. And I did not know that, and I kind of wish I did. And if you're like in the grades K through 12 or even in college, you can definitely ask for accommodations. And yeah.
yeah, believe it or not, I didn't know about well, I really wasn't diagnosed. I'll put it that way. So I ended up taking my SAT without accommodations. And now I'm just thinking about how my score was fine. Like it was good, but it could have been even better if I had more support. So I definitely agree with that. And just those small things that you don't know, I think you end up finding out so much through having community and and talking to people about what you're going through and issues that you're having because usually it's somebody in the IBD community that's went through the same thing and has gotten through it. And I think the last thing I want to say is just that it does get better. I know you see the success stories and you see people in remission, but I think when you're in the thick of it, you tend to think that you're one of the people who aren't going to get better and who's going to go through the flare part for the rest of their lives. And I want to believe that those are like one in a million. You do get better. Sometimes you have to kiss a couple of frogs, try different medications, get some surgeries, but things are progressing so much now that I have to believe that you're going to get better.
Yeah. And also, I would like to talk about the ostomy side real quick. I got a lot to say. I'm just kidding. But it's not just the ostomy. I learned that this year. That is, it's not a one and you're done surgery. There's a lot that goes on behind it. And I kind of had that in my youthful brain that, oh, I just had the surgery. I'm going to get better. I got better. Nothing else. And then stuff keeps piling up. Definitely, if you have an ostomy, I struggled with not doing this, getting a nurse, get them checkups, make sure you get the proper equipment and stuff like that. Talk to other ostomates that are out there because they definitely will help. I failed to do that, and I do that this year, and life's been being great for me. But also, like, in the ostomy side of it, it does save your life. I know as a young adults, we don't, want, we want to live life, but we want to live life to what we have planned for ourselves and not what, the doctor has plans for us. But like Kayla said, it does get better. I like the frog analogy. I'm still kissing a lot of frogs, but it's just like once you get through the hurdle and you cry a couple cries in your pillow, it gets better. Not entirely for the whole week, but each week it fluctuates. But I just want to say, if you're a young adult with an ostomy bag, there are plenty of us out there. Trust me. There are lots of us out there, and just reach out to your friends, to family members, because I failed to do that, because sometimes you just feel stuck, and they'll bring you back to reality, and they'll be your people.
I want to first give you both your flowers. You two, I see you guys, I see pictures, I see posts, I see all things you guys. And you guys are beautiful, you are confident, you are definitely a example for what a young woman should be like. So I thank you both for just being that. In the world of craziness that we live in now, we see a lot that we shouldn't. And I want to thank you for taking the time to do this. You guys both are amazing. I look forward to seeing what you guys do with advocacy and all of the things that you do, your dreams, school, work, life. That's pretty much all of our time. It was short, but we got to the point. Y'all hit the good points. It's always great to see you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to share a part of your story with us. It truly means the world, because we never know who we may reach.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right.
right. Vicky. How y'all doing tonight? We are wrapping things up. I am your DJ, Nikki JJ, on the ones and twos, threes and fours, and all those great things. And welcome, welcome to COGI's version of Grab the Mic. In this case, it's going to be raise your hand. I'm going to explain the rules of the game this evening. Look at that. See, we got a marker. Love that. Oh, we got another, what is that? A remote. Okay. I'm with it. So basically what I'm going to do is in my little trusty dusty dish right here, I'm going to pull a word out. Some words are just regular words in regular vocabulary, and some do deal with different parts of IBD or just health in general or the body. And so you will have to beat your opponent here and raise your hand, and I want to hear a lyric from a song that has this word that I'm going to mention in it. So before we get started, I'm just going to have you all go around robin and introduce yourselves, and we will get on with our game.
I am Dominique Daniels, Manager of Community and Patient Support for COGI.
I am Marilyn Sawyer, Director of Events and Communications for COGI.
And someone is frozen up there.
Latanya done left the building. She said.
Latanya is out of here. Okay. Yeah, and she'll be back. So she might miss out. So if we can squeeze this in, the first person to get 10 lyrics is the winner. If we start running out of time, I'll let you know and we'll lower it down. All right, so let's shake them up. The first word, coincidentally, is but. Dominique.
Doing the butt.
Oh, pretty. Hey. Come on, Dominique. All right. Love that.
I was about to do I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Hey.
Can you lie?
All right. The next word. Oh,
I think y'all cheated me.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You said you was going to miss out. We said you were going to miss out. You all, this is Latanya here. She is the Director of Community. Hilarious. We were waiting on you. You froze and then you went away. So we're glad to have you back. So somebody has one upon you. All right. The next word is dip. D-I-P. Dip. Up. I saw Latanya's hand first.
Dip, baby, dip.
Come on in. The butterfly. It ain't the butterfly. It's the Tootsie Roll. All right.
What was the other one? I put my hand up on your hip. And I dip, you dip, we dip.
All right. The next word is back. Marilyn.
Baby got back.
Hey. LA face with the Oakland booty. All right. I know a little something. Okay, next word. And you cannot use this same song. The word is booty. Dominique.
T-Pain booty work.
Sing it.
You want me to sing the song?
Your point.
What's your point, girl?
Let me see that booty work.
Booty work. Yeah, that's it.
Left cheek, right cheek, left cheek, right cheek.
I'll leave that part out, but okay. I'll take it.
It's the ah.
I cannot. All right. The next word is hurt. Hurt.
Mm-hmm. Hurt. Only thing I keep thinking about it ain't got hurt in it. Just say, unbreak my heart, tell me you love me again.
I was thinking that one song, if it's love, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
I don't know that one.
All right, so no, it's techno. Nobody got that one. All right.
Actually, no, I know the song, but I don't
Oh,
know any songs with hurt.
with her in it. I feel like there's some probably some R&B. Oh yeah, End of the Road. It'll heal all things. It won't hurt anymore.
Oh yeah.
All right. The next one is Club.
Club.
Maryland.
Loving This Club. Actually.
Are you gonna sing it? I
I
wanna
wanna make love in this club. Ooh. Wait, Lil Jon gotta come in. Hey, in this club.
I was thinking you could find me in the club. Bottle full of bub.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
The club. Mm-hmm.
No.
All right. Next word is.
Wait, how many points do we have? I know I got 2 or 3.
You have 2. Dominique has 1. Latanya has 1.
Okay.
Okay.
So far, we have.
Series now.
Take these off. So far, we have Maryland in the lead. The next word is ladies. Ladies. Maryland.
This is ladies' night, and the rhymes is tight. This is ladies' night.
Oh, what
a night!
You gotta decide which one you want to do. So I'm guessing that's the one with
I like the
Lil'
remix.
Kim. The remix. I'm thinking about
Lil'
that.
Kim, Angie Martinez. Who's that thing with Tifa?
It's ladies' night. What? It must be Angie on the mic. There better be honey because she got the spice. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Next word is fly. Fly. Dominique.
Oh, I got one.
Go ahead.
Buzz,
Yeah.
Okay, can I go again?
It was Latanya that came in next.
It's like fly.
Oh. Recent Mafia. Okay, Latanya.
Because I was thinking, I said, please somebody say, I believe I can fly. But then I was thinking of big timers. That's okay. I'm still fly.
I was thinking about Rihanna's song. Literally, it's called Fly. Literally.
Oh, yes. Okay, next one. All right. Healing. Maryland.
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing.
Hey, it's that kind of party.
Healing,
baby. See, I have different ones because I knew that I have different songs for the college kids because they're not gonna know nothing for no healing. So I changed it around. Okay, the next word is super. Oh, Marilyn, I saw it first.
Boy, you got my heartbeat running away. I don't like it right now, but boom, ba-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, bass. You got that super bass.
I was thinking super duper fly. I can stand the rain.
I still want to do that hangout with the inflatable suits.
So y'all know what that means.
Yeah, right. We going out when we go get inflatable suits.
I wasn't invited.
You about to be invited.
I haven't planned it out. I just keep saying that it's something I want to do. I want to get all the girls together and get in inflatable suits and go bar hopping.
I want to wear the what is that thing? The unicorn one, the unicorn with the bathing suit on, or the cow with the bathing suit on. That's what I want to do. All right. The next word is dance. Latanya.
Dance to the music.
Dance to the music.
I don't know this one. I was gonna bring Auntie Nip in. Oh, I want to dance with somebody.
Not Nippin'.
Yep.
The heat with somebody.
Where we at? What's the score?
So right now, Latanya has 3, Marilyn has 5, and Dominique, you still have 1, girl. Now, Dominique, this next word is survivor. Okay, Latanya.
I'm a survivor. gonna give up. I'm a survivor.
I'm gonna work harder. You got it.
After all it did something. What did she say?
With all of the darkness and sadness, still comes happiness. If I surround myself with positive things. Girl, that was my outfit there, so you know I know that. All right. Okay, the next word is night. Up, Dominique.
Last night is a song by
Oh,
Azia.
last night. Is that the
Uh-huh,
after
sing
second
it.
That's an after dark. That's an after dark song.
Yes, it is. Excuse me. Okay. A little mystery.
No.
I mean, where you been? Where you been, girl? Where you been?
Right here with y'all all day.
Oh man. Okay. Then we're moving on. The next word is music. All right. Oh, that seemed tie-ish.
I think I get that point.
I was here first, but
go ahead, because I'm going to use the same song I done used before already.
Yeah, you cannot use the same song. Dominique.
Music make you lose control, Missy Elliott.
Music make you lose control.
Yeah, all that.
All right, Dominique, you done got up to 3, girl. You timing up for Latanya. Wait a minute. Coming up. All right, next word is touch.
What?
Touch.
Ooh.
Okay, Marilyn.
Doom. Touch. Doom.
Wait, I don't know that song.
It's Marion. Put your back into it. Come on and let it touch. This is hilarious. I love this game. All right. We're getting close. Marilyn, you at 6. All right. Oh, now one of y'all better get this. The word is bills. Bills. Marilyn, I saw your hand first.
Can you pay my bills? Can you pay automobiles? Can you pay my telephone bills? If you did, then maybe we could chill. Come on. I don't think you do. So
and
here's When first we started out real cool. The next word is best. Best. Dominique.
Giving You the Best of Me by Anthony Hamilton.
Oh, okay. She getting away with just saying them.
But I'm not a singer. I'm not.
Neither am I.
I don't think none of us know singer.
None of us. I was thinking Marvin said, he saw the best in me.
And here I was with Anita Baker.
Oh, yes.
The best that I got, baby. I'm delirious at this point.
That's why this needed to be at the end, because this game is unhinged. The next word is bad. Bad.
That's
Dominique.
too easy.
Dominique.
I had my remote up before she had her, but go ahead.
I think the retrograde was tearing you up because I didn't see that. I saw her hand go up first. What is it, Dominique?
Bad chick.
My chick bad. That one? Okay.
Yeah.
I
think we're gonna take half her points away because she ain't been singing her song.
No.
I know, Dominique. That's what I ain't gonna
do. Listen.
So lenient.
I was thinking
you should have gone for Mike. Okay.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking too. That's what I was thinking. See? I don't know. See, so many songs out there though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or what is it? Wale?
Is it bad? Oh my gosh. Are the people in the comments talking? People are cracking up in YouTube. Oh. All right. The next word is party. Latanya.
Party all the time. Party all the time. Party all the time.
Meanwhile, I'm over here, party, party, party. Let's all get wasted.
And I'm over here. We like to party. Hey.
And then party like a rock. Party like a rock star.
Whatever happened to that man?
What you do?
Roscoe Dash had like a whole 6 months.
He did. He had a real good run. All right, so right now Marilyn is at 7. What do we got? Dominique is at 5. Latanya's at 5. So
okay.
All right, we're moving in. The next word is cut. Cut. Marilyn.
Isn't there a song called Cut?
Is it? Dominique. You out of here too. Listen, you have anything?
No.
The song, cut it.
Oh, I was muted. Cut him off by Corinne Hawthorne.
Too late.
No, I was muted. They muted me because of the
Who
background.
muted you? I didn't hear nothing.
No, I was saying it, but y'all couldn't hear it because
we see your lips moving.
They mute me.
Who muted you? I don't have
because
that.
I got a little bit of static in my background. I mute myself until I'm ready to speak.
But if you were singing, we would have saw you doing this.
But you knew I wasn't singing. But I said, cut them off, Corinne Hawthorne. Give me my point.
I'm gonna give you a 0.5. All right. So next we have body. Body. Up, Marilyn.
Oh.
Sierra. Let's get it started. Something in the body. Body party.
It's your party.
Yes, there we go. That's another after.
I was thinking, my body.
I was, you know what I was thinking? Body, yada, 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 yada. That's exactly what I was thinking.
The fact that our choices are all over the place.
You know, well, that's we well rounded.
Mm-hmm. And here go Dominique with the straight face, like.
Okay, the next word is boy. Boy, Latanya.
If I were a boy,
We were gonna say the same one too.
I was thinking the boy is mine. The boy is mine. We were just talking about breaking my earlier.
Had about enough. Not
Okay.
yours, but mine.
The next word is hot. Hot. Oh my gosh, there's so many hot songs. Come on. Hot.
I need y'all on YouTube to be helping somebody else.
Dominique.
Hot boys.
Which one?
Mm-hmm.
You got 2.
You can do Cash Money in them. Or you can do,
is that gonna be your
hot
0.5 for your thing? Your 0.5. Your 1, and then you get 1 for answering it correctly, and then your 0.5 for the whatever song for 2 songs.
Y'all making up rules.
You got a 0.5 because of that muted situation. We're not sure about that.
I'm telling you.
All right. The next word is right. Like you're right.
No.
Marilyn? Okay. Dominic.
No. I had it.
Oh, you?
Yeah, no. I'ma sing it.
Oh my God.
If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Means being without you.
Come on, sing. This is my backup singing. We about to work this out.
All right, Marilyn, you at 9. You got 1 more.
Ooh, I'm a shimmy on that if I win.
All right. The next one is heart. Heart.
No, that's not the same word.
What'd you say? Yes, Dominique?
Don't go breaking my heart.
I couldn't if I tried.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say broken hearted, and I realized hearted and heart are still not the same.
You could have just said that one song, Unbreak My Heart.
That too, I forgot all about it. I'm still on. He wasn't man enough for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, the next one is care. Care.
No, that's not the title of the song. Does it have to be in the title?
No, she's a lyric.
Oh.
Okay.
Girl, I care about you. I'm there for you.
That is hopeful. Why don't you care for me like I care about you? I was thinking of Aaliyah. I care for you.
Oh,
When
yeah.
I talk to you. All right, so it looks like we have a winner. It is Maryland community team. I don't want no lip from y'all.
You won't get it.
You got it.
You won't get it.
You got it, because we talked about this, and we were supposed to be singing "Throw That Bag in a Circle."
I didn't do a circle. Do you and Dominique want to battle it out to see who comes in there? Throw that bag in a circle. We gotta be new with it. Girl, throw the bag in a circle. Oh my God.
Oh
The
my
bag.
God.
The bag in a circle.
No.
Okay, we got to
Okay. Well, that concludes our game this evening. Everyone is hilarious. Thank y'all so much for playing, and I will pass things over to Latanya to close us out. Don't forget to donate.
Yes,
donate.
Please donate.
We're at 25% of our goal. We've hit over 5,000 and counting. So let's keep this going. We have 5 more days to go.
That's awesome. So before we close out today, we've had an amazing time. In Living COGI's Telethon, and I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone from the bottom of my heart, to every panelist, speaker, doctor, caregiver, parent, ambassador, patient who shared their story today. Thank you. To the community and friends, our families, and everyone who tuned in today, thank you. And to our COGI team, those working behind the scenes, and to every partner and sponsor who believes in this work, thank you. You make days like this possible. And today wasn't just a telethon, it was community. It was honesty. It was education. It was laughter, tears, storytelling, and connection. And it reminded us exactly why we do what we do. In Living COGI Week is all about visibility, about showing what this life really looks like, and what it's like to live with a GI condition, and making sure that the community around us knows that you are not alone. And this week is just getting started. We have more conversations, more education, and more moments of courage, and more ways to plug in to this week continues throughout the week. So please stay connected, keep watching, and keep showing up for yourself and for others in our community. At COGI, everything we do is rooted in knowledge, advocacy, and community. And we believe that when people are informed, represented, and supported, their outcomes in this life change. Thank you for being a part of this moment. Thank you for sharing your time and your stories and your energy, your hearts, everything with us today. And if you'd like to continue supporting our work, you can do so by going to colorofgi.org/donate. Every gift helps us keep building our programming throughout the year, our education, our community spaces, just like what you saw today. So on behalf of the COGI family, thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of In Living COGI Week. Thank you. Good night.